Jianghe, I'm sorry, but we must part ways. I am getting married. The summer of 1996 in Pengcheng was sweltering, leaving Chun Jiang, he feeling anxious and disoriented. It was his first day out of prison, and he rushed to find his girlfriend, Ling Shui, only to be met with the news of their breakup 3 years prior. At the age of 18, Chun Jiang he had witnessed the brutal murder of his father outside an arcade. In a desperate attempt to save him, he inadvertently injured several assailants and was sentenced to 4.5 years in prison. The judge deemed it a case of rioting. His father had often warned him that the path of the underworld was a treacherous one, fraught with peril and seldom yielding a good end. Chun Jiang he had never truly grasped the meaning of those words until he witnessed his father fall lifeless in a pool of blood, transforming into a cold corpse. Chun Jiang he, what are you thinking? Ling Shui bit her lip, filled with reluctance. Chun Jiang he was handsome and had treated her well. They had grown up together, a classic tale of childhood sweethearts. She genuinely cared for him, but affection alone could not sustain her. Now, Chun Jiang he was a felon, while she was a promising university student. They belonged to entirely different worlds. Ah Shui, is it really because he has money? Is money truly that important? Chun Jiang he angrily grasped Ling Shui's arm. Jiang he, you have never earned a dime. You do not comprehend the difficulty of making money or its significance. Now that you are out, you will soon understand my choice. Ling Shui glanced at her watch, noting that her fiancé would arrive in about an hour. Do not be sad. Even though we are breaking up, we can still remain friends. Friends? Chun Jiang he sank despondently onto the bed. With his father gone, and his mother having left with his sister years ago, he was utterly alone. Ling Shui observed him, her heart aching with compassion. She sighed and approached him slowly. Jiang he, there is still over an hour until my fiancé arrives. Seeing that Chun Jiang he did not grasp her implication, she furrowed her brow and made her intentions clearer. You can do anything you want in this hour. Chun Jiang he looked up in disbelief at Ling Xue. In the brief span of 3 years, where had the innocent and radiant girl gone? Jiang he, will you or will you not? This is the last time. I will not allow you to linger like this again. As Chun Jiang he remained seated, Ling Shui felt her patience wane. Her time was precious. He stared blankly at her, acknowledging that 3 years had only enhanced Ling Shui's beauty. Her features were exquisitely crafted, resembling a perfect work of art, and her tall, statuesque figure was a rare sight. Yet, she was no longer the same. I will. Chun Jiang he shouted as he lunged forward. 3 years without a woman had left him desperate. Even a sow could rival a beauty like her, let alone the true enchantress that she was. Time passed, and Ling Shui emerged from the bathroom, her hair cascading down her shoulders. Chun Jiang he, you do not care one bit about other people's wives, do you? Ling Shui shot him a fiery glare as she hurriedly dressed. Beep beep. Suddenly, a car horn echoed from below, causing Ling Shui's expression to shift. My fiancé has arrived. Jiang he, stay here, do not go out yet. After we leave, you can go. Ling Shui exclaimed before rushing down the stairs with her bag. Chun Jiang he lit a cigarette, letting the smoke swirl around him. In the past, Ling Shui had despised the smoking and had never indulged in front of her, but that no longer mattered. He approached the window and soon spotted Ling Shui with a man. The man drove a Toyota Crown, a vehicle worth over 50 or 60,000, enough to purchase 2 or 3 apartments in Pengcheng. Outside, Ling Shui intimately linked arms with Zhang Feng, her smile radiant and sweet. Shui, why is your face so flushed? Lu Feng, seated in the car, inquired with a puzzled expression. I just took a hot shower. Let's go. Ling Shui replied, beaming without a hint of discomfort. Lu Feng nodded, starting the car and driving away from the residential complex. Money truly is a wonderful thing. Chun Jiang he watched the crown disappear around the corner, realizing his youth had come to an end. Wandering aimlessly from the apartment building, he gazed at the sky. It was time to return home. He smoked as he walked toward the direction of his memories, and after half an hour, he arrived outside a 3-story building. This building had been constructed by his father, Chun Jiming, but alas, it was now a shell of its former self. Jiang he. Suddenly, a robust figure rushed towards him, excitement radiating from his being as he embraced Chun Jiang he. I remembered you were released today. I came to pick you up, but couldn't find you. Where have you been? Ducked Peng. Chun Jiang he hugged him tightly, tears welling in his eyes. Though he had lost the woman he loved, At least his brother remained. Zhang Peng and Chen Jiang, he had been friends since childhood, growing up together. Zhang Peng had two younger siblings and was not academically inclined, dropping out of school before finishing middle school. He had worked in a factory for 2 years, and when Chen Jiang, his father, opened the arcade, he had invited Zhang Peng to join him until the incident that befell them. Over the past 3 years, Zhang Peng had been the only one to visit Chen Jiang, he without fail, every month. "Brother, it's just good to see you out." Zhang Peng patted Chen Jiang, his back vigorously, discreetly wiping away tears. "Come, let's go to my house. It'll make you something delicious. Let's go inside. I have something to ask you." Chen Jiang, he took a deep breath and turned towards the door. "Jiang, don't go in." Zhang Peng gritted his teeth and whispered, "This house has been taken over by someone arranged by Sister Xiao." Sister Xiao, Xiao Wan, was akin to a stepmother to Chen Jiang. After Chen Jiang, his mother left with his sister, it wasn't long before Chen Jiming found success and poured his resources into Xiao Wan, who naturally became his partner. However, during the 3 years that Chen Jiang he was imprisoned, Xiao Wan had never once visited him. "This house does not belong to her." Chen Jiang he scoffed coldly. "Jiang he, do not act rashly. I didn't want to say this, but I cannot watch you walk into a trap." Zhang Peng hesitated before sighing. "While you were inside, I gathered a lot of information. I heard that your uncle's death was somehow connected to Sister Xiao." "What did you say? How did this happen?" Chen Jiang he gripped Zhang Peng's shirt, his eyes ablaze with fury. During his 3 years in prison, he had suspected many of Chen Ziming's enemies, but had never considered Xiao when she had no reason to harm him. "Jiang he, after your uncle died, the arcade was shut down by Sister Xiao. We were all dismissed, but within 2 months, the arcade reopened under the ownership of Li Jindi." Zhang Peng pursed his lips and spoke slowly. "How did the arcade end up in Li Jindi's hands?" In his youth, Li Jindi was closely associated with Chen Jiming, but later recognized a mentor and ventured out on his own, causing his relationship with Chen Jiming to become distant. Before the incident, Chen Jiang noticed that Li Jindi had approached his father several times. "I am not entirely certain, but I understand that after the gaming hall reopened, Sister Xiao joined forces with Li Jindi. Within just 2 months, I heard from others that it was Sister Xiao and Li Jindi who conspired to bring about Uncle Chen's demise, the motive being Uncle Chen's refusal to allow Li Jindi to buy shares." Zhang Peng stated through clenched teeth that, "I guess it truly because my father denied them shares that they resorted to killing him." Chen Jianghe exclaimed, striking his fist against the adjacent courtyard wall, oblivious to the blood seeping from his knuckles. "That seems to be the case. The thugs from North Street all say the same. Those who wielded the knives also have someone backing them that I heard that the harshest sentence was merely 7 years, while the lightest served only a few months. Without someone greasing the wheels behind the scenes, such leniency would be impossible." Zhang Peng continued. Chen Jianghe, having received a sentence of 4.5 years for merely injuring a few individuals, realized the stark contrast in justice when those thugs who had murdered Chen Jiming faced minimal repercussions. When tragedy strikes, the one who benefits the most from the aftermath is inevitably the prime suspect. Clearly, Li Jindi and Xiao, one of the principal suspects. "Li Jindi, Xiao Wan, wait for me, I shall avenge this wrong." Chen Jianghe clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with hatred. "Jianghe, I too yearn for revenge for Uncle Chen, but we lack the means." Zhang Peng lamented. "Li Jindi is now powerful, we cannot confront him. No matter how formidable Li Jindi may be, he is still but one man. The most equitable aspect of this world is that all men possess but a single life." Chen Jianghe replied coldly. "Who the hell is making a ruckus? Get lost." At that moment, the courtyard door was yanked open, revealing a disheveled young man in his 20s, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Hey, sorry," Zhang Peng began, bowing his head in apology, but Chen Jianghe suddenly rushed forward, seizing the young man's head and smashing it against the wall. Bang! The young man emitted a muffled grunt, collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from his head. "Damn it! Someone's causing trouble, grab a weapon." 2 young men inside, engrossed in their haze, quickly scrambled to retrieve knives from beneath the bed, rushing out. "Jianghe!" Zhang Peng shouted, hastily searching for a brick to follow Chen Jianghe into the courtyard. Without pausing, Chen Jianghe charged towards the young man, who raised his blade and swung fiercely at him. Chen Jianghe dodged, delivering a powerful punch to the young man's throat. Puff! The young man's eyes bulged as he coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground. Swish! The other young man's knife came crashing down on Chun Jiang's shoulder, causing blood to gush forth, igniting a primal fury within him, his vision turning crimson. With a ferocious grip on the knife blade, he kicked the young man, sending him sprawling. "Damn you!" Zhang Peng roared, tackling the young man and striking him with a brick, leaving his face a canvas of red and white. "Big brother, please stop, please!" The young man cried out in terror, shielding his head in desperation. "Dapeng!" Chun Jianghe pulled Zhang Peng up, who was panting heavily, gradually regaining composure. With the force he had been hitting, the young man's skull would soon be shattered. "Jianghe, are you okay?" Upon noticing the blood trickling from Chun Jianghe's shoulder, Zhang Peng discarded the brick, concern etched on his face. "It's nothing, just a superficial wound. Make them leave." Chun Jianghe examined his shoulder, noting the injury was not severe. "Get lost, did you hear me?" "Scram!" Zhang Peng kicked and shoved the three young men toward the exit. "Wait!" Chun Jianghe suddenly called out. "Go back and tell Xiao Wan that she cannot take what is rightfully mine." "Who the hell are you?" the bloodied young man asked, gritting his teeth. "Chun Jianghe, is it you?" The three young men were taken aback, hastily retreating. Xiao Wan had assigned them to this place to render Chun Jianghe homeless, but they never anticipated that he would overpower them so effortlessly. "Jianghe, we've now crossed Xiao Wan." Zhang Peng's expression was one of worry. Real estate prices in Pengcheng were steadily rising, and this modest standalone building could easily be valued at 300 to 400,000. This was no trifling sum. Xiao Wan would not relinquish her claim easily. "This is merely the beginning," Chun Jianghe declared, asserting that reclaiming the building was just the first step. The state of the house was deplorable. The three young men had left it in disarray, littered with discarded cigarette butts, takeout boxes, and various refuse. Zhang Peng tidied up a bit, noticing that Chun Jiang's shoulder continued to bleed, and quickly took him to a nearby black clinic. "Lu Jie, could you please take a look at my brother?" Zhang Peng implored, a sheepish smile on his face as he addressed the attractive woman in the clinic. She wore a white coat and appeared to be in her 30s, her long black hair tied back in a ponytail, framed by a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Her figure was undeniably voluptuous, easily a cup or more. "Come in," the woman said, glancing at them with a neutral expression, beckoning Chun Jianghe to enter and remove his shirt. As he did, her gaze lingered on his sculpted physique, a testament to his years of hardship in prison, where he had spent 3 years honing the martial arts techniques passed down from his grandfather. His grandfather had been a martial artist in his youth, having fought in battles, and it was this legacy that had enabled Chun Jiming to carve out a space for himself in North Street. Yet, he never imagined that he would ultimately meet his end on the streets. As Chun Jianghe disrobed, the woman noted his well-defined physique, which would certainly leave an impression on someone of her age. "It's just a flesh wound, not severe. I will stitch it up for you," she remarked, her tone softening somewhat. Without anesthesia, she proceeded to disinfect and suture the wound. Such black clinics were favored by those in the underworld. As long as injuries weren't life-threatening otherwise, people preferred these establishments to avoid attracting the attention of law enforcement at hospitals. Chapter 3. Not even $50, $50. The elegant woman, having finished stitching the wound, spoke with an expressionless demeanor. "So expensive?" Chun Jianghe furrowed his brows into a tight frown, his pockets devoid of even a single coin. "Sister Lu, my brother has just been released and is unfamiliar with the current rates. Please be understanding." Zhang Peng patted his pockets, revealing only a few coins. Knowing he still needed to take Chun Jianghe out for a meal and could not part with any money at the moment. "Sister, could you extend the payment a few days? Once I receive my salary, I will certainly repay you." Zhang Peng was currently working at a billiard hall, earning 600 a month, yet with expenses for food and supporting his younger siblings, he had little disposable income. "Not even $50? What kind of society are you living in? I do not offer credit here." The woman's face remained cold, leaving no room for negotiation. "Sister Lu, please grant us a little leeway. We will surely repay you." Zhang Peng forced a smile, bowing respectfully. Chun Jianghe frowned, reflecting on how even a single coin could thwart a hero. In the past, when the fiery gaming hall was open, he never lacked for funds. Now, with the gaming hall gone and his father deceased, he had to rely solely on himself. Ling Shui's decision to break up with him was likely influenced by this very predicament. She must have thought that Chun Jianghe's life would remain this way. "Mom, I'm back." At that moment, a crisp voice rang out as a beautiful girl, her hair tied in a ponytail and carrying a backpack, entered the clinic. Upon seeing the two men, her bright eyes glimmered with curiosity as she glanced at Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng. Xiao Xiao is back. Zhang Peng quickly smiled at the girl. She nodded in acknowledgement and returned his smile radiantly. Xiao Xiao, go to the back and do your homework. The woman's face remained stern as she shot Zhang Peng a wary look, hastily ushering the girl to the back of the clinic. You two should leave. Don't come back next time. The woman dismissed them. Aunt Lu, we will definitely repay you. You can rest assured. Zhang Peng attempted to speak further, but the woman turned and closed the clinic door, leaving them outside. Dapeng, do you know her? Chen Jianghe pulled Zhang Peng to turn away. He would certainly repay her, but at present, he truly lacked the funds and needed to find a way to acquire some money. I do. Aunt Lu has been running this clinic for several years. She graduated from a reputable medical university and is highly skilled, even performing surgeries. Many in Pingjiang district trust her with their injuries. Zhang Peng nodded, turning reluctantly. Why would a medical university graduate not work in a major hospital but open an unlicensed clinic? Chen Jianghe was skeptical. Besides, her age did not add up. She appeared to be in her early 30s, with a daughter of 17 or 18. Surely, she could not have attended medical school. Is that so? Zhang Peng scratched his head, acknowledging the validity of Chen Jianghe's words. However, the local ruffians had been spreading vivid rumors about Lu Wan, claiming she had been impregnated by a university professor, which forced her to drop out, and now she was living off her clinic. Regardless, Lu Jie was skilled in her craft, and no one could be deceived by such tales. Jianghe, let us dine. You must be famished, he suggested. Chen Jianghe patted his stomach, having emerged from prison. He had not eaten a proper meal and was indeed hungry. Let us go for some noodle dishes to stave off the hunger. Once I receive my paycheck, I will buy some meat, and we can enjoy a hearty meal at home. They hurried to the Yonggui arcade. The three injured delinquents leaned on each other for support as they rushed inside. Sister Xiao, something's wrong, they exclaimed, racing upstairs. What has happened? Why the panic? A tall, elegant woman in a qipao, just past 30, emerged from the office. This striking beauty possessed an alluring figure, her qipao accentuating her curves, with a bust prominently accentuated and a sharply defined waist. Her voluptuous form and slender waist could enchant anyone, including Chun Jiming and Li Jindi. Xiao Wan frowned as she regarded the three ruffians, displeased. Currently, Li Jindi's Yonggui arcade was the largest in North Street, of which she owned a 20% stake, yielding monthly dividends of 20 to 30,000. As Li Jindi expanded his operations, her own influence grew, leaving few in North Street daring to cross them. Who has done this to my men? Sister Xiao, it was Chen Jianghe. He has returned and beaten us, driving us out. That building is now under his control. One bloodied ruffian stammered in distress. Are you telling me that the three of you could not defeat a single Chen Jianghe? Xiao Wan expressed her disbelief. 3 years ago, he had merely been a diligent student. How could he have transformed so dramatically during his incarceration? Sister Xiao, he had help. We were ambushed, which is why we couldn't overcome the two of them. The ruffian hesitated to admit that Chen Jianghe had single-handedly bested them, though he did mention that there were indeed 2 individuals involved. Utterly useless, Xiao Wan turned and entered her office, shortly returning with a leather bag filled with a stack of 100 yuan bills, amounting to approximately 2 or 3,000. Go gather a few more people and confront Chen Jianghe. Once you find him, incapacitate him and ensure he never returns to Pengcheng. Understood, Sister Xiao. The eyes of the 3 ruffians gleamed at the sight of the money. They knew that typically, when engaging in such endeavors, a common individual would pay 200 yuan, but if it came to blows, they would need 500. With 2 additional accomplices, they could deal with Chen Jianghe and still have money left over. What is going on? At that moment, a man in his 30s, adorned with a gold necklace and a gold watch, approached them. Presently, the 3 ruffians exclaimed in unison. Chen Jianghe has been released from prison and has confronted the 3 of them over a trivial matter, which I shall manage. Xiao Wan dismissed the situation. For with Chen Jiming deceased, only the youthful and impulsive Chen Jianghe remained, unlikely to stir significant trouble. Li Jindi nodded. Had it not been for Xiao Wan's occasional mentions, he might have nearly forgotten who Chen Jianghe was. Let us get to work, Xiao Wan commanded, following Li Jindi into the office. 3 ruffians, armed with cash, sought out 2 accomplices and made their way directly to Chen Jianghe's home. Jianghe, those 3 scoundrels have fled, and I fear they will not rest easily. Why don't you accompany me to the billiard hall for a night? I'll speak with the owner about securing you a position there. After finishing his noodles, Zhang Peng proposed to take Chun Jianghe to his workplace at the billiard hall. Although the pay was modest, it was still a job, and with their pockets nearly empty, they needed to devise a means of survival. Earning 600 a month offered no future, yet if they were to navigate this life, they must strive to ascend. Chun Jianghe shook his head, his thoughts beginning to crystallize. He not only sought revenge for his father, but also aspired to rise above his current station. Ling Shui believed his life would remain stagnant, but he intended to prove her wrong. What do you plan to do? Chapter 4. I am here to collect money. Go demand money from Li Jindi. Chun Jianghe declared, discarding his chopsticks, his mind now resolute. Have you lost your mind? Zhang Peng exclaimed, wide-eyed with astonishment. Li Jindi was a formidable figure on North Street, commanding a cadre of henchmen. Most thugs would steer clear of him. To approach Li Jindi for money was akin to inviting disaster upon oneself. Rest assured, I have a plan. Li Jindi may not wish to part with his money, but he will have no choice. Come, let us return home. I need to gather a few things. Chun Jianghe offered no further explanation, leading Zhang Peng back to their modest building. While the refuse had been cleared away, the heavy scent of smoke lingered. The upstairs bedrooms bore signs of a thorough ransacking, and it was unclear whether the valuables had been taken by Xiao Wan or the ruffians. Various ornaments and picture frames lay scattered on the floor, while the radio, DVD player, and large television had vanished without a trace. Chun Jianghe rummaged beneath the television cabinet, unearthing a picture frame containing a yellowed photograph of two young men clad in military uniforms. Zhang Peng recognized one of them, but was unfamiliar with the other. One of the figures in the photograph was indeed Chen Jiming. Jianghe, do you believe this photograph will procure the money? Zhang Peng inquired, increasingly perplexed by Chun Jianghe's intentions. This photograph can serve as the capital we require to establish ourselves on North Street. Let us go? Chun Jianghe tucked the photograph away and, alongside Zhang Peng, set off for the Yonggui Game Hall. Before long, the duo arrived at North Street, a bustling thoroughfare in the Pingjiang district, teeming with businesses and numerous entertainment establishments. Billiard halls, game rooms, internet cafes, restaurants, and small inns were all readily available. This single street was dominated by several local bosses, each a formidable presence in their own right. In this day and age, embarking on a business venture without familiarity with the influential figures in the arena is simply untenable. Shortly thereafter, the two arrived near an arcade, which occupied 4 or 5 storefronts below and even more above, adorned with a colossal neon sign. The words Yonggui Arcade were emblazoned across it. Inside, the arcade was bustling with voices, with young patrons frequently entering and exiting. Since Li Jindi acquired the arcade, he transformed the former Lihua Arcade into Yonggui Arcade, effectively ousting the previous establishment's longtime patrons. He also commandeered 2 adjacent storefronts, merging them into one, rendering Yonggui Arcade the largest on North Street. Within its walls stood nearly 100 gaming machines and 20 to 30 slot machines. I heard it said that the daily revenue now exceeds several thousand. Zhang Peng cast a nervous glance towards the arcade. Back when Chen Jiming ran the arcade, daily earnings barely reached 1 or 2,000. Li Jindi has undeniably escalated the establishment's prominence. What's wrong? You seem a bit apprehensive, Chun Jianghe observed Zhang Peng. Last year, I had a matter to discuss with Xiao Wan, and when I entered, Chun Gang gave me a few slaps and beat me up. Zhang Peng scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he spoke. Who is Chun Gang? Chun Gang is Li Jindi's right-hand man. He oversees the enforcers in the arcade. He is a lunatic, notoriously ruthless. You must be exceedingly cautious around him, Zhang Peng warned. Right-hand man. Chun Jianghe scoffed. Wait here across from the arcade for me. If anyone approaches you, just run. Do not concern yourself with me. I shall seek out Li Jindi. Jianghe, are you going alone? Have you lost your mind? Zhang Peng exclaimed in shock, urgently grasping Chun Jianghe's arm. To venture into the arcade alone would be akin to a lamb entering the lion's den. Rest assured, Li Jindi would not dare lay a finger on me. If he truly had the gall to do so, he would be a person of significance. Chun Jianghe replied solemnly. As long as you're not caught, I will be safe. Just keep your wits about you. Jianghe, please be careful. Zhang Peng gritted his teeth, reluctantly agreeing. He glanced at the knife on the meat stall not far away, silently resolving that if anything amiss occurred within the arcade, he would rush in to rescue Chun Jianghe. Chun Jianghe nodded and strode confidently into Yonggui Arcade, heading straight for the stairway entrance. Hey, what do you want? As he approached, 3 enforcers smoking at the stairway blocked his path. These enforcers, bulging at the waist, were clearly armed. I'm looking for Li Jindi. Chun Jianghe swiftly surveyed the surroundings and noticed 2 or 3 scruffy individuals playing games, likely fellow enforcers. In this environment and at this distance, even if he could swiftly take down 1 or 2 enforcers, the others would surely retaliate. You're looking for our boss, Li? Who the hell are you? The enforcers did not yield. Instead, they grew more vigilant. I am Chun Jianghe. The enforcers exchanged glances, bewildered by the name. Chun Jianghe? At that moment, a man with a buzz cut and a scar across his face descended from the upper floor. Kid, do you think this is still the fire game hall? Observe the sign clearly. It is now called the Yongguei Game Hall. Brother gang, do you recognize this brat? Several lackeys hastily stepped aside. This kid is the foolish son of Chun Jiming. I reckon 3 years in prison has left him a bit dull. Chun Gang spat a thick phlegm onto the ground, glaring menacingly at Chun Jianghe. Across the game hall, Zhang Peng noticed Chun Jianghe surrounded by a group of thugs and immediately felt a surge of anxiety. Li Jindi, you have seized my family's game hall, and now you're ready to hide like a turtle? Chun Jianghe ignored him and suddenly raised his voice, calling upstairs. Many young men in the game hall turned their attention to the commotion. You little bastard, are you seeking death? Chun Gang suddenly reached out, attempting to grab Chun Jianghe by the neck. Brother gang, our guest deserves courtesy. Let him come upstairs. At that moment, a man's voice echoed from above, and Xiao Wan's figure appeared at the top of the stairs. Upon seeing Chun Jianghe, a shadow flickered across her beautiful face. Kid, you better be sensible and not seek your own misfortune. Chun Gang lifted his chin, and a nearby thug understood the cue, searching Chun Jianghe for weapons. Once they confirmed he was unarmed, they allowed him to ascend the stairs. A cold glint flickered in Chun Jianghe's eyes. Their excessive precautions indicated they feared his retaliation, which suggested that Chun Jiming's death was indeed linked to them. Chun Gang, accompanied by a few underlings, followed Chun Jianghe upstairs. Jianghe, when did you get out? Back in the day when I was hanging out with your father, you were just this tall. In the blink of an eye, you've grown so much. Sit down and tell me, what brings you here? Li Jindi gestured with a smile as he looked at Chun Jianghe. Uncle Li, you took my father's game hall without paying a dime. Isn't that rather inappropriate? I'm here to demand compensation. Chun Jianghe stated bluntly, without any superfluous words. Chapter 5. Demanding payment. You dare to demand money from Li Ge? You must be tired of living. Chun Gang violently drew a machete, placing it directly against Chun Jianghe's neck. The cold blade was poised to slice through, yet Chun Jianghe remained utterly still, as if oblivious to the threat at his throat. Chun Jianghe, your father is dead. Do you think we wouldn't dare to act against you? Xiao Wan fixed her gaze on Chun Jianghe, surprised that he had the audacity to confront Li Jindi at Yongguei Game Hall. Clearly, his years of incarceration had transformed him, yet he remained as foolish as his father. You truly do not dare to harm me. Chun Jianghe replied calmly, devoid of any fear. Interesting. So tell me, what makes you think I wouldn't dare to act against you? Li Jindi lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, watching Chun Jianghe with keen interest. Convince me. And if you can persuade me, I shall grant you the money. If not, you shall join Chun Jiming. Brother, why waste words with him? Just deal with him directly. Chun Gang said impatiently. Gongzi, do not be so impulsive. Xiao Wan scolded, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Chun Gang scoffed silently, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. He was a subordinate of Li Jindi, not of Xiao Wan. My friend is waiting across the street. If I can't get out later, he will call the police. Chun Jianghe casually pointed towards the opposite side. Oh really? Li Jindi glanced at Chun Gang. With a wave of his hand, 2 henchmen immediately descended the stairs to confront Zhang Peng. Sensing danger, Zhang Peng turned and fled. The moment the 2 enforcers approached, he escaped, but once they departed, he returned. The strategy was simple. Retreat when the enemy advances, advance when the enemy retreats. Is that all? Li Jindi shook his head, bemused by the naivety of the younger generation. This will not suffice. Do you know in Jiangwo? Chun Jianghe sneered, producing a weathered photograph. In it were 2 men, his father, Chun Jiming, and in Jiangwo, deputy director of the Public Security Bureau in Pingjiang District, in Jiangwo. What? Are you trying to use in Jiangwo to intimidate me? Does he even know who you are? Li Jindi's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting. In this line of work, one cannot avoid dealings with the Public Security Bureau, and Jiangwo is my father's comrade, a bond forged in life and death. If you doubt it, ask Xiao Wan. My father once dined with her, and in Jiangwo. If you truly have the capability to eliminate me here, let us see if your arcade can remain open. Chun Jianghe replied coldly. Chun Gang's face paled, instinctively retracting his hand and withdrawing his knife slightly. Those from the streets feared those clad in authority. Li Jindi turned to Xiao Wan, who frowned and nodded slightly. Indeed, she had dined with Chun Jiming and in Jiangwo in their younger days when in Jiangwo was not yet the deputy director. Jianghe, you have grown. Li Jindi regarded Chun Jianghe with a penetrating gaze, a knowing smile gracing his lips. You've brought in Jiangwo into play. I shall grant you this face. How much do you want? 200,000. Chun Jianghe felt no surprise at the outcome. He had anticipated this amount since his arrival. And Jiangwo was one reason. The presence of Zhang Peng outside another. And Li Jindi certainly did not wish for the Yonggui arcade to cease operations. If Li Jindi were to kill Chun Jianghe here, regardless of whether in Jiangwo sought retribution, the arcade would inevitably face a shutdown. With daily revenues in the thousands, a week of closure would amount to a significant loss. This was a sum Li Jindi would not easily part with. As for the 200,000, he would undoubtedly negotiate, but there was no harm in trying. 200,000 is no small sum. How about this? I will provide you with 20,000 as a deposit, and the remaining 180,000 I will deliver once I have gathered it. What do you think? A shadow flickered in Li Jindi's eyes, quickly replaced by a cheerful demeanor as he smiled and said, All right, but you must deliver the remaining 180,000 within a week. Chun Jianghe nodded nonchalantly, yet his heart brimmed with caution. Should Li Jindi refuse to part with such a substantial sum, there remained a possibility for negotiation. Conversely, if he agreed to pay that much, it would not simply be a transaction, but rather a means to ensnare him. In these times, a life was scarcely valued at 180,000. The price for severed limbs amounted to merely a few thousand. Xiao Wan, fetch him the money. Li Jindi gestured toward Xiao Wan. She turned and approached the desk, unlocking a small box. From within, she retrieved 2 thick bundles of 100 yuan bills, placed them into a leather bag, and handed it over to Chun Jianghe. Thank you, Mr. Li. Chun Jianghe declared, turning to leave. Kid, take the money and scram. If I see you again, you'll regret it. Chun Gang, feeling unfulfilled in his role, shoved Chun Jianghe with frustration. Chun Jianghe turned and cast a penetrating glance at Chun Gang before exiting the arcade with Zhang Peng. Are you truly afraid of that kid? Xiao Wan remarked to Li Jindi, observing Chun Jianghe's departing figure. He has changed considerably, no longer the reckless youth he once was. We killed his father. He will not let this go easily. You should not have allowed him to leave. Do you genuinely believe he can summon in Jiangwo? With Chun Jiming's death, there had been no word from in Jiangwo's side regarding an investigation, let alone concerning this boy. Li Jindi extinguished his cigarette, his gaze darkening. This boy possesses some courage. Keeping him alive could spell disaster. Even if we do not eliminate him, we must incapacitate him. However, we are currently conducting business openly. Causing too much commotion would adversely affect our operations. I refuse to let this boy disrupt our enterprise. Inform Gongzi to send someone to incapacitate him and retrieve the money. Understood? Xiao Wan nodded and turned to find Chun Gang. Jianghe, do you truly intend to keep the money? Zhang Peng followed Chun Jianghe through winding paths until they finally came to a deserted area. Upon halting, Zhang Peng gazed at the money in Chun Jianghe's hands, breathless. This was 20,000 yuan, a sum he had never encountered in his life. In this day and age, a bowl of noodles costs 1 yuan. A bowl of meat wontons 150, and a kilogram of pork 5 yuan. In the alleys, a beautiful girl could be had for 50 to 100 yuan, offering a fleeting taste of love. In Pingcheng, tales of millionaires still circulated. 20,000 yuan was a fortune in this era. Li Jindi seeks to pacify me with this sum. We must leverage it to find ourselves a backer. Chun Jianghe extracted 200 yuan bills from the bundle and handed them to Zhang Peng. Without a backer, we are but driftwood without roots, mere street rascals, with lives as worthless as the dirt beneath our feet. The local bosses, clad in striped uniforms, could easily plunge us into ruin. Chapter 6, A Backer. Jianghe. You are right, but where shall we find a backer? Zhang Peng felt a stir of emotions and nodded silently. In this era, lacking a temporary residence permit could lead to dire consequences, even death at the hands of others. Without any connections, they were merely street ruffians, living a life devoid of value. Let us find him, Chun Jianghe declared, pointing to the photograph of Jiangwo. He withdrew 5 or 6 bills from the 2 stacks of money and tucked them safely away, leading Zhang Peng to purchase 2 boxes of tea before heading toward the family compound of the sub-bureau. What are you here for? As they approached the entrance of the compound, the old gatekeeper, wary and alert, obstructed their path. Sir, We seek Director in Jiangwo. Chen Jianghe replied with a smile. What do you want with Director in? The old man discreetly clasped his baton. He had encountered many delinquents and could not allow them to cause a disturbance here. Director in is a comrade of my father, who has passed away. We are here to pay our respects. Chen Jianghe lied without flinching, presenting the photograph to the old man. The old man, upon recognizing the figure in the photograph, softened his demeanor significantly. Indeed, it is Director and young man. You may enter. He resides in the room on the north side of the second floor. Once inside, please refrain from wandering about. With a wave of his hand, he permitted the two to enter. Jianghe, I heard that everyone living here holds a position of authority. Zhang Peng trailed closely behind Chen Jianghe, unable to suppress his curiosity, glancing around until he caught someone's gaze and quickly diverted his own. If you can make a name for yourself, these officials will treat you with respect, Chen Jianghe replied, maintaining his focus as they ascended to the second floor and knocked on the door of the northernmost room. Who is it? The wooden door creaked open, revealing a woman in her 40s, simply dressed, who appeared astonished upon seeing Chen Jianghe. Aunt Lu, it's me, Chen Jianghe. Jianghe, when did you come out? Lu Yi hesitated at the threshold, not fully opening the door. I just got out today, Chen Jianghe replied in a hushed tone. You dear boy, come in. Lu Yi sighed, momentarily wavering before stepping aside to let Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng enter. The interior was modestly furnished, exuding a nostalgic aura from the late 1980s to early 1990s. The only valuable item in the living room was a large color television set positioned across from a gray fabric sofa. I heard that affluent families have replaced their old TVs with plasma screens, Chen Jianghe mused internally. Seated on the gray sofa was a middle-aged man, his demeanor imposing and his gaze resolute. Upon Chen Jianghe's entrance, a complex expression crossed his face. Jianghe, you've returned? And Zhang Wo set down his newspaper and gestured for Chen Jianghe to take a seat. Chen Jianghe sat down obediently, placing the tea leaves on the table. He understood that the man before him was principled and not easily swayed, yet he felt confident today. His father had passed away, and years ago, his father had saved in Zhang Wo's life on the battlefield, carrying him from a pile of corpses. The most challenging debts to repay are those of human kindness. And in Zhang Wo owed a debt to his family. Zhang Peng stood awkwardly beside Chen Jianghe, not daring to take a seat. Uncle, Chen Jianghe called out sincerely. Jianghe, over these 3 years, I have not visited you even once. Do you hold that against me? And Jianghe expressed a mixture of anger and helplessness. I once told your father that if he chose this path, we would sever all ties. Yet, he still walked this road and met with such a fate. Uncle, and perhaps this is fate. The path was chosen by my father. He does not blame others for his downfall. Chen Jianghe replied earnestly, looking directly at Jianghe. I know, uncle, you have put in a good word at the prison. It's thanks to you that I Haven Tea suffered too much during these 3 years. Jianghe, have some tea. You are a friend of Jianghe, I presume? Please, sit and enjoy the tea. Do not feel constrained. Aunt Lu brought over 2 cups of tea, inviting Zhang Peng to take a seat. Zhang Peng sat upright, hands on his knees, gazing straight ahead. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Chen Jianghe expressed his gratitude, accepting the tea with both hands. Jianghe, now that you are out, focus on living well and do not tread the same path as your father. And Jianghe pondered for a moment. You have a case against you, making it impossible for you to enter the police station. I can arrange for you to work in a factory. It would be a legitimate job if there were no issues with Chen Jianghe. He could even arrange for him to become an auxiliary police officer, with the possibility of permanent employment after a few years. However, given that Chen Jianghe had served time, it would be inappropriate for him to work at the police station. Uncle, I came to you for this matter. My father is gone, but his hard work should not be taken by others. I want to reclaim his arcade. Could you please speak to the police station on North Street? I wish to report this and seek their assistance. Chen Jianghe shook his head, refusing outright. Do you still wish to follow in your father's footsteps? And Jianghe's brow furrowed. I simply wish to reclaim my father's arcade. Whether I sell it or continue to operate it, I have yet to decide. Chen Jianghe maintained his gaze, unwaveringly meeting in Jianghe's eyes. And Jianghe scrutinized him, but Chen Jianghe held his ground. Jianghe, you are still young. Do not take the wrong path. Jianghe, do not take it out on the boy. His desire to reclaim the arcade is justified. It rightfully belongs to his family and should not have been taken without cause. Aren't you always advocating for a society governed by law? In such a society, how can one simply seize another's establishment? Aunt Lu quickly intervened to ease the tension. Jianghe, in life, The greatest fear is to stray from the right path. I do not wish for you to end up like your father. And Jianguo's expression turned cold. I can make that call for you. Out of respect for your father. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Chen Jianghe smiled, rising to his feet and looking at Jianguo. Although Jianguo wanted him to walk a righteous path, he was a former convict, unable to obtain even a certificate of no criminal record from the police station. What legitimate work could he find? His fate had been sealed from the moment he entered prison. Old Tang, this is Jianguo. There is something I need to discuss regarding my nephew. All right, I will have him come to see you shortly. Please help him file a case and see how we can address this matter. And Jianguo, in the presence of Chen Jianghe, made a phone call using the home landline and provided Chen Jianghe with an address and phone number. Lao Tang is the head of the police station in the North Street precinct. Seek him out, and he will accompany you to file a report. Thank you, Uncle Lin. I shall take my leave now. Louis, I am off. Chen Jianghe expressed his gratitude and nodded to Lu Yi before turning to exit. Jianghe, have a meal before you depart. Lu Yi, no need. I have matters to attend to. Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng swiftly exited the residential compound, and Zhang Peng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Jianghe, next time you visit, please don't let me be brought in again. I have been afraid of those in tiger stripes since childhood. Zhang Peng chattered on. However, it appears that Jianguo has not agreed to be their backer. Very well, wait for me outside. Chen Jianghe purchased 2 boxes of tea leaves, emptied them into a plastic bag, and tucked the 20,000 yuan inside the tea boxes before departing with Zhang Peng. Chapter 7. Uncle will certainly assist you, Jianghe. Are you really going to send out this money? Zhang Peng exclaimed in astonishment. 20,000 yuan could suffice for Chen Jianghe to acquire the 3 essentials and marry a wife. It would be a pity to simply give it away. One cannot catch a wolf without parting with a child. If the money is insufficient, those in tiger stripes will disregard us. We aspire to achieve great things in the future. This amount is nothing. Chen Jianghe understood well that in seeking vengeance for his father and reclaiming the arcade, a price must be paid. He was powerless and without influence. Apart from using money to pave the way, he had no alternative. Otherwise, should he lay a hand on Li Jindi, a mere phone call from Li Jindi could land him in prison. Very well, if you have a plan, I shall follow your lead. Zhang Peng remained silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. Let us go. Chen Jianghe secured the money, and with Zhang Peng, sought out a public phone to first call Officer Tang. Following in Jianguo's provided address, they arrived at Tang's residence. Upon knocking on the door, a somewhat plump man in his 30s answered. You must be Xiao Chun. Lauan called me about you. Come in and sit. Tang Guo glanced at Chen Jianghe and then at Zhang Peng, inviting them inside. Chen Jianghe entered, while Zhang Peng lingered outside. Uncle Tang, as this is my first visit, I am uncertain of your tea preferences, so I brought 2 boxes of Maojian. I hope they suit your taste. Chen Jianghe entered and casually handed over the tea leaves. Maojian? Excellent choice. Tang Guo accepted the tea, but as soon as he held it, he sensed something was amiss. These 2 boxes of tea could not possibly weigh this much. Tang Guo discreetly placed the tea on the table, his demeanor warming slightly. Lauan informed me that you have some conflicts with Li Jindi, the owner of the Yonggui arcade on North Street, claiming he has taken over your family's establishment. I just inquired, and the legal representative registered for Yonggui arcade is Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan is your stepmother. She is legally married to your father, and thus she rightfully manages your father's business. This matter can merely be classified as a financial dispute, which the police are ill-equipped to handle. Uncle, I did not come here for that. I intend to reclaim the gaming hall myself. I merely wish for your assistance should any issues arise. As Chen Jianghe observed Tang Guo accepting the tea leaves, he felt a sense of relief. As long as he accepted them, the situation would be manageable. What he dreaded most was encountering someone entirely unyielding. You are the nephew of Olden, rest assured. If I can assist you, I certainly shall. Tang Guo spoke with an official tone, devoid of sincerity. Uncle Tang, then I feel reassured. I have already informed my uncle and that once the gaming hall is returned, I shall grant him a 20% share. And you shall receive a 20% share as well. Chen Jianghe suddenly declared. That is simply not acceptable. We are public officials and cannot engage in such dealings. The smile on Tang Guo's face grew warmer. Uncle Tang, my uncle mentioned that you share a good relationship, which is why I am being so direct. Your words seem to indicate otherwise. I harbor no ulterior motives, merely a desire to forge a friendship with you. Chen Jianghe once again referenced in Jiangwo, implying that since in Jiangwo had already accepted, what was there to be concerned about? At present, Chun Jianghe wielded neither authority nor influence and could only rely on Jiang Wo's reputation as a shield. Young Chun, your words are unnecessary. We are not strangers. Should you require assistance in the future, I will certainly help you. Upon hearing Chun Jianghe's promise, Tang Igwa finally dropped his official demeanor. Uncle, I appreciate it. I shall take my leave now. Next time, I shall invite Uncle in and treat you to a meal. Chun Jianghe rose from his seat. Young Chun, you are too courteous. I will treat you next time. With a beaming smile, Tang Igwa even provided Chun Jianghe with his office phone number, as well as his pager number, in case he could not be reached at the office or home. After exchanging polite remarks, Chun Jianghe departed with Zhang Peng. Have they left? No sooner had they exited than a middle-aged woman adorned with a gold necklace and stylish attire emerged from the kitchen. Eagerly, she opened the tea box. Her eyes lighting up immediately. It was money. This young man certainly has a generous spirit. I estimate this to be around 20,000. This child possesses ambition, far more capable than his father. Tang Igwa lit a cigarette and shot her a glare. Take only a small portion and place the rest in the cabinet. Maintain a lower profile. Lower profile, my foot. Look at Lu Mei from your office. Her attire is all imported. And I have heard that her family has upgraded to a plasma television, which must have cost several thousand. When will our family be able to acquire a plasma television? Can't you let me enjoy some face? The woman retorted, dissatisfied. Enough with your frivolous talk. If we do not keep a low profile, it will be your entire family that suffers the consequences in the future. Tang Igwa replied with evident impatience. Jianghe, can we truly manage this? Zhang Peng, following Chun Jianghe, pondered the 20,000 and felt it was a pity. Such a significant sum could be put to better use. Why give it away for nothing? We shall soon know if it is feasible. Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng walked for half an hour before returning to the alley outside the small building. In these times, hailing a taxi has become a luxury, and without a motorcycle, two individuals find themselves constrained. As they embark on the early stages of their entrepreneurial journey, frugality becomes paramount. Zhang Peng, with a bewildered expression, inquires, how can we know? Li Jindi is sending someone to intercept us. Chun Jianghe observed the dimly lit alley, where faint red glimmers indicated individuals concealed within, smoking. Each puff illuminated the darkness momentarily. What should we do, Jianghe? I haven't brought anything. Zhang Peng frantically searched his pockets, desperately scanning the surroundings for any makeshift weapon, but to no avail. We need not take action ourselves. The worth of the money spent will soon be evident. Let us make a call. Chun Jianghe decisively turned and strode towards a nearby convenience store, using a payphone to contact Tang Igwa. Upon receiving the call, Tang Igwa assured him that arrangements would be made immediately. In the alley, Chun Gang, accompanied by 4 young troublemakers, loitered at the entrance of a small building, exhaling clouds of smoke. Brother Gang, what time is it? Why hasn't that guy returned? He wouldn't dare run off with the money, would he? One of the delinquents, adorned with tattoos, expressed his irritation as he flicked his cigarette. They've been here long enough to attract mosquitoes, Chun Gang retorted. If he runs off, even better. We shall claim this building for ourselves. With a greedy gaze fixed upon the small villa, he continued. Isn't this place owned by Sister Xiao? What she owns is irrelevant. This building belongs to Chun Jiming. His son, Chun Jianghe, has taken money from General Manager Li. If he has fled, then this building surely belongs to General Manager Li now. This structure is worth hundreds of thousands. If he claims it, how could Li Jindi not reward him? As they plotted, 2 enforcement vehicles abruptly appeared at the alley's entrance. Several officers swiftly disembarked, apprehending Chun Gang and his cohorts before they could react. What is the meaning of this? On what grounds are you arresting us? Chun Gang and his companions dared not retaliate, their struggles futile against the formidable enforcement officers, whose backgrounds posed a significant threat. Behave yourself. The leading officer jabbed Chun Gang in the side with a baton, eliciting a cry of pain that quickly subdued his defiance. The delinquents were handcuffed and escorted out of the alley. Upon emerging, Chun Gang spotted Chun Jianghe standing calmly at the mouth of the alley. Chun Jianghe, how dare you call the police? Just wait. I will make you pay for this. Chun Gang glared at him, rage illuminating his features. Silence. The officer struck Chun Gang's leg with the baton, causing him to yelp in agony. The officer then nodded with a smile towards Chun Jianghe as they loaded the delinquents into the vehicle and drove away. Jianghe, impressive. Your expenditure has proven worthwhile. Even the enforcement team responds to you. Zhang Peng enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. Throughout history, enforcement teams have served 2 types of people, the affluent and the powerful. Regrettably, We currently possess neither wealth nor authority. Chun Jianghe gazed at the receding tail lights of the car, a fierce ambition igniting within his eyes. If he possessed wealth and power, his father, Chun Jiming, would not have met such a tragic end. If he were affluent and influential, Ling Shui would not have departed from his life. In this world, the two most paramount elements remain unchanging: money and power. Jianghe, I firmly believe you will undoubtedly achieve great success in the future, Zhang Peng asserted with conviction. With a smile, Chun Jianghe returned to the long-abandoned villa. Had the locks changed, and, along with Zhang Peng, busied themselves until midnight cleaning both the interior and exterior of the house. That evening, Zhang Peng had nowhere to go. To save money, he typically resided in the storage room of a billiards hall during workdays. The owner was quite pleased with this arrangement, as it spared him the expense of hiring a night watchman. Zhang Peng's home was in the outskirts of the city, and he seldom returned unless it was a holiday or payday. Chun Jianghe offered one of the rooms to Zhang Peng. Once the cleaning was complete, Chun Jianghe practiced some boxing, breaking a sweat before showering and preparing to rest. Jianghe, what style of boxing is this? Teach me. Zhang Peng, watching eagerly, expressed his desire. In the 1990s, which young man did not harbor dreams of martial prowess, wishing to become a chivalrous hero? He had heard that a film titled Young and Dangerous had gained immense popularity among the youth in Hong Kong. All right, I will teach you. They continued their training until the early hours, with Zhang Peng reluctantly resting afterward. The next morning, Zhang Peng rose early, preparing to head to work. Jianghe, don't stay cooped up at home. Go out for a stroll. Avoid being cornered by Li Jindi's men. I'm off to work. If you need anything, find me at the billiards hall. Da Peng, don't go to the billiards hall. You won't earn much there. From now on, work alongside me. Once we reclaim the arcade, I'll give you a share. Chun Jianghe had made his decision the previous night, with funds spent and paths laid. It was time to uncover the truth behind his father's demise and reclaim the arcade. Jianghe, do you think this is feasible? Zhang Peng hesitated, aware that he had a stable job requiring him to support his family, with younger siblings dependent on him. It is feasible. Chun Jianghe nodded with determination. Very well, Jianghe. I will join you. I'll call my boss to resign. Zhang Peng gritted his teeth, stepping out to the convenience store to make a phone call, returning with a few fried dough sticks for breakfast. Jianghe, what is your plan? Zhang Peng inquired, munching on the snack. I intend to eliminate Chun Gang first. Chun Gang was Li Jindi's right-hand man. Removing him would effectively cripple Li Jindi's influence. Once Chun Gang was dealt with, the next targets would be Li Jindi and Xiao Wan. What do you think, Da Peng? Are you daring enough to join me? A glimmer of resolve flickered in Chun Jianghe's eyes. He sought vengeance and aimed to reclaim what was rightfully his. During his time in prison, he learned a brutal truth. In this society, the strong prey upon the weak. If one does not seize the meat from others' mouths, others will snatch it from yours. Jianghe, what is there that I dare not do? Life and death are but fleeting moments. Some live for mere days while others endure for countless years. Why should they earn thousands in a day while I only make hundreds in a month? I too yearn to make my mark. Zhang Peng rose, filled with excitement. All right, Da Peng, let us carve out our own path. In this era, opportunities abound. It simply depends on whether one possesses the fortune to seize them. After their meal, Chen Jiang, he took Zhang Peng to a hardware store, where they commissioned 2 machetes and purchased 2 pairs of iron claws. In this day and age, procuring such items is a simple matter as long as one has the money. The streets are rife with miscreants, and every day, knives are exchanged. It was no surprise for Chun Jiang, he and Zhang Peng to seek out weapons. Upon completing their purchases, the duo returned to their small villa. Jiang he donned the iron claws and tested them, feeling quite pleased. His fists were formidable, having earned him a reputation during his 3 years in prison, where he ruled a block. It was all thanks to his iron fists that he had made a name for himself. However, facing an armed opponent without any weapon would surely lead to disadvantage. With the iron claws, the situation would be different. What shall we do now, Jianghe? Zhang Peng drew one of the machetes and found it to his liking. After observing the billiard hall for so long, he felt emboldened to take action. You go borrow a motorcycle, remove the license plate, and wait for me at home with it. I will keep watch at the arcade. Chun Gang will emerge soon. Li Jindi undoubtedly has connections. These days, the arcade incurs significant expenses for protection, but such fees are not paid to mere thugs. Chun Jiang he estimated that Chun Gang would spend at most 1 night inside, and by afternoon, he would be released. Then I shall return for a moment. Zhang Peng nodded, and Jiang he handed him 100 yuan. He purchased several pounds of meat, 2 bottles of liquor, and went to borrow the motorcycle. Chunjiang he ventured out to scout. He was quite familiar with the North Street, though much had changed in the past 3 years, requiring him to examine it closely once more. By afternoon, he had mapped out his route. In those times, surveillance was not yet widespread, which allowed street violence to flourish. It was only after 2006 that Peng Chung began to gradually implement monitoring, leading to a slow improvement in public safety. As expected, after his reconnaissance in the afternoon, Chunjiang he spotted Chen Gang returning to the arcade in a taxi, accompanied by 2 underlings. He was alone, as the miscreants who had been with him the previous night would likely remain detained for a few more days. Before nightfall, Zhang Peng returned to the villa riding a Jialing 70 motorcycle. Jiang He, the bike is here, and I've filled it with fuel. When shall we make our move? Zhang Peng had removed the front and rear license plates, and even procured 2 pairs of gloves and helmets. Tonight. Chunjiang He's gaze was icy as he wrapped the machete in newspaper. All right, I will follow your lead. Whatever you propose, I shall comply. Zhang Peng took a deep breath, clenched his jaw, and nodded. Chapter 9. Unfurling the tiger's skin as dusk fell. Chunjiang he stood alone outside the Yonggui arcade, keeping watch. Just as darkness began to settle, he indeed saw Chen Gang emerge from the arcade, flanked by 2 young thugs. Chen Gang was detained overnight, and by the following morning, Li Jindi made a phone call. Within half an hour, he was released. However, the matter remained unresolved, and Chun Jianghe was imprisoned instead, leaving Chen Gang quite displeased. He could sense that Li Jindi was also dissatisfied with his failure the previous night. It was disheartening for him to be unable to handle a mere juvenile fresh out of prison. It felt as though all those years had been in vain. Brother Gang, what shall we eat? A ruffian trailed behind Chen Gang. Let us have barbecue. After we finish eating, you 2 accompany me tonight to deal with that Chun Jianghe brat. Chen Gang's face darkened as he led his 2 underlings to a nearby barbecue joint. The 3 of them ordered skewers at the entrance and began to indulge. Meanwhile, Chen Jianghe, seeing them eat, retreated and found Zhang Peng in an alley. They're having barbecue. Let us go. Chen Jianghe donned his helmet and canvas gloves. Zhang Peng did the same, and then he drove, taking Chen Jianghe on his motorcycle, heading directly towards the Daitu barbecue shop. As night fell, the streets were bustling with life, the atmosphere vibrant. Crowds wandered about, and the roadside stalls were teeming with people dining, many with bare arms and tattoos adorning their skin. It was a chaotic yet exhilarating era, brimming with hope and opportunities. Upon their arrival, Chen Jianghe spotted Chen Gang, who was enjoying a beer. Swiftly, Chen Jianghe leaped off the motorcycle, drew a machete from the newspaper, and strode purposefully towards Chen Gang. Chen Gang, he called out from behind. Hearing the voice, Chen Gang instinctively turned around. You bastard. With a cold expression, Chen Jianghe swung the blade down. Chen Gang reflexively shrank his neck and raised his hand to block. But the gleaming machete struck his arm. Blood sprayed on a Chen Gang's face, warm and slightly sweet. With a horrific scream, a severed arm flew into the air, falling to the ground as Chen Gang writhed in agony. A ruffian sitting opposite him instinctively stood up, grabbing a chair, but Chen Jianghe, expressionless, pointed the knife at him. Blood dripping from the blade. Terrified, he took a step back, watching helplessly as Chen Jianghe turned and got into the vehicle. The onlookers were unfazed by the spectacle. Let us go. Zhang Peng, inexplicably exhilarated, twisted the throttle, and the Jialing motorcycle roared like a beast, leaving a trail of exhaust as they sped away. Go tell Li Zong. Hurry to find Li Zong. 10 minutes later, Li Jindi rushed over, his face darkening upon seeing the unconscious and injured Chen Gang. Get him to the hospital. Li Jindi commanded his subordinates to transport Chen Gang to the hospital. He then hurried back to the arcade, summoning all his men. If anyone dared to attack Chen Gang, they must have the audacity to strike him as well. He had no desire to be randomly targeted. With Chen Gang incapacitated and his hand severed, even if it were reattached, his fate would be sealed. Li Jindi's face was grim as he instructed his subordinates to guard downstairs while he retreated into his office. Who could have done this? Xiaowan, startled, hurried over. I don't know. They said it was 2 individuals on a motorcycle wearing helmets. After years of navigating treacherous waters, Li Jindi had accumulated many enemies, and he could not immediately discern who might have acted against him. 2 individuals? Could it possibly be that rascal Chen Jianghe? For some reason, Xiaowan suddenly thought of him. Did that young man possess such audacity? Li Jindi found it hard to believe. However, Chen Jianghe had approached him for money, and soon after, Chen Gang had been attacked. It was difficult to ascertain whether there was a connection. 3 years ago, Chun Jianghe was not a threat, but now? The situation was uncertain. I'll make a call to investigate, Li Jindi said, picking up the phone. Lu, there's an issue. My subordinate Chun Gang has been attacked, and it may have been a young man named Chun Jianghe. Could you look into it? Chun Jianghe? The son of Chun Jiming? We have some history, Li Jindi explained. All right, I'll check it out, Lu replied. Let's have dinner together in a couple of days. Li Jindi then provided Lu with Chun Jianghe's address. Meanwhile, Zhang Peng rode the motorcycle, bringing Chun Jianghe back to the small villa. Jianghe, we really took care of Chun Gang. He was somewhat of a figure on North Street. Did we really handle him so easily? Zhang Peng exclaimed, panting with excitement after dismounting the motorcycle. Chun Gang is merely a minor player. We have greater matters to attend to. This is trivial. Calm down. Chun Jianghe remained composed. He had dealt with violence before, on his first day in prison. Someone had attempted to impose rules upon him. He had fought tooth and nail to carve out his own safety. Today's incident was hardly significant. The prisons of the 1990s were the true hells. You are right. We have bigger ambitions ahead. But what now? Will Li Jindi retaliate against us? Perhaps you should come with me to the countryside for a while, Zhang Peng suggested, his anxiety resurfacing. Li Jindi would undoubtedly seek revenge. But he would not dare confront them personally. If this were 10 years ago, he might have already sent people to attack. However, now that he had wealth, he lacked the courage. Chun Jianghe scoffed. At 20, a young delinquent fears nothing and is willing to risk everything. By 30, those who have made their mark begin to value their lives, and by 40, the wealthy and established delinquents aspire to cleanse their pasts. The new generation of delinquents pushes the old ones aside, not because the latter have lost their edge, but because they seek to retire. Moreover, even if Li Jindi were to send men to attack tonight, Chun Jianghe was prepared. Da Peng, go return the motorcycle and hide the knife and gloves. We will head back to the city tomorrow afternoon. Chun Jianghe urged Zhang Peng to leave promptly. He cleaned the knife used for the attack and handed it to Zhang Peng. Be careful, Jianghe. I'll come back tomorrow. Zhang Peng mounted the motorcycle and promptly departed the city. In the evening, Chun Jianghe locked the door and deliberately changed rooms, taking refuge on the rooftop. As midnight approached, he heard a commotion and immediately became alert, peering down from the window. Below, 2 police cars were parked in the courtyard, and several individuals stealthily entered the premises, blocking the front and back in preparation to apprehend Chun Jianghe. A silent, cold smile crept across Chun Jianghe's face. These individuals were undoubtedly sent by Li Jindi. Fortunately, he had secured a backup in advance. Otherwise, if they succeeded in entering, he would either meet his demise or be severely harmed. No need for stealth now. What do you seek from me? Instead of fleeing, Chun Jianghe descended the stairs and turned on the lights. Are you Chun Jianghe? Cuff him. Lu, the team leader, expressed astonishment, having not anticipated Chun Jianghe would willingly present himself. Officer, on what grounds do you arrest me without cause? Chun Jianghe confronted them fearlessly, maintaining his composure. Chun Jianghe, you have committed an offense. Come with us obediently, Lu retorted with a sneer, signaling to 2 law enforcement officers who promptly produced handcuffs and secured Chun Jianghe's wrists. What you are doing is illegal. Chun Jianghe furrowed his brows. The law. I am the law, Lu commanded. Take him away. Chun Jianghe was roughly shoved into the police vehicle and taken directly to the police station. In this era, lacking wealth and connections meant that once ensnared by the jaws of the tiger, one would not escape unscathed. Upon arrival at the station, no one questioned him. He was simply cuffed to a pipe, forced into an uncomfortable position, squatting if unable to stand, or standing if unable to squat. After 2 hours, the torment would become unbearable. Chun Jianghe, however, remained unfazed, slightly bending his knees to adopt a subtle horse stance. During his time in prison, he could maintain this stance for hours, rendering this predicament trivial. Throughout the night, no one attended to Chun Jianghe. It was not until the following morning that a law enforcement officer, arriving for his shift, glanced through the window in astonishment. Lu, this fellow possesses some resilience. He has managed to fall asleep, the officer exclaimed. Wake him up and employ some measures. Lu peered in, his expression darkening. Understood. Just as the officer was about to open the door, Tang Igua happened to stroll by. What is going on? He casually inquired. Last night, we apprehended a suspect in the North Street stabbing case and are preparing to interrogate him, Lu replied. Have you managed to catch someone so quickly? Tang Igua curiously glanced into the interrogation room, his eyelids twitching in surprise upon realizing the captured individual was Chun Jianghe. Could he be the perpetrator? Is there any evidence? Given his conflict with Li Jindi from the Yonggui arcade, and the fact that Chun Gang was Li Jindi's right-hand man, the likelihood of his involvement was considerable. Liu remarked. Old Liu, the authorities are currently emphasizing the rule of law. Our police station must adhere closely to this policy. We must always remember the importance of abiding by the law. Without evidence, we cannot coerce a confession. Tang Aigua adopted a bureaucratic demeanor, patted team leader Liu on the shoulder, and turned to leave. What did Tang mean by that? A law enforcement officer inquired, puzzled. It means nothing. You can ask him inside. Team leader Liu pulled out a cigarette, took a deep drag, and proceeded to walk outside. Team leader Liu, are we not going to take any measures? The law enforcement officer hastily followed a few steps behind. What measures? Didn't you hear Tang say we must adhere to the law? Liu shot a fierce glare at the officer before stepping outside to find a public telephone booth, where he called Li Jindi. It's me. That kid has some connection with Tang Aigua. We have no evidence here and are about to release him. If you want to deal with him, you'll have to figure it out yourself. After saying this, Liu hung up the phone. What's wrong? Upon seeing Li Jindi's grim expression as he set down his large mobile phone, Xiaowan hurried over. That kid has tied himself to Tang Aigua. Li Jindi said darkly. He must have contacted in Jiangwo and got in touch with Tang Aigua through him. Xiaowan's expression shifted dramatically. If Chun Jianghe had no background or support, they could easily eliminate him. However, once he had backing, many measures would become ineffective. And Jiangwo had only arrived at the Xinmin Road police station 2 years prior. Li Jindi, having his own channels, had not sought him out. But now that Chun Jianghe had approached him, the situation had become complicated. I underestimated that kid. Li Jindi's eyes gleamed coldly. Xiaowan, arrange for 2 people to watch the entrance of the police station and see where Chun Jianghe goes after he comes out. I believe this kid will eventually become a menace. We must deal with him swiftly. Jindi, you're overthinking it. He is merely a young lad barely over 20. How formidable could he be? We can certainly handle him. Xiaowan scoffed. Even Chun Jiming isn't their match, let alone Chun Jianghe. In this business, one must not overestimate oneself, thinking oneself ruthless and powerful. Otherwise, one might not even realize how they meet their demise. Chun Jiming is a prime example. Li Jindi's expression remained grim. I understand. I will arrange for people immediately. Xiaowan nodded and went downstairs to make arrangements. She felt that Li Jindi had grown cautious after earning money over the years. If it were the time when he had nothing, he wouldn't have regarded Chun Jianghe as a threat. Has anything been uncovered at the police station? Team leader Liu inquired after the interrogation concluded. Nothing. He claims he was asleep at home last night and knows nothing. We checked, and he has no motorcycle or any weapons at his home. I feel he isn't telling the truth, said the law enforcement officer. Then let him go. Team leader Liu replied impatiently. The meager amount of money Li Jindi provided was insufficient for him to go against Tang Aigua or to frame Chun Jianghe. He merely needed to complete his duties. Team leader, we are just letting him go like this? The law enforcement officer wore a perplexed expression as he entered the police station, where he was met with reluctance to employ any methods, and after only a couple of days, they released the detainee. Could it be that this young man possesses some influential connections? Why bother with so much talk if you are to release him? Liu, the team leader, uttered a dismissive remark before turning on his heel and departing. Release him, release him. Several officers, sensing an unspoken understanding, dared not inquire further and proceeded to set Chun Jianghe free. As he stepped out of the station, Chun Jianghe recognized that it was Tang Aigua's influence that had facilitated his release. Otherwise, it would not have been so effortless. Upon exiting, he noticed 2 ruffians loitering across the street, smoking and peering curiously in his direction. They were aware of his presence. Chun Jianghe took note of them, and the 2 miscreants, in turn, scrutinized his movements from the corners of their eyes. With a cold smirk, he feigned ignorance towards them and ambled down the street for a moment before abruptly darting into the roadway, using the cars as a shield to elude the 2 ruffians. Without pausing, he returned to his small villa, retrieved a brass knuckle from his home, and promptly called the local convenience store near Zhang Peng's village, instructing the owner to relay the message to Zhang Peng to come into the city. In Pingcheng, the latest trend was the cell phone. Yet their exorbitant prices meant that acquiring one often required a worker's wages for a month or 2. The wealthy elite in Pingcheng opted for the more upscale models, costing several thousand to tens of thousands, far beyond the reach of the average person. Others might use Motorola phones, equally pricey. Communicating via landlines proved to be cumbersome. It was not until midday that Zhang Peng finally located Chen Jianghe. Chen Gang had faltered. Next in line were Xiao Wan and Li Jindi. Chapter 11. Burning Bridges. Jianghe. Did Li Jindi's men come looking for you last night? Zhang Peng inquired, nodding in acknowledgement. Li Jindi's lieutenant had been incapacitated, and undoubtedly, they would seek retribution, unwilling to abandon their pursuit. He did not come looking, but he did reach out to the police station. Chen Jianghe succinctly recounted the events of the previous night and that morning. Jianghe, you truly possess a keen intellect. You established connections beforehand. The police station is not a place one can simply enter or exit at will. Zhang Peng expressed his genuine admiration. Chen Jianghe remained composed in challenging situations, displaying agility of thought and generosity in action. Had Zhang Peng been in his position, he would have likely taken the 20,000 from Li Jindi and squandered it in frivolity, never considering the value of leveraging connections. Those who navigate the underworld without intellect remain mere petty thugs for life. Chen Jianghe shook his head. Now that we have provoked Chen Gang, Li Jindi will undoubtedly be on high alert. He may very well hide away in the arcade. What then shall we do? They have the advantage in numbers at the arcade. If we charge indirectly, we may not stand a chance. Zhang Peng lamented. Li Jindi's arcade likely boasted a dozen or more ruffians, each armed. Even if Mike Tyson were to enter, he would likely meet his demise amidst their chaotic assault. We need not enter. We shall wait for them to emerge. How much money do you have left? Chen Jianghe shook his head and suddenly inquired. The last money you gave me still has 127 yuan left. What's the matter? Do you need some cash? Zhang Peng produced all the money he had. I have over 100 here as well. We lack a means of transportation. We need to acquire a motorcycle. Could you inquire whether 200 yuan would suffice to purchase an old motorcycle that is still rideable? Chen Jianghe revealed the money he had on him as well. They often borrowed motorcycles to conduct their affairs, and the frequency of such borrowing could easily attract scrutiny. It would be far more prudent to procure their own motorcycle. In these times, the prevalence of motorcycle theft is high, so they should be able to acquire one at a bargain. 200 may not be enough. We will likely need at least 300 to 500. There are several groups in Pengcheng that specialize in stealing motorcycles. Once stolen, these bikes are sold to scrap dealers and taken out of town. The cheapest would probably still be 300 to 500. Zhang Peng hesitated for a moment. I haven't received my wages from the billiard hall last month. No, I'll ask for my salary back and buy a motorcycle. All right, De Peng. Consider this money as a loan from me. Chen Jianghe nodded solemnly. Brothers are far more loyal than women. The thought of Ling Shui pierced Chen Jianghe's heart anew, but he forcefully cast her from his mind. Those who cannot be defeated will only grow stronger. Jianghe, we are brothers. There is no need to speak of loans. I will procure the motorcycle. Once it's done, where shall I find you? Zhang Peng shook his head. Once you have it, I'll reserve a room. For the next few days, we will stay here. When you secure the motorcycle, we will meet here at night. I'll keep watch at the gaming hall. Chen Jianghe pointed to a small inn by the street, where a night's stay currently costs 30 yuan. It lacks an independent bathroom and hot water. The conditions are quite rudimentary. After coming to an agreement, Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng parted ways to attend to their tasks. Chen Jianghe first went to book a room, preparing himself for a prolonged struggle. He could not return to the small villa for the time being. Li Jindi would undoubtedly send someone to keep an eye on them. If they returned, they would surely be cornered at the villa. It is easy to suffer losses when the enemy is aware of your presence while you remain in the dark, for now. It is imperative to keep the enemy unaware while seeking opportunities. With the room booked, Chen Jianghe set out to monitor the exterior of the Yonggui Gaming Hall. At that moment, Li Jindi and Xiao Wan were not at the Yonggui Gaming Hall. They had gone to the hospital to visit Chen Gang. Doctor, will Chen Gang's hand be able to recover? Upon arriving at the hospital, Li Jindi first sought out the surgeon responsible for Chen Gang's operation. It is highly unlikely that the patient's hand will fully recover. If he can regain half of its functionality in the future, that would be considered exceptional. This will require diligent post-operative care. The doctor's implication was clear. Further hospitalization and additional funds would be necessary. In this world, there are very few things that money cannot accomplish. The predominant reason for failure in most matters is a lack of sufficient funds. All right, I understand. Li Jindi interrupted impatiently, turning to head towards the patient's room. He had already paid over 10,000 yuan in medical fees to reattach Chen Gang's arm. Since it was determined that Chen Gang would be permanently incapacitated, there was no need to continue spending money. A thug who cannot wield a blade holds no value. Gongzi, how are you feeling? Upon entering the ward, Li Jindi donned a mask of concern. Brotherly, rest assured, my hand is fine. Once I'm discharged, I'll continue working alongside you. Chun Gang struggled to sit up, fully aware of the undercurrents of this world and the nature of Li Jindi. Those deemed useless would be cast aside without hesitation. Gongzi, after all these years, you need not worry. As long as I, Li Jindi, have a morsel of food, there shall be enough for you as well. Focus on your recovery. Leave the matters of the shop to me. Here, take this money and concentrate on healing. Li Jindi produced an envelope and placed it beneath Chun Gang's pillow. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he turned and departed with Xiao Wan. Once they had left, Chun Gang opened the envelope, revealing a mere 5,000 yuan. This paltry sum was surely intended as a severance. Li Jindi, how dare you? After all these years, you think 5,000 can dismiss me? Chun Gang's eyes reddened with rage as he stared at the money. Brother, Li Jindi is truly taking advantage of you. You sacrificed your hand for him. Not even 50,000 would be excessive. Chun Gang's woman expressed her discontent as well. Given Chun Gang's current state, that 5,000 was hardly sufficient. Li Jindi, you lack compassion, so do not blame me for my lack of loyalty. Chun Gang's face twisted in fury, a cruel glint flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Li Jindi descended the stairs, where a subordinate opened the car door for him. He settled into a Santana, followed closely by a Changha van, which housed 8 ruffians, each armed. The 2 vehicles made their way towards the Yonggui arcade. Has Chun Jianghe returned home? Li Jindi inquired, his expression darkening. No, our people have been watching his house, but after losing track of him this morning, he hasn't returned, Xiao Wan responded, shaking her head. Sensing that Chun Jianghe might prove troublesome, continue monitoring him. Once you spot him, notify me immediately. I will remain at the shop these next few days. That brat is surely plotting against me, Li Jindi declared menacingly. We must find him first and strike preemptively. I know that he is weak. As long as we don't fall into his traps, he won't pose a threat. Xiao Wan nodded in agreement and followed Li Jindi back to the arcade. They were oblivious to the pair of sharp eyes observing them from a shadowy corner across the street. 9 individuals, including the driver, were present, with at least 2 more watching the shop, totaling 11. Chun Jianghe silently counted, realizing that confronting them head-on would be challenging. Chapter 12. Collaboration for 3 consecutive days. Li Jindi and Xiao Wan remained indoors, with only the occasional ruffian venturing out for sustenance to bring back to the arcade. On the 3rd evening, Zhang Peng returned, riding a somewhat new Jialing motorcycle. Jianghe, I got it for 450 yuan. I haggled a bit. This bike requires no repairs and is ready to ride. Zhang Peng exclaimed, a smile lighting his face as he parked the motorcycle beneath the small inn. De Peng, what happened to your face? Chun Jianghe did not pay attention to the motorcycle, but rather fixed his gaze upon Zhang Peng's face. Zhang Peng's visage bore hues of blue and purple, indicating he had sustained considerable injuries. I had a minor mishap on the motorcycle, but it's nothing serious, he asserted, scratching his head and exhibiting a naive smile. Once we take care of Li Jindi, we can discuss this matter further. Chun Jianghe's expression hardened. He was acutely aware that Zhang Peng was being deceitful. What is there to discuss? I'm fine. Let's first deal with Li Jindi. Zhang Peng averted Chun Jianghe's gaze, unwilling to elaborate. Chun Jianghe chose not to press the issue and continued to surveil the Yonggui gaming hall the following day. Firmly believing that Li Jindi and Xiao Wan could not remain hidden there indefinitely, the moment they emerged, an opportunity to confront them would arise. That night, they kept watch until the early hours, at which point Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng prepared to depart. Just then, a woman unexpectedly blocked their path. Who are you? Zhang Peng inquired, his face etched with suspicion as he gripped the knife concealed at his lower back. Chun Jianghe swiftly scanned the surroundings, bracing himself for a potential confrontation. Please, don't be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I am Chun Gang's partner, and he mentioned he could assist you. The woman, trembling, took 2 steps back and spoke boldly. Chun Gang wishes to help us? Chun Jianghe scoffed, completely unconvinced. After all, it was he who had wounded Chun Gang. How could he possibly offer them assistance? It was you who injured Gongzi that night, wasn't he it? He recognized your voice. Yet he didn't inform the police or Li Jindi. The woman nodded, revealing, to be frank, Gongzi has had a falling out with Li Jindi over money. Li Jindi offered him 5,000 yuan merely to dismiss him. Gongzi is willing to help you, but after you deal with Li Jindi, you must give him 100,000 yuan. She went on to explain the rift between Chun Gang and Li Jindi in detail. Chun Jianghe exchanged glances with Zhang Peng, surprised by Li Jindi's stinginess. After all, Chen Gang had sacrificed a hand for him, yet he only offered 5,000. How could one expect loyalty in return for such a pittance? Everyone engages in these dealings for monetary gain. Did those under Li Jindi's command truly follow him out of loyalty? Li Jindi will never achieve greatness. A thought flickered through Chen Jianghe's mind. Where is Chen Gang now? Chen Jianghe was half convinced, yet still skeptical of the woman's words. At the rented apartment, after giving 5,000, Li Jindi refused to cover Gongzi's medical expenses. We had no money, and the hospital discharged him, she explained. Where is the rented apartment located? Chen Jianghe inquired about its whereabouts, subsequently instructing Zhang Peng to remain on the motorcycle and continue the watch while he sought out Chen Gang. If he left and Li Jindi took action, it would indicate a trap, prompting Zhang Peng to ride off to alert Chen Jianghe. Unfortunately, they had no opportunity to coordinate. Otherwise, they could have avoided this predicament. Jianghe, be cautious. You cannot trust everything that woman says. Zhang Peng cautioned in a hushed tone, his concern evident. I am well aware. Chen Jianghe touched the tiger claw hidden in his pocket. Even if this was a trap and Chen Gang had ambushed a couple of men, he felt confident in his ability to handle the situation. Zhang Peng nodded, watching as Chen Jianghe followed the woman away. After they departed, Zhang Peng waited for a moment, and upon noticing the silence in the Yonggui arcade, he breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Jianghe accompanied the woman for a while until they arrived at a disheveled rental apartment not far from the arcade. The entrance of the alley bore a large sign indicating impending demolition. Gongzi, they have arrived. The woman called out as she pushed the door open. Chen Jianghe peered inside, ensuring there were no ambushes before stepping in. Inside, a strong smell of medicine permeated the air. Chen Gang lay pale on the hospital bed, his arm bandaged. With an intravenous drip hanging nearby, medication prescribed by a clinic doctor for inflammation. Chen Jianghe. Chen Gang looked at him, his gaze complex. Had it not been for Chen Jianghe, he would not have found himself in this predicament. However, such is the way of the underworld. A man who is a powerful leader today could just as easily be slain in the streets tomorrow, especially for someone like him, a petty thug. In the world of the underbelly, there is no right or wrong. Wealth and influence dictate righteousness. Chen Jianghe regarded Chen Gang with an impassive expression, devoid of any sympathy. He understood that had Chen Gang been given the chance, he would not have hesitated to eliminate him without mercy. Such is the nature of the world, victors and vanquished. You seek me? Chen Jianghe cut to the chase. Enough of the pleasantries. If you wish to deal with Li Jindi, give me 100,000, and I shall assist you. Chen Gang glanced at the woman, signaling her to close the door, and spoke directly. I have no money. However, if I can reclaim the arcade, I can offer you 100,000, provided you genuinely help me deal with Li Jindi. Chen Jianghe responded straightforwardly. You have no money? Did Li Jindi not give you 20,000 previously? Chen Gang retorted, his dissatisfaction evident. Without that 20,000, I would still be at the police station, at the mercy of Li Jindi. Chen Jianghe scoffed coldly. Did you spend that money to seek connections? Chen Gang was momentarily stunned, gazing at Chen Jianghe in shock. That was 20,000, a substantial sum. Hardly anyone in his hometown had even 10,000. He never expected Chen Jianghe would simply give it away. Remarkable audacity. You are formidable. Falling into your hands is no injustice. Chen Gang shifted, a sharp pain radiating from his arm, causing him to collapse back onto the bed. You lack funds. So you must ensure that after I help you deal with Li Jindi, you will pay me 100,000 to leave Pengcheng. If you desire 100,000, you must demonstrate that you are worth that amount. 100,000 can buy several lives. Chen Jianghe stated coldly. The lives of Li Jindi and Xiao Wan are worth 100,000. Chen Gang chuckled derisively. Come closer, and I will tell you what I can do for you. I ask you, was my father not killed by Li Jindi and Xiao Wan? Chen Jianghe suddenly inquired without moving closer. Indeed. Chen Jimin was conspired against and murdered by Li Jindi and Xiao Wan. Chen Gang nodded, calmly stating that this matter was executed quite discreetly by Li Jindi, and his knowledge was limited. He only knew that it was indeed the two of them involved. It was said that Xiao Wan and Li Jindi had been entangled with each other for years, even before your father passed away. Huh? Chen Jianghe's fist clenched tightly, a flash of crimson flickering in his eyes. It was indeed they who had perpetrated this. What do you think you can do? Chapter 13. Capturing Xiao Wan Jianghe. How is it? Upon returning to the small inn that evening, Zhang Peng impatiently inquired. Li Jindi was exceedingly stingy and deemed Chen Gang useless. Thus, Chen Gang prepared to present him with a grand gift. Chun-jiang has sensed that the opportunity to resolve the matter with Li Jindi would arise in the next couple of days. Let us prepare. We shall soon take action. Chun-jiang retrieved a brass knuckle, threading a fine hemp rope through the rings, meticulously wrapping it. This not only prevented slippage, ensuring it wouldn't slide due to blood, but also mitigated some of the recoil, safeguarding his hands from injury. Zhang Peng sharpened his large machete and fashioned an iron ruler, which he planned to secure to his left forearm with wide adhesive tape, providing protection when facing blows. After a couple of days, Chun-jiang and Zhang Peng kept a vigilant watch, and that night, they finally spotted Xiao Wan leaving with two ruffians. As soon as she stepped out, she entered a Santana and drove away. Let us go? Chun-jiang mounted his motorcycle and beckoned Zhang Peng to join him as they tailed the Santana. Before long, the Santana arrived at an intersection. Suddenly, a woman riding a Phoenix bicycle, her hair in large waves, fell along with her bike right in front of the Santana. She had been hit. Help! She screamed loudly as she lay on the ground. Damn it, this shameless woman is trying to scam me. The ruffian driving the car flung open the door, preparing to deal with her. Virum! A motorcycle suddenly barreled in, violently colliding with the ruffian, who screamed in agony as he and the Santana's door were sent flying. Sister Xiao, run! The ruffian in the passenger seat brandished a knife and charged at Chun-jiang. Chun-jiang leapt off the motorcycle, sliding over the front of the Santana, delivering a powerful kick to the ruffian's torso. After landing, he followed up with another kick to the ruffian's temple, causing him to groan and lose consciousness. Xiao Wan opened the car door, but before she could flee, Chun-jiang blocked her path. Xiao Wan, we meet again. Chun-jiang fixed a cold gaze upon her, forcefully yanking the car door open. Jiang, please remain calm. The situation is not as you perceive. Xiao Wan endeavored to maintain her composure, striving to explain. Jiang, they are coming. Zhang Peng shouted from his motorcycle. Chun-jiang disregarded further conversation with Xiao Wan, seizing her by the hair and dragging her out of the Santana. He swiftly executed a precise strike to her neck, rendering her unconscious. Let us go. He then lifted Xiao Wan and swiftly hopped onto the motorcycle. Zhang Peng revved the engine, and the jolting motorcycle surged forward, fleeing into the distance. The boy had taken the bait. Pursue him. Not far behind. A white Changhe van sped after them. Tonight, Xiao Wan had ventured out to lure Chun-jiang, yet Li Jindi had not anticipated that Chun-jiang possessed such formidable skills, swiftly dispatching the two inept thugs assigned to protect Xiao Wan. Hurry, don't let him escape. Li Jindi sat in the van, gripping a knife, his gaze fixed intently on the motorcycle ahead. The two vehicles, one in pursuit and the other fleeing, soon vanished into the streets. The woman who had just moments ago been sprawled on the ground nimbly got back on her feet and rode away on a bicycle. She was, astonishingly, Chun Gang's woman. With Zhang Liang's stratagem, Li Jindi was at a disadvantage, while Chun-jiang had his own means of escape. This night, it remained uncertain who was the hunter and who was the prey. They were closing in. Zhang Peng glanced into the rearview mirror and noted that the van was gaining ground. Stick to the plan. Chun-jiang smirked coldly as Zhang Peng maneuvered the motorcycle into a narrow alley, just wide enough to accommodate the van for a brief moment. Brotherly, they entered. Follow them in, don't let them get away. The van hesitated at the mouth of the alley before accelerating in pursuit. The jolting motorcycle and the van twisted and turned through the alley, and before long, they had shaken off their pursuers. Where are they? The van meandered through the alley, failing to locate Chun-jiang and his companion. Li Jindi's expression darkened considerably. He suspected that Chun-jiang had escaped. At that moment, one of the thugs suddenly spoke up. Brotherly, I recall there's a site ahead slated for demolition. Perhaps they are hiding in there. Are you confident? Li Jindi hesitated, sensing an ominous premonition since entering the alley. Not entirely, but we might find Sister Xiao. The thug swallowed nervously. Let us go check it out. Considering Xiao Wan, Li Jindi resolved to investigate. Xiao Wan was now his woman, and a significant portion of his wealth rested in her hands. Without her cooperation, eliminating Chen Jiming would be impossible, and without that, there would be no prosperous Yonggui game hall. Meanwhile, deep within an abandoned courtyard in the alley, Chun-jiang poured a bucket of water over Xiao Wan. Don't move. Startled awake by the cold water, Xiao Wan instinctively struggled, but Zhang Peng's knife was swiftly pressed against her throat. The icy blade made her tremble, her complexion paling. Jiang, don't be impulsive. Killing is a crime. Xiao Wan pleaded, adopting an air of vulnerability. Tell me, did you and Li Jindi cause my father's death? Chun-jiang loomed over her, his gaze icy as he inquired. No, it wasn't us. We had nothing to do with it. Your father was killed by enemies. Xiaowan, still intent on deceit, found herself at the mercy of Chun Jianghe, who unsheathed a dagger and plunged it mercilessly through her palm, pinning her hand firmly to the ground. The excruciating pain elicited a blood-curdling scream from her lips. Silence. Zhang Peng pressed down with a heavy cleaver, the razor-sharp edge slicing through the skin of Xiaowan's neck, enveloping her in an overwhelming aura of impending death. She bit down hard on her lip, stifling her cries of agony. You had better speak the truth, otherwise, you may wish to reconsider your attempts to deceive me. Chun Jianghe, maintaining an impassive demeanor, withdrew the dagger, causing Xiaowan to tremble in pain, yet she suppressed her cries, refusing to utter a sound. Fear gripped Xiaowan. She could scarcely believe that after 3 years of incarceration, Chun Jianghe had emerged so ruthless. I swear I am not lying. Your father was killed by Li Jindi. It was his men who murdered him. In her panic, Xiaowan confessed. That day, Li Jindi had arranged everything. He instructed me to get your father intoxicated, and after I did, I found an excuse to send him out. The moment he stepped outside, he was ambushed and slain. Jianghe, I was coerced by Li Jindi. He took pictures of me and threatened to show them to your father if I did not comply. Your father would never have forgiven me had he seen those images. I had no choice but to agree. Please, Jianghe, spare me. I was momentarily lost in my own folly. I will return all the money I have earned over the years, and I promise to leave Pingqing and never return. Chapter 14, Betrayal. It is revealed that some years ago, Xiaowan had secretly become involved with Li Jindi. However, at that time, Li Jindi did not hold the same status as Chen Zhiming, and Xiaowan could only engage with him clandestinely. Later, Li Jindi took compromising photographs of her, coercing her into assisting in the demise of Chen Zhiming. 3 years prior, after getting Chen Zhiming drunk, she had sent him out on a pretense to buy something, while Li Jindi had already stationed his men outside the game hall. The moment Chen Zhiming stepped out, he was brutally murdered. Chen Zhiming had fallen victim to the treacherous collaboration of Xiaowan and Li Jindi. Xiaowan, was my father not kind to you in the past? Whatever you desired, he provided. The majority of his earnings from the game hall were spent on you, were they not? Chun Jianghe inquired coldly, his expression devoid of emotion as he meticulously cleaned the dagger. Xiaowan, pale and trembling at the sight of the blade in Chun Jianghe's hand, pleaded, I wronged your father. I see my mistakes now. I beg you, grant me clemency just once. I will give you all the money Li Jindi earned over the years, if you release me. I shall return to my hometown and never set foot in Pingqing again. Her desperate entreaty fell on deaf ears. Life for a life. Debts must be repaid. This is an unyielding truth that has persisted through the ages. If I let you go, who will repay my father's life? Suddenly, Chun Jianghe's hand struck down, the dagger plunging into Xiaowan's neck. Her face contorted in terror. Xiaowan gasped for breath, yet the air could no longer reach her lungs, which soon filled with the blood that surged forth. She collapsed to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. Jianghe. Zhang Peng instinctively parted his lips, then fell silent. He had not anticipated that Chun Jianghe would so decisively eliminate Xiaowan. However, given the circumstances, could one truly expect the avenger of a father's murder to merely inflict a beating upon Xiaowan and Li Jindi and then let them go? They were right there. At that moment, the headlights of a vehicle illuminated the courtyard as a Changhe van came to a halt outside. Li Jindi flung open the car door, brandishing a machete, and charged in with his gang of delinquents. Xiaowan, upon seeing her sprawled in a pool of blood, his expression shifted dramatically, a mix of shock and fury overtaking him. Chun Jianghe, how dare you commit murder? Li Jindi exclaimed. You think this is just a game? Chun Jianghe coldly turned, his gaze fierce as he fixated on Li Jindi. Not only will Xiaowan die today, but you shall meet your end as well. You little brat, I underestimated you. But do you truly believe that the two of you can contend with me? Li Jindi retorted, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he declared, this evening, I will take your life. With a swift gesture, he summoned his 9 henchmen, who clustered around him and promptly shut the dilapidated iron gate of the courtyard to prevent Chun Jianghe and Zhang Peng from escaping. Jianghe, let us fight them. Zhang Peng felt his heart race, palms sweating as he gripped the machete tightly, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Li Jindi. 2 against 10, both sides armed. Their chances of victory seemed slim. Yet, if they could eliminate Li Jindi first, perhaps the others would be intimidated. In this world, one must be ferocious to command respect. Show no mercy, and few would dare to provoke you. Li Jindi. Chun Jianghe suddenly bellowed. What is this? Are you begging for mercy now? It's too late. Li Jindi paused, then let out a cold laugh. You're mistaken. I merely wish to inform you that tonight, you are doomed. Chen Jianghe donned his brass knuckles, fixating intently on Li Jindi. He uttered those words to divert Li Jindi's attention, and indeed, Li Jindi was so absorbed in his response that he failed to notice two of his own delinquents slipping behind him. Kid, still so defiant even at death's door? Brothers, charge. I promise each of you 3,000 yuan for his head. Li Jindi raised his knife, shouting furiously at Chen Jianghe. Get him. A few of the delinquents lifted their knives and lunged at Chen Jianghe. Suddenly, Li Jindi sensed something was amiss and lunged forward, only to feel searing pain in his back as warm blood gushed forth. He had been struck twice. The agony forced a scream from Li Jindi as he collapsed to the ground. Zhang Chong, have you all lost your minds? He gasped, wide-eyed with shock and anger, staring at the delinquent who had attacked him. How could he have been harmed by his own men? The other delinquents were momentarily bewildered, utterly confused by the unfolding chaos. Zhang Chong, Zhou Bing, what are you doing? They were all Li Jindi's subordinates. Why were these two turning against him? Li, do not hold it against us, for you have only offered us 3,000. Brother Gang has proposed that should we take you down, each of us would receive 20,000. Zhang Chong remarked nonchalantly, brandishing a bloodied knife. They roamed the streets for monetary gain, seeking prestige. Without money, there is no honor. They were not in this for camaraderie. If the leader fails to pay, then the leader must be dealt with. Furthermore, it was Li Jindi's own lack of loyalty that set this in motion. Chen Gang, having undertaken a task for him, lost a hand, and in return, Li Jindi offered a mere 5,000 as a settlement, attempting to dismiss Chen Gang. If in the future they were to risk their lives for Li Jindi, would he compensate them with such a paltry sum? If Li Jindi is unfaithful, then he must not be surprised when they turn against him. Was it Chen Gang who urged you on? I will not spare you. Li Jindi seethed, bewildered that Chen Gang had betrayed him at such a critical moment. When had Chen Gang allied himself with that little wretch? Chen Jianghe? Li Jindi, you have brought this upon yourself. When your brother fell into misfortune, you refused to even offer a proper settlement. Now, you shall face your demise. At that moment, from the empty rear of the self-built house, Chen Gang emerged, supported by his woman, his face twisted with hatred as he glared at Li Jindi. Brother Gang? The other ruffians were taken aback, realizing that Li Chong and Zhou Bing were indeed arranged by Chen Gang. Chen Gang, how dare you betray me? Li Jindi ground his teeth in fury, glaring daggers at Chen Gang. I sacrificed a hand for you, and you repay me with a mere 5,000? You think I will let this go? Today, I shall end you. Chen Gang spat venomously. That 5,000 was merely your upkeep. I have prepared 100,000 for your settlement, ready to give whenever you desire it. But you must eliminate Chen Jianghe first, and then come with me to collect your reward. Li Jindi regained his composure, pondering the odds. Chen Jianghe, Zhang Peng, along with those two traitors made for a daunting 4 against 8. He needed to stabilize Chen Gang first, eliminate Chen Jianghe, and then he could easily dispose of Chen Gang afterward. Save your empty words for the king of hell. Chen Gang retorted with a cold smirk. Damn it, Chen Gang. Do you think I fear you? Attack them all and take them down. I shall reward each of you with 50,000. Li Jindi clenched his teeth and shouted fiercely. The ruffians beside him perked up, their breaths growing heavy with anticipation. Chapter 15. The struggle killed them all. Under the lure of substantial rewards, the remaining 7 ruffians around Li Jindi felt a surge of bloodlust, 4 of them charging at Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng, while the other 3 lunged at Li Chong and Zhou Bing. 50,000 was enough to purchase a home in a less favorable area of Pengcheng, or to build a house back in their hometown. Why should they not strive for this money? Damn it. Zhang Peng's eyes too turned red as he rushed towards one of the ruffians brandishing a knife. At that moment, Chen Jianghe's gaze hardened, and he burst forth with astonishing speed. The foremost ruffian, knife raised but yet to deliver his strike, found Chen Jianghe suddenly before him, his fist crashing into the ruffian's face. The sharp tip of the knuckle duster tore through the face of the thug, blood spurting forth as the miscreant let out a piercing scream and collapsed under a single punch, his teeth and blood spilling forth. Chen Jianghe, having dispatched one thug, did not pause but charged toward another. Damn him, kill him. The 3 henchmen nearby were taken aback by Chen Jianghe's ferocity, their expressions shifting as they raised their knives against him. Chen Jianghe evaded one blade and kicked another thug to the ground, ignoring the one behind him as he lunged forward. Suddenly, the thug behind seized the opportunity, delivering a slash to Chen Jianghe's back, a flash of blood erupting. Fortunately, He had donned a leather jacket beneath his clothes prior to this confrontation. Although the blade had opened a wound, it was not severe. Enduring the pain, Chen Jianghe pressed forward, while the thug in front, driven mad with desperation, raised his knife with the intent to strike him down, believing victory lay in subduing Chen Jianghe. With a resounding clash, the blade descended forcefully, only to be intercepted by an outstretched arm that shielded Chen Jianghe. The knife struck the arm, tearing through fabric with a metallic clang, nearly severing the concealed iron ruler beneath. "Damn you!" Zhang Peng roared, his eyes ablaze as he retaliated with a fierce strike to the thug's head, causing him to scream as a deep gash was carved into his skull, blood gushing forth like a turned faucet. The wound was so profound that bone was visible, a cleft opening in the cranium. Blood poured down, turning the thug's vision crimson as he clutched his knife, still intent on fighting back. Chen Jianghe surged forward, landing a punch squarely on his temple, rendering the thug unconscious without a sound. Get up, kill them." Li Jindi, both astonished and enraged, momentarily envisioned Chen Jiming, who had been notorious for his fighting prowess on North Street. Little did he expect that after 3 years in prison, Chen Jianghe had become even more formidable. Chen Gang stood nearby, brandishing a knife and fixating intently on Li Jindi, knowing that if Li were eliminated, the remaining thugs would lose their will to fight. Without Li Jindi, there would be no money, and without money, what was the point of risking their lives? However, with only one hand available, Chen Gang understood that a reckless charge would lead to his demise. He awaited the opportune moment, a chance when he could act unnoticed. "Stopping!" Chen Jianghe suddenly bellowed, and Zhang Peng understood immediately, positioning himself behind Chen Jianghe to intercept the thug attempting to ambush him. Chen Jianghe tightened his bloodied knuckle duster and charged at Li Jindi. Once a fierce fighter himself, having carved a path through violence, Li Jindi was now in his 40s, with wealth, career, and women, having long forgotten the thrill of street brawls. But upon meeting Chen Jianghe's bloodshot gaze, half of his courage dissipated. "Damn it, stop him! Someone come help me!" Li Jindi shouted in terror as the ruffian, previously toppled by Chen Jianghe, hastily scrambled to his feet and positioned himself in front of Li. Brandishing a knife aimed at Chen, the ruffian swung the blade with considerable force, needing to gather momentum to ensure its lethality. Instinctively raising the knife, he was met with Chen Jianghe's sudden advance, who swiftly closed the distance between them. In his panic, the ruffian struck downward, but before the blade could descend upon Chen, a powerful punch landed squarely on his jaw. The sickening crack of bone echoed, and the ruffian let out a scream as his jaw shattered under the force of Chen's blow. Li Jindi, paralyzed with fear, was about to call for help when Chen Jianghe charged toward him. "You bastard, die!" Li Jindi bellowed, thrusting his knife at Chen. With a swift motion, Chen struck the blade, sending it flying from Li's grasp. Before Li could comprehend the turn of events, another punch struck him directly in the eye socket, obliterating one of his eyeballs and sending him collapsing to the ground, where he was subsequently pinned beneath Chen's foot. With a firm grip on Li Jindi's neck, Chen maintained a cold glare and commanded, "Enough! Stop! For God's sake, someone stop!" Li Jindi cried, feeling the crushing weight on his throat robbing him of any will to resist. The reality of his defeat settled in. Xiaowan had perished, and his own life was now precariously at stake. Preserving his existence was paramount. Only then could he seek revenge and reclaim his former status. "Did you hear that? Throw down your weapons. Li Jindi is finished. Why are you still risking your lives for him?" Taking advantage of the moment, Chen Gang approached, brandishing his knife at Li Jindi. The 4 remaining ruffians exchanged glances, hesitating briefly before discarding their blades. Engaging in a desperate fight, 4 against 4, was uncertain. Defeat would mean their own ruin, and any reckless move could spell Li Jindi's demise. If Li were to perish, what purpose would their victory serve? With no reward, their lives would have been squandered in vain. As Li Jindi's subordinates relinquished their knives, he slumped to the ground, realizing he had lost that night. He had once believed himself the hunter, but now recognized his true role as mere prey. "Li Jindi, your time is up. You brought this upon yourself." Chen Gang vented his frustration with a harsh kick to Li's face. His hand, which had once been on the mend, was now deteriorating due to the delays caused by the hospital's negligence. This injury, inflicted by Li Jindi, had led to his current predicament, a consequence of his own actions. "Yes, I deserve this. Chen Jianghe, you have triumphed. The Yonggui arcade is yours from now on." Li Jindi gritted his teeth and said, "In recent years, I have saved 200,000 to 300,000. I will give you both the money and the car. Will you let me leave Pengcheng?" He added, Rest assured. As long as you release me, I will depart from Pengqing immediately and will not trouble you again. Chapter 16. One must repay debts in life 2 to 300,000. Coupled with that, Santana constituted a significant sum, which stirred Chun Gang's interest. Li Jindi, you are truly regressing. At this point, do you still believe you can leave Pengqing alive? Your survival would render my father's death in vain. Chun Jianghe sneered, gazing down at Li Jindi with a chilling stare. Upon meeting Chun Jianghe's frigid gaze, a shiver coursed through Li Jindi's heart. Chun Jianghe had already eliminated Xiao Wan, and it was evident that he would not allow Li Jindi to leave alive that night. Gongzi, we are brothers. Plead for my life. I will give you the van outside and my gold watch. In desperation to save his life, Li Jindi hastily sought Chun Gang's assistance. Jianghe, it's better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. Your father is already dead, and the dead cannot return to life. In my opinion, Li Jindi is doomed. It would be wiser to cripple him and grant him a chance at survival. After all, murder is a grave offense. Killing one may lead to a life sentence, while killing two would certainly result in execution. Chun Gang remarked to Chun Jianghe, who said I intended to kill two. Chun Jianghe suddenly responded with a cold smile. So, you are acquiescing? Chun Gang's face brightened. As long as Li Jindi lived, he was certain to extort more money from him. Li Jindi, too, could not help but smile. As long as he could survive, he would pay any price, for only life offered hope. Chun Gang, this matter tonight involves both of us. If it goes awry, neither of us can escape. Chun Jianghe picked up the knife from the ground and threw it before Chun Gang. You stab him, I will give you the promised 100,000. Otherwise, tonight's affairs may become quite troublesome. What do you mean? Chun Gang's expression shifted, taking a step back. He had no desire to kill anyone. Injuring someone was one thing. Even if discovered, it would only mean a few years in a harsh prison. However, murder was an entirely different matter. Among those who lived by the sword, fighting was commonplace, but actual murder was far less acceptable, unless absolutely necessary. Even the most hardened gangsters would shy away from such actions. If you do not stab him, then they will. After Li Jindi is stabbed, the 100,000 will be divided among you. Chun Jianghe fixed his gaze on Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, the two ruffians bought off by Chun Gang. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing exchanged glances, clearly tempted. 100,000 split among them would allow them to return home in style, where few had even 10,000 to their name. Brotherly, I am truly sorry. I bid you farewell on your journey. Chun Gang swiftly picked up the knife and, without hesitation, plunged it into Li Jindi. Ah, Chun Gang, damn you! Li Jindi screamed, thrashing desperately. You must stab him too. Chun Gang plunged a knife into his victim and then handed the weapon to his woman, who, equally ruthless, bit her lip and struck a blow. Chun Gang was well aware that if he refrained from this act today, the blade would surely be turned upon him. Although Chun Jianghe was young, he possessed a meticulous mind and a heart as cold as ice. Only through joint action could this secret be buried forever in the hearts of all present. It is your turn. Chun Jianghe fixed his gaze upon Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Without hesitation, both stepped forward and stabbed Li Jindi once. With each strike, Li Jindi grew weaker, to the point where he could no longer muster the strength to curse them. His eyes widened in despair as he fixed his gaze on Chun Jianghe, filled with regret for having underestimated this young man. He should have eliminated the threat when Chun Jianghe sought him out at the arcade. And you lot, see Li Jindi off. Chun Jianghe commanded, summoning the remaining ruffians under Li Jindi's employ, ensuring each took their turn to stab him. Ultimately, Li Jindi succumbed to the flurry of blows, meeting the same fate as Chun Jiming had 3 years prior. In this world, one must pay their dues. Dapeng, you keep watch here. Zhang Chong, Zhou Bing. Heed Dapeng's instructions. No one is to leave until I return. Once they confirmed Li Jindi's demise, Chun Jianghe began to search his body for the keys, orchestrating their next move. Chun Gang, accompany me to retrieve the money. Where shall we find this money? Chun Gang asked, glancing at the two lifeless bodies, a chill running through him. Chun Jianghe was indeed a man of grand ambitions. East Lake Garden. Li Jindi's residence is located there. This fellow has owned the arcade for 3 years and has already acquired both a house and a car. Chun Jianghe drove the van, taking Chun Gang and his woman to East Lake Garden. After a brief search, they discovered a hidden compartment in the wardrobe containing several gold bars and stacks of 100 yuan bills, amounting to a staggering 3 to 400,000. As Chun Gang and his woman beheld the riches, a glimmer of greed lit up their eyes. This is yours. Chun Jianghe tossed 10 stacks of the 100 yuan bills to Chun Gang. You may leave now. embracing the money. Chun Gang's woman couldn't resist glancing back at the remaining wealth in the hidden compartment, her face betraying a sense of dissatisfaction. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Chun Gang pulled her away. They hastily gathered the money into a bag and departed in haste. Why should all of Li Jindi's fortune go to that young man? He took the arcade, and now he takes the money and the car? Why is that fair? The woman protested. While 100,000 is a considerable sum, it pales in comparison to the value of a house, a car, and gold bars. Chun Gang replied impatiently. Enough of your complaints. He has given us a fair share. We should be grateful for the 10,000 he offered us. Though he too wished for a larger sum, he understood his own worth. He knew he was not worth more than 10,000. Receiving such an amount was already generous of Chen Jianghe. If it weren't for you, how could he have eliminated Li Jindi? The woman retorted. If he could eliminate Li Jindi, he could just as easily eliminate us. If you wish to court death, do not involve me. Chun Gang spoke coldly. The woman lowered her head, her gaze fixated on the money within the bag. Chun Gang had fallen from grace, his ambition extinguished. Accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, she had no desire to return to her hometown with him and suffer through poverty. Chun Dabobeo retrieved a portion of the money from a hidden compartment, concealing the remainder along with the gold bars elsewhere before driving back in a van. Zhang Chong. Zhou Bing, this is for you, 20,000 each. Take the money and leave. Upon returning, Chun Jianghe first distributed the money to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, fulfilling Chun Gang's prior promise to reward them 20,000 each for eliminating Li Jindi. Chun Jianghe concurred, stating that he would honor his word. Thank you, Brother Chun. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, clutching their money, made their way to the courtyard's entrance but paused suddenly. Brother Chun, if you need someone to oversee the game hall, we would like to work with you. Zhang Peng's expression shifted, and he was about to interject when Chun Jianghe gestured for silence. Think it over. If you genuinely wish to join me, come to the game hall tomorrow. However, if you choose to follow me, you must adhere to my rules. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Chun Jianghe spoke with a calm demeanor. Chapter 17. Aftermath. Understood, Brother Chun. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing nodded, leaving with their money. The remaining few ruffians were filled with apprehension. Having lost their knives and witnessed Chun Jianghe's ruthlessness, they felt uneasy, anxiously glancing at him, uncertain of how he would deal with them. Each of you will receive 2,000. For the injured, I will give an additional 1,000. Take your money and gather your people, leave. The ruffians were taken aback that Chun Jianghe would actually distribute money to them. 2,000 was a sum they would have to toil for months under Li Jindi to earn. Thank you, Brother Chun. Thank you. The ruffians expressed their gratitude, nodding at Chun Jianghe. Even those he had injured bore him little resentment. In their world, it was either them or their opponents who faced the blade. And defeat must be accepted. That Chun Jianghe was still willing to grant them money was commendable. Why are you giving them money? Zhang Peng inquired, perplexed once the ruffians had departed. Being excessively stingy leads to the downfall of individuals like Li Jindi. By giving them money, I aim to prevent them from becoming desperate and resorting to crime, which could land them in prison. Should that occur, today's events might be exposed. Chun Jianghe replied coolly. We are destined to pursue greater fortunes. Spending a little now is inconsequential. In essence, it was a small investment to win their loyalty. A group of small-time thugs, even if their leader had fallen, would not entertain thoughts of revenge against Chun Jianghe. And what about Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing? Why did you agree to their request? If they could betray Li Jindi today, they might betray us tomorrow. Zhang Peng nodded, acknowledging the validity of Chun Jianghe's concerns. After all, this money originally belonged to Li Jindi. Spending a small portion was acceptable. However, he remained puzzled as to why Chun Jianghe wanted to engage Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing in work. The ruffians on the streets are all the same. Few possess true loyalty. To elevate our arcade, we must first gather people. Seeking out their kind or others makes no difference. I am well aware of their nature. The two of them merely oversee the shop, and I cannot place my trust in them entirely. Chun Jianghe handed the remaining 30,000 yuan to Zhang Peng. Big Peng, take this money and ensure your younger siblings study diligently. Jianghe, I cannot accept this sum. It is far too much. Zhang Peng hastily declined, trembling at the sheer amount he had never encountered before. Take it. You are my brother. From now on, with my support, you shall never go hungry. Utilize this money for now. In the future, you will hold a 10% stake in the Lihua arcade. Chun Jianghe insisted, forcefully placing the money into Zhang Peng's arms. From this moment forth, my life belongs to you, Jianghe. Zhang Peng's eyes reddened as he grasped Chun Jianghe's arm tightly. Let us carve out our destiny together in Pengcheng. Chen Jianghe nodded vigorously. The two then set about dealing with the bodies of Xiao Wan and Li Jindi. It was imperative that they handle the remains properly. If the bodies were discovered, the case would arise, and without evidence, what could be done? Jianghe, how shall we dispose of the bodies? Zhang Peng gazed at them, a twinge of fear still lingering. We shall cast them into the deep river. Once they decay, it will be as if they never existed. Chen Jianghe spoke resolutely. Very well. Zhang Peng retrieved 2 tattered tarpaulins from a nearby building, and together they wrapped the bodies of Xiao Wan and Li Jindi, stuffing them with stones before loading them into a van, driving to the deep river bridge. They seized the opportunity when no one was around to throw Li Jindi's body into the waters below. Chen Jianghe watched as the body sank, then swiftly drove away. The river would carry the remains to the sea, perhaps ensuring they would never see the light of day again. Continuing on, Chen Jianghe navigated to a desolate cliff by the sea, where he and Zhang Peng lifted Xiao Wan's body and hurled it over the edge. The abyss below yawned like a monstrous beast, ready to devour all. Let us go? Chen Jianghe glanced back before returning to the vehicle. Given the current temperature, the bodies would soon decompose, and the fish would hasten their disappearance. In a few days, evidence of their existence would be nearly obliterated. A body signifies a murder case. Without one, it is merely a missing persons report. In the vast expanse of Pengcheng, nearly 1,000 individuals vanish each year. Finally, we have dealt with Li Jindi. After disposing of Xiao Wan's body, Zhang Peng slumped in the van, his eyes vacant. This was his first encounter with such grim work. Aside from an initial wave of nausea, he felt numb. Are you severely injured? Chen Jianghe glanced at Zhang Peng as they drove, finally finding a moment to attend to their own wounds. Zhang Peng had suffered 2 cuts. Though not deep, they were nonetheless painful. Chen Jianghe was also struck. Sustaining a wound that, while not severe, was rather elongated and might require suturing. It's nothing, just a flesh wound. Jianghe, you're still bleeding. Let us head to Aunt Lu's place so she can tend to your injury and we can settle the bill, suggested Zhang Peng. All right, Chen Jianghe nodded slightly, driving the van towards the dimly lit clinic. Upon arrival, the lights within the clinic were extinguished. Zhang Peng approached and knocked on the door, which took a while to respond with the illumination flickering on. It's you again. What brings you here? A lovely young woman appeared behind the barred door, frowning at the two. Aunt, we've come to make a payment. My brother has been injured. Could you please take a look? Zhang Peng quickly offered 200 yuan, slipping the money through the gap in the bars. Come in. The young woman accepted the cash, taking only a single bill before opening the door for them. Chen Jianghe noticed her discreetly stowing something in her pocket, resembling a surgical scalpel. Have a seat, she instructed, gesturing toward a chair, prompting Chen Jianghe to remove his shirt. Meanwhile, a 17 or 18-year-old girl in pajamas peeked down from the second floor, but quickly retreated upon receiving a sharp glance from the young woman. The wound is somewhat deep. It will require several stitches. That will be 50, the young woman stated coldly, observing the injury on Chen Jianghe's back and furrowing her brow. Very well, this is troublesome, Chen Jianghe replied, placing the money on the table. I've already collected my fee, the young woman pointed out, having received 100 from Zhang Peng earlier. My brother is also injured. Please check on him as well, Chen Jianghe added, feeling the cool sensation of antiseptic as she began to clean and stitch his wound. Before long, the young woman had sutured the injury. Now it's your turn, she said, disinfecting the needle and alcohol before tending to Zhang Peng's wounds. Zhang Peng bore 2 injuries, one needing stitches and the other requiring simpler treatment. After a brief procedure, she swiftly addressed both of his wounds. Last time it was 50, and this time it's 100, so that totals 150. Here's 50 back for you, the young woman said, her expression remaining cool as she handed Chen Jianghe the change. Aunt Lu, your skills are truly remarkable. Zhang Peng attempted to ingratiate himself with a grin. Please leave promptly. I must close up, she replied, her tone icy and dismissive. Just then, the thunderous roar of motorcycles echoed ominously in the distance. Chapter 18. The scoundrels, you two need to leave quickly. The young woman's demeanor shifted upon hearing the motorcycles, panic flashing across her face as she urged Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng to exit. Frowning, they stepped outside, and as soon as they did, she hurriedly locked the barred door. Lu Jie, why the rush to close up? Whereas Xiao Xiao? Call her out to join us for a movie. Outside, 3 roaring, jowling motorcycles sped towards them, and several rough-looking youths dismounted, charging forward to pound on the barred door with force. Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng, 2 young men, exchanged provocative glances with them. Zhang Peng, upon noticing the leader of the group, displayed a flicker of anger and trepidation in his eyes. Chun Jianghe lit a cigarette, choosing to remain by the side without departing. Li Fei, Xiao Xiao is already asleep. She has school tomorrow and cannot go out. You should leave, the attractive woman said, stepping back a couple of paces from the barred gate. Why sleep so early, Lu Jia? Don't worry, we will return Xiao Xiao after the movie. Li Fei replied with a nonchalant grin. Xiao Xiao isn't going. It's fine if you come with us, sis. No, let them go together. Several young men clamored with audacity. Xiao Xiao has no father, and you have no man. What do you think of me? I don't mind your age. Zhang Peng's face contorted with anger. Yet he seemed restrained by some unspoken concern. Li Fei, don't go too far. If you don't leave, I will call the police. Lu Wen, the attractive woman, trembled with fury. Call the police? Your illicit clinic doesn't even possess a business license. I would love to see whether the authorities come after you or us. Li Fei retorted defiantly, cigarette in mouth. Li Fei, I know your brother. Please show some consideration and stop harassing my daughter. She still needs to study. Lu Wen's tone softened as her expression shifted. She knew her clinic was less than reputable and preferred to avoid involving law enforcement unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, those clad in authority might not be easier to handle than these ruffians. Lu Jia, what do you mean? How am I harassing Xiao Xiao? I just want to take her to earn a fortune. What is the point of studying when she could start making money early? Li Fei grinned insincerely, forcefully pulling at the barred gate, but it wouldn't budge. Exactly. Let Xiao Xiao go earn big money with our brother Fei. A woman just needs to spread her legs. And the money will come. The young men echoed in agreement. Lu Wen's face flushed with indignation, feeling helpless. In her line of work, those with status usually afforded her some respect, as one never knew when they might require a doctor's assistance. Yet these petty thugs disregarded such considerations entirely. Li Fei, once a classmate of Lu Xiao, had become aimless after being expelled from school, wandering about causing trouble with a group of young delinquents. Recently, they had heard of a bar opening nearby that sought women, and Li Fei thought of Lu Xiao, captivated by her beauty and youth, intending to recruit her for profit. Friend, enough is enough. Suddenly, Chun Jianghe extinguished his cigarette, crushing it against the ground, and placed a hand on Li Fei's shoulder. Who the hell are you to meddle in my affairs? Li Fei responded, turning with irritation. Jianghe, let it go. Li Fei's brother is also a ruffian in North Street. We shouldn't provoke them. Zhang Peng interjected urgently. Oh, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Brother Peng. What's the matter, Brother Peng? Haven't you recovered from the beating you received last time? Upon seeing Zhang Peng, Li Fei's expression instantly turned mocking, daring to ask Lai Yi for wages. Peng Gu, you truly are something else. Li Fei, I have settled my matters with Lai San. Do not stir up trouble for no reason. Zhang Peng replied, gritting his teeth defiantly. Lai San was the owner of the billiard hall where Zhang Peng had previously worked. De Peng, did they beat you when you went to collect your wages? Chun Jianghe's expression darkened. The last time Zhang Peng sought his salary before purchasing a motorcycle, he returned home with numerous injuries. Zhang Peng had claimed those injuries were from a motorcycle accident, but Chun Jianghe sensed something amiss. Those wounds were clearly not from a fall. Zhang Peng lowered his head, remaining silent. On that fateful day, when he approached Lai San for his pay, Lai San claimed he had not taken leave nor had he informed him of his resignation in advance, thus deducting his last month's wages. After a brief argument, Lai San had someone beat him up. Even after the beating, he refused to leave until Lai San tossed him 300 yuan to make him go away. What kid? Do you wish to defend Zhang Peng? Do you even know who my brother is? Li Fei boasted, attempting to speak further. But Chun Jianghe responded with a powerful kick to the side of his leg. The man cried out in agony as his leg bent at an unnatural angle, snapping under the force of Chun Jianghe's blow. Fei Ge. The surrounding youngsters were taken aback. Despite being outnumbered 6-2, Chun Jianghe had the audacity to strike. One young man shouted out, only to be seized by the hair and violently slammed against the wall next to the gate, rendering him unconscious without a sound. Another young man, sporting yellow hair, attempted to draw a spring knife, but Chun Jianghe swiftly sidestepped and kicked him away. The young man's lightweight frame flew over a meter, crashing hard against a motorcycle, which toppled over. Damn it! Zhang Peng roared, drawing a large machete and charging at the remaining 3 stunned youths. The saying goes that the soft fear the hard fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear the desperate. These young men were accustomed to bullying the meek, but they faltered in the face of true ferocity. One yellow-haired youth was swiftly felled by Zhang Peng's blade, while the remaining two hastily mounted their motorcycle and fled. Once the two had escaped, Zhang Peng approached Li Fei and delivered several fierce kicks. "Stop! If you continue, someone might die," Lu Wen shouted from inside the building. Her voice filled with concern. "Li Fei, do not be arrogant. I am not someone to be trifled with anymore." Zhang Peng finally ceased his assault. Li Fei, battered and bruised, cradled his leg, glaring hatefully at Chen Jianghe. "Kid, Zhang Peng, just wait. My brother will not spare you," Li Fei yelled, his gaze fixed on Chen Jianghe. "De Peng." Chen Jianghe, expressionless, extended his hand towards Zhang Peng, who handed over the machete. Without hesitation, Chen Jianghe swung the blade down upon Li Fei's heel, severing his tendons. "Ah!" Li Fei let out a piercing scream, so intense that he lost control of himself. Upon returning, he informed Lai San that he had harmed his brother, and this debt must be repaid. Should there be any dissent, he was ready to confront Chen Jianghe. "Get lost." Chen Jianghe coldly glared at Li Fei, who writhed on the ground in agony. Chapter 19. Reclaiming the arcade Fei Gu. We must flee. Lu Xiaoxiao urged as two young men helped Li Fei mount a motorcycle and hastily escape. "It's all right now," Chen Jianghe remarked, watching the motorcycle vanish before turning back to Lu Wan. "In the future, if anyone causes trouble, call the fire arcade, and I will bring my men to handle it. You needn't concern yourself with my affairs. Focus on your own matters." Lu Fei is under Lai San's command. Having struck him, Lai San will not let it slide easily. Lu Wen furrowed her brow and did not open the door, speaking through the barred entrance. "We engage in this life without fear. If one is afraid, they should not step into this world. Da Peng, let's go." Chen Jianghe replied with a faint smile, turning to board the van. "Aunt Lu, rest assured, Jianghe will find a way," Zhang Peng quickly added, hurrying to get into the vehicle. Sighing, Lu Wen watched the van disappear into the distance. Although she was a doctor and well acquainted with many influential figures in Pingjiang district, being a single mother left her vulnerable to unwanted attention. "Mom, who was that just now?" "He was amazing," Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed excitedly, rushing down in her pajamas. She had witnessed the earlier events from upstairs, where the usually imposing Li Fei had been ruthlessly beaten. He often flaunted his bravado outside their school, even causing several female students to become pregnant. The students at school dared not provoke him. Yet today he had been so severely punished. "What do you mean? Go to sleep. You have school tomorrow. Focus on your studies and avoid mingling with those delinquents." Lu Wen scolded her sternly. Lu Xiaoxiao pouted and sulkily retreated upstairs. Lu Wen watched her, feeling increasingly troubled. As children grow, they become less manageable. She feared her cherished daughter might one day fall prey to a rogue. "Jianghe, where are we headed now?" Zhang Peng asked. Concern etched on his face as they sat in the van. "To the arcade. Tomorrow, we will restore the fire arcade sign and reopen the day after," Chen Jianghe replied, driving straight to the arcade. During his 3 years away, Li Jindi had transformed the fire arcade into the Yonggui arcade. Now, he intended to revive the fire arcade. "Jianghe, you were too impulsive earlier. Lai San is a prominent figure in North Street, and we only managed to deal with Li Jindi by collaborating with Chen Gang. Having just established ourselves, we cannot afford to offend Lai San. He will surely seek retribution." Zhang Peng voiced his anxiety. "There are countless so-called brothers around. If we live in fear of one thing or another, we might as well abandon this life." Chen Jianghe retorted with a cold laugh, not concealing his thoughts from Zhang Peng. "My intervention on Lu Wen's behalf was driven by two motives: to support her and to ensure that in this tumultuous world, having a familiar doctor brings only advantages. Once again, Lai San has crossed you, and I must assist you in reclaiming this honor. Furthermore, it is worth noting that my father has been deceased for 3 years, with just the two of us suddenly occupying such a vast arcade on North Street, generating a daily revenue of several thousand. Can we expect others to remain unjealous? Without establishing our authority, how can we stake our claim on North Street? The mysterious disappearance of Li Jindi must be resolved, and only after dealing with Lai San will the local bosses regard Chen Jianghe as a significant figure, weighing the consequences of opposing them. In this societal landscape, without a reputation, who recognizes them, and who takes them seriously? Yet, Lai San has navigated North Street for quite some time, and is not to be trifled with. Zhang Peng felt a twinge of concern. Although they had dealt with Li Jindi, their numbers were insufficient. Their only reliable allies remained himself and Chen Jianghe. He now began to comprehend why Chen Jianghe was inclined to retain Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. In this line of life, lacking dependable companions is untenable. He is formidable. And so am I, Chen Jianghe. A drifting weed without roots, a street rogue. Can one truly thrive without relentless effort? With a rush, Chun Jianghe arrived at the arcade, using the key obtained from Li Jindi to unlock the rolling shutter. Row upon row of gaming machines unfolded before their eyes. The ground floor housed nearly 100 machines, while the second floor concealed 20 to 30 slot machines, the true gold mines. Jianghe, you have finally reclaimed the arcade, exclaimed Zhang Peng, his excitement palpable. Do not be overly exuberant. This arcade is merely the beginning. Chun Jianghe reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Ascending to the second floor to open Li Jindi's office, where he discovered a safe nestled in the corner. The key to the safe was cleverly hidden beneath the desk drawer. Upon unlocking it, he found several tens of thousands of dollars, approximately 50 to 60,000, along with various documents pertaining to the arcade's operations. He procured a briefcase and filled it with $50,000. The arcade now belonged to Xiao Wan, and he needed to arrange for the transfer of ownership to his name. This task was not daunting, provided he could find someone capable of handling it. In this era, money is more potent than anything else. There is virtually nothing that cannot be accomplished with sufficient funds. Those willing to accept payment are equally willing to get the job done. Dapeng, tomorrow, have someone replace the arcade sign, prepare some activities, and we shall reopen the arcade the day after. Chun Jianghe instructed, handing Zhang Peng some cash. Once the arcade reopens, you will manage the entrance, collecting fees and distributing tokens for the first few days until we recruit more staff. The current manpower was insufficient, especially with Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing scheduled to arrive the next day. I have enough funds. There is no need for more. Zhang Peng hastily pushed the money back. That 20,000 is your share. Expenses for the arcade should come from the arcade's funds. Take it, Chun Jianghe insisted, pressing the money into Zhang Peng's hands. Subsequently, Chun Jianghe wandered through the game hall, his eyes gleaming with ambition. His journey, one that his father, Chun Jiming, had been unable to complete, would now be forged into a magnificent path by him. Ding ding ding. Early the next morning, the shrill ring of a landline telephone jolted Chun Jianghe awake. As he lay in his executive chair, still dazed, he reached for the receiver. Hello? It's Lai San. I need to discuss something with you. I heard Chun Jiming's son has returned. What are your thoughts? A middle-aged man's voice resonated through the line. Haha, Li Jindi has gone back to his hometown. He has no thoughts at all. Chun Jianghe chuckled, a cold smile gracing his face. Who the hell are you to take Li Jindi's calls? Lai San, feeling irritable, assumed he was being toyed with by one of Li Jindi's subordinates. Do you not understand human language? Li Jindi is no longer in charge. The game hall now belongs to me. Chun Jianghe retorted without hesitation. Who the hell are you? The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment, seemingly processing the news of Li Jindi's disappearance. After a pause, Lai San inquired, Who are you? Chun Jianghe. Chapter 20. A return visit. Chun Jianghe? Kid, you've got some skills to take down Li Jindi. No wonder you dare to challenge my people. Lai San realized who he was dealing with. As for Li Jindi's fate, whether he had returned home or met a grim end, it mattered not to him. What was crucial now was that Li Jindi's game hall was left unprotected. What do you want? Chun Jianghe asked directly. Li Fei's tendons are on your hands. I won't waste words. You give me 100,000, and we'll consider this matter settled. Lai San wasted no time, boldly demanding the sum. Lai San, 100,000 is just enough to bury you twice over. Chun Jianghe replied coldly. You little brat, trying to be tough with me? Lai San's irritation grew. A mere boy without roots thought he could swagger after toppling Li Jindi? Haha. Chun Jianghe let out a cold laugh, reaching to hang up the phone. All right, kid, you've got guts, but establishing a foothold on North Street won't be so easy. I'll find you, and we'll have a proper talk. With that, Lai San hung up. Brother, what did Li say? Is he going to take care of that kid? A tall, slender young man approached at the North Street billiards hall. The hall was mostly empty that early morning, with only 3 or 4 ruffians tidying up the tables. It seemed Li Jindi had indeed been dealt with, and now it was Chun Jianghe managing his game hall. This kid had some talent. After being away for several years, he had managed to topple Li Jindi. Lai San took a drag from his cigarette, a peculiar smile forming on his face. 3 years ago, Chun Jiming had been a well-known figure on North Street, a skilled fighter with a dozen men under his command. While he might not have ranked outside of North Street, within it, he was a prominent figure. 3 years ago, Chun Jiming was brutally murdered, and Chun Jianghe was imprisoned. The residents of North Street believed the matter had been settled, but unexpectedly, 3 years later, Chun Jianghe resurfaced. Upon his return, he reclaimed the gaming hall. During these 3 years, Yonggwei Gaming Hall had expanded remarkably, yet many coveted it. However, due to Li Jindi's influence, the other ruffians on North Street were unable to stake their claim. The situation has now changed. If Lai San were to feast on this morsel first, it would be his to savor. That young scoundrel took down Li Jindi? Li Daong gasped. Brother, what shall we do? That rascal harmed my brother. This cannot go unpunished. This lanky young man was Li Fei's elder brother, Li Daong. I must contemplate this matter thoroughly. Gather everyone and follow me. Lai San stroked his chin, contemplating how to make Qin Jianghe compensate him. The meager sum he had in mind no longer sufficed. He pondered seizing this opportunity to acquire Yonggwei Gaming Hall for himself. What would you like to eat, Jianghe? I shall fetch it for you. Early in the morning, Zhang Peng sprang out of bed, invigorated and eager to assist Qin Jianghe. For life was filled with promise, and he was more enthusiastic than anyone. I need to step out shortly. Eat on your own. Qin Jianghe clasped his briefcase, preparing to leave to finalize the paperwork for the gaming hall. All right. Zhang Peng nodded and pulled open the shutter door. Peng Gu Qin Gu. As the door swung open, Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, who had been waiting outside, quickly discarded their cigarettes and stood to acknowledge Zhang Peng and Qin Jianghe with a nod. A few cigarette butts littered the ground. They had been waiting for some time. You're here, come in. Qin Jianghe beckoned them inside. From now on, you two will handle the scoring and oversee the hall. Your monthly salary will increase to 1,000, and Dapeng will receive 2,000. For any additional tasks, we will negotiate further compensation. Thank you, Qin Gu, thank you. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing's eyes sparkled with excitement. In these times, working in a dark factory, tirelessly day and night, one could barely earn 1,000 a month. Even a slight lapse in diligence would lead to a pay cut. Even those from the port city driving trucks could only earn 1,000 to 2,000 a month. Previously, under Li Jindi, they made 600 a month, while Chun Gang earned 1,500. Receiving 1,000 a month from Qin Jianghe was already a substantial increase, not to mention the possibility of earning extra for completing tasks. Indeed, following Qin Jianghe promised a brighter future than aligning with Li Jindi. 2,000 is too much, Zhang Peng exclaimed in surprise, quickly shaking his head. He had heard that only high-ranking professionals in office buildings within the business district could command such salaries. Lacking education and skills, why should he receive so much? You are the manager. 2,000 is not excessive. Qin Jianghe replied, shaking his head. Assign them tasks while I step out. If anything arises, call this cell phone. He pointed to Li Jindi's large mobile phone, took it, and exited, driving towards Tang Aigua's residence. Ah, Xiaoqin has arrived. Please, come in and take a seat. Qin Jianghe entered the home of Tang Aigua, greeted by his wife at the door. In her 40s, Tang Aigua's wife was impeccably stylish, adorned with gold and silver, and had a penchant for flaunting her wealth. Upon recognizing Qin Jianghe and noticing the items he carried, her face instantly brightened with a warm smile. Dear Aunt, I am here to see Uncle Tang. Qin Jianghe stepped inside, casually placing his briefcase on the tea table. Your Uncle Tang is not at work today. He is still asleep. Please wait a moment. I shall go awaken him. The middle-aged woman, with evident enthusiasm, prepared tea for Qin Jianghe before darting inside to summon Tang Aigua. In just a few minutes, Tang Aigua emerged from his room, clad in pajamas. Jianghe, you've come quite early. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Noticing Qin Jianghe's early visit, Tang Aigua sensed there was a matter at hand. He turned to his wife and instructed, please go buy some rice rolls and shrimp dumplings from Old Way. I'll have breakfast with Jianghe. Xiaoqin, please make yourself comfortable while I fetch breakfast. With a beaming smile, the woman addressed Qin Jianghe before exiting. Jianghe, what brings you here so early? Tang Aigua gestured for Qin Jianghe to sit down, pouring 2 cups of tea, one of which he placed before Qin Jianghe. Uncle, Li Jindi and Xiao Wan have returned to their hometown. Before they left, they handed the gaming hall back to me, but they left in a hurry, and the procedures were not completed. I was hoping you could assist me with this. Qin Jianghe revealed the business license and property certificate, laying them on the tea table. Returned to their hometown? Tang Aigua looked at Qin Jianghe with surprise, not expecting that in just a few days. Qin Jianghe had managed to resolve matters with Li Jindi and Xiao Wan. Such tales of returning home were not easily believed by Tang Aigua. That could be a bit troublesome. It's not easy to handle these procedures without them. Uncle, I understand it's complicated. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought your help. Qin Jianghe pushed the briefcase toward Tang Aigua and tapped it twice with his finger. I will draft a handwritten share transfer agreement for you. As I mentioned before, I promised you 20% of the shares, and I shall certainly honor that. Qin Jianghe declared as he reached for paper and pen. Jianghe, you are a person of great enterprise. There's no need for such formalities. If I can trust anyone, it is certainly you. Tang Igwa chuckled, rest assured. I will take care of the paperwork for you. Uncle, I appreciate your assistance. I am opening tomorrow, and you must come to support me. Qin Jianghe stood, preparing to take his leave. Rest assured, I will definitely be there tomorrow. This time, Tang Igwa personally escorted Qin Jianghe to the door. From this day forth, they would be partners, and Tang Igwa believed that despite Qin Jianghe's youth, he was capable and could achieve great things. His future prospects were boundless. Just as Qin Jianghe departed, Zhang Xuemei hurriedly returned home. Darling, what did Qin Jianghe come for? She asked, eagerly opening the briefcase and revealing a substantial sum of money inside. 50,000. Why did he give so much money? Zhang Xuemei was electrified. This amount was equivalent to 2 years of Tang Igwa's salary. Money certainly implies ulterior motives. Why ask so many questions? This money rests in your mother's account. So please refrain from creating unnecessary chaos. Tang Igwa issued a stern warning. Zhang Xuemei's penchant for ostentation is unsettling. Understood. Zhang Xuemei replied, yet with reluctance added. I've heard that plasma televisions are now merely 30,000 yuan. Shall we consider replacing our television? I wouldn't even spend 30,000 on a new wife. Tang Igwa felt a wave of irritation wash over him, responding impatiently. The bureau chief hasn't even utilized a plasma television for him as a mere director. To adopt one would clearly suggest to others that he is indulging in extravagance. Tang Igwa, what do you mean? Are you contemplating a new wife? Zhang Xuemei rolled her eyes, her temper flaring. I merely mentioned it in passing. I won't require you to prepare lunch, as I shall dine out. Tang Igwa's annoyance deepened. He changed his clothes and prepared to leave. Tang Igwa, let me make this clear. If you wish to replace your wife, it won't happen. Don't forget how you attained this directorship. Zhang Xuemei shouted angrily as she followed closely behind. Grasping his briefcase, Tang Igwa slammed the door shut and stepped outside. Meanwhile, Qin Jianghe drove his van back to the Yonggui game hall. The sign with the name Yonggui had already been dismantled. Zhang Peng had engaged a worker to replace it with Liahua, eliminating the need for a new sign altogether. This expedient approach ensured they would be ready for the grand reopening tomorrow. Jianghe, you've returned. I just ordered a floral arrangement and purchased 2 large firecrackers for the opening festivities. Upon seeing Qin Jianghe, Zhang Peng emerged with a beaming expression. No troublemakers have shown up, right? Qin Jianghe tucked his brass knuckles into his pocket, having anticipated Lai San's arrival, but it appeared that this fellow was quite cautious. None. Zhang Peng was also armed. If Lai San dared to appear, he would certainly be met with confrontation. Zhang Chong, Zhou Bing, which of you can drive? Qin Jianghe inquired, nodding. I can, brotherly. I was the one driving the store's van previously. Zhang Chong quickly replied. Then come with me. Also, from now on, address me as boss or Li Zong, not brotherly. We are individuals of society, but do not take pride in that. Such a path does not lead to longevity. Qin Jianghe instructed. Understood, boss. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, though somewhat perplexed by Qin Jianghe's words, obediently nodded. Subsequently, Zhang Chong followed Qin Jianghe into the vehicle, and they departed in the van, returning to the location where they had dealt with Li Jindi the previous night. Li Jindi's Santana remained parked outside the abandoned building. The Santana was still operational, albeit with one door damaged from a motorcycle collision. Last year, Li Jindi purchased this vehicle for 138,000 yuan. In these times, without some strength or backing, one could not afford such a car. It would be foolish to disregard a seemingly free vehicle. Gazing at the Santana, Qin Jianghe was reminded of Ling Xue and her crown. Had he been able to drive a Santana earlier, Ling Xue might not have strayed to another. Boss, has this car been sold, or is it to be repaired? Zhang Chong couldn't help but inquire as he noticed Qin Jianghe staring intently at the Santana. Repair it. Do you know of any auto repair shops? Qin Jianghe aroused himself from his reverie, dismissing Ling Xue from his thoughts. She was now a thing of the past, and dwelling on her would only squander his energy. There's a freight station near North Street with 2 repair shops. I went there with Li Jindi once. Shall we check it out? Zhang Chong suggested after a moment's contemplation. All right, you drive the Santana, Qin Jianghe said, plucking the key to the Santana from a keyring and tossing it to Zhang Chong, who would lead the way in the Santana while Qin Jianghe followed in a van. They arrived at Hongda Freight Station, where numerous trucks were parked and 2 repair shops awaited them at the rear. Zhang Chong parked the Santana in front of a shop named Gongda Repair. Repairing a vehicle, are we? A greasy, disheveled man in work trousers approached as soon as the car came to a halt. Our boss's car is broken. How much for a door repair? Zhang Chong inquired. The door's hinge is broken. It needs to be replaced and requires some bodywork. The minimum will be 2,000. The man scrutinized the vehicle, quoting a steep price. Jiangzi, let's check the other shop, Chun Jianghe said, pulling out a cigarette to light and take a drag. 2,000 for a door? Such a price was clearly meant to take advantage of them. Zhang Chong turned and headed towards the other repair shop. Hey, brother, hold on. If your boss is here, the price changes. You can do it for 1,000. The man hastily blocked Zhang Chong's path. The 2,000 is inflated. The 1,000 is for the driver, he added, revealing the man's unscrupulous nature. 1,000 is too high. How about 300? If not, we'll go elsewhere. Chun Jianghe stated directly. 300 won't work. You won't find that price anywhere else. Minimum 500. The man replied. Chun Jianghe estimated that 500 was indeed a reasonable price. These days, anyone who could afford a car was likely wealthy, and repairs wouldn't come cheap. He agreed to the price, leaving the Santana at the repair shop as he drove Zhang Chong back to the arcade in the van. Upon their return, a young man across the street flicked his cigarette but to the ground and crushed it underfoot before quickly leaving, only to soon reappear at the billiards hall. Inside, Lai San had gathered a group of 7 or 8 individuals, all of whom had borrowed money from him. Lai San's billiards hall was sizable, yet it could barely sustain such a number. So, how many of them are there? Lai San asked, removing the cigarette from his mouth as he noticed their arrival. Third brother, I observed for the whole morning. There are only 4 people in their arcade. 2 of them are unfamiliar, while the other 2 I've seen before. I can spot them easily at the arcade. The young man reported. This is peculiar. If Chun Jianghe had dealt with Li Jindi, why would he still employ Li Jindi's people? Lai San pondered, stroking his chin in bewilderment. Brother, who cares about that? They are merely 4 individuals. Let us confront them directly. Li Daong growled menacingly. Chapter 22. Threats. Are you certain there are only 4 of them? Lai San inquired once more, casting a furtive glance at the young man, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Third brother, I have counted several times. There are indeed only 4. The young man affirmed with unwavering confidence. For individuals believe they can uphold the arcade, their audacity is remarkable. Very well, let us proceed. The young man, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, shall soon learn the truth of the matter. Lai San stubbed out his cigarette, rising abruptly. Brothers, follow me. We shall confront this lad. Leading his men without the aid of a vehicle, Lai San and his entourage marched purposefully towards the blazing fire arcade. In less than 10 minutes, they spotted the arcade's grand sign. Boss, Pungu, trouble is brewing. Lai San's men are approaching. Zhou Bing, standing at the entrance, noticed the approaching group and his expression shifted instantly. He hastily retreated into the arcade. Arm yourselves. Zhang Peng's demeanor changed as a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. After all, he had been associated with Lai San for some time, and Lai San had once been his older brother figure, instilling a sense of dread within him. However, after being beaten by Lai San during a previous encounter over wages, their bond had been irrevocably severed. Now, they were on divergent paths. If Lai San sought confrontation, then it would lead to a clash. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing swallowed hard, feeling trepidation, yet recalling that since aligning with Chun Jianghe, their wages had nearly doubled. A far better prospect than following Li Jindi. Gritting their teeth, they vaulted over the counter, seizing 2 machetes. Stay calm, it's broad daylight. Lai San lacks the courage to act. In stark contrast, Chun Jianghe remained composed, unfazed by the unfolding chaos. Upon witnessing Chun Jianghe's serene demeanor, Zhang Peng and the others felt a slight easing of their tension. Just then, Lai San stormed into the arcade with his entourage. Upon seeing Zhang Peng and his group armed, Lai San's men also brandished their weapons, their eyes fixated menacingly upon Chun Jianghe and his companions. 1, 2, 3, 4, Chun Jianghe. You possess more audacity than your father. You dare to oppose me, Lai San, with just 4 people? Don't you know how many eyes the king of horses possesses? Lai San surveyed the arcade, confirming there were no hidden individuals before swaggering further inside. Lai San, though we may be few in number, we are more than sufficient to deal with you. Chun Jianghe glared coldly at Lai San, scrutinizing the individuals by his side with narrowed eyes. Chun Jianghe, do you truly believe yourself significant? Do you want to test whether I can eliminate you? Li Daong clenched the military knife in his hand, striding towards Chun Jianghe. Li Daong, why don't you give it a try? Zhang Peng and the others, wielding their machetes, swiftly encircled him. Zhang Peng, you've grown bold. Do you even know how to wield a knife? Li Daong spat disdainfully onto the ground, his face a mask of scorn, yet he halted his advance. He dismissed Zhang Peng, considering him merely a pushover, a benign figure in the billiard hall, utterly lacking in the ruthlessness that might warrant concern. Yet, he dared not act against the trio of imposing figures. Daong, Lai San called out, leading his band of miscreants into the gaming hall, instructing one of his lackeys to pull down the metal shutter, enhancing their intimidation. No conflict. I have some rapport with Chun Jiming. Let's avoid gossip about me bullying the younger generation. Lai San, do not mention my father. Chen Jianghe's icy gaze bore down on Lai San. Fine. A dead man holds no relevance. Lai San sneered, deliberately provoking him. Chen Jianghe's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing with steely precision. Lai San furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling a twinge of unease under Chen Jianghe's piercing stare. An instinctive urge to look away surged within him, but he quickly reconsidered. If he averted his gaze, would that not imply fear of Chen Jianghe? What was there to fear from a mere child? Humph, Chen Jianghe, I shall not waste words with you. You have incapacitated Dayong's brother and must provide an explanation. The terms are simple. Either you pay me 100,000 yuan for medical expenses, or you relinquish 30% of the gaming hall's shares for my investment. If you agree to these terms, I assure you that I will not trouble you henceforth. Should you refuse, I will ensure you cannot remain on North Street. Zhang Peng, Zhou Bing, and Zhang Chong seethed with fury, gripping their knives tightly. Lai San's audacity was intolerable. Previously, when Zhang Peng sought his meager wages of just a few hundred yuan, they not only refused him, but had also beaten him, ultimately handing over a mere half of what he was owed. Now, Lai San audaciously demanded 100,000 yuan and sought to seize shares of the gaming hall. His greed was insatiable. 100,000 yuan could easily cover the expense of a broken leg. It was absurd to think it could even claim a life. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Lai San wore a smug expression, believing that Chen Jianghe was utterly oblivious to the depths of North Street's treachery. He thought he could establish himself with just 2 or 3 lackeys, a notion as fanciful as a dream. Lai San was merely fortunate to have made the first move. Otherwise, the gaming hall might not have been his to exploit. I have the money, but whether you can obtain it depends solely on your abilities. Chen Jianghe retorted with a cold laugh. Are you attempting to show off your bravado with me? Lai San's demeanor darkened, his expression turning hostile. Lai San, if I can handle Li Jindi, I can certainly deal with you. Here's 200 yuan. Either you take it and leave, or we settle this. Chen Jianghe produced 200 yuan and tossed it onto the ground. Lai San gazed at the money on the floor, a mixture of fury and mockery washing over him. Nowadays, even the street thugs required 200 just to make an appearance. With his brother incapacitated, accepting a mere 200 would mean Lai San would have no place left on North Street. You dare speak to Brother San in such a manner, Chen Jianghe? Li Dayong's eyes turned red as he lunged forward, brandishing a Mitsubishi military knife aimed at Chen Jianghe's leg. Chen Jianghe did not retreat. Instead, he suddenly lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant. He delivered a powerful kick to Li Daong's abdomen, striking first with ferocity. Li Daong let out a muffled grunt, toppled by the immense force, and rolled 2 meters before crashing to the ground. Damn them! Zhang Peng's eyes reddened as he bellowed, brandishing his knife, ready to fight with all his might. Lai San's subordinates surged forward, preparing to engage. With a swift motion, Chen Jianghe donned his iron claw, his gaze sharply fixed on Lai San. To seize the instigator first was his strategy. Once Lai San and Li Daong were subdued, the rest of the ruffians would follow suit. Stop! At that moment, Lai San suddenly shouted, and his men halted, knives drawn, fixated on Chen Jianghe and his companions. Although they outnumbered Chen Jianghe, Lai San felt a twinge of insecurity. Their numbers were not overwhelmingly superior, and it was broad daylight. Creating a scene could lead to trouble with the authorities. Lai San, operating from a mere pool hall, paid minimal protection fees and lacked formidable backing. There was no need to clash with a young man like Chen Jianghe in the light of day. Chapter 23. A grand gesture. Chen Jianghe, you bastard. Li Daong scrambled to his feet, his face a mask of defiance as he charged at Chen Jianghe. Daong. Lai San's expression darkened as he called out again. Li Daong halted, his fiery gaze locked on Chen Jianghe, but refrained from acting due to Lai San's command. Chen Jianghe, does this mean you have no intention of negotiating? Lai San queried coldly, eyes narrowing. I have nothing to discuss with you. Chun Jianghe replied languidly. Fine, you have guts. I hear you're opening tomorrow, right? Just wait. I'll make sure to have some fun with you, Chun Jianghe. You'd better be ready. With a scowl, Lai San spat out his threat before turning to leave. Li Daong, filled with resentment, pointed at Chun Jianghe and made a slashing motion across his throat. Once they departed, Zhang Peng and the others exhaled in relief. They were outnumbered and had no desire to engage in a reckless fight. Chun Jianghe removed the iron claw and stowed it away, realizing his assessment was accurate. Without absolute certainty, Lai San would not dare to escalate the confrontation. The leaders of North Street had established their roots and were no longer the reckless individuals they once were, willing to gamble their lives on every petty conflict. Now, they lacked the courage to risk it all. Jianghe, Lai San will not let this go easily. He will surely cause trouble tomorrow during our opening. What should we do? Zhang Peng inquired, sheathing his knife and hastily pulling down the rolling shutter as he observed Lai San and his crew retreating. Boss, we're still outnumbered. Should we gather more people? Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing expressed their concerns. Their small numbers posed a risk to the viability of the gaming hall. Quality over quantity. Summoning more people who lack skill would be futile. Chun Jianghe shook his head, noting the proliferation of ruffians on the streets. A mere 200 per head could easily summon several vehicles. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that these individuals were merely pawns, contributing nothing beyond their numbers. No matter how many of those scoundrels were gathered, they would be of no use. Boss, what shall we do if Lai San causes trouble tomorrow? Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing expressed their concerns. Fear not, I have made arrangements. Tomorrow, Lai San shall not make a fuss. Chun Jianghe smiled confidently. Despite their lingering doubts, Zhang Peng and the others chose to suppress their worries and began preparations for the opening the following day. At Lai San's billiards hall, Li Daong voiced his dissatisfaction. Third brother, why didn't we confront them and seize their arcade right then and there? Lai San shot him a disdainful glare, reprimanding. Do you think it's that simple to take such a large establishment? Use your brain. He continued, moreover, it's broad daylight. Do you truly believe I could eliminate them all? If we start a fight today, they will certainly end up behind bars, though they might eventually come out. Who has to say the arcade will still bear the Lai name by then? In these few days, it could easily fall into someone else's hands. Those characters on North Street are no fools. The moment they catch a whiff of opportunity, they swarm like sharks to blood. Then what do you propose we do? Li Daong inquired, recognizing the truth in Lai San's words. The problem was that Lai San's reputation on North Street was not formidable enough, had it been otherwise. He could have simply closed the doors and dealt with Chun Jianghe without fear of consequence. Patience is a virtue. Once he opens tomorrow, I shall present him with a grand gift to remind him of his place. This brat thinks he is someone special without a proper lesson. Lai San replied coldly. In the afternoon, the workers Zhang Peng had recruited arrived to restore the characters, fire, on the signboard. Chun Jianghe gazed at the arcade sign with a complicated expression. The fire arcade was finally reopening. Jianghe, shall we organize some activities for the grand opening tomorrow? Zhang Peng asked, his own eyes reflecting a mix of nostalgia as he recalled the happiest years spent helping at the fire arcade. Although the sign had been reinstated, the essence of those times felt irrevocably altered. What do you have in mind? Chun Jianghe lit a cigarette and placed it on the steps, silently paying homage to his father. How about a half-price game promotion? Previously, Li Jindi offered 5 tokens for 1 yuan. We could provide 10 tokens for the same price. What do you think? Zhang Peng suggested. Agreed. Just as you propose, create a sign to display outside. 10 tokens for 1 yuan for a week. Chun Jianghe nodded, initially contemplating a free play event to attract customers by allowing them to enjoy the games for 3 days without charge. However, such actions may easily incite hostility, which is unnecessary. It is prudent to first resolve matters with Lai San. Moreover, having been away for 3 years, he possesses little understanding of the current market dynamics. Exerting excessive effort may not be entirely appropriate. Zhang Peng nodded in agreement, procured a piece of red paper, and commenced his writing. The true profit of an arcade does not stem from the gaming machines themselves, but rather from the slot machines, which can attract substantial clients who might casually spend thousands in a single day. When Chun Jimin operated his arcade, there were instances where individuals lost over 100,000 in a single night, though whether such funds could be retrieved was another matter altogether. Once Zhang Peng displayed the sign, the following morning, the Lihua arcade reopened its doors. The grand opening. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing arranged floral tributes and ignited firecrackers. the cacophony of 1,000 detonations resonating throughout North Street. A thick plume of smoke accompanied the explosive sounds, capturing the attention of numerous young passers-by and students enjoying their weekend. The local community, including neighbors and other shopkeepers, were drawn in by the spectacle. The Lihua Arcade, has it changed its name? Wasn't it previously known as the Yonggui Arcade? In truth, the establishment had originally been named Lihua Arcade, belonging to Chunjiman. And now the sign had reverted to its original title. Where did these young men come from? What about Li Jindi? I don't know. The leader, smoking a cigarette, looks somewhat familiar. Many began to speculate, pointing at Chun Jianghe and his companions standing at the arcade's entrance. I remember now. That young man is Chun Jianghe, the son of Chun Jimin. He was incarcerated 3 years ago after his father was murdered. When did he get out? How did he manage to take charge from Li Jindi? Suddenly, someone recognized Chun Jianghe, leading to collective astonishment. Li Jindi had been a prominent figure on North Street for 3 years, a man of wealth and influence. Yet within just a few days, his arcade had fallen into the hands of Chun Jimin's son. Chapter 24. Turmoil. It was at this moment that many in North Street realized that Li Jindi had become a relic of the past. The arcade had a new proprietor. The world of underground dealings is rife with ambitious individuals, yet few achieve a fortunate conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the grand reopening of the Lihua Arcade. In celebration, we are offering an incredible promotion, just 10 cents for a token or 10 tokens for $1. Feel free to come and enjoy. After the firecrackers had settled, Zhang Peng stood on the steps of the arcade, amplifying his voice to reiterate the promotional offer displayed on the sign. 10 tokens for $1. What a bargain. Come on, let's go in and play for a while. This arcade had been the largest on North Street for the past 2 years, attracting numerous patrons daily. Though it had been closed for a few days, the impact was minimal. Furthermore, the price of 10 tokens for $1 was indeed a steal, especially considering that most arcades in Pengcheng charged $1 for 5 tokens, with some even offering 3 tokens for $1. In comparison, the offer of 10 tokens for $1 was exceptionally advantageous. The promotional strategies indeed attracted a considerable number of guests, and Zhang Peng was beaming with delight as he continuously collected money and distributed tokens, quickly amassing a pile of change. The arcade buzzed with lively chatter, gradually becoming more animated. However, the slot machines at the back remained largely untouched. One reason was that a regular patron of Li Jindi was reluctant to approach Chun Jianghe. While many guests were uncertain about Chun Jianghe's reliability and the longevity of his establishment, gambling on slot machines required real money. And especially for high-value clients unfamiliar with Chun Jianghe, they preferred to observe for a while longer. Chun Jianghe needed to demonstrate his ability to sustain himself on North Street and to create a welcoming atmosphere to draw in these discerning customers. After all, while gaming machines were legal, slot machines were not. No one wished to find themselves unexpectedly caught up in a fine. Yet, Chun Jianghe remained unperturbed. In business, patience was essential. First, he needed to cultivate a vibrant atmosphere. That kid really opened his business. Let's go find Sangu. Not far across from the arcade, 2 onlookers observed the growing crowd and, extinguishing their cigarettes, hurried back to the billiard hall. Sangu, that kid's arcade is open and bustling. There are quite a few people. One of them exclaimed breathlessly. This lad truly has no idea how many eyes the king of horses has. Brothers, follow me. Lai San sneered, gesturing for 7 or 8 of his subordinates, armed with machetes and steel pipes, to march menacingly toward the arcade. Brother, wait for me. Li Fei, leaning on a cane with his foot bandaged, limped behind them. No way, brother. I must see how that kid meets his end. Li Fei gritted his teeth, his face twisted with malice. The doctor had informed him that one of his legs was beyond repair, the tendons irreparable, condemning him to a life of limping. All this was due to Chun Jianghe, and he felt compelled to witness Chun Jianghe's downfall. Let us go. The group, brimming with aggression, swiftly arrived at the arcade, with Lai San leading the charge and storming inside. Clear the place, Lai San commanded, and his gang brandished their weapons, though they refrained from vandalism. This venue would soon be theirs, and damaging the machines would only result in their own financial burden for repairs. They charged towards the patrons inside. Get the hell out. Li Daong bellowed, seizing a young man's hair and yanking him up, delivering a sharp slap to his face. The frightened young man fell to the ground, clutching his face in silence. Li Daong, with an air of bravado, brandished a triangular military dagger and kicked over another student engrossed in a game. The other thugs pushed and kicked, driving the remaining customers outside. What the hell do you want, Li Daong? Zhang Peng and his associates emerged from behind the counter, quickly rushing to intervene. What am I doing? Today, I'm here for you. Li Daong charged forward, taking advantage of Zhang Peng's momentary distraction to deliver a swift kick that sent him sprawling. The arcade descended into chaos, with many timid patrons fleeing outside before Lai San's men could approach. Soon, a crowd gathered outside, eager to witness whether Chen Jianghe could hold his ground. If he were to be ousted on the very first day, his aspirations of running an arcade here would be dashed. Lai San, are you courting death? Only Chen Jianghe remained unfazed, calmly assisting Zhang Peng to his feet while raising his hand to block Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Chen Jianghe, do you really think you can contend with me? Take a look in the mirror and ask yourself if you stand a chance, Lai San scoffed, dismissing Chen Jianghe with a wave of his hand. Chen Jianghe had merely brought 4 men. Against such meager forces, how could he possibly challenge Lai San? Jianghe, let us fight them. Zhang Peng's eyes burned with fury as he roared. They had finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. They could not allow Lai San to extinguish it. De Peng, don't act rashly. Chen Jianghe held Zhang Peng back, gazing coolly at Lai San. Lai San, if you cannot handle the fire arcade, I advise you not to seek trouble. Chen Jianghe, do you think this is your first day on the streets? You think I, Lai San, became formidable by mere chance? You think I can be easily deceived? Lai San retorted dismissively. I won't waste my breath on you. You've harmed my people. Either you surrender the arcade to me, or I'll ruin you. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Hand over the arcade and get lost. Third brother, why waste words with this fool? Just take him down. Li Fei shouted, leaning on his cane, his face twisted with malice. Lai San frowned. This fool truly believed he was avenging a grudge. If it weren't for the arcade, Li Fei wouldn't even be worth his attention. How had this kid gotten on Lai San's bad side? Though Lai San was no formidable figure, these 3 or 4 men likely stood no chance against him. Had Li Jindi encountered trouble and fled? Otherwise, how could this arcade have fallen into the hands of this kid? I foresee the fire arcade closing its doors on its very first day. The onlookers outside murmured among themselves, convinced that Chen Jianghe and his small group could never stand against Lai San. They had provoked him and would surely be unable to defend the arcade. Just then, a figure emerged from the crowd, parting the throng with purpose. In a society governed by law, throwing around threats to incapacitate others is quite audacious. The newcomer, dressed in plain clothes, strode directly into the arcade. Who dares meddle in Lai San's affairs? Lai San turned, ready to assert his authority, but upon recognizing the visitor, his expression shifted dramatically. Director Tang, what brings you here? In an instant, Lai San resembled a mouse confronted by a cat, hurriedly rummaging through his pockets for a cigarette, eager to offer it to Tang Aigua with an ingratiating demeanor. The person who had arrived was none other than Tang Aigua, clad in casual attire. Lai San, whom did you just threaten to eliminate? Tang Aigua inquired, dismissing the cigarette with an authoritative glare fixed upon Lai San. Director Tang, this is a misunderstanding. I never threatened anyone. As you well know, I, Lai San, am renowned for my law-abiding nature. How could I possibly engage in such criminal acts? Lai San protested, feigning innocence. Tang Aigua served as the chief of the Xinjing Road Police Station and in the jurisdiction of North Street. It would not be an exaggeration to liken him to a local emperor, especially for those entrenched in the underworld who was unaware of Tang Aigua's formidable tactics. While not everyone trembled in fear of him, some had connections that reached higher echelons. However, Lai San lacked such influence. Although he had a few acquaintances among the enforcement officers at the Xinjing Road Police Station, he could not possibly connect with Tang Aigua's network. Nonetheless, he still made it a point to regularly offer bribes to maintain cordial relations. Generally, when issues arose, the police station would turn a blind eye. Is this what you call law-abiding? Tang Aigua pointed at Li Daong and his entourage, his expression darkening as he bellowed, wielding weapons in a display of lawfulness? Director Tang, it's a misunderstanding. They were merely joking. Lai San's expression shifted, and he hastily shouted at Li Daong and the others. What are you standing there for? Put away those weapons. We're here to congratulate Brother Chen. Who told you to bring those? Li Daong and his companions appeared terrified, quickly stowing away their weapons. In these times, the police station resembled a den of tigers. For those without connections or backing, being taken in could be devastating. They feared Tang Aigua even more than Lai San did. Lai San, you arrived to celebrate the opening of my gaming hall empty-handed? Chen Jianghe suddenly interjected, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Lai San. Lai San's expression stiffened. He had spoken without thought, never expecting Chen Jianghe to seize upon his words. Realizing Tang Igwa's menacing gaze upon him, he forced a smile and awkwardly replied, "Brother Chun, what are you saying? I have indeed prepared a red envelope for you. And where might that envelope be?" Chen Jianghe inquired with a playful smile, pressing further. It's right here." Lai San, gritting his teeth in pain, painfully extracted a wad of cash from his pocket, forcing a smile as he explained, "I was in such a rush that I couldn't find the red envelope. Here are 200. Before Lai San could finish his sentence, Chen Jianghe exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng, understanding the cue, lunged forward and snatched the money from Lai San's hands. The wad contained over 2,000. "Oh, Mr. Lai, how generous of you to offer a red envelope of 2,000. I am most grateful." Chen Jianghe deliberately raised his voice. "Chen Jianghe, you." Lai San was on the verge of spitting blood in fury. That 2,000 yuan represented several days' earnings from the billiards hall, which was far less profitable than the gaming hall. With that money in Chen Jianghe's possession, Lai San felt as though his heart were bleeding. "Is Mr. Lai unwilling?" Chen Jianghe chuckled. "Unwilling? How could that be? Congratulations, Brother Chen, on the grand opening of your gaming hall. I wish you prosperous business and enduring success." Lai San swallowed his grievances, not only parting with money, but also uttering a few auspicious phrases. Only after this did he manage to force a smile and say to Tang Igwa, "Mr. Tang, I shall take my leave now, so as not to disrupt Brother Chen's opening." "Go ahead," Tang Igwa replied coolly. "What are you all waiting for? Hurry and leave." Lai San, begrudgingly, shouted as he departed with Li Daong and the others, his expression grim. Li Fei, in a state of panic, hurriedly followed with the aid of his cane. Chen Jianghe watched the retreating figures of Lai San and his crew, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Zhang Peng and his companions displayed expressions of relief, while Zhou Bing and Zhang Chong were particularly exhilarated, realizing that Chen Jianghe had connections with Tang Igwa. With this association, they could firmly establish themselves on North Street. "Everyone, come in and continue playing. This is a society governed by law, and we will not allow anyone to act recklessly," Tang Igwa proclaimed as he turned at the entrance of the gaming hall, and soon, the vibrant atmosphere returned to the establishment. "De Peng, distribute 20 tokens to each guest," Chen Jianghe instructed. "Understood," Zhang Peng responded promptly, hastening to distribute tokens alongside Zhou Bing and Zhang Chong. "Uncle Tang, I truly appreciate your support. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to open today." Chen Jianghe expressed his gratitude. "Jianghe, we're all in this together. There's no need for such formality. Besides, Lai San is not your match. I am fully aware of that." Tang Igwa waved his hand with a smile. "I have to get back to work, so I won't linger. Focus on your business and strive to make the Flame Gaming Hall thrive. By the way, the paperwork for the gaming hall will be completed in the next few days." After finishing his words, Tang Igwa got into the car parked at the entrance of the gaming hall and swiftly departed. "Boss, with your connections, why didn't Director Tang just arrest Lai San directly?" Zhang Chong, having finished distributing tokens, couldn't help but ask. "Xiangzi, in this world, one must rely on oneself." Chen Jianghe initially hesitated to elaborate, but seeing Zhang Peng's puzzled expression, he explained, "No matter how solid our connections are, money is still the key to open doors. In today's society, who is willing to assist you without compensation to resolve matters concerning Lai San? How much would we need to offer to get someone to intervene on our behalf? How much do we have to spare? Furthermore, even if Tang Igwa were to arrest Lai San, how long could he possibly keep him locked up? Lai San is well connected. He could easily leverage his ties, and Tang Igwa might not be able to detain him for long. In matters of society, we must handle what we can by ourselves." If Tang Igwa genuinely intended to apprehend Lai San, he wouldn't have allowed him to leave just now. Chen Jianghe kept his thoughts to himself, not wanting to get embroiled in the matter. He knew that if he required Tang Igwa's assistance to deal with someone like Lai San, then perhaps he should reconsider his place in society altogether. "Boss, we trust your judgment." Zhang Chong nodded, seemingly understanding yet confused. He could not fathom the situation, but he knew that following Chen Jianghe promised wealth and a bright future, so he decided to heed Chen Jianghe's words. "Let us all work diligently." Chen Jianghe waved his hand and returned to his office on the second floor. Sitting in his boss's chair, his gaze icy, he began to contemplate a definitive solution to Lai San. Today, he had summoned Tang Igwa to reveal a glimpse of his backing. Once he dealt with Lai San, he would firmly establish himself on North Street. With a solid foundation, no one would dare to disturb the arcade, and naturally, business would flourish. Following today's events, the people of North Street would come to realize that he was backed by Tang Aigua. Any attempts to challenge him would require them to reassess their own strength. Chapter 26. Reluctance. Lai San's Billiards Hall. Inside the hall, Lai San returned with his men, faces grim. Today had truly been a case of losing more than gaining. Not only did he fail to intimidate Chen Jianghe, but he had also suffered a significant loss of face. If he could not even handle a young upstart, his reputation on North Street would surely diminish further. In this world, maintaining face was paramount. Without it, anyone could dare to confront him. Third brother. I didn't expect that little brat to have Tang Aigua behind him. No wonder he managed to deal with Li Jindi. I heard that Li Jindi and Tang Aigua are not on the same page. It must be that Tang Aigua is backing Chen Jianghe to eliminate Li Jindi. Li Daong said through clenched teeth, his face ashen. Previously, Zhang Peng had merely been a minor figure under his command, but now he dared to speak boldly to him, which greatly displeased Li Daong. Brother, are we just going to let this slide? That brat has crippled my leg, Li Fei said, unwilling to accept the situation. Humph. Who says we will let this slide? As long as I, Lai San, am here, that brat will never stand firm. Lai San's eyes gleamed with malice as he declared. But third brother, that brat's backer is Tang Aigua, and Tang Aigua is the chief of the Ximin Road police station. We can't provoke him. Li Daong hesitated. If Tang Aigua were truly aligned with Chen Jianghe, would we have returned safely today? Lai San's eyes flickered with cunning. His years in the underworld had not been in vain. He could see that Tang Aigua and Chen Jianghe were not truly united, but rather engaged in a mutual exploitation. A transaction of power and money. Since that is the case, if Chen Jianghe can offer money, so can I, Lai San. As long as I can take over the arcade. What do you mean, third brother? Li Daong asked, puzzled. If Tang Aigua were truly in cahoots with Chen Jianghe, we would have been apprehended by him already. The fact that we weren't means his relationship with Chen Jianghe is not so deep. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Lai San's expression hardened. I suspect that Chen Jianghe has given Tang Aigua money and shares. If we can seize the arcade, I can offer money and shares as well. If Chen Jianghe gives 20%, I shall offer 50%. I refuse to believe that when Chen Jianghe is finished, and the die is cast, Tang Aigua will not seize such a significant advantage to avenge him. Lai San is indeed not a fool. He immediately discerned the crux of the matter. In this era, everyone speaks the language of money. If he were to secure the Fire Game Hall and grant Tang Aigua a 50% stake, Tang Aigua would certainly turn a blind eye to avenging Chen Jianghe. Indeed. Brother San, you are correct. If Chen Jianghe's relationship with Tang Aigua were truly that solid, Tang Aigua would undoubtedly take action against us today. Li Daong's eyes gleamed as he grasped the implication. Brother San, what do you propose we do about Chen Jianghe? Why don't we quietly eliminate him tonight? Li Fei, filled with animosity, interjected vehemently. His hatred for Chen Jianghe ran deep. Previously, buoyed by Li Daong's notoriety, Li Fei had made a name for himself at school, riding a small motorcycle and associating with other dropouts, engaging in mischief. He managed to scrape together some money and frequently changed partners, having even deflowered several girls who had abandoned their studies. Aside from lacking funds, he was never at a loss for female company. But now, with his leg incapacitated, he found himself unable to attract women, and no one regarded him with respect anymore. All of this was the fault of Chen Jianghe. Eliminate him. Eliminate him. Do you think I am the most formidable brother in Pengcheng, capable of reigning supreme? Lai San immediately erupted in anger, cursing, frustrated that his subordinates were so inept that dealing with a single Chen Jianghe proved so laborious. Li Fei bowed his head in shame, while Li Daong quickly defended him. Brother San, my younger brother is still naive. Please do not hold it against him. Li Fei, you better shut your mouth. What right do you have to speak here? If it weren't for your provocation of Chen Jianghe, Brother San wouldn't have been forced to confront him. After saying this, Li Daong turned back to scold again. Regardless, even if Li Fei had not provoked Chen Jianghe, I would still have to take that kid down. That game hall is incredibly lucrative. What right does he have to monopolize it? Lai San waved his hand and moderated his tone, adding, furthermore, if we are to deal with Chen Jianghe, we will need Li Fei's assistance. Brother, Li Fei is incapacitated. What help can he provide? Li Daong inquired, puzzled. Li Fei, you mentioned last time that Chen Jianghe crippled you because of Lu Wen's daughter, correct? Lai San suddenly asked. Yes, Brother San, it's all because of that despicable Lu Xiaoxiao. Li Fei replied bitterly. So, it seems that Chen Jianghe has some connection with both Lu Wen and her daughter? Lai San mused while stroking his chin, a sinister smile creeping across his face. I have a plan. If executed well, we can incapacitate that Chun Jianghe. Daong Fei, come here. Lai San beckoned Li Daong and Li Fei closer, lowering his voice to impart a few instructions into their ears. Brother San, you can count on us. We know what to do. Li Daong and Li Fei nodded in agreement and promptly departed to carry out their tasks. Li Daong ventured out alone, while Li Fei took two of Lai San's subordinates, driving off in a van towards the billiard hall. Night fell. As dusk descended, Zhang Peng eagerly poured all the day's earnings from the arcade into a bag, then ascended the stairs to count and reconcile the money. De Peng, you haven't even locked the door yet. Why the haste to tally the accounts? Chen Jianghe chuckled upon seeing him. Jianghe, today marks our grand opening. I simply wish to ascertain how much we have earned. Zhang Peng replied with excitement, hastily emptying the coins onto the table to commence his counting. The largest denomination received was a 10-yuan note. There were not even any 50s, let alone hundreds. The majority consisted of 1 and 2 yuan coins. Nonetheless, the promotional event at the arcade had indeed attracted quite a crowd, with dozens still present. After considerable effort, Zhang Peng finally counted the change. Jianghe, we have earned 416 yuan today, and we're not even closed yet. By the time we shut down for the night, we might reach 450 or even 500, he exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Such earnings in a single day were beyond his previous imaginings. It nearly equaled his entire monthly salary. Has no one played the slot machines today? Chun Jianghe expressed satisfaction with the income, although he recognized it as mere pocket change. Once the arcade discontinued its half-price promotions, the daily revenue might peak at 500 or 600 yuan, and after deducting expenses for electricity and labor, whether they would surpass 10,000 in a month remained uncertain. The true profit lay with the slot machines. No, the slot machines are untouched, Zhang Peng replied, a look of resignation on his face. Without patrons at the slots, the arcade could not regain its former glory. No worries. Once we deal with Lai San and establish ourselves on North Street, business will gradually improve. Chen Jianghe reassured him with a smile. Indeed, you're right. One must not rush in business. Zhang Peng nodded, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Jianghe, I overheard several gamers today mentioning that another arcade is set to open on North Street. Another arcade? Chen Jianghe's brow furrowed. On North Street, there were already arcades, billiard halls, ice rinks, internet cafes, roadside eateries, hotels, and small inns. 4 arcades in total, including the largest, Lihua, with the others being relatively modest in size. The threat posed by Lihua was minimal, yet the limited space on North Street meant that competition would intensify with the addition of another arcade. It seems it's not a brand new establishment, but rather an expansion of a previous one. I haven't had the chance to see it yet. Zhang Peng noted. When you have a moment, go take a look. Chun Jianghe's concern deepened. Competition in Pengcheng's entertainment sector was becoming increasingly fierce. 3 years ago, when he first entered the industry, there were no internet cafes. Now, upon his return, they had proliferated. It was said that many patrons preferred the internet cafes, which had siphoned off a portion of the arcade's clientele. This trend would likely become more pronounced in the future. Chun Jianghe harbored a premonition that the golden era of arcades might soon dwindle. Perhaps on the second floor, he could establish an internet CAF. He had heard from Zhang Peng that internet CAFs could be quite lucrative. In Pengcheng, the most affordable rate was 10 yuan per hour, while the more expensive ones could charge up to 15 or even 20. Without some money in hand, it was impossible to access the internet. For internet CAFs to thrive, the fees must undoubtedly be lowered. Otherwise, the young crowd would be unable to afford it. I'll wait and see. Chun Jianghe mused to himself. Jianghe, what did you say? Zhang Peng asked, unable to catch his words. Nothing. Just go about your business. Chun Jianghe waved his hand dismissively. All right, I'll take the money and step out for a bit, perhaps to grab some food. Zhang Peng nodded, took 20 yuan, jotted it down in his ledger, and then handed a neatly bundled stack of cash to Chun Jianghe before turning to leave. Chun Jianghe casually tossed the money into a drawer and closed his eyes in contemplation. To navigate the underworld, one must first grow strong and prosperous. In the medium term, one should transition to legitimate businesses and ultimately, in the later stages, begin to cleanse oneself of past deeds. This path is the only way to find success. Chun Jiming had shared this wisdom during his own days in the underworld, imparted to him by a prominent figure who, one day, in a drunken state, had imparted this insight. Chun Jianghe often recalled this lesson, though sadly, Chun Jiming himself had never managed to take the first step. As Zhang Peng stepped outside, he meandered towards the North Street. Approaching the billiard hall, he intentionally concealed himself in the shadows to observe, discovering that Lysan's billiard hall had surprisingly closed early. Its doors securely locked, leaving him uncertain if anyone remained inside. Confirming that Lysan's associates were not nearby, Zhang Peng continued onward to a bustling eatery, ordering 2 dishes, some stir-fried noodles, and a few bottles of beer, spending just over 20 yuan. In the distance, he noticed several storefronts being renovated, with a grand sign already affixed above them. Tianwei Electronic World. Wasn't this once the Great Tycoon? Zhang Peng muttered to himself. Brother Peng. This was indeed the Great Tycoon, but I heard that a few days ago, Boss Zhou's wife was assaulted, and now he has returned to his hometown with his wife and child, leaving this place behind. The eatery owner remarked, glancing around while stirring the dishes, lowering his voice. Having previously worked at Lysan's billiard hall, Zhang Peng had occasionally been sent out to fetch meals, thus he was somewhat familiar with the eatery owner. The Great Tycoon had once been a gaming hall on North Street, comprising 2 storefronts, initially a major competitor of the Flame Gaming Hall. Over recent years, it had lost many patrons to Li Jindi, yet it had still maintained a decent business, earning a fair sum each month. The owner of the Great Tycoon, Zhou Tiangui, had been in Pengqing for nearly a decade and was quite well connected on North Street. Zhang Peng had even met Zhou's wife, a woman in her 30s or 40s, still possessing an alluring charm. It was shocking how, in just a few days, such a significant upheaval had occurred. Such a ruthless act? Zhang Peng inquired with astonishment. Who is currently the owner of the Tianwei Electronic World? The situation was quite apparent. Someone had set their sights on Zhou Tiangui's affluent establishment. Zhou Tiangui, undoubtedly reluctant to relinquish his wealth, was coerced into submission through the manipulation of his wife, compelling him to surrender his fortune. However, the particulars remained elusive. It was rumored that the individual behind this was quite formidable. The chef, having expertly prepared the stir-fried shredded pork, whispered, Brother Peng, I've heard you are at the fire game hall now. You must exercise caution. The owner of the affluent establishment seems rather formidable. Thank you. I will inform the boss upon my return. From now on, our fire game hall will procure meals from you, Zhang Peng replied, hurriedly taking the packaged food and making his way back to the game hall. As the night deepened, fewer students vacated the premises, resulting in a quieter atmosphere than before. Zhang Peng distributed 2 boxes of fried noodles and a plate of stir-fried pork to Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing, before ascending the stairs with the remaining food. Jiang He, I have checked, and there is indeed a new game hall opening, named Tianwei Electronic World, located at the former site of the affluent establishment, having expanded into several adjacent spaces, now slightly larger than our fire game hall. Zhang Peng disclosed, offering chopsticks to Jiang He. The affluent establishment? Is this new venture under Zhou Tiangui's management? Jiang He inquired, taking a bite of the noodles. Before entering, he was aware that Zhou Tiangui's affluent establishment was already thriving, and during those years, Chen Jiming had once clashed with Zhou Tiangui over customer acquisition. However, the conflict had not escalated significantly, leaving no major animosities between the two. It is not Zhou Tiangui. Zhang Peng sighed, stating, I have heard that Zhou Tiangui's wife has been entangled with someone else, and he has since returned to his hometown with his family. The affluent establishment has been taken over by another, although the identity of this individual remains unknown. This information was relayed to me by the owner of the Hao Zai Lai restaurant. I thought I could gather more news by ordering from him in the future. In this world, the strong devour the weak. Without strength, one is merely prey on the chopping block. Jiang He reflected silently. After all these years, it was unexpected that Zhou Tiangui had fallen into such a predicament. Very well, we shall follow your suggestion. From now on, we will dine at Hao Zai Lai. The owner is well connected and can provide us with information. Then I shall arrange for him to deliver our meals. Zhang Peng nodded, beginning to eat with Jiang He. The establishments on North Street often provided meals and lodging to keep individuals on site, safeguarding against unexpected intrusions that could leave them unprepared and vulnerable. Chapter 28. Kidnapping Xiao Xiao. Dispose of the trash. A few streets away, in a clinic, 2 injured thugs had just departed. Lu Wen discarded blood-soaked cotton balls and bandages into a trash bin, calling upstairs before commencing the organization of other items. Coming, the youthful and vibrant Lu Xiao Xiao descended from upstairs, carrying a garbage bag as she prepared to toss it into the bin at the street corner. Fei Ge Xies out. From a nearby van, a disheveled man, cigarette in hand, nudged Li Fei urgently. Li Fei's eyes widened as he sat up straight, spotting Lu Xiaoxiao emerging from the clinic with a trash bag in hand. They had been waiting outside for some time, hesitant to enter with others present inside. Follow closely, act swiftly. Li Fei's gaze hardened, fixated on the youthful and radiant Lu Xiaoxiao. She was strikingly beautiful. Even before she dropped out of school, Li Fei had been infatuated with her, often seeking her attention, though she never reciprocated his feelings. As the van revved to life, it leisurely trailed behind Lu Xiaoxiao. After walking a short distance, she suddenly noticed the van creeping up behind her, causing her to startle. Alert, she edged toward the roadside and quickened her pace, hoping to toss the trash and flee back. Unbeknownst to her, the van accelerated abruptly, halting right beside her. The doors swung open with a loud clang, and two ruffians lunged out like wolves. "Mom!" Lu Xiaoxiao screamed in terror, hurling the trash bag at one of the thugs before turning to flee back towards the clinic. "Think you can escape?" One of the thugs swiped at the trash bag, flinging it aside, then dashed forward to grasp Lu Xiaoxiao's ponytail. She let out a shriek as she fell to the ground. The other thug seized her by the neck with one hand while twisting her arm with the other, forcibly dragging her back to the van and shoving her inside. "Xiaoxiao, come!" Hearing the commotion, Lu Wen rushed out, wielding a scalpel and screaming. Li Fei, brimming with satisfaction, let out a cold laugh as the van sped away. Lu Wen could only watch in despair as the vehicle receded into the distance, disappearing from sight. By 11:30 that evening, the arcade was growing increasingly empty. The once bustling arcade, known for staying open until midnight, often entertained high-stakes players who would keep the machines running until dawn. However, with no significant patrons and the watchful eye of Lai Sin outside, Chen Jianghe decided against staying open too late. "De Peng, tidy up and prepare to close," Chen Jianghe instructed before heading upstairs. "Understood." Zhang Peng nodded, dispatching Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing to inform the remaining patrons that any unfinished credits could be taken home and used the next day. Just then, Lu Wen burst into the arcade, barefoot and disheveled, making a beeline for Chen Jianghe. "Sister Lu?" Chen Jianghe turned, his heart sinking at the sight of Lu Wen. Her hair a mess and one shoe missing. Had she been bullied? "Sister Lu, what happened?" Zhang Peng also inquired, noticing her distress. Lu Wen, ignoring Zhang Peng, stumbled toward Chen Jianghe, her legs giving way as she fell. Instinctively, Chen Jianghe reached out to catch her, only to find himself enveloped in a soft warmth. Realizing his hand had landed in an unexpected place, he had thought Ling Shui to be a formidable woman. Yet he discovered that there were always stronger individuals in the world. One mountain surpasses another. "Lu Jia, are you all right?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Chen Jianghe's face as he quickly steadied Lu Wen's arm. Lu Wen grasped Chen Jianghe's arm tightly, disregarding her earlier discomfort, and urgently exclaimed, "Chen Jianghe, my daughter Xiaoxiao has been taken away." "Taken? Who did this?" Zhang Peng's expression shifted in alarm as he inquired hastily. "I don't know. I just sent her out to throw away the garbage, and as soon as she stepped outside, a van whisked her away." Lu Wen's voice quivered with despair. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If I hadn't asked her to take out the trash, she wouldn't have been snatched. Chen Jianghe, I beg you, help me bring Xiaoxiao back." "Don't worry, sister. Xiaoxiao is, after all, my cousin. Jianghe and I will definitely lend our assistance." Zhang Peng replied immediately. Chen Jianghe cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Peng, wondering when Xiaoxiao had become his cousin. He had previously thought Zhang Peng was interested in Lu Wen. Could he have misjudged their relationship? Nevertheless, now was not the time for such inquiries. Xiaoxiao had been kidnapped, and as a young girl, her safety was paramount. They needed to find her without delay. "Have you called the police?" Chen Jianghe inquired solemnly. "No, waiting for the police would be too late." Lu Wen shook her head in despair. In this day and age, relying on the police to rescue someone in time is like expecting a sow to climb a tree. If we do report it, the best we can hope for is that someone will investigate by tomorrow. Without connections or gifts, such cases can languish for ages. Not to mention, even in more severe situations, like a street brawl with dozens involved, the enforcement team only arrives after the chaos has subsided. They are always the last to show up. Chen Jianghe understood the gravity of the situation. They could not depend on the police station. However, aimlessly searching like headless flies would yield little result. As he pondered, he soon detected a clue. "Lu Jia, you mentioned that Xiaoxiao was taken just as she went out to throw away the trash?" "Yes. She was merely taking out the garbage when she was snatched." Lu Wen nodded, her face a mask of distress. In that case, the likelihood of a random crime seemed low. It was quite plausible that someone had been waiting outside the clinic, seizing the moment Xiao Xiao stepped out. "Zhang He, what do you mean by that?" Zhang Peng asked. Confusion etched on his face. "Dapeng, if this were a random crime, what are the odds that Xiao Xiao would be targeted just as she stepped out for a minute or two? While such a possibility cannot be entirely dismissed, it is exceedingly slim. The greater likelihood is that someone had been lurking outside, which indicates this is not a matter involving a stranger, but rather a personal vendetta." With Chen Jianghe's insight, Zhang Peng quickly grasped the implication. The individuals who had abducted Xiao Xiao did not merely chance upon her. They had targeted her and Lu Wan. "Zhang He, you're right. Lu Jie, have you or your clinic offended anyone recently?" Zhang Peng pressed urgently, his understanding deepening. "My daughter and I have never been troublemakers. When patients come to seek treatment, I attend to them without prying or prattling. Recently, I have not offended anyone, but if one were to consider grievances, it would be the recent slight against Li Fei," murmured Lu Wan. "Li Fei?" A chill swept through Chen Jianghe's gaze. Chapter 29, United We Stand Indeed. "It must be Li Fei. There's a van at Lai San's billiard hall," Zhang Peng exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he hastily drew a knife. "Xiao Xiao must have been captured by Lai San and Li Fei. We must hurry to the billiard hall. De Peng, do not act impulsively." Chen Jianghe restrained Zhang Peng. "If this truly is the work of Lai San, he may very well be manipulating Lu Xiao Xiao to lure them in. If we rush in, we could easily fall victim to Lai San's men. Zhang He, if we do not go, Xiao Xiao will be lost." Zhang Peng shouted in desperation. "I am aware. But if we proceed as such, we are merely delivering ourselves to Lai San. Not only would we fail to rescue Lu Xiao Xiao, but we would also jeopardize our own lives." Chen Jianghe said solemnly, a frown creasing his brow. "Chen Jianghe, I beg you to save my daughter, to rescue Xiao Xiao. I am willing to do anything for your assistance." Lu Wan suddenly fell to her knees, beginning to remove her clothing. She had given birth to Lu Xiao Xiao before turning 18, and now, with her daughter just reaching that age, she herself was barely over 30, still ripe as a succulent peach. Over the years, many individuals from society, including affluent and powerful figures, had sought to pursue Lu Wan, but she had consistently refused, fearing for Lu Xiao Xiao's well-being. Now, however, she was ready to sacrifice everything for her daughter. "Sister Lu, there is no need for this. We are determined to save your daughter." Chen Jianghe quickly restrained Lu Wan's hands. "In the world we navigate, the significance of a physician cannot be overstated. By aiding us this time, we shall forge bonds that will ensure she will never stand idly by in future crises." "Zhang He, what shall we do?" Zhang Peng asked anxiously. Beside them, Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing exchanged uneasy glances. Lai San had 8 or 9 men under his command, while they numbered only 4. In a desperate fight, it would likely be they who suffered. At that moment, Chen Jianghe's phone rang. He answered, and instantly, Lai San's voice echoed through the line. "Chen Jianghe, the girl you fancy, Lu Xiao Xiao, is in my grasp. If you wish to avoid calamity befalling her, you must come to the billiard hall immediately. Remember, do not call the police, or I shall mar her face. If I do not see you within half an hour, do not blame me for letting my men have their way. If anything happens to Lu Xiao Xiao, I will take your life." Chen Jianghe replied coldly. "Haha, quite the bravado. I shall await your arrival. Remember, you have only half an hour. Time waits for no one." Lai San scoffed and abruptly ended the call. Xiao Xiao is truly in Lai San's clutches. I must call the police. Lu Wan frantically attempted to use Chen Jianghe's phone to report the situation. "Sister Lu, Lai San has been involved in this world for quite some time. He is certainly not a fool. Lu Xiao Xiao is undoubtedly not at the billiard hall. If we were to report this to the police without any evidence, even if Lai San were apprehended, it would not bring Lu Xiao Xiao back. In fact, it could put her in even greater peril." Chen Jianghe blocked Lu Wan's path and spoke in a low voice. Since Lai San is aware of the connection between Chen Jianghe and Tang Aigua, he would undoubtedly take precautions against any police report and seek help from Tang Aigua. In that case, he would certainly not keep Lu Xiao Xiao at the billiard hall. Even if Chen Jianghe alerted the authorities and had Tang Aigua send people over, they would likely fail to locate Lu Xiao Xiao. As for the matter of Lu Xiao Xiao's abduction, Lai San would certainly deny it. Even if he had admitted it over the phone earlier, words alone hold no weight without his confession. They would have no proof to assert that Lai San had claimed Lu Xiao Xiao was his captive. If they were delayed for even a single night, Lu Xiao Xiao could very well be subjected to unspeakable harm. "What should we do? What should we do?" Lu Wan collapsed onto the ground, her gaze vacant. She understood all too well that the longer they delayed, the greater the danger for Lu Xiaoxiao. Da Peng, go procure some supplies, and do so swiftly. Chen Jianghe was also acutely aware that their time was limited. They needed to confront Lai San tonight, no matter what. He signaled for Zhang Peng to come closer and quickly whispered a few instructions into his ear. Zhang Peng's eyes brightened at once. Jianghe, rest assured. I shall go at once. Zhang Peng nodded, turned, and sped out in a van. Xiangzi, Zhou Bing, close the door, arm yourselves, and follow me to the billiard hall. After assigning Zhang Peng his task, Chen Jianghe addressed Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. The two exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and hurried to the back of the arcade to retrieve some items. Fortune favors the bold. Following Chen Jianghe promised a better future than aligning with Li Jindi. Since Chen Jianghe had dared to take risks, why should they hesitate? Moreover, with Chen Jianghe sending Zhang Peng for reinforcements, everything would soon be resolved. Sister Lu, remain here. We will bring Lu Xiaoxiao back. Chen Jianghe donned a leather jacket beneath his clothing. These jackets, crafted from thick cowhide, were stored in the utility room at the back of the arcade, specifically prepared by Li Jindi's underlings. While they may not provide protection against stabs, they offer some defense against slashes, making them beneficial to wear before engaging in conflict. The three men each put on a leather jacket beneath their clothes, armed themselves, and stepped outside, instructing Lu Wen to lock the door and stay behind in the arcade. Lu Wen looked on anxiously as Chen Jianghe and the others departed. Kneeling at the entrance, the night grew deeper. The bustling North Street had gradually quieted, with only a handful of shops still open, casting their lights like a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Even the roadside stalls had seen a significant decrease in patrons. Chen Jianghe, accompanied by Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, soon arrived outside Lai San's billiard hall. The establishment was closed, but light seeped through the cracks in the door, indicating that someone was inside. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing swallowed hard, their palms slick with sweat. With Zhang Peng absent, the trio felt alarmingly outnumbered. Boss, are we truly going in? Why risk everything for a woman we barely know? Zhou Bing suddenly spoke, his face reflecting palpable fear. We are not here for any woman, but to establish ourselves on North Street. If we do not deal with Lai San, how can he ensure our stability in business here? Chen Jianghe replied sternly. Only by resolving matters with Lai San can we secure our foothold on North Street. Zhou Bing, if you lack the courage for this life, perhaps you should seek employment in a factory instead. After delivering his words, Chen Jianghe strode directly towards the billiards hall, placing his hopes solely on himself and Zhang Peng. As long as Zhang Peng arrived on schedule, their odds would at least be 50-50. Zhang Chong glanced at Zhou Bing, inhaled deeply, tightened his grip on the knife, and followed Chen Jianghe. Boss, I want to earn money. I want to prosper. I yearn for success, not to be stuck in a factory forever. Zhou Bing grit his teeth, blood vessels surfacing in his eyes, and shouted as he trailed behind. Then fight alongside me. Chen Jianghe proclaimed as he reached the entrance of the billiards hall, forcefully pulling open the shutter door and stepping inside. Chapter 30. A desperate gamble once inside. Several young ruffians emerged behind them, swiftly pulling down the shutter door and blocking any chance of escape for Chen Jianghe and his companions. These youths were unfamiliar faces, likely not under Lai San's command, but rather temporary reinforcements, as Lai San probably deemed their small group insufficient for the task at hand. Such thugs could be bought for a mere 200 to stand guard, and for 1,000 or 2,000, they could even resort to violence. Yet, not every scoundrel would dare accept such risky work. Lai San lounged in the boss's chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, smugly observing Chen Jianghe. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing felt a weight in their hearts, their arms trembling with tension. With Lai San already having the numerical advantage, supplemented by 4 or 5 hired hands, how could they possibly contend against such odds? Chen Jianghe remained composed, narrowing his eyes as he donned his fingerless gloves. Lai San, a seasoned veteran, proved his savvy by hiring reinforcements despite his numerical superiority. Chen Jianghe, you truly possess audacity to risk it all for a woman. Bringing along these 2 underlings. How youthful and bold you are. Lai San remarked with a smirk, giving Chen Jianghe a thumbs up. Why hasn't he Zhang Peng dared to show up? Third brother, there's no one outside, and the cops haven't arrived. Li Daong slipped in through a side door and promptly locked it behind him. Chen Jianghe, your father was a significant figure, and you too have made a name for yourself. Today, out of respect for your late father, I propose a deal. Sign this contract. Relinquish the Flame Game Hall to me, and we can settle our grievances. I want to pursue the matter regarding Li Fei, and I will allow you to leave the billiards hall unscathed, Lai San declared as he tossed a contract at Chun Jiang's feet. The contract stipulates the purchase of the fire game hall for the sum of 200,000 yuan. However, the validity of the contract is one matter, and the actual payment is another. This appears to be merely a formality. It is certain that Lai San would not fulfill his financial obligation, yet with Chun Jiang's signature, the establishment becomes his. What if I refuse to sign? Chun Jianghe inquired, casting a glance at the contract on the ground. Refusal will lead to the loss of a hand today. You will have no choice but to sign. Lai San sneered coldly. Chun Jianghe, will you sign or not? Make it quick. Li Daong brandished a triangular military dagger, threateningly directing it at Chun Jianghe. Regardless of whether Chun Jianghe signed or not, he intended to incapacitate him to avenge Li Fei. I am willing to sign, but only if you release Lu Xiaoxiao first, Chun Jianghe stated firmly. Truly. A hero finds it difficult to overcome the allure of a beauty. I will be honest with you, Lu Xiaoxiao is not here. However, if you sign the contract, I will immediately call and have her returned. I, Lai San, would never deceive you. Lai San laughed maniacally, fixating his gaze on Chun Jianghe. Chun Jianghe's eyes narrowed. Indeed, Lai San had not kept Lu Xiaoxiao at the billiards hall. Had she been there, he could have sought assistance from Tang Aigua, and with Tang Aigua's arrival, they would have had undeniable evidence of kidnapping. With a little effort and expenditure, it would not be difficult to have Lai San imprisoned for a few years. Lai San would not make such an error. Without seeing her, I cannot sign this contract, Chun Jianghe declared, kicking the contract aside. Chun Jianghe, you are disrespecting my hospitality. Lai San's expression turned sinister. Brother San, why waste words on this brat? Let's dispose of him. I don't believe he would dare refuse to sign. Li Daong suggested menacingly. Let me ask you one final time. Can you sign this contract? Lai San rose, his face cold and unyielding. I cannot sign. Chun Jianghe maintained his calm demeanor, calculating the time. Zhang Peng should be arriving soon. Cannot sign, is it? Very well. Lai San furiously smashed his cigarette to the ground and suddenly addressed Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, stating that today's events did not concern them. Stand aside. I want to touch you. Otherwise, I'll ensure you both leave here incapacitated. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing exchanged glances, their faces betraying uncertainty. Yet they remained gripping their knives, palms sweating profusely. Fools, let us get started. Seeing their hesitation, Lai San cursed and waved his hand. Go, Li Daong bellowed. Yet cunningly allowed his underlings to charge at Chun Jianghe first, pretending to lag behind. The young ruffians behind Chun Jianghe remained silent, each drawing their knives and launching an immediate assault. It was evident that these youths were not ordinary thugs. They were the kind who would act decisively when compensated. Be careful. Chun Jianghe squinted his eyes, tightly gripping his brass knuckles. Without waiting for the ruffian in front to approach, he took the initiative. Leaping forward and instantly positioning himself before the foremost thug, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at the ruffian's face. From a young age, Chun Jianghe had trained in martial arts under his grandfather until the age of 13, when his grandfather passed away due to illness, leaving him to fend for himself while Chun Jiming was preoccupied with gang life. With no one to guide him, Chun Jianghe's skills languished. After spending 3 years in prison, a place rife with corruption and brutality, he realized that without strength or connections, it was impossible to remain unscathed. Thus, he resolved to carve his path with his fists, establishing a reputation that none would dare challenge. During those 3 years, his martial arts prowess flourished, earning him the moniker Iron Fist Chun, known throughout the prison as a formidable opponent. The ruffian, taken aback by Chun Jianghe's audacity, unleashed a furious shout as he swung a knife downwards. However, Chun Jianghe's fist was swifter. Before the blade could descend, his iron fist had already landed on the thug's face. The sharp edge of the brass knuckles tore through the ruffian's skin, blood gushing forth like a faucet turned wide open, and with a pained cry, the thug was sent sprawling to the ground. Yet, as Chun Jianghe felled one adversary, another thug lunged at him with a knife. Chun Jianghe deftly tilted his head, but the blade grazed his shoulder, ripping through his clothing and striking his leather vest, leaving a deep gash. A slight pain radiated from his shoulder, blood seeping out. But the thick leather mitigated the injury's severity. In retaliation, Chun Jianghe retaliated with a punch that connected with the thug's arm, eliciting a scream. Before landing another blow to the thug's chin, the flesh of the adversary's jaw was violently torn away. blood accompanying the sound of shattering bone as the thug choked back his scream, collapsing unconscious to the ground. At that moment, a third thug swung a knife toward Chun Jiangha's arm, but he swiftly retracted his limb, delivering a kick that sent the attacker tumbling. Just then, a sudden cry pierced the air as Zhou Bing was struck from behind by another thug's blade. Chapter 31. Overcome. Go ahead and strike them fiercely. I promise you, the reward will double. Lai San, witnessing Chun Jiangha's ferocity as he dispatched 3 of his men in the blink of an eye, felt a surge of fear. However, he believed that as long as the 2 subordinates accompanying Chun Jiangha were taken down, they would ultimately prevail. Realizing Zhou Bing had been injured, Lai San shouted to the remaining thugs, "Finish them off." A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the thugs as they grew more reckless. Surrounded by 5 men, Zhou Bing and Zhang Chong struggled to withstand the onslaught. Meanwhile, Chun Jiangha found himself intercepted by Li Daong and his men, sustaining several cuts. Fortunately, his leather vest absorbed most of the damage, leaving him with only minor injuries. However, this situation could not endure for long. Chun Jiangha found himself encircled, compelled to retreat continuously, striving to ensure that his adversaries remained in front of him. If he were flanked from behind, peril would surely ensue. Chun Jiangha, you dare to challenge me? Today, I shall incapacitate you. Lai San, wielding a large machete, could not suppress a fervent smile as he perceived the tide of battle turning in his favor. Defeating Chun Jiangha and seizing control of the Liuhua Game Hall would elevate him to a position of considerable power and influence in the area. Brother, slay this wretch. Li Fei, leaning on a cane from a distance, shouted exuberantly. As Chun Jiangha felt his strength waning, he suddenly detected the thunderous roar of an engine. He smashed a machete aside and dashed towards Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, urging them to take cover. Bang! In the next instant, the shutter of the billiard hall was violently flung open, and a van surged in, crashing into several unsuspecting youths standing behind the door. The unexpected spectacle left everyone momentarily stunned. Jiangha, I have arrived. As the van came to a halt, Zhang Peng leapt out, clutching a large bundle of firecrackers. He ignited the fuse and hurled it into the crowd. An explosive cacophony of firecrackers ensued, the myriad of vibrant red strands detonating simultaneously, sending Lai San's lackeys scrambling in instinctive terror. Such a multitude of firecrackers could easily blind someone if they struck the eyes, and if they landed on the body, they would surely leave grievous wounds. The ruffians, frightened, sought refuge as dense white smoke began to permeate the billiard hall, causing the thugs inside to cough incessantly. Lai San, Chun Jiangha roared, seizing the opportunity he had awaited. Amidst the chaos among Lai San's minions, he sprang forward, charging directly at Lai San. Damn it, block him! Lai San shouted in alarm, never having anticipated that Chun Jiangha had orchestrated a countermeasure. With Zhang Peng's intervention, not only had he suffered losses, but the tide of battle had shifted dramatically. Chun Jiangha, you bastard! Li Daong coughed, his vision blurred, and upon spotting Chun Jiangha advancing, he bellowed furiously, gripping his Mitsubishi dagger tightly and lunging at Chun Jiangha. This weapon, with its 3 sharpened edges, would create a wound so grievous that stitching it would be nearly impossible. It was not typically wielded unless one intended to take a life. Li Daong obstructed the path, but Chun Jiangha's gaze remained icy, showing no sign of slowing down. His iron fist struck, colliding violently with the Mitsubishi dagger, shattering it. Following this, he unleashed a punch directly to Li Daong's face. Crack! Li Daong's nose shattered instantly, sending him crashing to the ground, his visage irrevocably disfigured. Ah! He screamed in agony, clutching his face, rendered incapable of further combat. Without pausing, Chun Jiangha surged past Li Daong, making a beeline for Lai San. Chun Jiangha, Lai San, both astonished and furious, attempted to retreat, only to find his path obstructed by the boss's chair behind him. In a moment of desperation, he called upon the rascals for assistance, but chaos reigned among them, and it was too late. With a furious roar, he brandished his knife, attempting to drive Chun Jiangha back and buy time for his underlings to intervene. Clang! Lai San swung his blade down, only to find Chun Jiangha meeting the edge with his fist, deflecting the blow. The steel struck against the brass knuckles, emitting sparks and leaving a deep gash. With his left hand blocking the blade, Chun Jiangha delivered a powerful punch to Lai San's face. A cry of agony escaped Lai San as the sharp edge of the knuckles tore into his cheek, blood mingling with several of his teeth as they flew out. As Lai San attempted to retaliate, Chun Jiangha pressed him down, landing another blow to his face. Third brother, A few nearby rascals, jolted from their stupor, rushed to assist. Zhang Peng ruthlessly felled one of the ruffians, positioning himself protectively in front of Chen Jianghe. Who the hell dares to come to their doom? Zhang Peng bellowed, brandishing his blade, his blood-red gaze sweeping the area. Witnessing Lai San's gruesome state and Li Dayong's defeat, the remaining rascals hesitated. Stop them. Chen Jianghe struck Lai San once more, nearly rendering him unconscious, then seized his hair and yanked him upright. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Peng stepped back and pressed his knife against Lai San's throat. The cold steel sent a jolt through Lai San's nerves, extinguishing the last flicker of his courage. Stop! Everyone stop! Lai San shouted incoherently, his remaining subordinates frozen in confusion. Though they held the numerical advantage, their leader was now under Chen Jianghe's control. With Lai San subdued and Li Dayong incapacitated, the rascals hesitated, eventually dropping their weapons and retreating. Only two of Lai San's young recruits, minimally injured, rose from the ground. Still clutching their knives, their eyes fixed on Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng. Among the 5 youngsters, 3 bore significant injuries. Had it not been for the barricade that shielded them from the van, it would not have been surprising if someone had been killed. Chen Jianghe understood their intent. Having come this far and engaged in conflict, they were determined to leave with compensation, for efforts must be rewarded. If they failed to secure payment after attempting their task, their standing in the underworld would be in jeopardy. Lai San, give them the money and let them go. Chen Jianghe stated calmly. The money is in the drawer inside. Lai San, recognizing the gravity of the situation, pointed toward the inner room. Zhang Peng, familiar with the billiard hall's layout from his previous work there, handed the knife to Chen Jianghe, turned, and opened a drawer of an office desk, retrieving a stack of cash. Without counting, he tossed it to the 2 minimally injured youngsters. Take the money and scram. Zhang Peng fixed his fierce gaze upon them, realizing that in this precarious situation, resorting to violence was no longer an option. Should it escalate, fatalities were inevitable. Settling the matter with Lai San's money and sending these young rascals away was the most prudent outcome. Once they departed, other matters could be addressed. The 2 youngsters, armed with knives, scooped up the cash, assisted their injured companion, and kept a vigilant watch on Zhang Peng and Chen Jianghe as they retreated through the door and subsequently exited. Watching them leave, Lai San understood that his fate was sealed. Chapter 32. Rendered ineffectual, are you all right? Chen Jianghe sighed in relief as the young rascals departed, recognizing that the night's ordeal had reached a conclusion. As long as no one dared to fight back, Lai San would not pose a significant threat. He turned his attention to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Boss, we'll survive. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing were bloodied, each bearing several wounds. Fortunately, their leather vests had shielded them from more serious harm. The young assailants had displayed considerable ferocity, having made a name for themselves on the streets of Peng City through sheer ruthlessness over the years. Yet, reliance solely on brutality would not sustain them for long. Chen Jianghe, in this world, one must be ready to endure blows. I concede my defeat today. What do you intend to do? Lai San gritted his teeth, still mustering a semblance of defiance. A tiger may die, but its spirit remains unyielded. Alas, Lai San was merely a small-time thug, not a formidable figure capable of great feats. And Lu Xiaoxiao? Where is she? Chen Jianghe inquired coldly, fixing his gaze on Lai San. Lai San instinctively glanced behind him, noticing Li Fei, limping, attempting to sneak away in a bid to escape. Zhang Peng spotted him and swiftly charged, delivering a kick that sent Li Fei sprawling, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks. Pengge, please stop. I realize my mistakes. Lu Xiaoxiao is locked up just behind. Li Fei cried out in pain, his previous bravado evaporating as he cowered in fear, clutching his head. Chen Jianghe, the house behind the billiard hall also belongs to me. Lu Xiaoxiao is confined there, untouched. Lai San hastily asserted. He had initially planned to seize Lu Xiaoxiao after dealing with Chen Jianghe, but the tables had turned, and now he found himself at the mercy of his adversary. Any thoughts of leveraging Lu Xiaoxiao for his gain were swiftly dismissed. Daping, go check. Chen Jianghe instructed with a nod toward Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng picked up a knife, cautiously proceeding to the backyard, where he discovered an inconspicuous hidden door leading to the house behind the billiard hall. In a small room tucked away in the corner, Zhang Peng found Lu Xiaoxiao, bound and gagged, her eyes wide with terror. Jianghe, Xiaoxiao is unharmed. Zhang Peng quickly returned with Lu Xiaoxiao in tow. She will accompany us shortly. Chen Jianghe glanced at the trembling girl, offering a slight nod before turning his attention back to Lai San. He meticulously drafted a transfer contract on-site, along with a receipt. The contract stipulated that Lai San would transfer ownership of the billiard hall for the sum of 150,000, including the property, which had originally been leased by Lai San and did not belong to him. In recent years, Lai San has employed various means to claim ownership of properties, a scenario that has become all too common. Not only houses, but even factories have been seized. At the train station, there are instances where beautiful young women arriving to work in the South are abducted upon disembarking from the train. Such occurrences are alarmingly frequent. As for the receipt, it states that Lai San has received a payment of 150,000. Once the contract is signed and the receipt is stamped with a thumbprint, the agreement is sealed and the money has been exchanged. Who could possibly assert that these documents are fraudulent? Not even Lai San himself. Chen Jianghe, you have gone too far. Today, I, Lai San, shall accept my downfall. Whatever compensation you desire, I shall provide. At worst, we can coexist separately in the future. You wish to take my billiard hall? That is out of the question. Lai San clenched his teeth, bitterly glaring at Chen Jianghe. Lai San, are you causing trouble at the fire game hall simply for trifles? Is it not the game hall you are concerned about? Chen Jianghe maintained an expressionless gaze on Lai San, suddenly severing the tendons in Lai San's foot with a swift strike. Lai San let out a harrowing wail. Collapsing to the ground in agony, Lu Xiaoxiao screamed in terror, covering her eyes with her hands. You have met your demise today. There will no longer be a figure like you in this realm. If you wish to take my game hall, you should have anticipated such a day. Sign the contract, and I will allow you to leave. Refuse to sign, and I shall sever your tendons. Chen Jianghe's piercing gaze was fixed upon Lai San, while several of Lai San's subordinates bowed their heads in fear, paralyzed by dread. In this world, one must be ruthless when necessary. Since enmity has been established, it is a matter of life and death. If Lai San is not incapacitated, he may rise again to seek vengeance for old grievances. By neutralizing Lai San today, he will no longer exist in this sphere. You are indeed ruthless, Chen Jianghe. I shall sign. After enduring the pain, Lai San lay crumpled on the ground, feeling like a pile of discarded flesh. His strength was gone, his business shattered, and the meager savings he had would no longer attract followers. He signed the contract and pressed his thumbprint into the ink from the billiard hall's drawer. Once the print was affixed, this billiard hall was irrevocably severed from him. Fortunately, over the years, he had managed to send some money back home, where he built a new house and could comfortably engage in small business ventures. Lai San, you may leave now. There is no place for you in this realm. Chen Jianghe collected the contract and receipt. Lai San, pale-faced, rose painfully to his feet, dragging his injured leg as he slowly made his way outside the billiard hall. Upon reaching the entrance, he hesitated, casting a reluctant glance back. This departure could very well mark his last chance to return. Countless individuals have enjoyed success in this world, yet ultimately, they too have faced grim fates. I am better than Zhou Tiangui. I am better than Zhou Tiangui, Lai San muttered to himself, turning away without a second thought. His fate is indeed far superior to that of Zhou Tiangui, who suffered the loss of his lavish gaming hall and endured the violation of his wife, while he himself has merely lost a leg. In comparison, he finds himself in a much better position than Zhou Tiangui. You lot, be gone. Zhang Peng glared at the remaining scoundrels, commanding them to leave. Li Fei hastily scrambled to his feet, leaning on his crutch as he fled. Li Daong also wished to depart, but was halted by Chen Jianghe. Li Daong, what do you intend to do? Before Li Daong could finish his words, Chen Jianghe abruptly seized a piece of rebar from the ground and struck it forcefully against Li Daong's calf, eliciting a piercing scream as the bone shattered under the impact, resulting in a comminuted fracture. Jianghe, Zhang Peng exclaimed, taken aback by Chen Jianghe's ruthless decision to cripple Li Daong as well. From now on, when you see my brothers in Pengcheng, you better steer clear. Chen Jianghe tossed aside the steel bar and coldly fixed his gaze upon Li Daong. He had incapacitated Li Daong not only due to their mutual enmity, but also because he had already harmed Li Fei, Li Daong's brother. A vendetta must be resolved. Furthermore, Li Daong was a top enforcer for Lai San, who had once tormented Zhang Peng during his time at Lai San's billiards hall. The last time Zhang Peng had returned to demand his wages, it was Li Daong who had beaten him. This grudge demanded retribution. Leave. Brother Yong, hurry. The two remaining loyal scoundrels quickly assisted Li Daong, hastily dragging him away. Chapter 33. It must be her. As Li Daong was carried out, he cast a glance back at Chen Jianghe, his bloodied face contorted with vengeful fury. Jianghe, are you alright? Once they had all departed, Zhang Peng let out a sigh of relief, noticing blood seeping from Chun Jianghe's shoulder, and immediately inquired about his condition. I'm fine, just a minor wound. Chun Jianghe assessed the injury on his shoulder. The thick leather jacket had provided some protection, leaving the cut shallower than his previous one. Jianghe, we have finally established ourselves on North Street. Zhang Peng's face brimmed with excitement. If they could deal with Lai San tonight and reclaim the gaming hall from Li Jindi, the big shots on North Street would have to reconsider their intentions towards them. Chun Jianghe exhaled deeply, nodding slightly as he opened the drawer of Lai San's desk, extracting the remaining money along with some important items. After a brief attempt to fix the door, he led Zhang Peng and Lu Xiaoxiao back to the gaming hall. Chun Jianghe had taken all valuable and useful items from the billiards hall. The rest were inconsequential. Even though the door had been damaged, he was unconcerned about theft. Xiaoxiao, are you alright? Are you okay? As soon as Lu Wen saw Lu Xiaoxiao return, she rushed forward and embraced her, tears streaming down her face as she checked her over. Mom, I'm fine, please don't cry. Lu Xiaoxiao replied, returning the embrace as tears continued to flow. Sister Lu, it is all right now. Lu Xiaoxiao has not been harmed. After Chun Jianghe waited for them to embrace and weep for a while, he finally spoke, requesting her to check on his brothers, who had suffered several knife wounds and were gravely injured. All right. Lu Wen wiped her tears, nodding vigorously. The coldness in her gaze towards Chun Jianghe had softened. He was now her benefactor for saving her daughter. Boss Chun, the sutures and disinfecting alcohol are at the clinic. It's not suitable for treatment here. Lu Wen expressed her concerns after examining the injuries. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing were not severely wounded, yet they had received several cuts, some of which required disinfection and stitching. Sister Lu, there is no need for such formality. Just call me Jianghe. Dapeng, please take them over to Sister Lu first. I will join you shortly, Qin Jianghe instructed, nodding at Zhang Peng. Jianghe, let us go together. I fear Lai San might return unexpectedly, and it's too dangerous for you to stay alone. Zhang Peng insisted, still uneasy. Rest assured, Lai San lacks the audacity. Qin Jianghe scoffed, confident that if Lai San had the gall, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Yet, Zhang Peng was adamant, insisting that Chun Jianghe accompany them. Unable to refuse, Chun Jianghe gathered his belongings, took some money, and boarded the van with them. Upon arriving at Lu Wen's clinic, she promptly disinfected the wound on Chun Jianghe's shoulder. His injury was not severe and did not require suturing. Disinfection, hemostasis, and a bandage sufficed. Lu Wen then proceeded to treat Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. During the treatment, Chun Jianghe produced 2 leather bags, handing them to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Xiangzi, Zhou Bing, you both performed admirably tonight. Here is 5,000 yuan for each of you. Stick with me in the future, and I will not treat you unfairly. Qin Jianghe declared. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. In the current climate, the going rate for such work hovered around 1 or 2,000 yuan. Some Navi youths, easily swayed by older brothers, would even commit murder for a mere handful of cash. Given the circumstances tonight, receiving 2 or 3,000 would have been considered generous. They were astounded that Qin Jianghe had bestowed 5,000 on each of them. Exceedingly generous indeed. Following, Qin Jianghe promised a bright future. Observing their excitement, he smiled. In this era of reform and opening up, everything revolves around money. The same holds true in society. With wealth comes brotherhood. Without it, one's worth diminishes. No one's face holds greater value than that of money. Matters are settled through financial means, and true loyalty is a rarity. Ultimately, even brothers and loyalty are often measured by monetary gain and interests over time. As Qin Jianghe was just beginning, he understood the necessity of investing money to win hearts. He recalled the cautionary tale of Li Jindi, who had been too frugal. Dapeng, here is your share. Qin Jianghe presented another leather bag, this one containing an even larger sum, to Zhang Peng. Zhang He, this I cannot accept. I am also a small boss of the Blazing Fire. This endeavor is not solely for your benefit, but for myself as well. How can I do something for myself while still expecting to receive compensation? This time, Zhang Peng resolutely declined. He has already invested in the Blazing Fire game hall, and this money cannot be taken again. Qin Jianghe could not persuade him otherwise and had no choice but to relent. Once the treatment was complete, Qin Jianghe prepared to leave with his companions. Qin Jianghe, wait. Lu Wen suddenly called out, hurriedly turning to ascend the stairs. She returned with a bag containing 30,000 yuan. Over the years, Lu Wen had earned quite a sum from her clinic, and she handed the bag to Chen Jianghe. Thank you all for tonight. Sister Lu, we are not helping you for money. Please take this back. Lu Xiaoxiao still needs funds for university. Chen Jianghe glanced at the bag and promptly returned it to Lu Wen. If you feel the amount is insufficient, I can certainly provide you with more. Lu Wen insisted, growing anxious. Sister Lu, truly, no need for payment. In the future, just lend us your assistance when necessary. Chen Jianghe waved his hand dismissively and then departed in his vehicle. Lu Wen bit her lip, watching the van drive away, her delicate face shifting in expression. Mom, what's wrong? Lu Xiaoxiao, now dressed in her pajamas, noticed Lu Wen still standing at the door. Her curiosity piqued. Please close the door. I feel a bit uneasy. Lu Wen replied. I'm fine. Xiaoxiao, you should go to sleep. It's quite late. Lu Wen carefully secured the clinic's door and led Lu Xiaoxiao upstairs. Startled, Lu Xiaoxiao was afraid to sleep alone, so Lu Wen had no choice but to hold her as they drifted off. Not long after, observing her daughter, Lu Xiaoxiao. Deeply asleep, Lu Wen's gaze became intricate. Chen Jianghe declined money, which implied he sought something else. Yet, they were but a mother and daughter duo, aside from money. They had little else to offer. If Chen Jianghe did not desire money, then he must be interested in something more personal. Lu Wen glanced down at her sleeping daughter, who still had university ahead and a bright future. She could not allow her to become entangled with these transient figures of the underworld. If her daughter was off limits, then the only option left was herself. Lu Wen bit her lip and quietly rose. Chapter 34, So soon? Lu Wen glanced at her slumbering daughter, Lu Xiaoxiao. Silently, she got up and sat at the vanity beside the bed, gazing into the mirror. She rummaged through her cosmetics, retrieving a long and used lipstick and applying it to her full lips. It had been several years since she last wore lipstick. The reflection in the mirror revealed a face with slightly puffy eyes, yet still beautiful, reminiscent of the youthful exuberance from years past, though now infused with a touch of mature elegance. She had matured, shedding the youthful exuberance of her earlier days, yet time had not carved deep lines upon her visage. She had become more sophisticated, her figure more voluptuous. Older men may favor youthful girls, while younger men might be drawn to someone like her. Mom is also doing this for you. Lu Wen cast a fleeting glance at her sleeping daughter, quickly changed into a dress, and hurriedly exited. In the gaming hall, Chen Jianghe had barely settled down when he began to reflect on his recent encounter with Lai San, feeling drowsy and on the brink of sleep. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a figure stepped inside. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon the newcomer, rendering her attire somewhat translucent and exquisitely alluring. It was a woman, tall and voluptuous. Chen Jianghe, in his haze, chuckled to himself, realizing he had only recently emerged from confinement and was now so consumed by thoughts of women that even in dreams he was haunted by their presence. Lu Wen, observing Chen Jianghe seemingly lost in slumber, bit her crimson lip and approached him slowly, shedding her dress and slipping into his covers. The warmth of her body pressed against him jolted Chen Jianghe awake, leaving him bewildered by the vividness of this dream, as if reality itself had intertwined with fantasy. Is that you, Sister Lu? He stammered, hastily grasping the concealed weapon beneath his pillow, struggling to comprehend the situation. The woman before him appeared to be Lu Wen. Yet he could hardly fathom how a mere act of saving Lu Xiaoxiao would lead to such an intimate advance from her mother. Don't speak. They might hear us. Lu Wen whispered as she nestled closer, feeling as though her very essence was melting away. It had been years since she had tasted the presence of a man. Sister Lu, what are you doing? Chen Jianghe forced himself to regain composure, inching away, but the confines of the bed offered him no refuge from Lu Wen's ample form. Xiaoxiao is still young. She has college ahead of her. She cannot. Let me be with you. Lu Wen summoned her courage, embracing Chen Jianghe tightly. The heat radiating from her voluptuous figure set his blood aflame. Fresh from 3 years of confinement, he was overwhelmed by Lu Wen's allure, unaware of how dangerously enticing her actions were. Yet, Lu Wen's words revealed her underlying concern. She feared Chen Jianghe might take an interest in Lu Xiaoxiao and was thus offering herself in an attempt to divert his attention. The truth was, after being jilted by Ling Shui, Chen Jianghe was wholly focused on his ambitions and had no intentions of pursuing romantic entanglements. His conflict with Lai San was merely a matter of establishing their position on North Street, not for Lu Xiaoxiao or Lu Wen. Sister Lu, you misunderstand. I merely wish to befriend you, so that in times of need, you might assist me. It is not as you think. With immense willpower, Chun Jianghe pushed Lu Wen away, leaving her momentarily stunned, casting doubt on her own allure. Are you being sincere? Lu Wen found herself perched at the edge of the bed, instinctively sitting up. Instantly, Chun Jianghe's eyes widened, and he found himself swallowing hard. Lu Wen's figure was truly remarkable, her curves ample and undeniable. Lu Wen hurriedly picked up her skirt and donned it, having forgotten that she had just removed it moments before. Sister Lu, I speak the truth. I truly meant no offense. However, Chun Jianghe hesitated, contemplating that perhaps a casual encounter would not be so inappropriate, as Lu Wen might be in need of male companionship. Yet, the current moment felt decidedly unsuitable. There were 3 men next door, likely eavesdropping on the unfolding events. Indeed, this was not the right time. But what? Nothing. Then, I shall take my leave. Please consider tonight's events as if they never transpired, and do not breathe a word of it to Xiao Xiao. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I shall help in any way I can. Lu Wen exhaled a sigh of relief, yet inexplicably felt a tinge of melancholy as she turned and departed in haste. Sister Lu, wait a moment. I shall escort you. Chun Jianghe quickly donned his clothing and rushed outside, where Zhang Peng was peering around the corner, and not far off, Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing were doing the same. Upon seeing Chun Jianghe emerge unexpectedly, Zhang Peng was taken aback and could not refrain from exclaiming, Jianghe, you're out so soon? Get lost. Chun Jianghe snapped, anger flashing in his eyes as he hurried down the stairs in pursuit of Lu Wen. He subsequently drove her back to the clinic in his van. Lu Wen remained silent throughout the journey, only to suddenly turn and bow deeply to Chun Jianghe upon alighting from the vehicle. Jianghe, thank you. Sister Lu, there's no need for formalities. From now on, we are friends. Chun Jianghe waved his hand dismissively, watching Lu Wen as she returned to the clinic and shut the door before driving away. Once she heard the sound of the van departing, Lu Wen leaned against the door, clutching her chest, acutely aware of her racing heart. After a prolonged moment, she sighed softly and ascended the stairs with heavy steps. After all, Chun Jianghe was over a decade her junior. Such encounters could not continue. When Chun Jianghe returned to the arcade, it was eerily quiet. Zhang Peng dared not show his face, while Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing feigned rest. Chun Jianghe locked the door behind him and lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber until, after an indeterminate period, he finally drifted into a fitful sleep. Upon awakening the next day, he felt utterly embarrassed and quickly tossed his pants into the laundry basin. Since starting his relationship with Ling Shui, he had not encountered such awkwardness in quite some time. Jianghe, rise and shine. Breakfast is ready. Zhang Peng acted as if nothing had transpired, bringing back breakfast and beckoning Chun Jianghe to eat. Chun Jianghe shot him a glare, while Zhang Peng awkwardly scratched his head, avoiding Chun Jianghe's gaze. He had already eavesdropped the night before and had the audacity to comment on how quickly Chun Jianghe had been. Jianghe, I merely meant to say that your martial arts skills are swift. Zhang Peng feebly defended himself. If you cannot articulate properly, then simply eat. Chun Jianghe shot him a fierce glare and, after a moment's pause, inquired, You mentioned yesterday that Lu Xiaoxiao is your cousin. What exactly is your relationship with Lu Wen's family? Chun Jianghe had always assumed that Zhang Peng had feelings for Lu Wen, but it seemed the situation was not as it appeared. Sister Lu. Zhang Peng set down his rice roll, pondering for a moment before clarifying. Sister Lu is actually a distant relative of my father. When the incident with the fire occurred, I had nowhere to go. She took me in for a few days and even gave me 200 yuan to help me find a proper job. Later, when I started working at Lai San's billiard hall, she kicked me out. She has a strong aversion to people from the underworld. Chun Jianghe nodded, beginning to understand. Lu Xiaoxiao's father might very well be involved in such circles. Lu Wen had been deceived and was likely unwilling for her daughter to associate with individuals from that world. Jianghe, about last night? Zhang Peng observed Chun Jianghe's expression, cautiously asking. Last night was a misunderstanding. Nothing happened. Chun Jianghe waved his hand dismissively, lowering his head to eat his rice roll, preferring not to dwell on the previous night. Discussing it further would only lead to awkwardness when he next encountered Lu Wen. Oh, Zhang Peng scratched his head, chuckling foolishly. Actually, Sister Lu is quite nice. It's just that she is considerably older than you. She is certainly much better than Ling Shui. After we finish eating, come with me to pick up the car. It should be repaired by now. Chun Jianghe remarked after taking a few bites of his rice roll. By the way, Jianghe, what do you plan to do about Lai San's billiard hall? Are you going to continue running it? Zhang Peng nodded and inquired further. The billiard hall doesn't generate substantial profit. It only brings in a little money. After some thought yesterday, I realized we could convert that place into an internet CAF. There aren't many internet CAFs in Pengcheng, and there is only one on North Street. An internet CAF should become quite popular, Chen Jiang stated. He hadn't fully formulated his thoughts on the matter, as Lu Wen had arrived shortly after he began contemplating it. Nevertheless, he believed that an internet CAF could be a lucrative venture. During his time in prison, he had heard discussions about the internet, and being in Pengcheng, where many visionary individuals resided, he found their insights somewhat compelling. The internet would undoubtedly become a profitable avenue in the future. If he wasn't well versed in it, opening an internet CAF would suffice. It was bound to be profitable. An internet CAF? Isn't that rather expensive? The Red Spider Internet CAF on North Street charges 15 yuan per hour for internet access. Do you think we can manage that? Zhang Peng asked hesitantly, admitting he had little knowledge about computers. It's not about whether the internet is expensive. It's about how many people are using it. As long as the number of users continues to grow, we are bound to make money. Moreover, as more people open internet CAFs, the prices will inevitably decrease. Chen Jianghe replied. Keep an eye on the Red Spider Internet CAF for a while and see how their business fares. We're not in a rush. We can afford to wait. All right. Jianghe, I'll follow your lead. Zhang Peng believed he lacked a business acumen. Matters like these were best left to Chen Jianghe. Today, have someone repair the entrance of Lysan's billiard hall. The hall will be temporarily open, and we don't have that many people to oversee it. Chen Jianghe added. Understood. Zhang Peng replied, swiftly finishing his rice noodle roll before heading out to find someone. Meanwhile, Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing had also finished their meal. After resting for a night, they had recuperated and were now descending to open the shop, where eager customers awaited outside. With Zhang Peng absent, Chen Jianghe took his place at the cash register. Hardly had he settled in when his mobile phone rang unexpectedly. This is Chen Jianghe. He answered casually. Jianghe. A few people just arrived at the clinic. From their conversation, they seemed to be underlings of Lai San, and I'm feeling quite anxious. Lu Wen's panicked voice echoed through the line. She had just excused herself to purchase some alcohol and was now at a nearby convenience store using a public phone. The previous night, Chen Jianghe had given her his mobile number along with the fixed line of the fire game hall. Is it Li Daong and his crew? Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow. It's not Li Daong. They are younger than him. Lu Wen replied, her voice trembling. Lu Jia, there's no need to worry. We have settled our accounts with Lai San. He wouldn't dare cause you any trouble. Just stay calm. I'll come take a look. Chen Jianghe reassured Lu Wen before ending the call. He instructed Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing to manage the shop while he drove out in a van. He now possessed 3 vehicles, 2 vans, and a Santana. Zhang Peng had taken one of the vans, leaving another parked at the shop entrance. Chen Jianghe quickly made his way over in the remaining van. Jianghe. Upon seeing Chen Jianghe, Lu Wen finally breathed a sigh of relief, though a hint of awkwardness lingered. Neither of them mentioned the events of the previous night, avoiding further discomfort. Are they still at the clinic? Chen Jianghe asked as he motioned for Lu Wen to get in the vehicle. Yes, but are you going alone? Lu Wen replied, panic evident in her nod. Followed by hesitation. There were 5 of them. Though 2 were quite injured, the remaining 3 still outnumbered Chen Jianghe. Would it be safe for him to confront them alone? Don't worry. In this world, sometimes numbers alone do not guarantee safety. Chen Jianghe smiled faintly, reassuringly touching the brass knuckles in his pocket as he drove Lu Wen back to the clinic. His visit was not solely to assist Lu Wen. He had other matters to attend to as well. Brother. Upon entering the clinic, the occupants immediately stood alert, their eyes fixed on Chen Jianghe, with some reaching for knives hidden beneath their clothing. A young boy shouted, prompting another seated youth to rise cautiously, closely scrutinizing Chen Jianghe. With a swift glance, Chen Jianghe confirmed his suspicion. These were indeed the 5 young thugs Lai San had hired the previous night. They possessed a fierce tenacity, ready to fight. There's no need to be alarmed. I am not here to cause trouble. Chen Jianghe raised his hand, signaling them to remain calm. The 5 young individuals remained silent, their gaze fixed intently upon him. While their eyes lacked hatred, they were nonetheless vigilant. Engaging in violence for monetary gain, whether inflicting harm or enduring it, was commonplace. It was merely a means to earn a living, devoid of personal vendettas. Although Chen Jianghe's men had injured them, they bore no animosity towards him, for in this world, there existed no rationale that permitted them to wield blades while forbidding others from doing the same. In the realm of survival, Lacking such understanding would only lead to accumulating enemies over time, an endless list. What do you intend to do? The leader among the youths relaxed his guard slightly upon realizing that Chun Jianghe was alone. Who do you follow? Chun Jianghe gestured for Lu Wen to enter, instructing her to proceed with the necessary treatment. We have no boss. We fend for ourselves. Lu Wen, anxious yet emboldened by the apparent absence of hostilities, began to treat one of the injured youths. Very well, I shall not beat around the bush. Are you interested in joining me? I offer a monthly salary of 1,000 per person, with provisions and lodging included, and additional remuneration for any work involving violence. Chun Jianghe inquired directly. Chapter 36. Greed at this, the expressions of several youths shifted noticeably. In these times, a waiter with average looks could barely earn 300 to 400 a month, while factory work, demanding relentless hours, might yield a mere 1,000. Only through exhaustive labor might one hope to surpass that threshold. Money was both valuable and, paradoxically, devalued. To ascend the ranks, a cellular phone could cost several thousand, and a car like a Santana would demand over 100,000. A mere 1,000 could hardly cover the basics. Yet, for those solely striving to stave off hunger, a salary of 1,000 was extraordinarily appealing. The youths all turned their gaze towards their leader, who hesitated. They were indeed in dire need of money. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to risking their lives for such a paltry sum. Yet, a lingering distrust of Chun Jianghe remained. Just the night before, they had been embroiled in conflict, and now he was inviting them to follow him. He was uncertain of his true intentions and feared leading his comrades into peril. We refused to follow a boss. After a moment's hesitation, the leader resolutely declined. Very well, take your time to consider. No rush. Let us exchange names. I am Chun Jianghe. He was unconcerned, extending his hand towards the leader. These youths, bold and combative, had not aligned themselves with a leader for a reason. Chun Jianghe did not expect to sway them with mere words. Xiang Fei. After a moment of silence, Xiang Fei shook Chun Jianghe's hand. Lu Jie, please continue their treatment. I shall cover the costs. Chun Jianghe remarked, turning to Lu Wen, who nodded and promptly resumed her care for the injured youths. Two of the young ones were seriously injured, having suffered broken legs. Lu Wen applied casts to them, dedicating an entire morning to the task. Subsequently, they assisted each other and hurriedly departed. Jianghe, they left behind 300 yuan. While tidying up, Lu Wen discovered the money tucked beneath the table. Quite commendable. Chun Jianghe took a puff of his cigarette and nodded slightly. Once the young ones had left, the clinic fell into silence. Lu Wen lowered her head, feeling a sense of awkwardness. Chun Jianghe also sensed the peculiar atmosphere, feeling quite uncomfortable. Sister Lu, the shop is still busy. I must take my leave. Call me if you need anything. He extinguished his cigarette, bid farewell, and hurriedly drove away in his van. Lu Wen watched his hasty retreat, involuntarily smiling. She felt that Chun Jianghe was still youthful, not the kind of rogue who sought to engage deeply with women at first sight. Driving back to the fire game hall, Chun Jianghe found the business thriving. Half of the machines were occupied, and even the back row of slot machines began to attract customers. However, the play was still minimal, with only a few dozen or 100 yuan exchanged, as no significant clients had arrived yet. Jianghe, where have you been? I found someone. The billiard hall's door will be replaced this afternoon. Just as Chun Jianghe returned, he bumped into Zhang Peng. Sister Lu had a few matters to attend to. Chun Jiang, he replied nonchalantly. Oh, that explains your lengthy absence. Zhang Peng's gaze shifted towards Chun Jianghe, his expression changing. After the swift encounter last night, the prolonged absence today had sparked speculation. Shut your mouth. Chun Jianghe could tell that this fellow was thinking inappropriately. Don't worry, Jianghe, I won't speak out of turn. Sister Lu is quite good. Better than Ling Shui. Zhang Peng chuckled, but soon noticed the frown on Chun Jianghe's face. The mention of Ling Shui soured Chun Jianghe's mood considerably. Xiao Chun. At that moment, a police car abruptly halted in front of the fire game hall, and Tang Aigua, dressed in plain clothes and carrying a leather document bag, approached. Uncle Tang, let us head upstairs. Chun Jiang, he surmised that the paperwork for the game hall had been completed, and he intended to ask Tang Aigua to assist with the billiard hall's documentation as well. Tang Aigua followed Chun Jianghe upstairs, where Chun Jianghe prepared a cup of Maojian tea and set it on the table. Xiao Chun, the paperwork for the game hall has been finalized. The property deed and business license have all been transferred to your name. Take a look. Tang Aigua handed the document bag to Chun Jianghe. Chun Jianghe opened it and glanced inside, discovering the complete set of paperwork for the game hall, all bearing his name. Thank you, Uncle Tang. He placed the documents into a drawer. It's a trivial matter. We are all on the same side. You don't need to be so formal. Tang Igwa waved dismissively. Tossing Chun Jianghe a cigarette. Lighting one for himself, he casually inquired, I heard that Lai San has handed over his venue to you? Recently, there have been significant changes on North Street. Zhou Tiangui has relinquished his grand gaming hall, and Lai San has handed over his billiards hall to you. Chun Jianghe squinted his eyes momentarily before relaxing them. Tang Igwa, this station chief, is indeed astute. He quickly learned about the billiards hall situation. Clearly, there are informants of Tang Igwa in this vicinity. Lai San, wishing to return to his hometown, has passed the billiards hall to me. I will need your assistance, Uncle Tang, in handling the necessary paperwork. Chun Jianghe opened a drawer and presented 2 stacks of money before Tang Igwa. Little Chun, last time you handled the paperwork, you provided 50,000. Why is it only 20,000 this time? Tang Igwa glanced at the money, took a puff of his cigarette, and did not touch the cash. Uncle Tang, with the reopening of the gaming hall, expenses have been considerable, and my funds are limited. I promise to make up the difference later. Chun Jianghe's gaze flickered. The 50,000 for the gaming hall paperwork was due to the unfortunate deaths of Li Jindi and Xiao Wan. And Chun Jianghe had used money to dissuade Tang Igwa from an in-depth investigation. In contrast, for the billiards hall, there were no casualties, and Lai San's signatures and contracts were all in order. Offering 20,000 was quite generous. If handled independently, it could have been settled for a mere 1 or 2,000. Thus, giving Tang Igwa 20,000 was already quite substantial. Tang Igwa seemed overly greedy. Little Chun, do not speak as if we are strangers. I understand your difficulties. Take this money back. Whatever business you wish to conduct in the billiards hall, consider me a partner. Tang Igwa beamed, pushing the money back towards him. Chun Jianghe's brow furrowed briefly. It appeared that Tang Igwa was not merely interested in the money, but sought a stake in the billiards hall as well. This implied that whatever endeavors Chun Jianghe pursued with the billiards hall, Tang Igwa would want to be involved. This was not mere greed, it was excessive avarice. Uncle Tang, rest assured, your share in my business is guaranteed. Chun Jianghe concealed his dissatisfaction behind a smile. Ha ha ha, little Chun, I knew you would not neglect your Uncle Tang. In the future, should you need assistance, just let me know. For someone like Lai San, a mere phone call from you, and I can have him dealt with. Tang Igwa clapped Chun Jianghe on the shoulder, leaving with a buoyant demeanor. He did not notice the cold, piercing gaze directed at him from behind. Chapter 37. Old classmates Jianghe, what brings him here? Once Tang Igwa departed, Zhang Peng inquired. He seeks to involve himself in the billiards hall business. Chun Jianghe replied, his eyes sharp. Is he not being overly greedy? What connection do we have with Lai San's billiards hall? On what grounds does he presume to interfere? Zhang Peng expressed his displeasure immediately. If Tang Igwa claimed a share in the gaming hall, it was justifiable given their role in the demise of Li Jindi and Xiao Wan, and the necessity of establishing a foothold on North Street without a patron was impossible. Tang Igwa's acquisition of shares made sense. However, what right did he have to a stake in the billiards hall? Simply because he was the station chief of Xinmin Road? Chun Jianghe spoke softly, pondering whether he should relinquish his shares so easily. I'm concerned that in the future, he may demand a stake in any business venture you undertake. Zhang Peng expressed his dissatisfaction. At present, we lack the strength to confront him. If he insists, I shall comply, as long as he is not afraid of being overwhelmed. I can afford to part with this sum, Chun Jianghe replied, his tone measured. Very well, as long as you are aware, Zhang Peng acknowledged, though he harbored irritation. He understood that Tang Igwa was, at present, the local sovereign. There were individuals capable of challenging him, but assuredly, they were not among them. Please join me to fetch the car shortly, Chun Jianghe instructed. After a moment's contemplation, he picked up his mobile phone and dialed Tang Igwa's office. This is Tang Igwa, came the voice on the other end. Uncle Tang, it's me, Chun Jianghe replied. Ah, Xiao Chen, what brings you to call? Tang Igwa inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. I seek your assistance in locating a few individuals, Chun Jianghe stated. Locating? Who? Tang Igwa furrowed his brow, rising to close the office door before returning to the conversation. I wish to find those who murdered my father. I have learned that the lightest sentences they received allowed them to be released after only a few months. Many of them are likely out by now, Chun Jianghe explained, his tone unwavering. Those individuals, Tang Igwa mused, lowering his voice. Most have indeed been released. There were 7 involved in the attack. The one who took the fall received a 7-year sentence, while the lightest sentences were just a few months. I've heard that Li Jindi assisted them financially, ensuring they received annual sentence reductions. The one sentenced to 7 years is expected to be released soon. As for those sentenced to 1 or 2 years, they were out shortly after entering. However, none of them have stayed with Li Jindi since their release. If you wish to know their whereabouts, I can discreetly inquire. Tang Igua offered, recalling the significant uproar surrounding Chun Jiming's murder in Beijia. After being reassigned to the Xinmin Road police station, he had taken a keen interest in the case. I appreciate your help, Uncle Tang. Chun Jianghe replied gratefully. Xiao Chun, I advise you to focus on your legitimate business now. The past is behind you, do not dwell on it. What matters most is to thrive in the present. Tang Igua cautioned, wishing to avoid any trouble for Chun Jianghe that could jeopardize his enterprise and, by extension, his profits. I understand, Uncle Tang. Chun Jianghe assured him. Very well, as long as you comprehend the situation. I will inform you once I have news. Tang Igua concluded, ending the call. He had hoped to negotiate for a larger share from Chun Jianghe, but with the request for assistance, he felt compelled to comply. After completing the call, Chun Jianghe instructed Zhang Peng to drive the van to the Jinda repair shop. The Santana has been repaired and even given a thorough wash. However, the workmanship at this repair shop leaves much to be desired, as the traces of repair are still evident on the door of the Santana. Boss, you're here. The car is all fixed. A man, covered in engine oil, approached with a broad smile, offering a cigarette. 500, here you go. Chun Jianghe glanced at the car and paid without hesitation, preparing to drive away. Ah, I recognize that face. ISNT that Chun Jianghe? At that moment, a mocking voice rang out. Chun Jianghe turned to see who it was, his brow furrowing. Li Haiba? He had not expected to encounter his high school classmate here. Li Haiba, clad in a tailored suit, stood beside a brand-new Xiali sedan, wearing a smirk as he regarded Chun Jianghe. Inside the Xiali sat a gaudily dressed woman. Li Haiba had once pursued Ling Shui during their high school days, but alas, Ling Shui had set her sights on Chun Jianghe instead. At that time, Li Haiba had harbored animosity towards Chun Jianghe, even going so far as to enlist outsiders to deal with him. However, Chun Jiming had a certain reputation, and the individuals Li Haiba hired ended up giving him a good beating instead. Years had passed, yet Li Haiba still seemed to hold a grudge. Chun Jianghe, I heard you didn't stay out for long after graduation. When did you get released? Li Haiba asked with deliberate mockery. He no longer feared Chun Jianghe, who was merely a former convict. Any further trouble could easily land him back in prison. As for his father, who had been involved in the underworld, it was rumored that he had long since met his demise. What do you mean by that? Zhang Peng, overhearing, became indignant and glared at Li Haiba. Oh, Chun Jianghe, you truly can't change your ways, still mingling with the dregs of society. Li Haiba scoffed, dismissing Zhang Peng entirely. Are you looking for trouble? Zhang Peng's anger flared, and he charged at Li Haiba. Want to throw a punch? Go ahead, I dare you. If you touch me, I'll make sure you rot in prison. Li Haiba retreated a few steps, yet continued to jeer. Big Peng. Chun Jianghe called out, blocking Zhang Peng's path. Uninterested in wasting words on Li Haiba. Let us go. Watch yourself. Zhang Peng shot a resentful glare at Li Haiba before reluctantly halting. Don't think I'm joking. Chun Jianghe. I, Li Haiba, am not someone you can mess with anymore. Do you see this car? It's a Xiali 7100, bought for 88,000. You'd have to starve for 3 to 5 years to earn that. Li Haiba, brimming with pride, boasted, although my car may not be as valuable as a Santana, it was purchased with my own hard-earned money. You are merely a driver for someone else. In our cohort, aside from Ling Shui, no one is faring better than me. Li Haiba. He dismissed the notion that the Santana belonged to Chun Jianghe, regarding him merely as a recently released ex-convict, incapable of affording such a vehicle. Clearly, he was just a chauffeur for some big shot, nothing more than a lowly driver. Chun Jianghe, uninterested in engaging with him, simply got into his car, preparing to depart. Chun Jianghe, Ling Shui is about to get married. Tonight, she will even be distributing wedding invitations. As Chun Jianghe was about to leave, Li Haiba suddenly called out loudly. Haiba, why waste your breath on these two rascals? The woman in the Xiali car interjected impatiently. Darling, don't be anxious. I'll just say a few words, and then leave. Li Haiba quickly reassured her, then turned to Chun Jianghe with a smug expression. Chun Jianghe, our high school class is holding a reunion tonight at the Sihai Grand Hotel. Ling Shui will be there. If you have the guts, come along. If not, just pretend I never said anything. With that, Li Haiba entered the Xiali, deliberately honking the horn in a show of arrogance as he drove away. Jianghe, That guy is unbearable. Why did you hold me back? Zhang Peng said, watching the Shali drive off, feeling frustrated. Had it not been for Chun Jianghe, he would have surely taught that brat a lesson. Forget it, let us go. Chun Jianghe shook his head, his expression impassive. You can't possibly want to attend that reunion, can you? You've been away for 3 years, and you haven't seen these guys in 4 years. What is the point? Zhang Peng remarked. All right, I understand. Let us discuss this later. Chun Jianghe replied, his tone tinged with impatience. Jianghe, you're not still harboring feelings for Ling Shui, are you? She is getting married. You wouldn't want to create a scandal, would you? Zhang Peng reluctantly walked towards the van. Shut up. Chun Jianghe retorted, tossing the cigarette butt aside, then drove off in the Santana back to the fire game hall. Upon returning, the game hall was beginning to fill up. A man in his late 20s, sporting a tuft of yellow hair, stood at the counter speaking with Zhang Chong. Boss, you're back. He has something to discuss with you. Zhang Chong gestured toward the man. What is the matter? Chun Jianghe scrutinized the man, whom he had never encountered before. Chun boss, my name is Xie Gang. I noticed that those slot machines in the back seem to be rather neglected. The man extended his hand to Chun Jianghe. Let us talk upstairs, Chun Jianghe replied, shaking his hand, beginning to grasp Xie Gang's intent. He led him upstairs to the office and asked Zhang Peng to brew a cup of tea. Chun boss, you have quite the influence. If you say Li Jindi cannot operate here, then he cannot. Xie Gang surveyed the surroundings, expressing his astonishment. Let us cut to the chase, my friend. Li Jindi has returned to his hometown, so there is no need to mention him. Zhang Peng instantly became vigilant. Although Li Jindi had fallen, after so many years in the game, who could tell what connections remained in the world? Was there someone seeking revenge on his behalf? Boss Chun, I shall speak plainly. It seems your slot machines are gathering dust, as none of Li Jindi's former clientele have returned. I used to frequent Li Jindi's establishment, becoming acquainted with some of his regulars and even introducing a few clients to him. If your slot machines are devoid of players, I could assist you in attracting some patrons, said Xie Gang with a smile. How many do you desire? Chun Jianghe grasped the situation. Xie Gang resembled a broker, capable of bringing in significant clients to the gaming hall, albeit requiring a share of the proceeds. For instance, if a client he introduced lost 1,000 in a night, he would expect a portion of that sum. Such individuals had existed when Chen Jiming managed the fire gaming hall, typically preying upon friends or small business owners they knew. I want half, Xie Gang declared, making an audacious demand. I can offer you 20%. Chun Jianghe shook his head. Conceding half would equate to the gaming hall effectively employing him. Even the previous fire gaming hall did not operate at such a rate. 20% is far too little. I could go to any gaming hall and receive more than that. Your sincerity, Boss Chun, leaves much to be desired, Xie Gang retorted, dissatisfied. The fire gaming hall is the largest on North Street. Even without your introductions, my business will gradually improve. Chun Jianghe replied nonchalantly. Moreover, my gaming hall is right here, with dozens of slot machines. You are aware of my capabilities, yet I remain uninformed of yours. Boss, if you were the sole gaming hall on North Street, your argument would hold water, and I would concede. However, with Zhou Tiangui having fled and Dafahao having been consumed, it won't be long before the largest gaming hall on North Street is no longer fire. At that point, it is uncertain where the customers will gravitate, Xie Gang asserted with confidence. There were no secrets on North Street. Anyone mingling in the area was privy to Zhou Tiangui's affairs and the impending opening of a new gaming hall, Tianwei Electronic World, which promised to be even larger than fire. When that establishment opened, it would undoubtedly impact fire's business significantly. The clientele that could not be attracted now would be even harder to draw once Tianwei Electronic World commenced operations. How many can you bring in a month? Chun Jiang had tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating. At least this number. Xie Gang raised 2 fingers. 200,000. Chun Jiang had chuckled. Boss Chun, that's rather uninteresting. If I could indeed bring in 200,000 in revenue monthly, every gaming hall would be eager to cater to me. Xie Gang expressed his dissatisfaction. In this day and age, regardless of the type of establishment, anyone capable of generating 200,000 in monthly consumption would be hailed as sir wherever they went. 20,000 seems a tad insufficient. Therefore, if you can generate over 20,000 in a month, I shall grant you a 30% commission. Should you exceed 50,000, the commission shall rise to 40%. However, if you fail to reach the 20,000 mark, you will receive only 20%. Chun Jianghe stated his terms directly. Boss Chen, that sounds fair. It's settled then. Xie Gang responded without delay, taking a sip of tea before hastily departing to contact clients. The commission offered by Chen Jianghe is generally 5 to 10% higher than that of typical game halls. Bringing in 20,000 in a month would yield an additional 1 or 2,000, which is quite significant. Jianghe, don't you think our commission is a bit too generous? Zhang Peng inquired hesitantly. It is not excessive. We are essentially starting from scratch, with no established clientele. We need to attract patrons. Xiechang's perspective holds merit. If we cannot draw in customers now, it will be exceedingly difficult once the new game hall opens. Chen Jianghe replied calmly. It is permissible to sacrifice a bit of profit for the moment. I understand. Zhang Peng nodded. I shall attend to it. Wait, Da Peng. Chen Jianghe suddenly called out. Could you help me inquire about a few individuals? Which individuals? Zhang Peng asked, puzzled. The ones hired by Lai San. Particularly the leader, named Xiang Fei. They should also be hanging around North Street. Please find out their backgrounds and where they reside, Chen Jianghe instructed. Jianghe, are you considering recruiting them? Those youngsters are quite bold and capable, Zhang Peng acknowledged with a nod. I will make some inquiries. Chapter 39. The class reunion at 8 o'clock in the evening. After much contemplation, Chen Jianghe extinguished his cigarette and seized the keys to his Santana, descending the stairs. Zhang Peng stood at the door, instantly discerning the situation. Jianghe, do you want me to accompany you? Zhang Peng stood up. No need, you tend to the shop. Chen Jianghe replied decisively, exiting and driving his Santana towards the Sihai Grand Hotel. The Sihai Grand Hotel is not far from North Street and is considered a relatively upscale establishment in the Pingjiang district. This hotel has been operational in Pingcheng for over a decade, and it is rumored that the owner behind it was once a formidable figure in the underworld. After achieving wealth through the hotel, he has since distanced himself from the streets, resembling a once prominent leader whose influence has gradually waned over the past 10 years. Chen Jianghe parked his Santana at the entrance of the Sihai Grand Hotel, where numerous vehicles were already stationed, ranging from more economical options like the Xiaoli and Jetta to the more luxurious Volvo and Lexus. Even a Hummer was present at the entrance. Upon approaching the lobby, Chen Jianghe noticed several signs indicating various events such as birthdays, class reunions, and gatherings, which pointed to their respective locations. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, a hesitant voice suddenly called out from behind. Chen Jianghe? Turning around, Chen Jianghe was taken aback. Li Wenshu? He exclaimed, recognizing the person behind him with surprise. Chen Jianghe, is that really you? I have heard them say. Li Wenshu adjusted his black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, feeling somewhat shy to finish his sentence. I just came out. Chen Jianghe acknowledged with a hint of indifference. I heard it was because of your father's matter. Please accept my condolences, Li Wenshu sighed softly. The most equitable aspect of this world is that every person possesses but one life, and all must ultimately face death. Whether sooner or later, it is simply fate. Chen Jianghe replied calmly. You are right. Death is an inherent part of life. Li Wenshu nodded. Jianghe, I am grateful for your support back in school. If you ever find yourself in need of assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Li Wenshu came from a humble background. Being thin and dark during his high school years, with nothing but studies to his name, rendering him a target for bullying. In their school days, he had endured torment from students of another class, losing a month's worth of living expenses and relying on leftovers from the cafeteria. When Chen Jianghe learned of this, he summoned 2 individuals and dealt with the bullies decisively. After that incident, the offenders never dared to pick on Li Wenshu again. Chen Jianghe's actions were not solely for Li Wenshu's sake, but rather out of a sense of justice for their class. Nevertheless, Li Wenshu cherished this favor, and their friendship flourished thereafter. They exchanged a few more words, and Chen Jianghe learned that Li Wenshu was set to graduate from Pingcheng University this year. One of the few from their class to have achieved such an academic milestone. He had already been interning for 6 months, and upon graduation, he intended to apply to the Pingcheng Customs, as he had a distant relative working there who had prospered in recent years. Chen Jianghe, you are here too? Just as they conversed, a delightful feminine voice suddenly chimed in, accompanied by a waft of fragrance. And you? Li Wenshu awkwardly stepped aside, feeling hesitant to meet the gaze of the approaching girl. She stood about 1.65 meters tall, considered quite statuesque in Pingcheng, clad in a fashionable mini-skirt, with trendy burgundy hair and a light touch of makeup. While not breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed a charm that was easy on the eyes. Her name was Yu, a diligent student in their class, and she shared a friendly rapport with Chen Jianghe, having been his desk mate for half a year. She was not the same back then as she was now. You are Li. Li? Perhaps due to the passage of time. She struggled to recall Li Wenshu's full name. Li Wenshu. Yes, Li Wenshu. I heard you got accepted into Pingqing University. You are the only one from our class who did. And you exclaimed, lightly tapping her forehead and breaking into a radiant smile before turning her attention to Chen Jianghe. Jianghe, when did you come out? Just under a month ago. Chen Jianghe replied candidly. He had been somewhat of a prominent figure during their school days, and it was likely that no one was unaware of his story. What are your plans now that you are out? Would you like me to assist you in finding a job? And you briefly recounted her circumstances. Years ago, she failed to gain admission to a prestigious university, which led her family to prohibit her from pursuing further studies. Subsequently, she secured a position at a company and has now risen to the role of sales manager. Faring quite well. This establishment is the Sihai Restaurant, located above the Sihai Grand Hotel, which offers a comprehensive dining and entertainment experience, thereby reflecting the formidable influence of its backer. If I can't manage my own small business, I shall seek your assistance. Chen Jianghe chuckled, contemplating the rapid changes within society and the swift evolution of individuals. Once, Yu was a model student, yet to his astonishment, after years apart, she has transformed into a seasoned figure in the nightlife scene, thriving amidst it all. All right, in that case, I shall support you. And you also smiled, beckoning the two to ascend the stairs. Come on, many have already arrived. Let us reunite with our old classmates, enjoy the lively atmosphere, and after dinner, we can sing upstairs. I have everything arranged. The three ascended together to a spacious private room on the upper floor, which featured a large round table capable of seating 20 individuals. In their class during those days, there were around 50 to 60 students, yet at present, they could scarcely gather even 20 for the reunion. Some faces appeared familiar to Chen Jianghe, while others were unrecognizable. Some had changed little, while others bore no resemblance to their former selves. The world remains perpetually in flux, and yet, the one constant is change itself. Chen Jianghe's arrival momentarily chilled the vibrant atmosphere within the room, as he was likely the only one among them who had served time in prison. Chen Jianghe has arrived. Most classmates greeted him with only the faintest acknowledgement, as they had learned from Li Haiba that he had just been released and was still engaging with society in a questionable manner. Since his father's passing, Chen Jianghe had become merely a small-time driver, devoid of prospects, future, or any value to them. They had all entered the professional realm, no longer the students of yesteryear. And this society is starkly realistic. Chen Jianghe, everyone arrived early, yet you come late. Shall you not drink 3 cups as punishment? Li Haiba jested with a wave of his hand, prompting a classmate beside him to produce 3 large cups of baijiu. The tradition dictated that latecomers must drink 3 cups of liquor. Indeed, Chen Jianghe, partake. This is fine wine brought by Haiba, a luxury you would not have encountered in prison. Several individuals surrounding Li Haiba echoed his sentiments. Upon the mention of imprisonment, the atmosphere in the private room grew noticeably cooler for a few moments. Many classmates regarded Chen Jianghe with flickering glances. A former inmate attending their gathering seemed rather presumptuous. And Yu furrowed her brows, displaying her displeasure. However, it was noted that Li Haiba was currently doing well for himself. Having found a girlfriend whose family owns a freight station, he has thus secured a lucrative position. In recent months, Li Haiba had occasionally attended and used events. His intentions transparent, yet she held him in low regard, viewing him merely as a source of amusement. I'm sorry, but I've sworn off alcohol. Chen Jianghe did not take Li Haiba seriously. He merely cast a fleeting glance before responding. Ling Shui was absent, leaving one to wonder whether she had not arrived or if something else was amiss. Chen Jianghe, what brings you here if you don't drink? Are you here just to scrounge a meal? Li Haiba relentlessly taunted him. Today's gathering is courtesy of Brother Haiba's generosity for the drinks. But the meal expenses are shared among us, so we cannot indulge without contributing. Suddenly interjected a shorter male student named Zhao Xiongfei, once a subordinate of Chen Jianghe. He had reveled in leveraging Jianghe's reputation to exert authority. However, with Chen Jianghe currently appearing less prosperous than Li Haiba, he had now become Haiba's follower. Zhao Xiongfei, I will cover Jianghe's share. Is it really worth quibbling over 30 yuan? Jianghe has supported you in the past. Li Shuwen retorted angrily, producing a 100 yuan note. The agreement for their gathering was that each person would contribute 30 yuan, and with a dozen attendees, they had pooled together over 500 yuan. Li Haiba had previously stated he would cover the drinks, but would supplement the meal costs if necessary. Bookworm. Have you been living off cold noodles for the past 6 months? Trying to show off, are we? Zhao Xiongfei remarked with disdain. No need for that. It's been years since we last met, so allow me to treat everyone today. Chen Jianghe interjected, pulling out several hundred yuan and tossing it onto the table. The sight of the cash astonished Yu and several classmates. How could Chen Jianghe, who had just emerged from hardship, possess such funds? Rumors had circulated about the death of Jianghe's father and the loss of their family arcade. Where could he have acquired this money? Where did you borrow this money from? Trying to flaunt wealth? Li Haibo sneered insincerely. Rest assured, I do not rely on women, Chen Jianghe replied coolly. What do you mean by that, Chen Jianghe? Li Haibo bristled with anger, casting a glance at Yu. His classmates were aware of his pursuit of Yu, and he detested being accused of being dependent on women for support. All right, everyone, let us keep the atmosphere light for this reunion. Ling Shui will soon be bringing her fiancé, so let us not create a scene. Yu interjected, trying to mediate. I've heard Ling Shui's fiancé is quite wealthy, hailing from a family that owns a company. We should make an effort to get acquainted. Li Haibo said with a mocking smile, deliberately provoking Chen Jianghe. Ling Shui had been renowned for her beauty during their school days, attracting numerous admirers, including Li Haibo himself, until she ultimately chose Chen Jianghe. Now, years later, as Ling Shui prepared to marry, the groom was not Chen Jianghe. This gathering was orchestrated primarily for Ling Shui, who was about to marry into affluence, elevating herself above the rest. It was prudent to cultivate relationships now, for who knew when they might need her assistance in the future. Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Li Haibo, who for some inexplicable reason flinched and averted his gaze from Jianghe's penetrating stare. Everyone took their seats as I summoned the waiter to serve the dishes. Ling Shui was expected to arrive shortly, and Yu pulled Chen Jianghe down onto a seat and exchanged a few words, successfully rekindling the lively atmosphere. Some classmates noted that although Chen Jianghe had just emerged from a tumultuous period, he seemed to be faring quite well. Thus, the 3 drinks were no longer mentioned. The cuisine at the Four Seas Hotel was indeed of exceptional quality, and soon the dishes were presented in full splendor. Yu called Ling Shui, who informed her of an unforeseen circumstance preventing her from attending immediately, instructing everyone to begin dining as she would treat them and promised to arrive as soon as possible. With Ling Shui's absence, waiting indefinitely was not an option, so they commenced their meal. As time passed, the chatter and laughter grew more vibrant. The private room buzzed with excitement, and some individuals sought to befriend Chen Jianghe. In these times, knowing a few connections could prove beneficial. Conversely, others regarded him with disdain, perceiving him merely as a miscreant, someone who had served time, lost his father, and had his family's assets seized, leading to a life deemed unworthy of deeper acquaintance. Chen Jianghe remained unfazed, uncertain of his own purpose for attending, whether it was to see Ling Shui or to observe her fiancé. Yu sat beside Chen Jianghe, while Li Haibo intentionally swapped seats to position himself next to her, incessantly attempting to engage her in conversation with an overbearing closeness. Li Haibo, if you wish to converse, do so without invading my personal space, Yu remarked with a frown, her patience waning. Hey, Anin, what kind of relationship do we share? Is this too close? I was hoping for even closer proximity. Li Haibo retorted shamelessly. Could you speak in a more reasonable manner? Yu shifted slightly, forcing a smile before turning to Chen Jianghe, inquiring, what business are you currently engaged in? I run an arcade, the same one my family owned before. Chen Jianghe replied casually after taking a sip of water. Isn't that arcade managed by your stepmother? A female classmate recalled some gossip she had previously heard. Chen Jianghe glanced at her and responded coolly. She has returned to our hometown. The arcade has been entrusted to me. Returned home? Why would she suddenly leave? The arcade business is quite lucrative, and I've heard your family's establishment is sizable. If I had an arcade, there's no way I would return home, the female classmate expressed. Perplexed. Yin, running an arcade is not as easy as it seems. Such businesses struggle to thrive on the streets. It's far more complicated than you imagine. Yu interjected, shaking her head. Matters of the underworld are rarely straightforward. Chen Jianghe's stepmother's sudden departure must be linked to something, and probing further would be inappropriate. Chen Jianghe, you're fortunate that she is willing to return the arcade to you. However, the arcade will soon become a sunset industry. I've heard that internet cafes will be the future trend. I plan to partner up and invest in one, Li Haibo declared, deliberately raising his voice. Haibo, does it require a considerable sum to open an internet CAF? Many classmates are drawn to it. Indeed, an investment of at least several $100,000 is necessary. Such ventures are not for the ordinary individual, Li Haibo boasted. Several $100,000? Many classmates cast envious glances. While no one seemed to care about Xinjiang's gaming hall anymore. Chapter 41. Taking oneself too seriously, what is several $100,000? Merely a trifling amount. Li Haibo tossed his hair with an air of arrogance. With Ling Xue's absence, Li Haibo became the focal point of attention among his peers. Yet Yu remained indifferent to him. He had profited through women, using their money to pursue Yu. It was only natural that she looked down upon him. As the girl had her own principles. Even as the meal concluded, Ling Xue had yet to arrive. Yu made several calls. But Ling Xue insisted she would come later. Many classmates harbored intentions to wait for Ling Xue in hopes of establishing a rapport, yet as she continued to be absent, they were reluctant to leave. Yu made some arrangements, inviting everyone upstairs to sing and enjoy some drinks. Except for a few who had prior engagements or simply did not wish to stay, the rest followed Yu upstairs. Li Shuwen also intended to leave. But seeing that Xinjiang had not departed, he worried about a potential conflict between Xinjiang and Ling Xue's fiancé. Thus he stayed. Ananjia. The opulent DCOR of the upstairs venue caught the attention of several younger girls who greeted Yu. It seemed Yu was doing quite well, and these girls might be associated with her. As a sales manager, Yu possibly engaged in a mommy role, as such endeavors were quite lucrative these days. Intertwining with various relationships. Generally, those who own venues would extend some courtesy. Everyone can indulge freely. The drinks are on me, as I have made all the arrangements. Yu led them to a private room, though it lacked any women. It was comprised solely of classmates, both male and female. And they certainly could not operate as a business setting. Anan, as promised, I'll treat everyone to karaoke today. I will definitely cover the expenses. As we are all classmates. If I do not support you, who will? Li Haibo proclaimed, plopping a stack of cash from his briefcase onto the table. Signaling the waiter with a nod, drinks and fruit platters. Arrange everything accordingly. And Jia? The waiter hesitated upon seeing the 10,000 yuan. Let us proceed as he suggests. It's business, and can we really stop him from spending? Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, issue him a card, and credit the cash back to his silver card membership. Understood, and Jia. The waiter nodded and took the money to leave. Several classmates gazed at the cash, unable to avert their eyes. That was indeed 10,000 yuan. A sum that many labor for an entire year without earning. Li Haibo casually tossed the money around. Li Haibo had truly made it big. Li Shuwen sat beside Xinjiang, expressing his thoughts. Once you enter customs, you will earn more than he does. Xinjiang, holding a cigarette, did not glance at anyone else. The customs in Pengcheng is exceedingly lucrative, if one merely turns a blind eye. The money flows faster and more abundantly than the wind. I will not engage in illegal activities. Li Shuwen declared resolutely after a moment of silence. In the world of Jianghu, one is often bound by circumstances. Xinjiang remarked, lifting his glass towards Li Shuwen. Hesitating for a moment. Li Shuwen also raised his glass and took a sip, only to cough violently. You see, you cannot handle your liquor. I raise my glass, and you drink. Once you are in customs, if those people find you useful, they will ensure you swallow this drink. Xinjiang chuckled. Li Shuwen bowed his head in silence. The atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly boisterous, while the two of them sipped their drinks, feeling out of place amidst the vibrant ambience. After a long wait, Ling Xue had yet to appear, but a message was sent informing them that her wedding day was set for the 8th of next month. The wedding invitation featured a photograph of the couple, looking perfectly matched. Xinjiang emptied his glass in one gulp, casting a lingering gaze at the radiant smile of Ling Xue in the invitation before preparing to leave. Li Haibo, stop making a scene. At that moment, a shout from outside the room broke the tension. Xinjiang casually pushed open the door and stepped out. Anan, what exactly do you mean? Are you keeping me hanging? Li Haibo, clearly inebriated, clung to Yu, his breath reeking of alcohol. Li Haibo, you may have prospered. But that has nothing to do with me. I did not force you to spend that money. If you wish, I can return it to you. I will cover today's expenses. Yu disdainfully glanced at Li Haibo and pulled out a wad of cash from her bag, just shy of 10,000. And you? Are you mocking me? Is 10,000 too little? If it is, just say how much would please me, Li Haibo. His words grew increasingly offensive, insinuating that Yu was selling herself. Do you think of me as someone who sells herself? Even if I were, you are the last person I would consider. You squander women's money while secretly pursuing other women. I disdain you. You think I am unaware of how you entangled yourself with others? With sweet words. You got someone pregnant, then went to their family to beg for their consent. And Yu's words were sharp, offering no respect to Li Haiba. In this era, most people genuinely struggle financially. Being able to take out several thousand or tens of thousands at once is already a mark of capability. Yet, those who are truly wealthy can amass great fortunes, exemplified by the imposing Tiger-head Benz parked outside the Four Seas Grand Hotel, worth $2 million. In this establishment, there are individuals willing to spend $30,000 to $50,000 for an evening's entertainment with Anya. While not a monthly occurrence, it certainly happens several times a year. Those wishing to take Anya for a drive find themselves entirely overshadowed. Li Haiba, in his arrogance, believed he could disregard Anya's humanity with his mere 10,000. Jiang He, what is the matter? Li Shuwen inquired as he followed out. Li Haiba has an inflated sense of self-worth, Chun Jianghe replied, taking a drag from his cigarette, his tone indifferent. Anya, you're merely a sham. Li Haiba, unable to maintain his composure, was thoroughly enraged. Li Haiba, you truly have no self-awareness. If I wished to toy with you, would you believe I could make you sell your house and car? Anya, weary of conversing with him, turned to Chun Jianghe and the classmates who had emerged, informing them to continue enjoying themselves and to ask the waitstaff for anything they needed, as she had matters to attend to and would be leaving. Curse you. Fueled by alcohol, Li Haiba suddenly struck Anya across the face, causing her to stagger, nearly losing her balance. Sister Anya, are you all right? Are you looking for death? The internal security of the restaurant rushed over, seizing Li Haiba by the hair and kicking him down, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. Chapter 42. Calling for help. Anya was the matriarch of the establishment, with half of the girls under her wing. She was the financial backbone of the place. Anyone attempting to pluck a leaf from her tree would find it unacceptable. Before long, Li Haiba lay incapacitated on the ground. Stop. Why are you assaulting us? We are here as patrons. How can you strike customers? Anya. It was merely a touch on the leg, nothing severe. A group of classmates, eager to salvage Li Haiba's dignity, rushed to intervene, some even grappling with the internal security. As the four security personnel struggled to regain control, they prepared to call for reinforcements. Enough. Do not strike any further. These are my classmates. And they acted impulsively after a few drinks. It's not a grave matter. At a critical moment, Anya called out. The four security guards, upon hearing her, slowly retreated and refrained from further escalation. Otherwise, these sheltered youths would certainly learn a harsh lesson about the world's perils. Anya, you will regret this. This matter is far from over. Li Haiba was assisted to his feet, still simmering with indignation. Li Haiba, we were once classmates. Do not seek trouble unnecessarily, Anya sighed. Exasperated, even after a confrontation, he remained oblivious, seemingly needing another lesson. Stop pretending. This beating will not go unpunished. They are merely a few tough guys. Do you think I don't know anyone? Li Haiba gritted his teeth, clutching his phone, ready to summon reinforcements. Before he could make the call, his hand was restrained. Li Haiba, if you make that call, you will face another beating today, Chun Jianghe asserted, holding Li Haiba's hand firmly. Get lost, Chun Jianghe. If you keep talking, I will include you in this beating. Li Haiba forcefully pushed away Chun Jianghe's hand and directly dialed the phone. Yongzi, I've been assaulted. Gather a few people. Does money concern me? Just name your price. You want 30,000 for a woman? Yes, just one woman, at the Seahai Grand Hotel. Is it mandatory to pay 30,000 at the Seahai Grand Hotel? Li Haiba hesitated, noticing everyone staring at him, and with gritted teeth declared, Fine, 30,000 it is. Get here immediately. A group of classmates exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished that a simple gathering could escalate to such chaos. And you call the police. Li Shuwen anxiously suggested to Yu. No need to involve the police. And Yu waved her hand dismissively, casting a silent glance at Li Haiba before turning to a security guard, instructing him to summon Manager Zhang. Before long, a man in his 30s, donned in a suit and with a slight paunch, approached. Anin, what's going on? He inquired, glancing around. It's a bit unpleasant. I've called for assistance. Brother Zhang, could you please handle the situation momentarily? And Yu replied, visibly frustrated. The imposing vehicle parked in front of the Seahai Grand Hotel belonged to the establishment's owner. In this day and age, owning a restaurant and affording a $200,000 car exemplified true power. Generally, the local ruffians lacked the means to stir trouble in such an environment. You called for help? Brother Zhang chuckled. To dare summon people to challenge the authority of the Sea High is quite ambitious indeed. Whoever I summoned, that's my business. Today, none of you should meddle in this matter. Whoever interferes will face my wrath. Li Haiba clenched his teeth, still believing himself formidable, convinced that 30,000 could surely resolve the issue with a woman. What in this world cannot be solved with money? The behavior of the youth in society today was utterly perplexing. Suddenly, Brother Zhang seized Li Haiba by the neck and turned to Yu. "Nen, it's merely a trivial matter. You should focus on your work and take a break. There's no need for you to worry. What are you doing? Let go of me." Li Haiba struggled desperately, but to no avail. His classmates, who had hoped to curry favor with him, dared not intervene and could only follow them downstairs. "Dear classmates, I apologize, but Ling Shui will not be attending today. Her wedding invitations have been sent out. Those who wish to go may do so, and those who do not can reconsider. This concludes our gathering for today." And you addressed the remaining classmates. Today's gathering was originally organized for Ling Shui, yet she had not appeared at all. The bonds of their camaraderie seemed to dissipate with her absence. Had Ling Shui attended, nearly all present would have shown up for her wedding, but now it was uncertain how many would actually go. Perhaps Ling Shui simply did not care. "Anan, have a good talk with Haiba. After all, we are classmates, and there's no need for such hostility. We shall take our leave now." The remaining classmates, eager to avoid trouble, exchanged a few polite words before hastily departing. "Would you like a ride home?" Soon, only Chun Jianghe and Li Shuwen remained, with Chun Jianghe lighting a cigarette and inquiring, "No, you cannot come in for tea tonight." And you believe that Chun Jianghe might share the same sentiment, thinking that as a woman in this profession, it would be all too easy to seduce her. "I do not drink tea," Chun Jianghe chuckled, offering no further explanation as he turned to descend the stairs. Everyone undergoes transformation. Even the most intimate relationships from the past have evolved into something entirely different. Within a mere 20 minutes, 3 taxis arrived outside the Four Seas Grand Hotel. As the vehicles halted, 7 or 8 individuals emerged, appearing even less respectable than the street thugs, each resembling regular patrons of arcades and internet cafes. Among them, 2 or 3 ringleaders wielded knives, while the rest were either armed with metal pipes or empty-handed, lacking even a blade. They likely had been hastily summoned from the internet cafe to assist with the night's endeavors, perhaps to help make instant noodles. Typically, a proper enforcer would command a fee of at least 200, yet these miscreants were hardly worth 50. Brother Zhang found amusement in their presence. "Aren't you supposed to be tough?" he mockingly questioned, delivering a swift kick to Li Haiba's backside, sending him sprawling out. Zhang could not be bothered to negotiate. These individuals were far beneath his level. "Yongzi, what are you dawdling about for? Take care of them." Li Haiba awkwardly scrambled to his feet, shouting at the group. "Li Gu, you're offering a price for a stabbing, not for smashing a place. If we go inside and there's a misunderstanding, and they decide to fight, I'll need to call for backup. That one TB resolved with 3,000. If you could part with a bit more, I could rally dozens of brothers to ensure we demolish this shabby establishment." The leader of the group, a young man in his mid-20s with dyed blonde hair, responded to Li Haiba. "No need for that." Li Haiba glanced at them, gritting his teeth, feeling that at least 20,000 of the 30,000 he had would go to waste. Unable to part with more funds, he shouted towards Yu. "Yu, if you have any guts, come out here." "Li Haiba, I'm just a woman. What guts do you expect? If you're unhappy and insist on causing trouble, then come inside." And Yu stood at the entrance of the Four Seas Grand Hotel, bemused by the ragtag crew Li Haiba had summoned. In the realm of social dealings, individuals like Li Haiba were often perceived as fools, destined to be deceived by those who saw them as easy targets. Chapter 43. Clean up Jianghe. Will you be all right? Outside the Four Seas Grand Hotel, the remaining classmates were few, and Li Shuwen asked in a hushed tone, a look of concern etched on his face. Those unacquainted with the underbelly of society often falter in such situations. It is one thing to face 7 or 8 individuals. Even 2 or 3 brandishing weapons can instill fear. In this day and age, thugs are indeed willing to draw blood, and they are quite capable of taking a life. And you had navigated the complexities of society for several years and understood the landscape well. She would not come to harm. Chen Jianghe shook his head. These individuals were merely seeking to extract some money from Li Haiba, and as long as you refrained from provoking them, they would not pose a significant threat. Few individuals entrenched in the underworld are truly foolish. Most possess an acute awareness of whom they can provoke and whom they should avoid. These minor thugs dare not linger outside the Four Seas restaurant, for those within are certain to emerge and deal with them. If these ruffians are allowed to create a ruckus here, the establishment might as well close its doors. Where are you staying now? I shall escort you, Chen Jianghe remarked, taking a drag from his cigarette and calling to Yu, before inquiring about Li Shuwen as he prepared to depart. I'm residing at the company. I'll move out once I pass the customs exam, Li Shuwen replied, nodding to Yu and following Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe led Li Shuwen towards the Santana. Yongzi, what do you mean? If you fail to handle this matter today, you won't receive your payment. Li Haiba gritted his teeth, feeling a growing sense of betrayal. These ruffians were clearly too intimidated to challenge anyone from the Four Seas restaurant. Brotherly, that's not quite the case. I've brought so many brothers to assist. Regardless of whether the job is accomplished, they certainly deserve some compensation, wouldn't you agree? I can forego my share, but they must be compensated, Yongzi retorted, feigning indignation. Li Haiba's expression shifted, his pent-up frustration finding an outlet as he spotted Chen Jianghe approaching. He pointed at Chen Jianghe and declared, fine. I'll give you 10,000. Deal with this scoundrel for me. Agreed, it's settled. Yongzi did not press the matter further. Requesting 30,000 from such ragtag individuals was indeed a tall order. Only a fool like Li Haiba would be willing to part with that much. Otherwise, it would be at most 3,000 to 5,000, and the task would be adequately fulfilled. Have you spotted that little brat? Attack him, Yongzi shouted, raising his knife and pointing at Chen Jianghe. Let us go. Two of Yongzi's key members, brandishing their knives, charged fiercely towards Chen Jianghe. The lingering players from the nearby internet CAF shouted loudly, yet their pace was sluggish, unwilling to engage in a bloody confrontation over mere pocket change. Jianghe, run. And Yu cried out in alarm. Jianghe, let us go. Li Shuwen, equally flustered, tugged at Chen Jianghe in an attempt to flee. However, Chen Jianghe remained still. Li Haiba, you are truly seeking trouble. Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow, having forgotten to don his fingerless gloves. Suddenly, he flicked the smoldering cigarette but towards the disheveled thug ahead. The burning ember struck the thug's eye, causing him to flinch in surprise. Seizing the moment, Chen Jianghe lunged forward and delivered a fierce punch to the thug's nose. Ah! The thug screamed in agony as his nasal bone shattered, crimson blood gushing forth like a turned faucet. Damn! Another thug, taken aback, swung his knife ferociously at Chen Jianghe's shoulder. Chen Jianghe deftly sidestepped, countering with a kick to the thug's calf. The thug was sent sprawling to the ground, and before he could rise, Chen Jianghe landed another kick to his chin, rendering him unconscious without a sound. The players from the internet CAF, who had trailed behind, abruptly halted in their tracks. The mere appearance fee of a few $dozen may intimidate, but resorting to violence is out of the question. And Yu, who rushed over, slowed her pace. Chen Jianghe had changed in the 3 years since his incarceration. He seemed rather different now. For heaven's sake, Yongzi, why don't you step up? Li Haiba panicked, astonished by Chen Jianghe's ferocity as he effortlessly took down 2 thugs wielding knives. Yongzi too felt a twinge of anxiety. Earning money tonight was proving to be more challenging than anticipated. Hey, I'm Yongzi from Hepping Road. Let's get acquainted. Yongzi tightened his grip on his knife, hoping to negotiate with Chen Jianghe. Yongzi from Hepping Road? You seem utterly oblivious to the concept of peace. Chen Jianghe delivered a swift kick to Yongzi's abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain and struggle to rise, while Chen Jianghe's fierce gaze made the other regulars drop their weapons and retreat in fear. They were merely looking to scrounge up a few cigarettes, not engage in a deadly confrontation with such a formidable opponent. Jianghe, we're old classmates. This is all a misunderstanding. Li Haiba's expression shifted, quickly donning a facade of forced cheerfulness. Li Haiba, I warned you earlier. One call, and you'll be in for another beating today. Chen Jianghe leisurely lit a cigarette, taking a drag before seizing Li Haiba's hair and violently slamming his head against the car window of a Xiaoli. The glass shattered with a loud crash, and Li Haiba screamed, his face peppered with shards of glass. Blood oozed from the wounds, creating a gruesome scene. Jianghe, stop. If you continue, something serious will happen. And you rushed over, gripping Chen Jianghe tightly. Li Haiba, I'm giving you face for an U.S. sake. If you're dissatisfied, find someone to meet me at the North Street Fire Game Hall. We can settle this. Chen Jianghe delivered another fierce kick to Li Haiba, forcing him to kneel, before Yu managed to intervene. Chen Jianghe was already feeling ill at ease this evening, compounded by Ling Shui's absence, which had left him simmering with pent-up frustration. If Li Haiba had not provoked him, things might have passed without incident. Yet, Li Haiba insisted on stirring trouble, inviting his own discontent. Chen Jianghe, how dare you strike me? Just wait, I won't let you off so easily. Li Haiba gritted his teeth, scrambling to his feet and diving into his xiaoli, leaving behind a venomous threat before hastily speeding away. Seeing the situation turn dire, Yongzi and his thugs quickly fled as well. They knew where Li Haiba lived and had no fear of him withholding payment. Regardless of the outcome tonight, Li Haiba was obligated to pay up. Jianghe, you were too impulsive. This wasn't worth it. And you expressed concern as she watched Li Haiba drive off, fearing the situation would escalate. With Chen Jianghe just out, if he were to return to prison, his sentence would only grow longer. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. Li Haiba can't stir up any trouble. Chen Jianghe did not regard Li Haiba as a threat. If Li Haiba could not handle matters, then he had no business being in this world. Li Shuwen, let us depart. Chen Jianghe beckoned Li Shuwen to enter the vehicle. Driving a Santana, he swiftly took his leave. The remaining classmates wore expressions of astonishment. Chen Jianghe had acquired a Santana, surpassing even Li Haiba in terms of standing. Anan, this fellow possesses talent. Inquire if he would be willing to join the 4Cs. Zhang Gu, cigarette in mouth, approached. Zhang Gu, I shall seize the opportunity to ask. And you replied with a smile, though a shadow flickered in her eyes. Recently, the owner's son of the 4Cs Grand Hotel had begun meddling in the business, and she perceived that he harbored intentions towards the young women employed there, not merely for carnal pursuits, but rather, he believed the girls were earning too much. This posed a troublesome predicament. If mishandled, the repercussions could be significant, making it impossible for Yu to allow Chen Jianghe to intervene. Moreover, Chen Jianghe would likely decline. As Chen Jianghe drove, he returned Li Shuwen to the company dormitory, leaving his pager number with him and providing his mobile number before heading back to the Flame Game Hall. Upon his return, there were still 20 to 30 individuals engaged in play. Jianghe, how did it go? Zhang Peng inquired eagerly upon his arrival. What do you mean, how did it go? Chen Jianghe replied, extinguishing his cigarette as he made his way into the hall. Did you not see Ling Shui? Zhang Peng pressed on. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing discreetly listened. They were already aware that Ling Shui was Chen Jianghe's former girlfriend and that the boss had gone to meet his old flame that evening. However, judging by the boss's demeanor, it seemed the encounter had not gone smoothly. She did not come. Chen Jianghe shot Zhang Peng a fierce glare. Zhang Peng chuckled awkwardly and quickly produced a yellow craft paper bag. Jianghe, this is what Tang Aigua had sent. He instructed that it be given to you upon your return. Chen Jianghe's pupils constricted sharply. He took the bag and ascended the stairs directly. Jianghe, what is inside the bag? Zhang Peng asked curiously. None of your concern. Keep an eye on the establishment. Chen Jianghe retorted as he climbed the stairs, shutting the office door behind him. He opened the bag to reveal several photographs and some documents. The individuals depicted were all connected to the murder of Chen Jiming. Li Jindi was the mastermind behind the act, and these were the executors. To ensure no complications arose later, after completing their task, Li Jindi had compensated them and facilitated their connections, leaving both parties with a clean slate. Li Jindi had not retained these individuals with him. Most of them still resided in Pengcheng. Huang Kuan, Zhou Ming, Chun Lei. Chen Jianghe scrutinized the photographs and documents. The bag contained information on only 3 individuals, while a total of 6 had participated in the slaying of Chen Jiming. One of them remained imprisoned and had yet to be released. In recent years, several individuals have gradually been released. Tang Aigua provided data on 3 of them, while the status of the others remains uncertain, whether Tang Aigua has yet to investigate them or is withholding information from Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe meticulously perused the records of the 3 individuals before locking them in a safe. He then took the keys to his Santana and descended the stairs. Da Peng, keep an eye on the shop. I'll be stepping out for a bit. Jianghe, where are you headed at this hour? Zhang Peng inquired, rising in curiosity. Just a little errand. I'll return shortly. Chen Jianghe waved dismissively and drove off, leaving Zhang Peng puzzled about his late-night endeavors. Boss might be going on a date. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing conspiratorially approached, their expressions rife with gossip. Why do you care? How would I know? Zhang Peng retorted, shooting them a glare. Who would have guessed the boss enjoys a bit of mischief? Or perhaps he is off to meet Sister Lu, regardless of whom he seeks. It's bound to be an eventful night. The two continued to chatter, their banter laced with innuendo. As Chen Jianghe drove the Santana away from North Street, he soon arrived at an urban village in Pingjiang district, parking across from its exit. Lighting a cigarette, he headed towards the village. This urban village is among the largest in Pingjiang district, having become a haven for migrant workers since the onset of the reform era. Many undocumented individuals find refuge here. The entrance has evolved into a bustling street, lined with stalls selling fried noodles, boxed meals, and various small eateries. Near the entrance, a mahjong parlor caught Chun Jianghe's attention. This was the destination he sought. As he passed the entrance, he glanced inside, noting two tattooed ruffians smoking at the door. They briefly eyed him, but paid little mind. Locking eyes with one of them, the thug stood up, glaring irritably. "What are you staring at?" he spat. Chun Jianghe merely returned his gaze without a word before turning to leave. "Idiot," the thug scoffed, resuming his banter with his companion. With a stoic expression, Chun Jianghe returned to the Santana and drove to a nearby market. He clearly recalled that the very thug who had insulted him was one of those responsible for Chun Jiming's murder. Huang Kuan. His memory of Huang Kuan was foggy, overshadowed by the chaos of that fateful day when he had recklessly charged into the fray to save Chun Jiming, focused solely on the frenzy of violence, oblivious to the faces around him. Even if he had taken note, it had been 3 years, making recognition difficult. Only upon reviewing the records had he remembered that one of these ruffians had indeed taken action. As for Huang Kuan, he did not recognize Chun Jianghe. The reasoning is similar. Moreover, Chun Jianghe had changed considerably in the 3 years since he entered, having seen him only once. It was entirely reasonable for him not to recognize him. Chun Jianghe made his way to a nearby vegetable market, which was eerily deserted at night, long devoid of patrons. An elderly man stationed at the entrance was soundly asleep. Chun Jianghe managed to find a large piece of transparent tarpaulin, which he took and placed in the trunk of his Santana. He then drove off, arriving once more at the exit of the urban village, where he lit a cigarette and began to wait. Time passed slowly, the night deepening, and the streets grew increasingly desolate. It was not until around 2 or 3 in the morning that 2 ruffians emerged from the urban village, puffing on cigarettes. One of them was unmistakably Huang Kuan, the very individual Chun Jianghe had seen previously. The 2 meandered along the roadside, with Chun Jianghe following closely behind in his Santana, careful not to draw their attention by keeping his headlights off. Upon reaching an intersection, one of the ruffians called out, "Kunzi, I'm off to buy a pack of cigarettes. Grab a couple of instant noodles too. I'll wait for you up ahead. Hurry up, I'm starving." Huang Kuan exhaled a puff of smoke, cursing in reply. "Then you better treat me to a good time later." The ruffian responded, "All right, $20 for the girl. You can have your pick." Huang Kuan retorted with irritation. "A bucket of instant noodles costs only a few coins. You think I'm going to treat you to a prostitute? $20 will barely get you anything decent. It's all old women, and who knows if they're clean. At least 50 for something worthwhile. Damn you." Chapter 45. Have you forgotten? The ruffian shot Huang Kuan the finger, cursing as he turned the corner. Huang Kuan, cigarette in mouth and hands in his pockets, continued onward. Damn, what an idiot, trying to save even $20. After passing the intersection, Huang Kuan glanced back and saw the ruffian still flirting with the shopkeeper at the convenience store not far away. The shopkeeper looked to be in her 40s, with her breasts nearly sagging to her belly. That fool really had no standards. Huang Kuan shook his head in disdain and moved forward. Chun Jianghe, trailing behind in the Santana, leisurely approached the corner. He glanced over towards the convenience store, noting that the ruffian had no intention of leaving. He continued to follow Huang Kuan. After walking over 100 meters, Huang Kuan turned back to check if the ruffian was coming, only to suddenly notice a black car speeding towards him without its headlights on, not far behind. Damn! Bang! Huang Kuan, startled, attempted to dodge to the side. But before he could react, the Santana collided with him violently, sending him flying. Miraculously, he was neither dead nor unconscious. He lay on the ground, bloodied and groaning in agony, struggling to rise. Chun Jianghe approached and delivered a swift kick to Huang Kuan's head, rendering him unconscious. He then dragged him to the rear of the vehicle, stuffing him into the trunk, which had been lined with a thick tarpaulin, and forcefully shut it. Casting a glance at the distant bend in the road, he quickly entered the car and drove away. A few minutes later, a disheveled youth returned with 2 bottles of beer, swaying as he walked. However, he noticed the absence of Huang Kuan and, not thinking much of it, assumed that Huang Kuan had left before him. He ambled towards the rental housing with the beer in hand. Chun Jianghe drove his Santana to the precipice where he had recently disposed of Li Jindi's body. Below the cliff lay the tumultuous sea, the roar of crashing waves echoing from beneath. He maneuvered the Santana close to the edge, wrapped Huang Kuan in the thick, transparent tarp, and dragged him to the cliff's brink. Returning to retrieve a rope, he bound Huang Kuan's hands and feet, securing the rope to several heavy stones. Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Unexpectedly, Huang Kuan, displaying a surprising will to live, regained consciousness as Chun Jianghe was tying the stones. In the darkness, he could not discern Chun Jianghe's identity, nor did he understand the motive behind his impending demise. Silently, Chun Jianghe completed the binding, while Huang Kuan, in a state of utter terror, pleaded, "Brother, I am merely a caretaker at a mahjong parlor. Even if I have offended you inadvertently, I beg you to show mercy and spare my life." His fear escalated as he reflected on his past misdeeds. Recognizing he had bullied others during his tenure at the parlor, yet he could not fathom why such a ruthless individual would wish to end his life. "You have indeed forgotten." Chun Jianghe rose slowly, looking down at Huang Kuan with an air of authority. "Forgotten what?" Huang Kuan strained to see Chun Jianghe's face. 3 years ago, at the entrance of the fire game hall on North Street. Chun Jianghe replied coolly. You are Chen Jiming's son?" Huang Kuan trembled, suddenly recalling the past. Years ago, they had worked for Li Jindi, murdering the inebriated Chen Jiming. In the ensuing chaos, Chen Jiming's son had retaliated and injured one of them, ultimately facing imprisonment himself. Considering the timeline, Chen Jiming's son should have been released by now. He never imagined that after all these years, Chen Jiming's son would come seeking vengeance. "I am Chen Jianghe. Justice has its rightful place, and you shall answer for your deeds before the King of Hell." Chen Jianghe grasped the rope binding Huang Kuan and dragged him towards the cliff's edge. "Spare me. I merely inflicted a wound on your father. I did not kill him. I was only following orders." Huang Kuan cried out in desperation, struggling in vain against his bonds. "Convey that to my father when you meet him," Chun Jianghe retorted, pulling Huang Kuan to the precipice and delivering a forceful kick that sent him plummeting into the abyss. "Ah!" Huang Kuan's terrified scream was swiftly muffled, soon drowned out by the roaring waves. Chun Jianghe retrieved a flashlight from the car, meticulously scanning the surroundings to ensure no evidence was left behind. Afterward, he entered the vehicle and drove away in the Santana. Rather than returning to Beijia, he proceeded directly home, maneuvering the Santana into the small courtyard. He then took a hose and diligently began to cleanse the Santana, scrubbing the trunk, hood, and tires until they gleamed with cleanliness. Subsequently, Chun Jianghe shed his clothes and ignited a fire in the kitchen to incinerate the garments he had worn that day. He also retrieved the attire from the previous encounters with Li Jindi and Xiao Wan, ensuring everything was thoroughly burned. Once all of this was accomplished, Chun Jianghe locked the door and allowed himself some rest. The following morning, he circled the Santana, inspecting the front. Despite the vehicle's costliness, its quality remained commendable. After colliding with Huang Kuan the previous night, the front showed negligible damage. Satisfied with the condition of the car, he drove the Santana to the arcade. "Jianghe, the accounts from yesterday have been compiled." The arcade garnered a total of 1,267 yuan. Zhang Peng exclaimed upon seeing Chun Jianghe. "Is that an increase?" Chun Jianghe raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. When Li Jindi was still around, the arcade's daily revenue could soar into the thousands, with an average hovering around 5,000 to 6,000. This recent sum paled in comparison, yet business had been steadily improving over the past couple of days, indicating that the arcade was gradually finding its footing. Yesterday, 2 individuals playing the slot machines lost 2 to 300. Finally, someone has begun to engage with the slot machines. Zhang Peng said joyfully. "Adjust the slot machines' payout rates slightly. Earning less is acceptable for now. The primary goal is to attract customers." Chun Jianghe instructed. "I understand, Jianghe. Have you eaten? I'll go buy some food." Zhang Peng nodded, taking 10 yuan before heading out. Chun Jianghe ascended to the office, retrieving Huang Kuan's file from the safe, and set fire to Huang Kuan's photograph and documents. "This is the first. There are still 5 more. Just as he finished burning the items and returned the remaining documents to the safe, his mobile phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and answered. "Is this Chun Jianghe?" "This is Lin Guobin." A stranger's voice resonated through the receiver. "Lin Guobin?" Chun Jianghe's brow furrowed. "The person you injured yesterday, Yongzi, is my brother. How do you propose we resolve this matter?" Lin Guobin stated. Chapter 46. Lin Guobin. "How do you wish to resolve it?" Chun Jianghe replied with a cold smirk. "Offer me 100,000 yuan and set up a banquet to apologize to my brother. Then we can consider this matter settled." Lin Guobin stated bluntly. And if I refuse? Chen Jianghe chuckled. Don't wait for me to find you. Let's have a good chat. Lin Guobin's tone turned cold. Beijia, at the fire game hall, you come. Chen Jianghe replied calmly. You little brat, you certainly have some guts. Lin Guobin did not expect Chen Jianghe to speak so directly. Lin Guobin, when you're out in this world, you must be prepared to take a beating. If you can't settle matters, then go work in a factory. Don't just casually mention tens of thousands. 10,000 is enough to cost you your life. Chen Jianghe retorted without reservation. You bastard. Get lost. Lin Guobin was about to curse, but Chen Jianghe hung up the phone abruptly. Brother Bin, what's wrong? On the other end, in a mahjong parlor upstairs, a girl with her back exposed nestled close to Lin Guobin, a summer blanket partially covering her body, creating an enticing yet modest appearance. Heh, the youth these days are indeed something else. Lin Guobin shook his head and made a call to Yongzi's clinic. Yongzi, how's it going? Brother, I'm fine. Just the person I brought has a broken leg. The rest are minor injuries. Yongzi replied slowly, clutching his stomach. Still feeling the effects of the kick he received last night. I just spoke with that kid. He refuses to settle for 10,000. What do you think we should do? Lin Guobin inquired. Brother, that kid is too arrogant. We can't let it slide like this. Yongzi gritted his teeth, visibly unwilling. Then gather your crew and confront him. Lin Guobin casually suggested. Brother, that kid is quite difficult to handle. I fear we won't be able to subdue him. Yongzi lowered his head with a forced smile. In the underworld, he had enough sense to recognize that. Given Chen Jianghe's demeanor last night and his ability to drive a Santana, he was not someone to be trifled with. If Lin Guobin doesn't step in, who does he think he is? So what do you propose we do? Yongzi asked. How about you take the initiative and find that kid? He suggested in a hushed tone. You think I'm just here to clean up after you? I'm your brother, not your caretaker. When trouble arises, it's my responsibility to step in, not yours. Lin Guobin reprimanded impatiently. It seemed he was expected to handle all his subordinates' problems. Yongzi fell silent, his head bowed. Last night, he had ventured out for extra cash on his own accord, not because Lin Guobin had sent him. If Lin Guobin had sent him, he would have had to step in if anything went wrong. But since Yongzi had sought to earn money himself and encountered trouble, Lin Guobin had no obligation to intervene. The brother pays him, not the other way around. Investigate this kid's background for me. I need to think it over. After a moment of silence from Yongzi, Lin Guobin, feeling irritable, ended the call. Jianghe, what's going on? At the fire game hall, Zhang Peng returned just in time with food and overheard a few words. Last night, that guy named Yongzi's boss wanted some money. Chen Jianghe casually set aside his mobile phone. Yongzi, who is that? Zhang Peng asked, his face filled with confusion. It then occurred to Chen Jianghe that he had yet to inform Zhang Peng about the events of last night. He recounted the incident at the Sihai Grand Restaurant, omitting any mention of his subsequent outing. Zhang Peng and the others assumed that Chen Jianghe had gone out to chase after women, either to seek out Ling Shui or Sister Lu. Damn, how much does he want? Zhang Peng cursed upon hearing this. Going out to handle matters, unable to settle them, and still seeking help from the boss. He has no shame at all. 100,000. 100,000? Zhang Peng exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Who is Yongzi's boss? What is his registration number? These individuals from the underworld truly dared to demand such sums. In this day and age, 100,000 yuan was sufficient to settle accounts for 2 or 3 people. His name is Lin Guobin. Have you heard of him? Chen Jianghe inquired. Lin Guobin? Zhang Peng furrowed his brows and nodded cautiously. I have heard of him. Lin Guobin has some reputation in the Pingjiang district. I understand he started by managing venues and later ventured out on his own, making quite a fortune. I believe he owns 2 or 3 mahjong parlors and an ice rink. He was quite prosperous a few years back, but it seems he hasn't been as active lately. As careers flourish and wealth accumulates, the desire for violence tends to wane. Chen Jianghe nodded in agreement. This was entirely reasonable. In their youth, when they first entered the underworld, they had nothing but their lives to gamble with. With a few years of good fortune and stable income, they began to value their lives more. Such ruffians typically manage to navigate through challenges, but when they encounter formidable opponents, they must tread carefully. If one were to rise further, gaining significant influence in the underworld, they could easily subdue ordinary adversaries. Although Lin Guobin possessed some strength, he had not yet reached that level. Lin Guobin doesn't operate well on the North Street. He likely wouldn't dare to overstep his bounds. However, we should remain cautious. Zhang Peng advised. Inform Xiangzi and Zhou Bing to be on their toes. Chen Jianghe nodded, giving his instructions. Understood. Let us eat. Zhang Peng replied, heading downstairs to deliver meals to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, before returning to eat with Chun Jianghe. Have you gathered any information on those brats I asked about last time? Chun Jianghe suddenly remembered to inquire after taking a bite of his rice noodle rolls. In the world of the underbelly, no one could afford to be uninformed. Now that they had 2 venues, their numbers were somewhat stretched. If they could recruit Xiang Fei and his crew, it would be a tremendous boost. I've inquired. That group is known for getting things done, daring to fight, and they have a decent reputation. I've reached out to some acquaintances of theirs, and am still trying to discover the places they frequent. Their movements are rather elusive, and few know where they reside, but I expect to have concrete information soon. Zhang Peng replied. Chun Jianghe nodded thoughtfully. He regarded Xiang Fei and his companions with considerable esteem. Should they be won over, the prowess of the Lihua arcade would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. Throughout the morning, patrons trickled into the arcade. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, apprehensive about Lin Guobin's potential interference, had prepared themselves in advance. However, as the morning wore on, no intruders appeared. By afternoon, as Chun Jianghe was engrossed in documents upstairs, Xie Gang made his entrance. Boss Chen, are you busy? He inquired with a beaming smile, casually picking up a cigarette from the table and slipping the box into his pocket. Is someone coming today? Chun Jianghe paid little heed to the cigarette box. Indeed. We have a major client visiting today, one who operates a factory, Xie Gang exclaimed with palpable excitement. All right, accompany them when they arrive. I'll have Zhang Peng make the necessary arrangements, replied Chun Jianghe with a nod. That is splendid. I shall take my leave for now, Xie Gang said with a cheerful wave before departing. Jianghe, shall we make adjustments to the machines downstairs? Zhang Peng inquired after seeing Xie Gang off. In Pengcheng, newly opened arcades typically boasted higher payout rates. For every 100 wagered, 30 might be returned. In contrast, older establishments yielded only 20, while the more unscrupulous ones returned a mere 10. As more patrons engaged, losses for some inevitably coincided with gains for others, which in turn attracted more players. However, the arcade would never incur a loss. That evening, Chun Jianghe had initially planned to scout the area for business matters. Yet, considering that it was Xie Gang's first time hosting a significant client, and with the possibility of Lin Guobin causing a disturbance, he opted to remain within the arcade. As dusk settled, Xie Gang arrived with 3 or 4 fashionably dressed young individuals. Guangzi, see? This place is quite spacious. I've heard this arcade recently changed hands. Visiting here is undoubtedly a wise choice, Xie Gang declared, leading the way with a wide grin. Upon entering, he called out to Zhang Peng, Boss, do you have slot machines? You wish to play? Zhang Peng feigned ignorance of Xie Gang, regarding the group with suspicion. You seem a bit unfamiliar. What? Just because we are unfamiliar, you want to do business? Xie Gang retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. No. It's just that I'm concerned you might be the authorities. Zhang Peng replied candidly, shaking his head. The authorities? If you can't manage such a sizable arcade, you might as well close up shop. Xie Gang scoffed. These days, anyone venturing into business with even a hint of gray area must have connections and backing. Without such support, survival is nearly impossible. By your own admission, if we dare to operate, we surely have the means to manage. How much do you wish to exchange? Zhang Peng inquired, his eyes narrowing. Start me off with 300. The young man, named Guangzi, casually remarked, seemingly pleased with the environment. Only 300? A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Zhang Peng's face. Payment in advance. Our arcade does not extend credit, Zhang Peng stated firmly. Why? Do you look down on people? My son, Guangzi, is the offspring of a big boss. Do you think we owe you anything? Before Guangzi could respond, Xie Gang spoke up first. Buddy, that's not the intent. This is your first time in our arcade, and it's our first meeting too. Once we get acquainted, running a tab 1T be an issue. But right now, that's not feasible. Chun Jianghe chuckled. Heh. I, Guangzi, am out for entertainment and money is no object. Lu Guang glanced at Chun Jianghe, refraining from further chatter, and promptly placed 300 yuan on the table. Zhang Peng accepted the money and led them to the back to load credits onto the machines. Big clients typically receive credits directly, while casual players usually insert coins. A machine that accepts too many coins often spits them back. Consequently, in some arcades, there are individuals who specifically monitor certain machines, observing those that have seen continuous losses. They would then play those machines, often managing to win a little. Chun Jianghe watched as they moved to the back of the arcade, lit a cigarette, and stood at the door. The earlier performance was deliberately staged for Lu Guang, signifying they were unfamiliar with Xie Gang and vice versa, ensuring no traps were set for him. Over the past couple of days, the arcade had seen many casual players trying their luck at the slot machines, with most betting small amounts, while only a few wagered significantly. As Lu Guang began loading credits, he attracted a crowd of onlookers. Some, with ulterior motives, trailed behind, hoping to catch a break. Zhang He, they started playing. A few of them are engaged, but only Lu Guang is making significant bets. Not long after, Zhang Peng emerged. Are there many people playing the slot machines today? Chen Jianghe inquired, taking a drag from his cigarette. Not bad, around 10 or so, but they're mostly betting small. The slot machines have likely earned 300 to 400 today, Zhang Peng whispered, adding that the total may exceed 1,000 yuan. The business at the Liehua arcade was gradually recovering, with daily revenue steadily increasing. Once business stabilizes and promotional activities conclude, the arcade's revenue could potentially reach around 2,000 yuan, though it paled in comparison to when Li Jindi was around. The main issue was the underperformance of the slot machines, which attracted fewer players. This endeavor requires time for a gradual resurgence. However, a daily revenue of 2,000 yuan, after deducting various costs and expenses, could yield a pure profit of several hundred yuan, a decent sum that equates to a month's wage for an ordinary worker. Things are progressing well, business builds day by day, and we mustn't rush it. Keep an eye on it. Chen Jianghe nodded. Lu Guang played inside, while Zhang Peng monitored closely. Their substantial bets piqued the interest of onlookers, prompting many to exchange coins and join in. Chen Jianghe instructed Zhang Peng to increase the payout rate to 40%, ensuring a higher winning probability. With some players winning and others losing, the astute ones would stop playing once they struck it lucky. The atmosphere around the slot machines was much livelier than in the previous days. After playing for over an hour, Lu Guang continued despite his losses, and even after winning, he persisted, gradually accumulating points until he had squandered over 1,000. Only then did he leave, grumbling. As soon as he departed, someone else approached the machine, playing intermittently, experiencing a mix of wins and losses, which significantly increased the foot traffic. By the late hour, around midnight, the gaming hall was preparing to close. Xie Gang hurriedly arrived. Boss Chun, I'm here to collect my earnings. Let's settle up immediately, no need for credit. Xie Gang exclaimed eagerly. Very well, Da Peng, calculate for him. Chen Jianghe replied with a nod, signaling to Zhang Peng. Today, that Guang accumulated a total of 1,300 points, calculating 20%. That amounts to 260. Zhang Peng flipped through the ledger, glancing once more at the records. He clearly remembered how much Lu Guang had lost. But adhering to the custom of accounting, he proceeded. He counted out 260 from the drawer, recorded the transaction in the ledger, and handed the money to Xie Gang. All right then, I'm off. See you later, Xie Gang said, slipping the cash into his pocket without further ado and turning to leave. Xie Gang, Chen Jianghe called out. Instinctively, Xie Gang turned back, and Chen Jianghe tossed him a box of cigarettes, which he caught hastily. Thanks. Xie Gang smiled broadly, nodding at Chen Jianghe as he departed. Lock up. Once Xie Gang was gone, Chen Jianghe instructed, and the door of the Flame Gaming Hall was pulled down. The roller shutter securely locked. Jianghe, we broke 2,000. The total revenue today surpassed 2,000. Once the door was closed, Zhang Peng exclaimed excitedly, brimming with enthusiasm. If this level of revenue could be maintained, the Flame Gaming Hall could achieve a monthly turnover of 60,000, yielding a net profit of at least 20,000. This is just the beginning. Da Peng, go fetch some dishes. Let us celebrate with a couple of drinks. Chen Jianghe chuckled. All right. I'll grab some meat and vegetables for a feast. Zhang Peng replied, taking 100 yuan from the counter and making a note before heading out. In less than half an hour, the owner of the nearby barbecue stall arrived with a pot. Zhang Peng returned, carrying drinks and dishes, and they set a small table for 4. Boss Li, join us for a meal. Chen Jianghe invited. No need, Brother Chun. I have customers in the shop. You all enjoy. I'll come back later to tidy up. Boss Li said politely before leaving. Let us eat. Boss. Wishing you prosperous business and great wealth in the future. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing raised their beer glasses, gesturing towards Chen Jianghe. To shared prosperity. Chen Jianghe responded, raising his glass and downing it in one go. For 2 consecutive days, the business at the Flame Gaming Hall flourished. Even the slot machines saw an uptick in activity. With at least 10 patrons playing each day, those who gambled larger amounts could easily lose 100 or 200 or even 300. However, the high-stakes customers remained scarce. Progress was slow. On the morning of the third day, Chun Jianghe sat in his office, preparing for an outing in the evening, yet certain matters still required resolution. Suddenly, Zhang Peng arrived, accompanied by a man in his 30s or 40s, slightly plump, exuding an air of authority. "Hello, Chun boss. I am Zhang Jun, the mastermind behind the Red Spider Internet CAF." Zhang Jun greeted with a broad smile, extending his hand towards Chun Jianghe. "Please, take a seat," Chun Jianghe replied, shaking Zhang Jun's hand with a smile. "I recall that 3 years ago, you were operating a video hall, Zhang boss." Indeed, back then the video hall business thrived and regulations were not as stringent. However, it is not as prosperous as it once was. Nowadays, at Internet CAFS, one can watch any film they desire, be it Western, Japanese, or the most popular Hong Kong adult films. Zhang Jun had been mingling in North Street for quite some time. He initially started selling discs and, after earning a decent profit, opened a video hall dedicated to screening films, action movies during the day and romantic ones at night, yielding considerable earnings. This individual possessed a sharp business acumen and foresight, realizing that video halls would likely decline in popularity and that Internet CAFS would flourish. He promptly transformed his video hall into an Internet CAF, at a time when there were fewer than 10 Internet CAFS in the entire Pingjiang district. His Red Spider Internet CAF commenced operations. Presently, there are not many Internet CAFS in the entire Pingjiang district. "Chun boss, I have heard you intend to convert Lisan's billiard hall into an Internet CAF. I have experience in this field. We could collaborate," Zhang Jun stated, getting straight to the point. "Collaboration is not an issue, but I would like to first observe your Internet CAF," Chun Jianghe replied, handing Zhang Jun a cigarette and lighting one for himself, contemplating briefly. Having no knowledge of the Internet CAF business, he found it advantageous to have someone to guide him. However, given the limited expanse of North Street, opening another Internet CAF would surely place him in competition with Zhang Jun's establishment, causing Chun Jianghe to harbor some reservations about Zhang Jun's overture for collaboration. "Not a problem at all. Please, Chun boss, allow me to take you to my Red Spider Internet CAF." Zhang Jun promptly invited Chun Jianghe to his establishment. The Red Spider Internet CAF was modest in size, housing just over 40 computers. Although it was still morning, nearly half of the computers were occupied, reflecting a healthy business. After all, accessing the internet was not inexpensive. Currently, the CAF charged 15 for an hour of internet usage, and with so many patrons playing throughout the morning, achieving a revenue exceeding 1,000 was quite effortless. "Chun boss, you see, I have 46 machines here. The daytime rate is 15 per hour and 50 for an overnight session, yielding a daily revenue of over 4,000. The daily operating costs are slightly more than a third of the revenue, translating to a monthly net profit of approximately 60 to 70,000. Zhang Jun eagerly elaborated. "Of course, this does not account for the initial investment." "And what might the initial investment entail?" Chun Jianghe inquired, observing the CAF with keen interest. The computers appeared remarkably novel and advanced. Aside from seeing them on television, he had scarcely encountered computers before. To him, computers embodied sophistication and technological prowess. "Boss Chun, if you wish to establish an Internet CAF, there is no need to worry about the premises. Lisan's gaming hall would suffice. The primary concerns are obtaining the necessary licenses and the costs associated with purchasing computers. The computers I possess are priced at 7,500 each, which is relatively inexpensive. If you intend to set up 10 computers for your CAF, the total investment would amount to 75,000. However, I recommend acquiring at least 20 computers. Having too few would be impractical." Zhang Jun remarked that an investment of 20 computers would require 150,000. In addition to the licensing fees, the government charges around 5,000 to 6,000 for the permits, but to successfully acquire the license, one must present at least 200,000. Chun Jianghe furrowed his brow, comprehending Zhang Jun's implication. The 200,000 must be provided for the authorities to process the 5,000 to 6,000 licensing fee. If you only present 5,000 to 6,000, securing the permit would be futile. This suggests that to establish a modest Internet CAF, one would need to invest at least 300,000 to 400,000, wouldn't it? Chun Jianghe inquired. "Indeed, a minimum investment of 300,000 to 400,000 is necessary, and this is the current rate. I estimate that within 6 months, the licensing fees could escalate to 200,000 to 300,000, as the number of individuals aspiring to open Internet CAFS will undoubtedly increase." Zhang Jun asserted with confidence. Is it impossible to proceed without a license? Chun Jianghe questioned, his brow knitting in concern, noting that obtaining the license would cost more than purchasing a Santana car. That largely depends on the strength of your connections, Zhang Jun whispered. Otherwise, there will be inspections today, and more tomorrow, fines or minor inconveniences. But the greatest fear is being shut down and having your computers confiscated. If you have solid connections, it won't be an issue. If not, the requisite fees must be paid. This implies that without sufficient connections, one must comply with the financial obligations. Boss Chun, despite the high costs, I assure you that within a year, you will surely recoup your investment, and thereafter, it will be profit. Zhang Jun quickly interjected, observing Chun Jianghe's demeanor. Brother Zhang, it seems you are quite eager for me to establish the internet CAF. If I were to open one on North Street, wouldn't that encroach upon your business? Chun Jianghe suddenly smiled and asked. Investing is within Chun Jianghe's means. He indeed has some funds left, remnants from his and Xiao Wan's previous endeavors. Yes, initially, there might be some impact on the Red Spider Internet CAF, but in the long run, the effect would be negligible. The foot traffic on North Street could easily accommodate not just 2, but even 3 or 4 Internet CAFs in the future. Zhang Jun elaborated, emphasizing the evident trend of burgeoning Internet CAFs. To be candid, Boss Chun, I am planning to establish a company named New Century Limited Liability Company, primarily focusing on a chain of Internet CAFs. With unified pricing, management, and operations, we may even consider going public in the future. To achieve great success, one must grow strong and substantial. Chapter 49. New Century Company. New Century Company? Chun Jianghe's mind stirred. He had not anticipated Zhang Jun harboring such ambition. He relished collaborating with individuals of ambition, for those lacking such drive seldom achieve greatness. Indeed, New Century Company. Zhang Jun nodded. If you are willing to join Lisan's billiard hall, I can assist you in securing all the necessary permits and additionally cover half of your startup costs in exchange for a 50% equity stake in the business. You may entrust the management of the establishment to me, and I shall provide you with dividends on a monthly basis according to the agreed proportion. The terms proposed by Zhang Jun were quite reasonable, and Chun Jianghe took a thoughtful puff of his cigarette. How much would I need to invest to acquire a share in your New Century Company? He inquired suddenly. Investment? Zhang Jun had not truly contemplated that aspect. After a moment of reflection, he remarked, in this industry, lacking both technical expertise and connections, you would not be of much assistance. Establishing a new Internet CAF would require several $100,000. I must invest in each one. How much can you contribute alongside me? Brother Zhang, you have conducted business on North Street for many years, and I have spent considerable time there as well. We should have some mutual understanding. Investing several $100,000 in each new Internet CAF, you cannot possibly have that much money, Chun Jianghe asserted. Zhang Jun began his career selling discs and operating a video hall. Over the years, he must have amassed some wealth. However, the notion of investing hundreds of thousands in multiple establishments seemed implausible to Chun Jianghe. I indeed do not possess such funds, but I can secure a loan from the bank. Acquiring a few million is not an issue. Boss Chun, I require capital that you cannot provide, and technical expertise that you lack. To be frank, I see no reason to include you as a shareholder in the company, Zhang Jun stated candidly. He had avenues to obtain loans, whereas Chun Jianghe did not. Moreover, as a former convict, Chun Jianghe would likely struggle to secure a loan even with the gaming hall as collateral. He could not possibly amass the funds required to partner with Zhang Jun. Brother Zhang, if you open an Internet CAF, I can help you manage it, Chun Jianghe suggested nonchalantly. Boss Chun, please do not take offense at my forthrightness. You may have some reputation on North Street, but beyond it, few recognize you. Even within North Street, your influence may not be as significant as you believe. Zhang Jun shook his head. To be candid, let us focus on the matter of Lisan's billiard hall. I can collaborate with you on Lisan's billiard hall, but the Internet CAF cannot be named Red Spider. It should be called New Century. You will invest half the capital, and I will contribute the other half, granting you 30% equity and myself 70%. In the future, we shall consider the rent as part of the equity stake, Chun Jianghe stated firmly as he extinguished his cigarette. Zhang Jun frowned slightly, reluctant to concede on the equity division, as he desired a 50% share. Nevertheless, with rental prices on North Street inevitably rising, excluding rent from the calculation could save a significant amount in the long run. Furthermore, it was he who sought Chun Jianghe's partnership, rather than the reverse. The prospects for New Century Limited Liability Company sounded promising, yet it was still in its infancy, and its potential for future growth remained uncertain. This is merely the first branch. The conditions are quite favorable. Boss Chun, it seems we are to become partners. Zhang Jun once again extended his hand to Chen Jianghe. A fruitful collaboration. Chen Jianghe grasped Zhang Jun's hand firmly. The two then deliberated on several details and agreed that each would initially invest 200,000, pooling their resources to establish a new internet CAF. Should the funds prove insufficient, they would discuss further investments as needed. A minimum of 20 computers was required, with 30 being the ideal target. After finalizing their discussions, the two proceeded to the Red Spider Internet CAF to sign the contract. Zhang Jun made an initial payment of 50,000 to Chen Jianghe for the renovation of the billiard hall. Future funds would be allocated according to the progress of their venture. Jianghe, what does Zhang Jun want with you? Upon Chen Jianghe's return, Zhang Peng emerged from behind the counter. He wishes to partner with me in opening an internet CAF, and I have agreed. Chen Jianghe raised the contract in his hand, explaining that their lack of experience in running an internet CAF made Zhang Jun's assistance invaluable. And how much is he investing for what percentage of shares? Zhang Peng inquired curiously. Approximately 200,000 for 30% of the shares, replied Chen Jianghe. Such a substantial investment? Zhang Peng was taken aback, never anticipating that Zhang Jun had amassed such wealth. Just a few years prior, when Zhang Jun was merely starting his video hall, he had only just begun to see profits. Clearly, he had indeed prospered over the years. In Pingqing, those who dared and thought creatively had found success during these years of reform. In this era, it is still best to engage in business. Honest labor pales in comparison to the earnings of entrepreneurs. Zhang Peng reflected, then glanced around cautiously before whispering, by the way, Jianghe, if you grant Zhang Jun 30% of the shares, what becomes of Tang Aigua? He will undoubtedly want a stake, which would dilute your shares significantly. With Zhang Jun holding 30%, he had indeed invested a substantial sum. Tang Aigua would also desire a share, which would leave Chen Jianghe with only half. We shall discuss his shares later. Chen Jianghe frowned. He found Tang Aigua's greed excessive and was reluctant to grant him any shares in the CAF. However, Tang Aigua was currently his only support, and they could not afford to sever ties. Such matters could only be reconsidered once their business flourished. Those clad in tiger stripes rarely possess good intentions. Zhang Peng nodded in frustrated agreement. Keep an eye on it. Chen Jianghe waved his hand dismissively, not overly concerned. Matters resolvable by money were not overly significant. The real fear lay in encountering issues where one could secure funds, but no one dared to accept them. If it came to that, they would truly be finished. Is Jianghe here? In the evening, the gaming hall buzzed with activity when two middle-aged men with crew cuts entered. Approaching Zhang Peng, what brings you to seek him? Zhang Peng's expression subtly shifted, instantly becoming vigilant. He discreetly extended his hand towards the knife concealed beneath the counter. The two individuals before him bore the unmistakable air of seasoned veterans. They were not ordinary people. Master Bai requests your presence for tea. One of the middle-aged men remarked with a disdainful glance at Zhang Peng, then at the alert Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Master Bai? Zhang Peng's countenance changed, a wave of anxiety washing over him. What could Master Bai want? He was the most formidable figure in North Street, a veritable overlord whose influence pervaded the entire area. When Shen Jiming first arrived in North Street to make a living, Master Bai had already established himself as the undisputed ruler, a status he still commanded today. Why should I inform you about Master Bai's business with Chen Jianghe? The two middle-aged men retorted arrogantly, dismissing Zhang Peng entirely. Please wait, I shall inform Jianghe. Understanding the peril posed by these seasoned figures, Zhang Peng refrained from engaging in a dispute, exchanging a furtive glance with Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing before hastily ascending the stairs. In this world of uncertainty, the seasoned veterans were far more formidable than the inexperienced newcomers. These seasoned individuals possessed power and connections, able to summon a multitude with a mere phone call. In contrast, the novices, fresh and unaware of their own limitations, often acted recklessly, with a disregard that could lead to lethal consequences. It was not unheard of for a prominent figure to be slain by such unseasoned brutes in North Street. Jianghe, trouble is brewing. Bai Jiang's men are here. Zhang Peng exclaimed, hastily pushing open the office door. Bai Jiang. Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow, carefully placing his documents back into the safe. Bai Jiang was a formidable tyrant of North Street, with vast power and influence. The leaders of North Street regarded him with respect, and conducting business in the area without Bai Jiang's approval was nearly impossible. A significant portion of the properties in North Street belonged to Bai Jiang, and merely collecting rent allowed him to live in opulence. Jianghe, could it be that Bai Jiang seeks vengeance for Li Jindi and Lai San? Zhang Peng inquired anxiously. Li Jindi and Lai San were not under Bai Jiang's command. Why would he avenge them? Qin Jianghe scoffed, asserting that if Bai Jiang were to avenge every prominent figure that perished in North Street, Li Jindi would not have thrived there for so many years. After all, even when Chun Jiming, a significant figure in North Street, was murdered, Bai Jiang did not pursue Li Jindi for retribution. Instead, Li Jindi had only grown stronger. Then why is he seeking you out? Zhang Peng asked, puzzled. Simply for money. Qin Jianghe snapped, extinguishing his cigarette with a forceful twist in the ashtray. Come with me. I'll leave Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing to watch the store. They must be cautious. Understood. Zhang Peng nodded, securing 2 knives at his waist before following Qin Jianghe downstairs. He instructed Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing to keep a vigilant eye on the shop. With the addition of Qin Jianghe, there were only 4 individuals guarding the arcade, a number that felt dangerously insufficient. Are you Qin Jianghe? I thought with such a recent reputation, you might possess 3 heads and 6 arms. A middle-aged man, cigarette dangling from his lips, wore a contemptuous smirk. Old Bai's name is even more renowned, yet I have not seen him with 3 heads and 6 arms. Qin Jianghe cast a fleeting glance at him. You dare jest about Old Bai? The expressions of the 2 middle-aged men darkened, and they approached with a threatening demeanor. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing emerged from beneath the table, concealing their weapons wrapped in newspapers, though it was evident to all what lay within. Are you here to cause trouble, or are you delivering a message from Old Bai? Qin Jianghe raised a hand, signaling Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing to refrain from rash actions. Very well, you have some guts, come with us. One of the men snorted coldly, eyeing the group of young men, yet hesitating to strike. These young men, fresh and fierce, had no grudges to settle and saw no reason to engage with Qin Jianghe. Following the 2 men, Qin Jianghe and Zhang Peng soon arrived at a tea house in the heart of North Street. This establishment served as a mahjong parlor, with numerous tables set for patrons to enjoy tea and games, while the upper floor housed private rooms, each furnished with mahjong tables. Bai Jiang favored playing mahjong here during his leisure time. This tea house belonged to Bai Jiang. Guarding the innermost private room on the upper floor were 7 or 8 burly men, all in their 30s, some bearing scars from past battles, seasoned veterans of the underworld. Is this the boy, Qin Jianghe? A man, missing an eye, approached with a cigarette in hand. His left eye socket bore a prominent scar, rendering it grotesque and chilling. Brother Quan, this is the kid. These little brats certainly possess quite the temper. The middle-aged man who accompanied Qin Jianghe and Zhang Peng spoke with a hint of amusement. Qin Jianghe recognized the one-eyed man. His name was Li Quan, Bai Jiang's right-hand man, who had been with Bai Jiang for many years. Before Qin Jiming's troubles, he had once dined with Li Quan. Back then, Qin Jianghe had felt a profound fear in his presence, even avoiding eye contact. Now, that feeling was entirely absent. He had taken lives and served time. The scars on his face mattered little. Could he endure more than another in a fight? The son of Qin Jiming possesses some skill, managing to reclaim the arcade. Let us hope you are a tad wiser than your father. Brother Quan appraised Qin Jianghe, pointed at his head, then instructed the men to search him. 2 men immediately began to pat him down. Zhang Peng reluctantly placed a hand on his waist, while Qin Jianghe did not turn back, merely waving his hand dismissively. Today, Bai Jiang sought to discuss matters with them. They bore no animosity towards him, and there was no need to confront Bai Jiang's men aggressively. Little Brat even brought a knife. A man directly confiscated the knife from Zhang Peng and tossed it aside. Another man, after searching Qin Jianghe, appeared somewhat astonished to discover that Qin Jianghe bore no knife, only a pair of brass knuckles. Brother Quan, this fellow is rather formidable. The man chose not to take the brass knuckles, instead placing them into Qin Jianghe's pocket and exchanged a smile with Brother Quan. Let him in. Li Quan resumed his seat at the card table, gesturing casually with his hand. And you go? The man stepped aside, indicating for Qin Jianghe to enter. Stepping into the private room, Qin Jianghe noted its spaciousness, approximately 30 to 40 square meters. Inside, 2 tables were arranged. At a long table sat an elegant woman clad in a qipao, gracefully preparing and brewing tea. At the round table, 4 men were seated, the youngest in his 30s, while the eldest appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. The older man was Bai Yi, known as Bai Jiang, the most prominent figure in the North Street. Two burly men stood behind him, resembling sentinels guarding the space. "Welcome, take a seat." Bai Yi, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, cast a casual glance at Chen Jianghe. "I hear you've been making quite an impression on North Street lately." "Just trying to make a living," Chen Jianghe replied coolly. He settled himself opposite the cheap-how-clad beauty, who offered him a gentle smile and poured him a cup of tea. "Please, enjoy your tea." "Thank you." Chen Jianghe lifted the teacup and took a sip, prompting the beauty to refill his cup immediately. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, exuding the gentle charm characteristic of Jiangnan women. It was evident that she was no mere server, yet she was certainly not Bai Jiang's wife. In recent years, with the surge of immigration, it was rumored that Bai Jiang had sent his wife and children abroad, and their ages did not align. "Such composure, a remarkable individual," Bai Yi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Jianghe. "These days, many young talents are emerging. The waters of Pengcheng nurture people." Seated opposite Bai Yi was a man exuding an air of authority. Indeed, the individuals here are all part of the first wave of prosperity following Pengcheng's economic ascent. They are all men of influence and stature, deserving of their place at the table with Bai Jiang. "We are growing old. The future belongs to these young ones," Bai Yi expressed with a sense of nostalgia. "That depends on whether they can safely navigate the waters," the authoritative man declared as he laid down his cards, declaring victory. Chen Jianghe observed as the others began to collect their winnings, stacks of 100 yuan bills. The stakes of their game surpassed the monthly wages of an average worker. "Bai Yi, you summoned me. What is it you wish to discuss?" Chen Jianghe, watching Bai Jiang linger on small talk, directly inquired. "Youth must learn patience." Bai Yi raised his head to glance at Chen Jianghe, a smile gracing his face. However, Chen Jianghe discerned a sharpness hidden within that gentle demeanor. The message was clear. "You are now established on North Street, and you are required to pay rent monthly." "How much?" A heaviness settled in Chen Jianghe's heart, and he instinctively reached for a cigarette, only to find he had none. The elegantly dressed woman in a cheap house smiled softly, producing a cigarette case and offering him a cigarette, even lighting it for him. "Thank you." Chen Jianghe expressed his gratitude. Bai Yi frowned slightly, casting a glance before stating, 10%, 10% of your net profit. Is it really that much?" Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow, directly responding, "My father only paid 3% back in the day. When did it rise to 10? He understood the necessity of payment. Back when Chen Jiming operated the fire game hall on North Street, he was required to pay 3% of his net profit, a sum that ensured Bai Yi's men would not cause trouble and also guaranteed assistance from Bai Yi if issues arose. However, that came at an additional cost. "Young man, your father has been gone for 3 years. This is the current rate. Furthermore, the billiard hall belonging to Lai San is now in your possession. I will waive this month's fee, but starting next month, whether the hall is in operation or not, you must pay," Bai Yi casually declared as he played mahjong. Chen Jianghe's expression turned cold, his fists slowly clenching. This was clearly a form of intimidation. No one else would demand 10% of net profits. He could accept 3 or even 5%, but 10 was excessive. "Have some tea." The cheap-how-clad woman spoke gently, pouring him another cup. Chen Jianghe grasped the teacup, his gaze icy. "Bai Yi, 10% is too high. I can offer 5. Chen Jianghe replied in a low voice. He was acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient. He could not afford to refuse. If he did, the fire game hall would not survive on North Street. "Young man, it seems you have misunderstood. I did not summon you here to negotiate, but rather to inform you." A playful smile spread across Bai Yi's face as he waved his hand dismissively, akin to swatting away a fly. "You may leave now." With that, Chen Jianghe's fists tightened, a flash of crimson igniting in his eyes. Behind Bai Yi, 2 burly men immediately approached with vigilance, while others entered from outside, their gazes fixed menacingly on Chen Jianghe. Bai Yi remained unfazed, a smile still plastered on his face, utterly dismissive of Chen Jianghe. "Little brother, Bai Yi is looking out for your best interests. If you wish to conduct business peacefully on North Street, you must accept Bai Yi's goodwill," the woman in the cheap-how interjected, her melodious voice imbued with the essence of the southern waters. The voice of the elegant woman in the cheap-how also served to calm Chen Jianghe. To turn hostile now would jeopardize not only the business of the fire gaming hall, but potentially his own freedom as well. Chen Jianghe remained silent and turned to leave. "How audacious," remarked a man, his face displaying scorn. The other 2 men chuckled, equally dismissive of Chen Jianghe. "Ah Qiang, what are your thoughts on this fellow?" It seems you hold him in some regard, suddenly inquired Bai Yi, addressing the qipao-clad beauty. This enchanting woman, named Fang Qiong, was a university student. A few years prior, at a reception, Bai Yi had been utterly captivated upon meeting her. Though she had been in a relationship at the time, Bai Yi employed his charms to win her over. His dissatisfaction was palpable following Fang Qiong's interaction with Chen Jianghe. I merely think he resembles the younger version of you, Fang Qiong replied, pouring tea with an indifferent expression. The younger version of me? Have you ever seen my youth? Bai Yi questioned, feigning intrigue while secretly scoffing. Don't you often regale me with tales of your past? Those solitary confrontations and banquets. Fang Qiong answered casually while steeping the tea. That does bear some resemblance. Indeed. Bai Gu was formidable in his youth. I recall an occasion when you single-handedly pursued 7 or 8 opponents. None of those youngsters dared to retaliate. I hear this lad has dealt with Li Jindi and Lai San, showing a hint of your former prowess. Bai Gu. One of the card players chimed in. That was 2 or 3 decades ago. I'm no longer the man I once was, Bai Yi said, a proud smile gracing his face. That may be true. But look at our current status and positions. We need not resort to wielding blades ourselves. With a mere word, there are plenty of youngsters willing to do our bidding. Just like Chen Jianghe, Bai Gu need not lift a finger. He will dutifully bring money to us. Another card player laughed. Indeed, he's but a mere boy. If I find him agreeable, I claim 5%. If not, he'll owe me 10, and he'll comply, Bai Yi remarked, casting a glance at Fang Qiong. His tone cool and detached. Fang Qiong lowered her head, her hand trembling slightly. She understood that Bai Yi was subtly warning her to quell any aspirations beyond their arrangement. Initially, Chen Jianghe was only required to pay 5%, yet after her extended conversation with him, he was now obligated to pay 10. Bai Yi's possessiveness was overwhelming, and he would not easily let her go. Father, who has angered you? Just say the word, and I shall deal with him. At that moment, a man with a streak of dyed blonde hair and an earring, sporting a brazen grin, approached with a bag in hand. The bodyguards, upon seeing him, made no attempt to stop him. Just a trivial matter. In North Street, no one dares to provoke your father's wrath, Bai Yi remarked casually upon noticing him. Indeed. The man nodded slightly, placing the bag beside the card table. Godfather, your birthday is approaching, and I have specially ordered a golden cicada for you from the jewelry store, along with a pair of bracelets for my godmother. Chapter 52. Golden Prosperity. This golden cicada weighs 1 pound and 6 ounces. Godfather, during your leisure time, you can also play with it. It brings wealth. The man revealed a hefty golden cicada, glistening like the sun and nearly the size of half a palm. Indeed, mister. I manipulated the cicada with a nod of approval. Golden Prosperity. Are you merely presenting this trinket to your godfather for his birthday? A card-playing companion remarked with amusement. Uncle, my success today is entirely thanks to my godfather's support. This cicada is but a trifle. I have also prepared a pure gold longevity peach weighing 8 pounds and 8 ounces for him, which I will display at home during the celebration. Golden Prosperity's eyes briefly flickered with a cold glint before he resumed a beaming smile. An 8-pound and 8-ounce pure gold longevity peach is worth a Toyota Crown. Golden Prosperity. It seems you have been quite prosperous these past 2 years. The man implied meaningfully. All thanks to my godfather's endorsement. Golden Prosperity's gaze became even colder. Yet his smile grew even brighter. As Bai Zhang's adopted son, most of Golden Prosperity's business involved managing Bai Zhang's affairs. And the implication was clear. He had been lining his own pockets with funds from Bai's operations. Ahow, take this bracelet to your godmother. She will surely appreciate it. Mister. Bai nonchalantly tossed the golden cicada aside and resumed playing cards. Godmother, look at this bracelet. It symbolizes auspiciousness and is a perfect match for you. Golden Prosperity approached the elegant lady in a qipao, presenting the pair of bracelets. Thank you. That is very thoughtful. Fang Qiong's demeanor was cool as she accepted the box with indifference. However, as she took the box, Golden Prosperity deliberately brushed his hand against hers. Fang Qiong frowned slightly, casting an annoyed glance at Golden Prosperity, who seemed oblivious to her discontent. Though she felt a twinge of irritation, she couldn't chastise him for an accidental touch. Godfather, godmother. I shall take my leave now. Golden Prosperity called out before turning to depart. As he descended the stairs, he placed his hand before his nose, inhaling deeply with a look of indulgent, almost morbid satisfaction. Brother Bai, I sense that Golden Prosperity harbors ulterior motives. You must remain vigilant. One of the card players remarked. glancing at Golden Prosperity's retreating figure. Once he was fully gone, he lowered his voice. Old 3, you are overly cautious. In Bajia, no one can challenge my authority. Not him, nor anyone else. Brother Bai asserted with commanding confidence. I can elevate him to the heavens with a word, yet I can also cast him into hell. He lacks the audacity to defy me. Play cards, play cards. Old 3, what nonsense are you spouting? Golden Prosperity has a temper and is quite foolish. Watch your words behind his back, or he might retaliate. Another man interjected with a boastful laugh. Does he have the courage? Old 3 scoffed. Soon, the group resumed their card game, leaving the topic of Golden Prosperity behind. The river, what's the matter? Why does Bai Jiang seek you out? It wasn't until they departed from the tea house that Zhang Peng finally inquired. Noticing the troubled expression on Chun Jianghe's face, he surmised that Bai Jiang's intentions were certainly not benevolent. Bai Jiang demands a 10% share of the monthly profits. Chun Jianghe replied coldly. Damn it, isn't that akin to extortion? Zhang Peng's expression darkened, and he was instantly incensed. Does Bai Jiang possess more brains than us? By what right does he impose such demands? Tang Igwa seeks money, and now Bai Jiang does as well. Are we to pay off both the legitimate and the illegitimate? Zhang Peng could comprehend the necessity of appeasing Tang Igwa, as the slot machines are illegal and lawful earnings are meager. Those clad in tiger stripes can easily concoct a reason to eliminate lowly figures like them. But why should Bai Jiang demand so much? We are all in the same game. Who among us is superior? Out here, wolves feast on meat while dogs scavenge for scraps, and to Bai Jiang, we are merely a few wild dogs begging for food on North Street. Chun Jianghe said, pinching his cigarette, his tone icy. Jianghe, should we simply hand over the money without a fight? When I previously worked for Lysan, he only took 3%. I have heard that the highest rate on North Street is 5%. Why should we be obliged to pay 10? Zhang Peng felt an overwhelming urge to rush back and eliminate Bai Jiang on the spot. Yet, he was acutely aware that if Bai Jiang were so easily dispatched, he would have been dealt with long ago. With so many powerful figures on North Street, none are to be underestimated. They are all merciless predators. Would they willingly part with their money? They may be unwilling, yet they still pay, which speaks volumes. As mere novices, they could not contend with Bai Jiang, whose influence far surpassed theirs. Chun Jianghe inhaled deeply and said coldly, Da Peng, I wish to take action against Bai Jiang. Do you dare assist me? Jianghe, do you truly intend to confront him? Zhang Peng's countenance shifted, revealing his astonishment. With Bai Jiang's current strength, eliminating them would be as trivial as crushing an ant. What others dare not do, I, Chun Jianghe, shall pursue. If I am not mistaken, the Tianwei electronic world must have ties to Bai Jiang. Chun Jianghe spoke in a low tone. I have heard that Bai Jiang has an adopted son named Jin Hao, who is likely that blonde fellow who just went up. The Tianwei electronic world is very likely a venture orchestrated by Jin Hao. Once his arcade opens, it is only a matter of time before it affects us. In recent days, Chun Jianghe had not idly lingered in the arcade. He had listened to conversations and gathered information. He learned that Bai Jiang had taken an adopted son a few years back, shortly before Chun Jianghe was imprisoned. At that time, few were aware, and Chun Jianghe had paid it no mind until he was incarcerated. During his 3 years in prison, Bai Jiang gradually entrusted his business to Jin Hao. However, Jin Hao had yet to establish his own enterprise, as his undertakings were merely trifling ventures. It is highly probable that the Tianwei electronic world was set up with Bai Jiang's endorsement to assist Jin Hao. On North Street, there are a few gaming halls of varying sizes. This poses little problem, as their businesses do not significantly affect each other. It merely results in fluctuations in prosperity. However, the emergence of 2 large gaming halls changes the landscape entirely. One large gaming hall would suffice to capture the majority of the business on North Street. 2 would inevitably lead to a conflict over insufficient patronage. In such a scenario, it is unquestionable that Bai Jiang would support Jin Hao. His current collection of 10% may well serve as a warning to Chun Jianghe, indicating that he will no longer be afforded any opportunities on North Street. Is that gaming hall owned by Jin Hao? Zhang Peng's expression shifted, and upon reflection, he deemed Chun Jianghe's deduction highly plausible. If Bai Jiang intends to sabotage our livelihood, we have no choice but to fight back. Chun Jianghe declared coldly. Jianghe, I will follow your lead. Whatever you decide, I will comply. Zhang Peng nodded emphatically. His teeth clenched. This matter requires patience. We must proceed cautiously, and do not disclose it to Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing. Chun Jianghe instructed. Rest assured, Jianghe, I am fully aware of the stakes. If this information leaks, We are all doomed. Zhang Peng nodded solemnly. Bai Jiang's influence is formidable. Confronting him will not be easy, and we must strike decisively. Failing to neutralize Bai Jiang in one attempt could lead to their downfall. Have those young rascals gathered any intel? Chun Jianghe inquired, pinching his cigarette, his gaze icy. He was in urgent need of expanding his strength. Yet those insignificant pawns were inadequate. He required fierce and resolute allies. Have you discovered their hideout? Tonight, I will accompany you. Zhang Peng concurred, recognizing the necessity of swiftly recruiting those young ruffians. The more fierce individuals they had, the more confidence they would possess in times of trouble. Very well. You will accompany me tonight, Chun Jianghe affirmed, and together with Zhang Peng, they returned to the Fire Gaming Hall. Bai Jiang dismissed them entirely. Considering the Fire Gaming Hall to consist of merely 4 individuals, with only Chun Jianghe and Bai Jiang being capable of taking serious risks. Bai Jiang viewed himself as the Buddha of North Street. Even if Chun Jianghe were akin to the Monkey King, he could not escape Bai Jiang's grasp, let alone Bai Jiang's perception of Chun Jianghe as anything more than a mere nuisance. Upon returning to the gaming hall, Chun Jianghe calculated the finances. The hall owed Tang Igua 20% of its earnings, Zhang Peng 10%, and now Bai Jiang another 10%. Thus, Chun Jianghe was left with a mere 60% of the profits each month. He bore the full brunt of the costs, with Zhang Peng assisting with some of the risks. The hall's success was partly due to Zhang Peng's contributions, justifying his share of the profits. Tang Igua served as Chun Jianghe's support, and a portion of the profits was reasonable. However, Bai Jiang was nothing more than a parasitic leech. The money he receives is akin to a protection fee, yet it does not afford any protective services. At most, it merely ensures that his men refrain from causing disturbances. Coupled with the billiard hall, he must remit at least 3,000 to Bai Jiang each month. Chun Jianghe's eyes glinted with coldness as he muttered to himself. 3,000 is no substantial sum for him. He can afford it, yet he resents the obligation. Moreover, this 3,000 is merely the beginning. Once the Tianwei electronic world opens its doors, the troubles for the Lihua Gaming Hall will intensify. Without resolving matters with Bai Jiang, the Lihua Gaming Hall is bound for ruin. However, subduing Bai Jiang is no simple task. Chun Jianghe took out pen and paper, inscribing Bai Jiang's name. Then drawing 2 diagonal lines, one to the left and one to the right. Beneath Bai Jiang's name, on the left, he wrote Li Quan's name, and on the right, he pinned Jin Hao's name. Li Quan is Bai Jiang's right-hand man, while Jin Hao is Bai Jiang's godson. The two are at odds, as a portion of Bai Jiang's business, previously overseen by Li Quan, has now been usurped by Jin Hao. Their discord is well known throughout the northern street. Bai Jiang employs this tactic to keep his subordinates' power in check, preventing any one of them from overshadowing him and threatening his position. Perhaps this avenue could be explored to devise a strategy against Bai Jiang. As Chun Jianghe contemplated these 2 names, he ultimately circled Li Quan's. Presently, it is Li Quan who harbors the greatest dissatisfaction towards Bai Jiang. Just as Chun Jianghe was deep in thought, his mobile phone, which lay nearby, suddenly rang. He picked it up and answered the call. This is Chun Jianghe. Jianghe, it's me and you, came the voice from the other end. And you? What is it? Chun Jianghe responded, somewhat surprised by her call. Is it so surprising for an old classmate to call you? I had to ask Li Shuwen to obtain your number. And you chuckled. No, it's just a bit of a surprise to receive a call from you. Chun Jianghe replied with a smile. Stop with the banter. On a serious note, I've gathered some information over the past couple of days. The person Li Haiba was looking for that night is named Yongzi, and his boss is Lin Guobin from Hepping Road. Our manager at the restaurant knows Lin Guobin, so I've organized a gathering tonight. We can discuss the matter and clear the air. Chun Jianghe paused for a moment, frowning slightly. Are we going to toast to that? That's not the intention. It's merely a chance to sit together and see how we can resolve this. And you responded diplomatically. I don't believe the situation is dire. A sum of 20 to 30,000 should suffice. Since this issue arose because of me, I will cover the cost. Just come along. Or else I fear Lin Guobin may still create trouble for you. And you felt that since the matter stemmed from her, it was only right for her to contribute financially. For someone accustomed to the nightlife, the concept of money is somewhat fluid. Should she wish to save 20 to 30,000, it would merely take her a couple of months. If Chun Jianghe were not to intervene, she could still resolve the matter, albeit only concerning her relationship with Lin Guobin and Yongzi. However, with Chun Jianghe's involvement, all issues could be addressed, ensuring that Lin Guobin would no longer trouble him. Ultimately, It would merely entail Chun Jianghe having a drink and offering an apology. She would bear the costs. And Chun Jianghe would bow his head, resolving the situation, having just emerged from a difficult period. Chun Jianghe certainly could not afford to provoke someone as seasoned as Lin Guobin. Any goodwill from Anyue was well-intentioned. Anyue, I am not afraid of trouble. If I were, I would not be in this game. I appreciate your concern, but this matter is within my capacity to handle. There is no need for you to spend your money. Chun Jianghe did not regard Lin Guobin as a significant obstacle. After all, Lin Guobin dared to entertain thoughts of confronting Bai Jiang. What was one Lin Guobin in comparison? Is it possible to navigate this world without friction? If one apologizes and compensates for every minor scrape, then what is the point of being in this life? It would be better to find a stable job in a factory. Jianghe, I implore you, please come tonight. I do not wish for my issues to cause you trouble. Can you at least do this for the sake of our old friendship? Anyue's tone was laced with sincerity and a hint of pleading. Fine, I will go. Chun Jianghe replied, silently grappling with a surge of anger not directed at Anyue, but rather at Bai Jiang, Lin Guobin, Yongzi, and the grand enterprise of Tianwei Electronics. Damn it, if you can't settle things, then what kind of life is this? At 8 o'clock tonight, at the Sihai Grand Hotel, I expect to see you. Unaware of the recent troubles Chun Jianghe faced, Anyue felt relieved and quickly responded, all right. Chun Jianghe confirmed and hung up the phone. Jianghe, what is going on? Zhang Peng, just arriving, inquired upon hearing the commotion. Tonight, we will not seek out Xiang Fei and the others. First, we shall visit the Sihai Grand Hotel. Gather Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, and ensure we close early tonight. Chun Jianghe spoke firmly, indicating that Anyue had arranged a meeting with Lin Guobin to settle the matter. Zhang Peng recognized the significance of Anyue, having heard Chun Jianghe mention her before. Should we bring weapons? Zhang Peng asked, nodding. Yes, bring 2 short ones. But leave the long ones behind. Lin Guobin would not dare act here. Chun Jianghe replied, taking a drag from his cigarette, his tone casual. The owner of the Sihai Grand Hotel possessed far greater influence than Lin Guobin. Even if Lin Guobin wished to confront them, he would not do so at the Sihai Grand Hotel. He had no reason to risk offending the owner over a petty grievance involving his underlings. If Lin Guobin truly had that kind of clout, he would not feel compelled to show deference to a manager at the Sihai Grand Hotel. However, one essential truth in navigating the underworld is to avoid excessive confidence. Many formidable figures have succumbed to their own overconfidence. It is not the fear of 1,000 adversaries that troubles one, but rather the dread of the unforeseen. One must still be prepared and equipped. Carry a short blade, but refrain from wielding a cleaver. Zhang Peng nodded and informed Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing, who promptly opened the trunk, retrieved several short blades, handed one to Zhang Peng, and tucked 2 into their own waistbands. Let us proceed. The 4 of them made their way directly to the entrance of the Four Seas Grand Restaurant. Jiang He, you have arrived. And you exclaimed with a bright smile as she noticed Chun Jiang He, swiftly approaching him and naturally wrapping her arm around his. She led him inside. They have all gathered, and I have made the necessary arrangements. Whatever they say, do not take it to heart, let it pass. And you do not comprehend the ways of the underworld. When you send someone to negotiate, it is not a matter that can be resolved with a mere few thousand. Chun Jiang He understood and you meant well and wished to shield him from trouble because of her. Yet, despite her experience in nightlife, she might not grasp the intricacies of men's affairs in the underworld. In such matters, the first to seek reconciliation is, in essence, the one who bows their head. To bow one's head and expect a light resolution is far from simple. Moreover, the person you approached was merely the manager of the Four Seas Grand Restaurant, not the owner. The weight of a manager and an owner is inherently different. If the owner intervenes, a few thousand may suffice to settle the matter. But if it is merely a manager, that sum will not suffice. Jiang He, do not worry. Brother Zhang has assured me that he can handle this. And you, not quite grasping Chun Jiang He's intent, mistakenly believed he thought her choice of contact was inadequate. The group entered the Four Seas Grand Restaurant and swiftly ascended to a private room on the upper floor. Inside the room sat a burly young man in his 30s at the head of the table, flanked on his right by Brother Zhang, whom you had contacted, and on his left by Yongzi, who had been assaulted that fateful night. At another table sat a group of young men adorned with tattoos, each exuding a menacing aura, far beyond the capabilities of the previous night's Internet CAF participants. These individuals were genuinely daring and unafraid to resort to violence. Lin Guobin, upon spotting Chun Jiang He, could not suppress a sneer. Previously, when he had called Chun Jianghe, he had assumed him to be a formidable character, a true dragon among men. Yet, upon turning around, he discovered Yu had contacted him to plead for mercy and agree to compensation. Just a pathetic boy relying on a woman. He held no regard for him whatsoever. Brother Zhang, Chun Jianghe has arrived. Yu cheerfully announced as she entered with Chun Jianghe. Ah, welcome. Please, take a seat. Brother Zhang greeted with a wide smile, gesturing for them to sit. Damn you, Chun Jianghe. Yongzi's expression darkened as he saw Chun Jianghe, suddenly brandishing a spring-loaded knife, poised to strike. How dare you make a move? Zhang Peng, Zhou Bing, and Zhang Chong kicked over their chairs, swiftly drawing their short blades. Ready for action. Before arriving, they had all prepared, donning leather vests beneath their clothing, ensuring that even if a confrontation erupted, they would not be at a disadvantage. Enough. Cease your disturbances in our establishment, and do not claim I lack respect. Brother Zhang's expression darkened as he forcefully struck the table. Yongzi, put away your knife. Do you even comprehend where you are? Lin Guobin, with a cigarette clenched between his lips, shot Yongzi a fierce glare. Fool, should a brawl erupt here today, we would be incurring the wrath of the Four Seas Grand Restaurant. Stopping. Chun Jianghe exhaled a puff of smoke, casting a glance at Zhang Peng before directly taking a seat opposite Lin Guobin. With a nonchalant sweep of his gaze towards Yongzi, he remarked, The only reason I would consider touching you is due to your ineptitude. If you wish to engage in a scuffle, we could certainly practice. How dare you speak to me in such a manner, Chun Jianghe? Yongzi's fury reached its peak. He had not anticipated that his older brother Lin Guobin would bring so many men, and yet Chun Jianghe still dared to act defiantly, showing him no respect. You insolent brat, you are rather arrogant. Lin Guobin's gaze turned icy, his demeanor menacing as he fixed his stare on Chun Jianghe. We're not playing house here, Jianghe. Chun Jianghe retorted, offering no courtesy to Lin Guobin. Jianghe, do refrain from speaking out of turn. And you quickly grasped Chun Jianghe's arm. Her smile charming yet tense as she addressed Lin Guobin. Brother Bin, Jianghe is still young. Please do not hold it against him. We were in the wrong that night. And I sincerely apologize. Might we resolve this matter with a sum of money? Anin, you are a woman. If Yongzi suffers at your hands, it is due to his own shortcomings. I shall not hold you accountable, but had it not been for Brother Zhang's intervention today, I would not have come. Lin Guobin scoffed, holding his cigarette. Out of respect for Brother Zhang, if you can produce 100,000 yuan, we shall consider this matter settled. Do you understand how many lives that amount could buy? Chun Jianghe laughed mockingly. Tang Aiguo wants money, Bai Zhang wants money, and now Lin Guobin seeks money. One might think you are running a charity or a bank, inviting anyone to extract funds. Kid, are you tired of living? The group of rough-looking men at the table all rose, their expressions hostile as they glared at Chun Jianghe. Who dares to test us? Zhang Peng and the others clenched their teeth, refusing to retreat. Rather, they advanced, their eyes ablaze with determination, knowing that a close distance would grant them an advantage with their short blades. Once close enough, they needed not concern themselves with anything else. Just strike. Jianghe, please refrain from speaking. And you pleaded, pulling at Chun Jianghe's arm, biting her lip in distress. Brother Bin, could we perhaps lower the amount? 100,000 is rather excessive. Haha, since you, Anan, have spoken, even if I do not grant you leniency, I must afford some to Brother Zhang. Lin Guobin laughed heartily. Very well, you may offer 80,000. If my brother is satisfied, I shall have no further objections. 80,000 is acceptable. If you cannot procure it, you may take some from the company. Brother Zhang interjected, and you bit her lip, knowing that funds from the company were not easily obtained. Once money was taken from the company, it would incur interest regardless of who borrowed it, making it easy to acquire yet burdensome to repay. Once she took company funds, it would bind her to the company irrevocably. Brother Bin, I do not possess such a sum. Could you perhaps reconsider? And you hesitated for a moment. Chapter 55, The Negotiation Falls Apart. Anan, you are placing Brother Bin in a rather difficult position. Lin Guobin chuckled. However, since you have spoken, I shall grant you this favor. Take 50,000 and accompany Brother Bin for a drink tonight. That will settle the matter. All right, Brother Bin, this evening, I will accompany you and Jianghe. We'll sing and drink upstairs. And you nodded with a beaming smile. Hee hee, Anan, if you put it that way. It loses its charm. Lin Guobin remarked, his gaze toward Yu laden with a predatory intensity. Brother Bin, were you not just asking for drinks and songs? Why does it suddenly become uninteresting? And you seemed a bit taken aback. And then, I require 100,000. You are only offering 50. Without that additional 50, there must be some explanation. If you accompany me tonight, we can consider the 50,000 settled. Am I being clear enough? Lin Guobin laughed. Brother Bin, this puts me in a bit of a bind. I have many girls under me, but I do not engage in that sort of work myself. And you, realizing he had laid his cards on the table, replied, which of your girls is worth 50,000? Lin Guobin inquired. In this day and age, 50,000 could buy a life. None of the girls under and you could command such a fee, let alone 50,000. Even 5,000 is unlikely. The current market deems several hundred as a premium. Zhang Gu. And you was caught off guard, looking at manager Zhang in confusion. Anin. Brother Bin is only charging you 50,000 out of courtesy. Without such consideration, this matter cannot be resolved for that sum. Zhang Gu sipped his tea, his words sparse. Brother Bin, 100,000. Grant me a week, and I will scrape together the amount, even if it means selling everything I own. And you bit her lip as she spoke. Oh, a fierce woman. How intriguing. Lin Guobin teased, then turned to Chun Jianghe. Kid, you are fortunate to encounter a woman willing to shoulder such a significant burden for you. It is rare these days to find a woman willing to bear a debt of 100,000 for a man. Anon, it is settled then. Young Zi will come looking for you in a week. And you nodded, a hint of worry in her expression. Young Zi, with an air of smugness, cast a derisive glance at Chun Jianghe, eager to mock him. With his elder brother stepping in, he had demanded 100,000. A sum Lin Guobin could not possibly retain entirely. He would surely hand over 2,000 or 3,000. With the funds from Li Haiba, alongside this amount, he would come out significantly ahead. Yet, before he could utter a word, Chun Jianghe intervened. Lin Guobin, have I given you too much face? He flicked his cigarette aside, grasped the table forcefully, and with a mighty heave, overturned the heavy mahogany dining table. Crash! The robust table toppled, sending Lin Guobin, Young Zi, and Zhang Gu scrambling backward, while dishes and drinks scattered across the floor. Fuck you! Chun Jianghe shouted, his fury palpable. Are you courting death? Young Zi, drenched in spilled liquor, cursed in disarray. As Chun Jianghe overturned the table, the ruffians at the adjacent table swiftly surrounded him. However, they were not armed and had not anticipated that Lin Guobin would be unable to restrain Chun Jianghe. You little brat, you dare defy me? Lin Guobin's expression was exceptionally grim. He had thought Chun Jianghe was merely a pampered playboy, never imagining that he would dare to disrespect him so openly. Oh, it has been quite some time since anyone dared to cause a ruckus at the Sihai Grand Restaurant. Brother Zhang's countenance was equally dark. Chun Jianghe's act of overturning the table was tantamount to disregarding his authority. Brother Zhang, I sincerely apologize for the damages today. I will compensate for everything. And you? Taken aback by Chun Jianghe's sudden aggression, hastily grabbed his arm, pleading, Jianghe, please stop. I will cover the costs. And you? This is not merely about money. Chun Jianghe had already been simmering with pin-up rage after his encounter with Bai Jiang. And Lin Guobin's audacity to demand money while expecting you to accompany him was infuriating. Lin Guobin truly believed that Chun Jianghe was a soft target, easily manipulated. Lin Guobin, if you want a confrontation, let us have it. This matter no longer concerns you. Do not involve her. If there are issues, let them be resolved between us. Chun Jianghe shook off Yu's hand and fixed a cold gaze upon Lin Guobin. You little punk, you are quite arrogant. If I don't teach you a lesson, you will never understand why the flowers bloom so beautifully. Lin Guobin was thoroughly enraged. Although he had laid low for the past 2 years, he was still a formidable name in the Pingjiang district. How dare this unknown upstart challenge him? If he could not handle Chun Jianghe, he would become a laughingstock. Come, try to teach me a lesson. Chun Jianghe, with his hands in his pockets, donned his tiger knuckles and glared coldly at Lin Guobin. Though Lin Guobin had brought a considerable number of men, they were not heavily armed. Chun Jianghe was confident he could take down Lin Guobin and fight his way out. Damn it! Lin Guobin's fury erupted. And just as he was about to give the order to attack, Brother Zhang suddenly slammed his teacup onto the ground with a resounding crash. Bang! This is the Sihai Grand Restaurant. If you wish to fight, take it outside. Anyone who dares to resort to violence here will be at odds with the establishment. And I will show no mercy. Brother Zhang's stern voice echoed, and immediately, a dozen or so security personnel rushed in, each wielding steel pipes, glaring menacingly at those in the private room. Jianghe, do not engage. And you shouted anxiously. The owner behind the Sihai Grand Restaurant was a significant figure in the Pingjiang district, and offending him would make it impossible for Chun Jianghe to remain in the area. Brother Zhang, I am giving you face today by not making a scene here. But you, young man, wait for me. This matter is far from over. Lin Guobin glanced at his subordinates and, unexpectedly, waved his hand to lead them away. Chun Jianghe furrowed his brow, surprised by Lin Guobin's swift retreat. This was clearly not right. Jianghe, you should leave as well. And Yu was apprehensive that Chun Jianghe and his companions might be ambushed outside the Sihai Grand Hotel, urging them to depart swiftly. Take care of yourself. Go. Chun Jianghe nodded, acutely aware that lingering was unwise, and promptly led Zhang Peng and the others away. Jianghe, I fear that Lin Guobin will not relent. Zhang Peng voiced his concern as they exited the hotel, observing Lin Guobin's group departing. Gather your weapons. Let us return home. Chun Jianghe glanced at Lin Guobin's entourage, signaling for Zhang Peng and the others to retrieve their gear from the trunk and prepare themselves. If Lin Guobin dares to block our path, we will not hesitate to act. The trio, vigilant and alert, swiftly retrieved machetes from the trunk of their Santana, donning protective gloves, ready for any eventuality. Chun Jianghe started the car, driving away from the Sihai Grand Hotel at a measured pace, heading towards North Street. As they left, Lin Guobin's men did not pursue them. Chapter 56. The tyranny of oppression. Chun Jianghe drove the Santana, hastily departing. Upon witnessing their escape, Yongzi's expression soured as he approached the vehicle. Brother Bin, that kid has fled. We cannot simply let him go, Yongzi exclaimed. In Pingjiang District, if I cannot handle a mere brat like Chun Jianghe, I might as well retire from this business. Take your men and ensure Chun Jianghe is dealt with tonight. Lin Guobin scoffed, assigning his subordinates to Yongzi to carry out the task. He himself departed with 2 followers. Brothers, follow me. Tonight, we must make Chun Jianghe understand why the flowers bloom so red. Yongzi called out, rallying a dozen rough characters, who climbed into 2 Toyota Hiace vans and followed suit. And you observed the 2 departing groups with great anxiety, uncertain of how to proceed. Chun Jianghe remained vigilant, quickly making his way to North Street. Throughout the journey, they noticed no one trailing behind them. Boss, I believe Lin Guobin lacks the guts to take action, Zhou Bing remarked, relieved that they were not being followed. Do not underestimate anyone who has managed to survive in this world. They possess some measure of skill. Chun Jianghe slowly drove towards the arcade, not stopping at its entrance, but instead continuing for another couple of 100 meters before parking by the roadside, conveniently halting in front of a popular street food stall. Depong, go place an order and get us a couple of dishes. Let us have a meal first. He refrained from heading directly to the arcade with Zhang Peng and the others, wary of being cornered by Lin Guobin's men. Moreover, since they had not eaten dinner, it was prudent to wait at the food stall and assess the situation. Should Lin Guobin attempt to blockade the arcade, he would call Tang Igua for assistance. If Tang Igua desired money, he must be prepared to act. A supporter must embody the strength of a supporter. Before long, Boss Li rolled up his sleeves and prepared several dishes. Brother Chun, Brother Pong, is it all right to sit here? Boss Li cleared a table and brought over a box of beer, a smile illuminating his face. Let us settle here. Chun Jianghe nodded, positioning himself where he could observe the arcade. The 4 of them took their seats, opened the beer, and began their meal. After a while, noticing no one appeared at the arcade entrance, they gradually relaxed. Brother Chun, Brother Pong, I recently heard that the Tianwei Electronic World is backed by Ye's godson, Jinhao. They say he invested over $1 million to create the largest arcade in Pingjiang District. Boss Li, having finished his tasks, took the opportunity to toast. Glancing around and lowering his voice, Jinhao? Zhang Peng and Chun Jianghe exchanged glances, a flicker of insight igniting in Chun Jianghe's eyes. His suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, Jinhao was behind the Tianwei Electronic World. Once it opened, Jinhao would undoubtedly ensure that the Lihua arcade could not continue operating. Yes, it's him. Boss Li continued, casting furtive glances. I heard Jinhao purchased over 300 gaming machines, including more than 100 slot machines. How outrageous. He bought so many machines? Zhang Peng exclaimed in astonishment. Their Lihua arcade was already considered sizable, yet they barely had 100 machines, with only 20 or 30 being slot machines. The disparity with Jinhao's scale was staggering. Once the Tianwei Electronic World launched, the Lihua arcade would have no chance of survival. Brother Peng, Brother Chun, please don't attribute this information to me, Boss Li said nervously, finishing his toast and preparing to return to his duties. Boss Li, let me ask you one more thing. Chun Jianghe suddenly interjected. Of course, Brother Chun. Boss Lee promptly bent forward. At your large barbecue stall. You must pay by ye a fee every month, correct? Chun Jianghe inquired. Yes, we pay every month. Boss Lee nodded, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossing his face, though he dared not voice it. In these times, who doesn't pay protection fees? How much do you pay monthly? 5%. We, who have no connections to Bai Yi, must all pay 5%. Those who can connect with Bai Yi may only pay 3%. And those who have a good rapport with him might pay nothing at all. Boss Lee rubbed his hands together, offering a self-deprecating smile, wanting to say more but refraining. Damn it, Bai Yi is too overbearing. Zhang Peng slammed his glass onto the table. Chun Jianghe shot him a warning glance, urging him to remain calm. Are you saying that even the highest payments on Beijia only amount to 5%? Chun Jianghe asked solemnly. Indeed, the maximum is 5%. If it were any higher, there would be an uprising on Beijia. Brother Chen Yu. Boss Lee read the room, beginning to grasp the implication that the Lihua arcade likely paid more than 5%. It's fine, you may return to your duties. Chun Jianghe waved him off. Boss Lee dared not inquire further, merely exchanging pleasantries before returning to his tasks. Zhang He, that by fellow is utterly overstepping, while others charge a maximum of 5%. He demands 10 from us, such audacity. Zhang Peng exclaimed in anger. Boss, I believe Bai Jiang is surely paving the way for his godson, aiming to push us out of North Street. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing echoed their discontent. After all, they had finally secured a lucrative job, and Chun Jiang he had been generous with them. They were eager to work diligently alongside him, aspiring to expand their arcade business. Now, with this predicament, the future of the Flame Arcade seemed uncertain. Fear not, the most profitable aspect of the arcade business is undoubtedly the slot machines. Jinhao is surely after that segment as well. If need be, we can relinquish the slot machine operations to him and focus solely on arcade games. We might lower the price of our tokens, earning a bit less, but we can still make ends meet. Chun Jiang, he glanced at Zhang Peng, feigning nonchalance as he remarked, the arcade business is gradually becoming a sunset industry. I have faith in the future of internet cafes. I've already discussed plans with Zhang Jun. Our business will gradually shift towards internet cafes and other profitable ventures. Achong, Bing Zi, rest assured. Zhang he possesses a keen business acumen. He will undoubtedly lead us to greater heights. Zhang Peng quickly grasped Chen Jiang, his intentions, and chimed in, fostering a sense of stability among the group. When there's hope, unity prevails. When hope dissipates, morale falters, and the team becomes hard to manage. Boss, we believe in you. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing nodded emphatically, raising their glasses in a toast to Chen Jianghe. In their previous association with Li Jindi, he had never promised them success, fully aware of his own limitations. Yet, Chen Jianghe had made such a declaration, regardless of whether they eventually achieved greatness. The mere utterance of hope was a beacon for them. At that moment, 2 Toyota vans unexpectedly appeared outside the arcade. Chapter 57, Pursuit and Assault. They're here. Chen Jianghe's expression hardened, his gaze sharpening instantly. Zhang Peng, Zhou Bing, and Zhang Chong quickly turned to look towards the arcade, spotting the 2 vans approaching. In this era, the Toyota Hiace was akin to an armored vehicle on the streets. Its mere presence sent shivers down the spine of ordinary folk. The appearance of those 2 vans at the arcade's entrance could only signal ill intentions. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The 2 vans did not halt at the arcade, but barreled straight towards them. This isn't right. Get in the car. Chen Jianghe's countenance shifted as realization dawned upon him. Lin Guobin must have stationed his men nearby on North Street, allowing them to escape from the Sihai Grand Hotel without incident. Lin Guobin had no intention of striking at the hotel, but rather aimed to confront them here on North Street. His men were fully aware that Chun Jianghe and the others hadn't returned to the arcade. Their destination was directly towards them. Damn it! Zhang Peng and his companions' expressions altered dramatically as they sprang to their feet, turning sharply to charge towards the Santana. With a screech, 2 Toyota vans barreled forward, slamming to a halt as their doors flung open with a clatter. A dozen ruffians leapt out, brandishing machetes, their newspaper wrappings flung aside, ready to strike. Gasps of alarm rippled through the onlookers. Chen Jianghe, today is your end. Yongzi sneered, brandishing his formidable blade as he melded into the throng. Chen Jianghe's gaze turned icy. With a swift motion, he overturned a table, sending dishes and broth crashing down upon the first 2 thugs. These weren't the typical gaming parlor or internet CAF brawlers. They were seasoned fighters, bold enough to wield their weapons. Undeterred by the table that momentarily impeded them, they pressed forward towards Chun Jianghe. Yet, the brief obstruction allowed Chun Jianghe to dart past, landing a punch squarely on the face of the foremost thug. The thug let out a muffled groan, his head snapping back as blood and 2 teeth flew from his mouth. Stumbling, he collided with the thug behind him, momentarily halting their advance. Without hesitation, Chun Jianghe turned and sprinted towards the parked Santana. "Jianghe, get in!" Zhang Peng shouted as they flung open the doors and jumped inside. Zhang Peng slid into the driver's seat, igniting the engine of the Santana. "Damn it!" Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing occupied the back seat, with Zhang Chong leaning forward to hurl his machete at the pursuing thug. The thug instinctively dodged, slowing his pace. In a remarkable leap, Chun Jianghe surged toward the Santana, vaulting through the passenger window without opening the door, contorting his body as he entered. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Peng slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the engine roared to life as the Santana surged forward. "Don't let them escape!" Several thugs shouted as they chased after the vehicle, wildly swinging their weapons. Zhou Bing recoiled in fear as a blade struck the Santana, sending sparks flying. The Santana sped ahead, with the thugs trailing a mere few meters behind, helplessly watching as the vehicle distanced itself. "Brother Yong, they've gotten away. Let's smash up their gaming hall." One thug shouted furiously. "Smash what? Get in the car and pursue them." Yongzi's face darkened. He hadn't anticipated that Chun Jianghe would evade them so easily. They hastily climbed into their vehicles, 2 vans immediately giving chase. "Jianghe, call the police," Zhang Peng urged, with only 4 of them confronting a well-prepared gang of over a dozen. Their chances of victory were slim. "We need to shake them off first," Chun Jianghe replied coolly, glancing back. Calling the police at this point would be futile. In these times, the authorities only arrived after the chaos had subsided. If Yongzi and his crew attempted to break down doors and vandalize, Chun Jianghe would contact Tang Aigua to arrange assistance. In the current situation, contacting Tang Aigua proves futile, even if he sends someone. They may not necessarily locate Yongzi and the others. If Chun Jianghe and his companions head directly to the police station, Yongzi, no matter how foolish, would not pursue them there. "Accelerate. Turn off the headlights." The Santana sped up, and Zhang Peng hastily extinguished the lights. They were well acquainted with the area around North Street, swiftly darting into an alley. In contrast, Yongzi and his group were not as familiar with the vicinity, and as soon as they entered the alley, they quickly lost sight of their target. Reluctantly, they began to wander aimlessly in the alley, and after some time, they left, disheartened. "Jianghe, they have departed." Observing this, Zhang Peng breathed a sigh of relief. "Do not turn on the headlights. Follow them." Chun Jianghe took a drag from his cigarette and suddenly commanded, "Follow them." Zhang Peng was taken aback, instinctively starting the car to quietly pursue, yet he did not comprehend Chun Jianghe's intentions. This matter cannot be resolved without some confrontation tonight. Chun Jianghe's gaze was cold and fixed on the Toyota van ahead, his eyes sharp as a predator on the hunt. At this stage, the issue transcended mere monetary concerns. One party must witness bloodshed, either to be subdued or frightened, before this could conclude. Otherwise, if Lin Guobin dared to send Yongzi to attack today, he would certainly embolden him to cause havoc tomorrow. Should Yongzi suddenly arrive with a crew to wreak havoc at the arcade during its grand opening, the losses for Lihua Arcade would be substantial, severely impacting its business. This situation must reach a resolution swiftly. Now presents an opportune moment. However, they are numerous. Perhaps we should first negotiate with Xiang Fei and his group? Zhang Peng hesitated, though the Santana continued to discreetly trail the Toyota van without faltering. "No need. We are sufficient in number," Chun Jianghe replied coldly. The terms he had previously offered to Xiang Fei and his cohorts were already quite favorable. Yet they still did not acquiesce. If his reputation in Pingjiang district failed to resonate, those young ruffians would not necessarily respect him or be willing to follow. Tonight, Lin Guobin shall be the sacrificial offering, paving the way for his rise to prominence. "All right, we will heed your counsel." Zhang Peng resolutely nodded. "Yonggu, where are we headed now? Should we go and smash Chun Jianghe's arcade?" One of the thugs in the van suggested. "First, we shall return and consult with Brother Bin. I have heard that Chun Jianghe has backing. If we proceed to vandalize his establishment now, we would have to force entry, which could waste time. If those in tiger stripes intervene, it would indeed be troublesome," Yongzi stated, proposing to wait until tomorrow when it opens, to smash the machines and depart. "Yonggu, your foresight is commendable," the thugs in the vehicle quickly affirmed. Although Yongzi lacked prowess, he had been with Lin Guobin for quite some time, holding a certain standing before him. Thus the thugs naturally addressed him as brother. They were all oblivious to the fact that a Santana was stealthily trailing behind them. Chapter 58, Counterattack. Two vans, one in front of the other, soon came to a halt outside a mahjong parlor. The doors swung open, and Yongzi and his companion stepped out, leaving their weapons inside the vehicle. This was Lin Guobin's mahjong parlor, and bringing weapons inside could easily frighten the patrons within. Yonggu, is the task completed? Two ruffians loitering at the entrance of the parlor approached, cigarettes dangling from their lips. Damn it, that kid runs fast. Is Bingu inside? Yongzi, visibly displeased, was about to stride into the parlor. Yes, one of the thugs guarding the entrance nodded. Just then, a Santana suddenly surged forward, its headlights off. The thugs who had just exited the van were oblivious until the Santana crashed into them. Car. Bang, bang, bang. One thug screamed, but before he could react to evade, the Santana barreled into them, sending a few thugs who were smoking by the van flying. 5 or 6 thugs were knocked to the ground. The Santana screeched to a halt, its doors flung open, and Chun Jianghe and his 3 companions leapt out, their expressions fierce and predatory. Yongzi, Chun Jianghe, donning a tiger claw, fixed a piercing gaze on Yongzi and lunged towards him with astonishing speed. Chun Jianghe, you bastard. Yongzi, having narrowly avoided the collision, turned to see Chun Jianghe and was struck by a mix of astonishment and fury. He never anticipated Chun Jianghe's audacity, daring to launch a surprise attack. As Chun Jianghe charged, Yongzi instinctively reached for his waist but found it empty. Their weapons were still in the van, unclaimed. Grab a weapon and block him, Yongzi bellowed, hastening towards the van. The remaining thugs either attempted to intercept Chun Jianghe or rushed to the van to retrieve their weapons. The disparity between being armed and unarmed was immense. Fuck you. 2 thugs, one producing a spring knife from his pocket, and the other bending down to tackle Chun Jianghe, were emboldened by the fact that Chun Jianghe was unarmed. Had he possessed a weapon, they would have certainly sought their own. One thug aimed to tackle Chun Jianghe at the waist to bring him down, while the other lagged behind, brandishing the spring knife, intending to stab Chun Jianghe. In a flash, Chun Jianghe sprang into action, executing a swift flying knee strike that connected squarely with the temple of the bent-over thug. The thug let out a muffled groan, too stunned to scream as he collapsed, unconscious. The thug trailing behind, eyes aflame with rage, lunged with his knife toward Chun Jianghe's abdomen. As Chun Jianghe landed, he deftly sidestepped, his movements fluid as flowing water. In an instant, he seized the assailant's wrist and delivered a powerful punch to his face. The face of the ruffian was instantly torn open by the sharp tip of the tiger claw, and he let out a blood-curdling scream as blood gushed forth like a fountain. Chun Jianghe delivered a powerful punch that sent him sprawling to the ground, unable to rise. Damn you to hell. Zhang Peng and his companions pursued the ruffians, and as one turned to flee towards the van, he was struck down by Zhang Peng's knife in the back, falling to the ground in agony. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing seized the opportunity, easily dispatching 2 more of the ruffians, while 5 or 6 were knocked down and 4 or 5 more felled by their blades. Only then did the remaining ruffians retrieve their weapons from the van, but their morale had already been crushed by Chun Jianghe and his allies. Chun Jianghe, you bastard. Yongzi emerged from the van, brandishing a machete, his eyes bloodshot with fury as he charged at Chun Jianghe and swung the blade down fiercely. Chun Jianghe did not flinch. His gaze was steely as he met the descending blade, delivering a punch to the side of the machete just as it was about to strike. The machete was knocked aside with a single blow, the sharp edge sparking against it, with his left hand deflecting the machete. Chun Jianghe's right fist connected squarely with Yongzi's face. Ah! Yongzi screamed in pain, half of his face obliterated in an instant by Chun Jianghe's punch. Skin, teeth, and blood twisted his visage grotesquely. With one decisive blow, Chun Jianghe laid Yongzi low. Zhang Peng and his companions, like ferocious tigers, clashed with the remaining 4 or 5 ruffians, their overwhelming force driving the attackers back, many succumbing to injuries. They retreated into the mahjong parlor. The commotion inside the parlor erupted as Lin Guobin rushed downstairs with 3 or 4 men, his eyes wide with shock at the scene unfolding. Chun Jianghe, you bastard! He bellowed, attempting to rush forward but was firmly restrained by the ruffians nearby. Their courage evaporated upon witnessing the carnage outside. Blood flowed freely, and none dared to charge out of the parlor. They were demoralized, outnumbered, and reluctant to engage in a desperate fight. Stopping. Chen Jianghe called out, and Zhang Peng and his group halted, blocking the entrance to the mahjong parlor. Lin Guobin stood inside with his remaining 6 or 7 subordinates, too intimidated to rush out and confront Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe grasped Yongzi by the hair, dragging him to the entrance of the parlor, his gaze menacingly fixed on Lin Guobin. He then picked up a knife from the ground and struck it across Yongzi's calf, severing his tendons. Lin Guobin, you've already lost your edge. If you want to fight, let us settle this today. If you lack the guts, then from now on, when you see me, Chen Jianghe, you'd best steer clear. Chen Jianghe raised the bloodied knife, menacingly pointing it at Lin Guobin. Lin Guobin's face turned ashen, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped the knife. He contemplated rushing out to face Chen Jianghe, but reconsidered. He had the mahjong parlor, the ice rink, and a monthly profit of at least 6 figures. He had a wife and children. It seemed foolish to risk his life against a scoundrel. An incident has occurred. The money is gone, and undoubtedly, my wife and child have become someone else's. Let us go? Chen Jianghe, noticing Lin Guobin's lingering silence, let out a cold chuckle. Wielding a knife as he signaled Zhang Peng and the others to depart, the 4 swiftly entered the vehicle, and in the blink of an eye, the Santana vanished from the streets. It had barely been 5 minutes since the car had struck a few ruffians. Brother Ben, should we call the police? One of the ruffians instinctively licked his lips. Call your mother's police. Get a car and take the injured to the hospital. Lin Guobin bellowed in a fit of rage. Those of them who lived this life were all entangled in a myriad of illicit affairs. If a thorough investigation were to ensue, even if Chen Jianghe were to be incarcerated, he would follow suit. Moreover, engaging the authorities indiscriminately would render him a laughingstock. Understood. Brother Ben. The ruffian dared not retort, hastily moving the more severely injured into the vehicle while the others sought out a clinic, dismissing any notion of a hospital visit. Lin Guobin surveyed the chaotic mahjong parlor, acutely aware that his reign in this underworld had come to an end. It wasn't he that he had failed. Rather, he had simply aged. Chapter 59. A name forged in battle. Jianghe. Today we shall undoubtedly make a name for ourselves. Zhang Peng exclaimed, his body trembling with excitement as he drove. Boss, you're incredible. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing echoed, their eyes filled with admiration for Chen Jianghe. The 4 of them had managed to take down Lin Guobin, triumphing over a group of more than 10, nothing short of extraordinary. Previously, when following Li Jindi, they had always relied on sheer numbers, never engaging in direct confrontation. With Chen Jianghe, however, they frequently triumphed against greater odds. Though perilous, such tales would resonate with grandeur. Lin Guobin had been a formidable figure for over a decade, yet they had bested him. Let us not be complacent. We must first go to Sister Lu's clinic. Lin Guobin may have fallen today, but this matter is far from concluded. Chen Jianghe wiped the blood off his knuckles, secured the knuckle duster, and lit a cigarette. Jianghe, Lin Guobin didn't dare confront us earlier. I doubt he will muster the courage to challenge us again. Zhang Peng asserted. Indeed, Brother Peng is correct. These big shots are not as formidable as they seem. Zhang Chong added, exhilarated. In encounters with someone like Lin Guobin, he had always deferred, but after tonight's altercation, they suddenly realized these so-called big shots were merely human. Everyone has but one head and one life. None possesses an advantage over another. If it comes to a fight, so be it. What of it? Overconfidence leads to downfall. Let us remain composed. Chen Jianghe's gaze swept over the group, and they gradually calmed down. Before long, the Santana arrived outside Lu Wen's clinic. Are you injured? Lu Wen inquired, concern etched on her face as she opened the door to her clinic. Her gaze settling on Chen Jianghe. Ah Chong has been stabbed. Could you take a look at him? Chen Jianghe shook his head. In tonight's battle, he, Zhang Peng, and Zhou Bing emerged unscathed, with only Zhang Chong suffering a deep gash on his arm. Lu Wen silently nodded as she assisted Zhang Chong in examining his wound. Since the incident last time, their meetings had been somewhat awkward, yet both tacitly avoided mentioning it. The injury was quite deep, necessitating debridement and suturing. Lu Wen assessed the wound and noted its severity. It was a significant cut. However, for reasons unknown, she felt a flicker of joy that Chen Jianghe remained unharmed. Chen Jianghe nodded as he observed Lu Wen tending to the wound. Brother Chen, tea. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao descended from upstairs, preparing tea for Chen Jianghe and the others. Thank you. Chen Jianghe replied, casually engaging Lu Xiaoxiao in conversation. He learned that she had recently completed her college entrance examination and performed well enough to qualify for a prestigious university. Luwen hoped she would attend a local institution. As she felt uneasy about her going far away, a sentiment echoed by Lu Xiaoxiao herself. On this occasion, Luwen surprisingly did not send Lu Xiaoxiao back upstairs, but allowed her to stay until she finished treating the wound. When it grew late, she finally instructed Lu Xiaoxiao to retire for the night. "Thank you, Sister Lu. Rest well." After addressing the wound, Chun Jianghe placed 100 yuan on the table. Preparing to leave. "Jianghe, I cannot accept this money. I have yet to properly thank you for rescuing Xiaoxiao last time." Lu Wen insisted, holding the money out to him. "Sister Lu, a matter is a matter. Please keep the money. We are leaving." Chun Jianghe waved his hand dismissively, as he was not in need of such a trifling sum. He felt it was essential to compensate appropriately. By the time Lu Wen rushed outside, Chun Jianghe and his companions had already departed in their vehicle. Lu Wen watched the distant Santana, her expression a mixture of longing and regret, before ultimately shaking her head and turning to lock the clinic door. "Jianghe, why are you and Sister Lu so distant?" In the car, Zhang Peng remarked with a sly expression. "Distant? What do you mean?" Chun Jianghe replied, puzzled. "Boss, Peng Ge mentioned that you two have already been intimate. Why act so distant?" Zhou Bing interjected curiously. "Who said we were intimate?" Chun Jianghe's expression darkened as he shot a sharp glance at Zhang Peng. "Didn't you all share a bed that night?" Zhang Peng spoke with a hint of guilt. "Enough of your nonsense. I don't mind. But don't tarnish Sister Lu's reputation," Chun Jianghe said, his brows furrowed in concern. "Understood, boss." Noticing Chun Jianghe's irritation, Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing quickly reassured him. Zhang Peng forced a smile, deciding to remain silent. The Santana soon returned to the fire game hall. Upon exiting, the group cautiously locked the doors behind them. Chun Jianghe ascended to the upper floor, retrieving a sum of money from the safe. This time, he refrained from favoritism, ensuring that Zhang Peng would not refuse. Each received 3,000. In the pursuit of a livelihood, money remains the primary motive. He is not alone in this regard. When tasks are completed, it is only fitting to reward everyone involved, as such gestures cultivate unwavering loyalty. Each individual is allocated 3,000, yet one should refrain from spending it all on oneself. A portion ought to be reserved for family. Chun Jianghe, holding the money, offered a simple directive. "Thank you, boss," Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing exclaimed, their eyes shining as they accepted the funds and expressed their gratitude to Chun Jianghe. Subsequently, they descended to the small room below to rest. Zhang Peng, however, hesitated momentarily. "Jianghe, our business is not particularly prosperous at the moment, and we seem to be expending our resources rather swiftly," he remarked. "With tonight's expenditure, we will have disbursed nearly 10,000. An ordinary worker would require over 6 months to earn such a sum. It is better to invest this money than to incur losses. I would rather spend to motivate my brothers to strive than to see our funds squandered on our adversaries." Chun Jianghe replied calmly. "Moreover, business is built gradually. It will inevitably improve." "Very well, as long as you are mindful of it," Zhang Peng conceded. Before retiring for the night, Chun Jianghe extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, seated in his chair with a contemplative gaze. In this realm, it is paramount to possess both wealth and influence. Dealing with someone like Lin Guobin is hardly a formidable challenge. The immediate priority remains to establish the business. With greater funds, one can wield more power. The internet CAF must be expedited. Although the investment is substantial, it is anticipated to yield greater returns than a gaming hall in the future. The following morning, the Liehua Gaming Hall operated as usual. The events of the previous night had already spread throughout the Pingjiang district. While the district is sizable, such news travels swiftly. If Lin Guobin harbored intentions of retaliation, today would be the most likely occasion. However, by midday, there was no sign of him bringing reinforcements. Meanwhile, the news reached Beijia. At the Beijia tea house, Baiyu was engaged in his customary pastime of birdwalking and playing cards with others. Li Quan received a phone call, his expression shifting slightly. He quickly entered the room and whispered a few words into Baiye's ear. "That kid took down Lin Guobin." Baiye's face registered surprise upon hearing Li Quan's words. Indeed, Lin Guobin's men suffered significant injuries, and one of his subordinates even had their Achilles tendon severed. Li Quan affirmed with a nod. "That boy is quite audacious in making a name for himself." Baiyi scoffed, a chilling smile gracing his features. Chapter 60. Lin Guobin bowed his head. "Brother Jiang, what is the matter?" inquired his card-playing companion. "Gao Hu, casually discarding a card. The young man who came yesterday, Chen Jianghe, clashed with Lin Guobin and took down his men, Bai Yi remarked, sipping his tea nonchalantly. Not far away, Fang Qiong, who was brewing tea, was taken aback. Having followed Bai Yi for 2 to 3 years, she had gained a fair understanding of the local underworld dynamics. She had heard of Lin Guobin, who, while not ranking among the top tier in Pingjiang district, certainly held a position of prominence within the 3rd tier. In comparison, Bai Yi stands as a prominent figure within the upper echelon of the 2nd tier. Lin Guobin pales in comparison to Bai Yi, yet he holds a certain status in Pingjiang district. It was astonishing that the young man from yesterday managed to sweep away Lin Guobin's associates. That lad possesses some intriguing qualities, Gao Hu remarked in surprise. Indeed, he does possess an intriguing essence. I must admit I underestimated him. Bai Yi chuckled nonchalantly, not giving it much thought. In recent years, Pingqing has never lacked for emerging talents. Yet these individuals either meet untimely ends on the streets, find themselves incarcerated, or simply vanish without a trace. The sheer number of those who dare to fight and struggle is not particularly remarkable. The true skill lies in establishing a firm foundation. Among these underworld leaders, who in their youth was not a fierce contender, such young aspirants are not unfamiliar to Bai Yi over the years. Gao Hu, fixated on the cards in his hand, seemed lost in thought when he suddenly spoke again. Brother Jiang, Jinhao's gaming hall is about to open. Will we not encounter that young lad then? Gao Hu stated abruptly. In business on North Street, when I say he lives, he thrives. When I say he dies, he must perish. What gives Chen Jianghe the audacity to challenge Jinhao? Bai Yi scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Fang Qiong. Fang Qiong maintained a placid demeanor, continuing to brew tea as if oblivious to their conversation. That's not quite the case. Such a trivial matter, if you were to intervene, would merely invite whispers of you bullying the weak. I observe that Jinhao has grown robust these past 2 years. Perhaps it would be prudent to let him engage with this young man. If anything arises, it would serve to temper Jinhao's arrogance. Gao Hu chuckled. Robust? Upon hearing those words, Bai Ye's brow furrowed slightly. If Jinhao were to become overly formidable, would these old-timers not be forced into early retirement? Tea. Bai Yi gestured for them to drink, dismissing Gao Hu's words. Gao Hu smirked inwardly, refraining from broaching the subject again. In the afternoon, Zhang Peng, Zhou Bing, and others remained on high alert. Their weapons were within arm's reach, ready for action at any moment. However, as the day drew to a close, Lin Guobin's men had yet to make an appearance. If no action was taken today, the likelihood of Lin Guobin retaliating in the future would diminish significantly. Failing to reclaim their honor today would mean a loss of face, and it was unlikely Lin Guobin would choose to confront Chen Jianghe again. Zhang Peng inquired, Is Jianghe around? Just as twilight descended, an unexpected figure arrived at the Lihua Gaming Hall. It was Yu. Yes, he is upstairs. You may go directly up. Zhang Peng greeted Yu upon recognizing her presence. All right. Yu nodded and proceeded into the gaming hall, ascending the stairs. Peng Gu. The boss has a plethora of girlfriends. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing approached with expressions of curiosity, enviously commenting. What nonsense are you spouting? Tend to your own matters. Zhang Peng waved them off, sending the two away. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of curiosity about why Yu had come, especially with a bag in tow. Jianghe. Yu ascended the stairs and pushed open the office door. What brings you here? Chen Jianghe exclaimed, astonished at her presence. What? Am I not welcome? Yu shot him a playful glare, deliberately stating, Welcome, welcome. The illustrious is here. How could I not be delighted? Please, have a seat. Chen Jianghe chuckled, rising to brew tea for her. No need for tea. I have matters to attend to this evening and must leave shortly. Yu shook her head, placing a bag on the table and opening it for Chen Jianghe to see. As the bag unfolded, it revealed stacks of 100 yuan bills. What on earth do you need all this money for? Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow and inquired. This isn't my money. It's from Lin Guobin, who sent it to the Four Seas Grand Hotel this afternoon and asked me to deliver it to you. Yu explained. I never anticipated your prowess, Jianghe. You have managed to make Lin Guobin bow down. Initially, Yu was unaware of the events from the previous night until Lin Guobin dispatched a subordinate to deliver the funds to her, along with a message. Upon inquiry, she discovered that Chen Jianghe had indeed confronted Lin Guobin, achieving fame in a single battle. She was astonished to learn of Jianghe's newfound strength. What does Lin Guobin intend? Chen Jianghe, equally surprised, had not expected Lin Guobin to send Yu with money. Lin Guobin wishes to cease hostilities. Consider this 100,000 as compensation. He hopes that both parties can coexist peacefully and that you shall not trouble him further. And you remarked, astonished by Jianghe's ability to subdue Lin Guobin. Lin Guobin was not subdued by me. He succumbed to his own weaknesses. Now that he possesses wealth and followers, he no longer desires to clash with a reckless youth like me. Qin Jianghe replied calmly. The longer one is in the world of martial arts, the more cautious one becomes. Many in this realm ultimately face this truth. They do not lose to others, but rather to themselves. Or, to put it another way, they do not lose, but rather mature and learn to discern. Those who wear shoes fear those who go barefoot. I understand your meaning. Yet your ability to instill fear in him is, in itself, a testament to your strength. And you observed Qin Jianghe with a complex gaze. Jianghe, you are no longer the same as before. The only constant in this world is change. People invariably evolve. Qin Jianghe chuckled self-deprecatingly. Had Qin Jiming not passed away, perhaps I would still be the same. Indeed, and Yu's eyes glimmered with complexity, perhaps recalling the past, but she quickly composed herself, flashing a playful smile. Boss Qin, last time you mentioned that you wouldn't survive in this world, and I offered you refuge. It seems that in the future, it may very well be I who seeks your shelter. Haha, you are always welcome. Qin Jianghe responded with a smile. Jianghe, I speak with sincerity. And you leaned forward, resting her hands on the table, her nose nearly touching Qin Jianghe's. He instinctively leaned back. I speak the truth as well. Qin Jianghe replied with a grin. Jianghe, we are old classmates. Why so shy? And you blinked, straightened her posture with a smile, and declared, it's settled then. I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. And you, take 20,000. Qin Jianghe extracted 2 10,000 bills from the bag. That money was earned through blood, sweat, and tears. I cannot accept it. Moreover, you are in dire need of funds. Go. And you waved her hand dismissively, departing without a backward glance. Chapter 61. Farewell to Xiang Fei Jianghe. Why did she leave so swiftly? Zhang Peng inquired as he approached. Shall I call out to her? Perhaps invite her to dinner tonight? Qin Jianghe shot Zhang Peng a glare. Hey, I was just asking. Zhang Peng scratched his head, eager to make a hasty retreat. Wait a moment. Lin Guobin sent over 100,000 as compensation. This money was earned by our brothers risking their lives. Take 10,000. And give Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing 5,000 each. Qin Jianghe promptly produced 2 stacks of 100 yuan notes and tossed them to Zhang Peng. Jianghe, is it truly necessary to be so extravagant? You've already provided support before. Zhang Peng hesitated with the money in hand. Our brothers follow me with little hope. They can easily be swayed. The cautionary tale of Li Jindi is fresh in our minds. Use this for them. Qin Jianghe was indifferent to the small sum. He enjoyed the feast, and his subordinates deserved at least a bowl of soup. If he refused to share even a sip, the inevitable outcome would be that both the pot and the meat would be taken away. Taking 80,000 was already a significant portion. Distributing 20,000 was inconsequential. Very well, I understand. Zhang Peng nodded, carrying his share to the room, wrapping 5,000 in newspaper, and heading downstairs to give it to Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing were overwhelmed with gratitude, expressing their heartfelt thanks. Since Lin Guobin had conceded, it was unlikely he would cause trouble in the near future. Chang, you and Zhou Bing watch the shop tonight. Be cautious, and close early if anything seems amiss. Doping, accompany me for an outing. That evening, Qin Jianghe prepared to leave with Zhang Peng. Boss, please be careful. Zhang Chang and Zhou Bing nodded solemnly. Rest assured, unless we are both taken down, no one will dare to disturb the peace. Qin Jianghe nodded, waved goodbye, and entered the Santana. Zhang Peng drove as they headed towards a nearby urban village not far from North Street. Pengcheng was developing rapidly, transforming daily, yet numerous urban villages persisted, particularly in the relatively backward districts. Upon arrival, Zhang Peng parked outside and led Qin Jianghe into the village. Soon, they stood before a modest 2-story building, which, though not particularly dilapidated, was still one of the more respectable structures in the area, unlike others that were haphazardly constructed, awaiting demolition or hastily expanded to create more rooms for migrant workers. Xiang Fei, Zhang Peng approached the courtyard, knocking forcefully on the gate and calling out within. Who is it? A cautious voice inquired, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching the door. A fleeting shadow appeared through the gap of the red iron gate in the courtyard, as someone stealthily observed from the outside. We need to discuss something with Xiang Fei at the fire game hall. Zhang Peng declared. Wait. The person inside glanced outward, seemingly recognizing Zhang Peng, before quickly retreating. Moments later, the sound of footsteps echoed, and after a brief observation, the door creaked open. Xiang Fei emerged, flanked by 4 young companions, who regarded Qin Jianghe and Zhang Peng with wary eyes. What do you want with me? Xiang Fei questioned, his gaze fixed apprehensively on Qin Jianghe. It's not convenient to talk here. Let us discuss it inside, Qin Jianghe replied, lighting a cigarette nonchalantly. Xiang Fei glanced over Qin Jianghe's shoulder, confirming that only 2 had come, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. What is it? Speak. He allowed Qin Jianghe and his companion into the courtyard, while one of the young companions swiftly shut the door, showing no inclination to invite them into the house. This hardly reflects a hospitable demeanor. Surely you could at least offer us a cup of tea? Zhang Peng remarked, discontent evident in his tone. If you have something to say, then say it. If not, kindly take your leave. Xiang Fei responded brusquely, knowing that Qin Jianghe was the one in charge, not Zhang Peng. Brother, who are they? Just then, a timid voice broke the tension. A pale, frail girl sat in a wheelchair, anxiously observing Qin Jianghe and Zhang Peng. We seldom have outsiders here. When they come, it usually means trouble, she stated. Little sister, you should go inside. Upon seeing the girl, Xiang Fei grew anxious and urged her to retreat. Brother, don't fight, the girl said apprehensively, turning her wheelchair back into the house. Is her leg treatable? Qin Jianghe unexpectedly inquired. What business is it of yours? What do you truly want? We have no intention of joining you. If it's about this matter, you needn't speak. Xiang Fei snapped, his agitation palpable. Zhang Peng's eyes flared with anger, ready to retort, but was halted by Qin Jianghe's raised hand. Xiang Fei, if your sister's leg can be treated, I'll cover the expenses and offer you a job in exchange for your allegiance. Just think about it, Qin Jianghe declared, producing a stack of cash amounting to 10,000 yuan, fixing his gaze on Xiang Fei. Brother Fei, you must agree, we can't let little sister's condition linger. One of the young companions suddenly interjected. Brother Fei, what Aiming said is correct, just agree. Others echoed in unison. A flicker of indecision crossed Xiang Fei's face. Yet he remained silent. I cannot jeopardize your lives for Xiang Li, he said through gritted teeth. Brother Fei, Qin Jianghe has even subdued Lingua Bin. Following him promises a future. We can strike anyone. It matters not if we heed his words. One of the young companions asserted. In the realm of Jianghu within Pingjiang district, Qin Jianghe has successfully dealt with Li Jindi and Lai San, and now he has also subdued Lingua Bin. A reputation has been established for Qin Jianghe. Those who seek to navigate this world yearn to follow a prominent figure rather than some unknown ruffian. Qin Jianghe has now achieved notoriety. Jianghe will finance your medical expenses and provide you with a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan. Which other leader can offer you such a generous wage? Working tirelessly in factories, you would struggle to earn this amount. What are you still hesitating for? Zhang Peng declared directly. Join me, and I assure you equality. Wealth shall be shared, and blessings enjoyed together. Qin Jianghe asserted emphatically. The other young men were clearly intrigued. Xiang Fei hesitated, but upon seeing the money in Qin Jianghe's hands, he could no longer look away. His sister needed funds for her leg treatment, and his brother sought employment. I agree to follow you, but my sister also needs a job. If I work at the arcade, I must bring her along. Xiang Fei clenched his teeth, but ultimately acquiesced. Very well, she will also receive a monthly salary of 1,000, merely working as a cashier at the arcade, handling the money while leaving other matters aside. Qin Jianghe readily consented. Chapter 62. Subduing Xiang Fei. Thank you, Qin, brother Qin. Upon hearing this, Xiang Fei felt a weight lift from his heart. His resistance vanished entirely, and he bowed deeply to Qin Jianghe. Thank you, brother Qin. The 4 young men behind Xiang Fei also bowed in unison. From now on, address him as General Chun or boss. Zhang Peng smiled, pleased that their group had significantly strengthened. Only with a robust force could they withstand the impending storms. Boss, Xiang Fei and the others called out once more. Xiang Fei, take this money to cover your sister's medical treatment. If it falls short, let me know. Qin Jianghe handed the money to Xiang Fei. You 5. 2 of you will start working at the arcade. Thank you, boss. Xiang Fei grasped the money tightly, his fingers whitening with pressure. With this 10,000 yuan, his sister's leg would be saved. Boss, what about the 3 of us? One of the young men inquired, puzzled. For the remaining 3, I need you to be clever. Help me keep an eye on someone. Qin Jianghe took a drag from his cigarette, his gaze sharp. The arcade run by Jin Hao was about to open, and with additional hands on deck today, he could finally commence his plans against Bai Jiang. Who are we watching? Li Quan. Chen Jianghe replied coldly. Though Xiang Fei and his companions were unfamiliar with Li Quan, having aligned with Chen Jianghe, they were prepared to follow any directive he issued. The four young men following Xiang Fei were named Amin, Aguang, Io, and Ajian, with Xiang Fei and Ajian being the strongest fighters among them, while the other three were relatively sharp-witted, with Amin being the most astute. Chen Jianghe assigned Xiang Fei and Ajian to assist at the arcade, where numerous rooms awaited them on the second floor. A room was designated for their accommodation. When Xiang Li and Ming arrived later, there would also be space available above the arcade. Xiang Fei, you shall commence work at the arcade tomorrow. Ming, I will have Zhang Peng escort you to familiarize yourselves with the people there, Chen Jianghe explained succinctly, urging Ming and his companions to thoroughly investigate Li Quan. He demanded comprehensive information about Li Quan's residence, family members, acquaintances, external business dealings, and trusted subordinates. Chen Jianghe's primary focus rested solely on Li Quan. If no breakthrough could be achieved with Li Quan, he would have to turn his attention to Jin Hao, a necessity born from a lack of manpower to investigate both simultaneously. The objective was to uncover every detail about one individual as swiftly as possible, hoping to find a point of entry through Li Quan. After providing his instructions, Chen Jianghe departed with Zhang Peng. Aren't you concerned that Xiang Fei and the others might abscond with that 10,000 yuan? Zhang Peng inquired once they returned to the car. In this day and age, 10,000 yuan was no trivial sum. Ambition resides in all hearts. Who wouldn't desire to earn a fortune, even if that amount were divided among 5? Each would receive only 2,000. The likelihood of fleeing for such a sum seemed minimal. If they were to abandon their post for mere money, they would not warrant my concern, Chen Jianghe replied, taking a drag from his cigarette. Your foresight is commendable, Zhang Peng acknowledged, driving Chen Jianghe back to the fire arcade. The arcade remained bustling, business thriving. Chen Jianghe's growing reputation had positively impacted the establishment. Patrons felt reassured by his presence, believing in his ability to maintain a foothold on North Street. Moreover, those who played the slot machines had begun winning, further enhancing the arcade's allure. Daily, around 10 to 20 people would attempt their luck, most playing conservatively, while a few ventured bolder bets. The daily turnover for the slot machines gradually approached 2,000. Occasionally, larger customers would contribute several thousand, signaling a steady ascent in the arcade's fortunes. The following morning, Xiang Fei arrived with Ajian to begin their shifts. After Chen Jianghe's departure the previous night, Xiang Fei had taken Xiang Li to the hospital, paying for her surgery. Xiang Li had suffered a disability in her foot, and over the past 2 years, Xiang Fei had been saving to afford the operation. Together, the 5 brothers had amassed over 10,000 yuan. And with the additional 10,000 from Chen Jianghe, they now had sufficient funds for the procedure. Xiang Li, fiercely independent and resilient, could manage alone in the hospital, provided Xiang Fei delivered her meals punctually. In the morning, Chen Jianghe tasked Zhang Peng with guiding Ming and his companions to identify individuals, discreetly trailing Li Quan for a period to gain a clear understanding of him before commencing their investigation. For several consecutive days, the business at the fire game hall flourished remarkably. Chen Jianghe, ever the pragmatist, began to make adjustments to the operations of the establishment. First and foremost, any patron who made a purchase, whether engaging with arcade machines or slot machines, was entitled to complimentary cigarettes. A box was placed at the cashier's counter, filled with loose, unwrapped cigarettes, none of which were particularly high-end, predominantly consisting of brands like Hongmei and Muten, priced around 3 yuan. The cigarettes near the slot machines boasted a slightly superior quality, featuring a Shima, which cost 10 yuan per pack. Patrons at the slot machines not only enjoyed free cigarettes, but were also treated to a bottle of Jianlibo, which they could consume on-site or take away. However, the cigarettes were strictly for use within the game hall. They could not be taken out, nor could one play without purchasing tokens or paying back for the cigarettes. This initiative, while increasing the operational costs significantly, greatly enhanced the reputation of the fire game hall. Word of mouth spread rapidly, and the business continued to thrive. Zhang Peng and his companions understood that Chen Jianghe's strategy was a preemptive measure against the impending opening of the Tianwei electronic world. Before the grand opening of Tianwei, it was imperative for Chen Jianghe to secure a loyal customer base. On this particular day, Zhang Jun arrived at the fire game hall early. Boss Zhang. Upon seeing Zhang Jun, Zhang Peng promptly rose to greet him. Where's Boss Chen? I need to speak with him urgently. Zhang Jun's furrowed brow indicated his anxiety. You can head upstairs directly, Zhang Peng replied, pointing to the upper level. He suspected Zhang Jun's urgency stemmed from the fact that Lai San's billiards room had been idle for many days without any signs of commencement, undoubtedly causing Zhang Jun concern. Nodding, Zhang Jun hurried up the stairs. Peng Ge, who is that? A Jian inquired curiously. That's our boss's business partner. Our boss isn't limited to just the game hall. If you follow Zhang He, you'll reap the rewards. Zhang Peng remarked. Boss Chen, it's been a week. Why hasn't work begun on the internet CAF? Zhang Jun inquired anxiously as he reached the top of the stairs. He had already prepaid Chen Jianghe 50,000 yuan, and the lack of progress left him questioning whether Chen intended to abscond with his money. Zhang Ge, what do you mean? Chen Jianghe feigned surprise. Personally pouring tea for Zhang Jun. What design plans? Zhang Jun frowned, momentarily taken aback by the question. Observing Chen Jianghe's demeanor, he began to suspect that perhaps a communication breakdown had occurred. The design plans for the Internet CAF. I've never operated an Internet CAF, so I'm unsure how it should be decorated. You need to create a design plan so I can arrange for the renovations to commence, right? Chen Jianghe replied, as if it were a matter of course. What design plans? It's not like we're building a house. Just have a renovation expert visit my shop to take a look. The layout will suffice. Zhang Jun responded, striving to maintain his composure. Zhang Ge, your assertion is fundamentally flawed. If you aspire to establish a chain of internet cafes, not only must the signage be uniform, but the interior decor must also follow suit. This uniformity is essential to differentiate from other establishments and to achieve a branding effect. I believe that every new internet CAF under the New Century name should be decorated in a similar fashion. Chen Jianghe gestured for Zhang Jun to enjoy some tea and earnestly elaborated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun found much wisdom in Chen Jianghe's words. When all internet CAFs share the same decor, patrons will have a lasting impression. If today they find satisfaction at this New Century location, tomorrow, even if they venture elsewhere, their first choice will undoubtedly be to seek out another New Century CAF nearby. This is known as the effect of scale. At that juncture, other internet CAFs will pale in comparison to New Century CAFs, akin to scattered warriors without a leader. Boss Chen, you are absolutely right. How could I have overlooked this? Zhang Jun exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. Let us not rush into the renovations just yet. I will first consult a designer for a cohesive design. Once that is finalized, we can proceed with a uniform decor. You can complete your renovations. And I will also refurbish my Red Spider CAF and change the signage. Without further ado, Zhang Jun hurriedly descended the stairs, eager to seek assistance. In his haste, he nearly collided with Zhang Peng. Jianghe, why is Zhang Jun in such a rush? Zhang Peng inquired with curiosity as he entered the office. He.s. getting anxious about the internet CAF. I've been delaying renovations for a while, Chen Jianghe replied, taking a sip of tea. His procrastination regarding the CAF was not due to any design considerations, but rather a deliberate attempt to buy time. With the imminent opening of the Tianwei electronic world, he anticipated a confrontation with Jin Hao. If the CAF were up and running, any ensuing conflict would undoubtedly have repercussions for it. With computers costing thousands, should they be damaged, it would be a significant loss for Chen Jianghe. While he was indeed determined to establish the CAF, he intended to wait a bit longer. The earlier excuse was merely a pretext, and he was surprised that Zhang Jun accepted it so readily. This way, he could find a designer and finalize the plans before proceeding. Of course, after investing 50,000, he.s. likely worried we might abscond with the funds. Zhang Peng nodded, understanding Chen Jianghe's concerns. Navigating the underworld often requires consideration beyond mere business perspectives. What brings you to me? Chen Jianghe inquired, offering a cigarette to Zhang Peng. A Guang quietly approached earlier, mentioning he has uncovered some information. Zhang Peng handed over some documents wrapped in newspaper to Chen Jianghe. As he unfolded the paper, he discovered handwritten records indicating that Xiang Fei and his 4 associates were all individuals who had wandered into the world after middle school. While Ming had actually completed his middle school education, not only could Ming write, but he also possessed commendable penmanship. Li Quan has a younger brother? Chen Jianghe pondered as he scrutinized Ming's records, identifying crucial information. A biological brother, and he is a university student, reportedly working at a large corporation and making a name for himself. Zhang Peng gazed with envy. Even those rascals held a certain reverence for intellectuals. In this era, University students are regarded as individuals of remarkable achievement. University students, how are their romantic entanglements? Qin Jianghe pondered. That remains unknown. They should be doing well. If my younger brother could gain admission to university, I would be overjoyed. Zhang Peng reflected and replied. After all, the duration of the investigation has been brief, and there is not much to uncover. Matters of the heart cannot be discerned in just 3 to 5 days. Inform Amin to find a way to investigate Li Quan's younger brother, focusing on him. Qin Jianghe instructed solemnly. Understood. Zhang Peng nodded in affirmation. Are the devices ready? Qin Jianghe inquired further. He had asked Zhang Peng to procure several machines to ensure constant communication. Providing each person with a mobile phone was impractical, as even the cheapest ones cost over 10,000. Qin Jianghe was unwilling to be taken advantage of. Equipping each individual with a device was already a commendable feat. Each device cost over 1,000, and lesser-known brands were still too expensive, with reputable ones exceeding 2,000 or 3,000, quite exorbitant. We are set. I provided Amin with one, and the others went to Zhang Chong, Zhou Bing, Xiang Fei, and that Jian. Zhang Peng hesitated to buy 2 more, feeling that having one device for Amin and his group would suffice for communication. Amin, a Guang, and a Yao had been running around, ensuring their devices were also equipped. Qin Jianghe drew out a stack of money and handed it to Zhang Peng. All right, I will go buy it this afternoon. Zhang Peng affirmed, and seeing no further matters, he turned to descend the stairs. Once Zhang Peng departed, Qin Jianghe remained in his office, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He then retrieved the character chart, drawing a diagonal line beneath Li Quan's name, inscribing the words younger brother upon it. The name of Li Quan's brother remained unknown for the time being. Yet from this day forth, Amin would arrange for someone to keep a constant watch on Li Quan's younger brother, striving to uncover detailed information about him. Should Li Quan share a particularly close bond with his brother, there may come a time when they could resort to kidnapping this university student, coercing Li Quan into actions he would rather avoid. However, such measures would only be taken as a last resort. Failure would spell disaster for both Qin Jianghe and the Lihua Gaming Hall. After inscribing younger brother, Qin Jianghe drew several diagonal lines, noting the names of Li Quan's core subordinates. Li Quan had a small faction consisting of his trusted confidants. In critical moments, these individuals would likely heed Li Quan rather than Bai Jiang. Yet, one could never be too sure. In the underworld, trust and camaraderie can be perilous. Ultimately, it is wealth that holds the most influence. Having completed this, Qin Jianghe took a deep breath, his cigarette burning rapidly until it reached its end, after which he extinguished it and discarded it into the ashtray. He then retrieved the leather pouch from the safe, extracting the files of 2 individuals. Huang Kuan's file had already been incinerated by Qin Jianghe, leaving only 2 files remaining in the leather pouch. One is Zhou Ming, and the other is Chun Lei, both of whom are among the nefarious individuals responsible for the demise of Qin Jiming. Zhou Ming. In Chapter 64, titled The Young Lady, Qin Jianghe casually extracted Zhou Ming's photograph, glancing at it before retrieving his information from a leather bag and securing it on his person. He then descended the stairs. Stopping. I'm stepping out for a while. Keep an eye on the shop. Qin Jianghe instructed, taking the keys to the van before making his exit. The Santana, which had previously collided with Lin Guobin, had been sent for repairs. Boss, do you want me to accompany you? Xiang Fei hastily followed him out. Currently, Qin Jianghe had appointed Zhang Peng as the manager, temporarily overseeing the finances and other matters in the arcade, while Xiang Fei and Zhang Chong were responsible for the slot machines. Zhou Bing, along with Jian, managed the front gaming machines. With the 5 of them monitoring the arcade, it was unlikely that any trouble would arise. No, you all stay at the shop. Qin Jianghe waved his hand dismissively and drove off in the van. That evening, the arcade was bustling with business, ablaze with lights. Qin Jianghe drove the van out of Pingjiang district and into the neighboring Wanqing district. 3 years prior, Zhou Ming and several other ruffians had brutally murdered Qin Jiming outside the Lihua arcade. Zhou Ming had been sentenced to 2 years, serving only 1 before his release. After getting out, he chose not to continue his life in Pingjiang district. Instead, he invested in a small arcade, which had flourished over the past 2 years. The arcade he invested in had expanded its premises to include 2 rooms, over 30 machines, and several slot machines, generating considerable profit. Zhou Ming had not only become a small-time boss, but also managed the arcade, enjoying a lavish lifestyle with newfound wealth, frequently courting women at the establishment. Many girls who frequented the arcade fell for his various charms. Some, driven by financial motives, would even introduce their classmates to Zhou Ming. He could easily cycle through 5 or 6 girlfriends in a year, having lost count of the number of young ladies he had seduced with a simple meal of spicy hot pot. He had almost forgotten the man he had killed 3 years ago, viewing it instead as the launchpad of his ascent in life. Never regretting his involvement with Li Jindi in that affair, Chun Jianghe parked the van at a distance, donned a cap, lit a cigarette, and approached the arcade. The establishment was bustling with patrons, primarily local students, along with some dropouts and vagrants, none of whom noticed Chun Jianghe's arrival. Most were engrossed in their games, the air thick with smoke and the mingled odors of sweat. The games available were similar to those in Chun Jianghe's arcade, primarily featuring titles like King of Fighters, Street Fighter, and Dinosaur Crisis. With a swift glance, Chun Jianghe soon spotted Zhou Ming, who was embracing a young woman with bleached hair while playing King of Fighters. Zhou Ming, adorned with a gold chain around his neck and a mobile phone at his side, appeared entirely transformed from the delinquent he had been 3 years ago. Chun Jianghe cast a glance at Zhou Ming before calmly turning away. He positioned himself behind 2 students near the entrance, pretending to observe for a while before naturally exiting. Once outside the gaming hall, Chun Jianghe swiftly returned to his van, smoking a cigarette as he sat within, his gaze contemplative as he waited. Time gradually elapsed. Chun Jianghe had anticipated waiting until the early hours of the morning for Zhou Ming's departure, yet to his surprise, just before 11. A girl dressed in revealing attire approached Zhou Ming. "Brother Ming, how about the matter we discussed last time?" She called out to him at the door of the gaming hall. Upon seeing Zhou Ming emerge, Chun Jianghe straightened his posture. Last time's matter? Zhou Ming's eyes darted around. His mind seemingly clouded. He promptly dismissed the girl beside him, wrapping his arms around the newcomer's waist. "Let us find somewhere else to talk." "Brother Ming, don't do this. I have a boyfriend." The girl pushed Zhou Ming gently, her hesitation evident. "Isn't having a boyfriend even better? We can have our fun, and your boyfriend won't ever know." Zhou Ming's hand wandered more freely along her waist. "Can we change locations, please? I beg you." The girl clutched Zhou Ming's hand, her face pleading. If you had said so earlier, we could have avoided this. Come on, let us deepen our connection." Zhou Ming pulled her along, his intentions clear. The girl displayed signs of struggle but ultimately complied, following him ahead. After a short while, Zhou Ming led her into an alley. Too lazy to even pay for a room. "Come, let us bond," he urged, eager to remove her pants. "Brother Ming, how about I become your girlfriend instead? That way, I can accept it a bit more." The girl desperately held on to her waistband, resisting his advances. "Damn, a girlfriend? How about you just be my wife instead? I'll marry you." Zhou Ming grew impatient. "Really?" The girl's eyes sparkled with interest. "Honestly, in this day and age, a husband is on duty by the minute. And you still want to talk about feelings? Just tell me if you can handle it. If you can, Brother Ming will take care of you. If not, get lost and don't waste my precious nightlife." Zhou Ming replied with irritation. The girl bit her lip, her face flushed as she lowered her head. Zhou Ming smirked, preparing to proceed, when suddenly, 2 bright headlights illuminated the alley, blinding him. "Who the hell is it?" Zhou Ming shouted in fury, adjusting his pants and shielding his eyes from the glare. The girl, her face crimson with embarrassment, hastily pulled up her clothes and ran deeper into the alley, disappearing from sight. Chun Jianghe, wearing a hat, stepped out of the van, hands tucked into his pockets as he approached Zhou Ming. A brilliant light shone from behind him, and Zhou Ming could only discern a shadow approaching, unable to clearly see Chun Jianghe's face. "Damn it, are you tired of living?" Zhou Ming cursed as he approached Chun Jianghe, gripping a switchblade tightly. "Zhou Ming." Chun Jianghe stood before him, his expression impassive as he stared intently. "Who the hell are you?" Zhou Ming felt a jolt of alarm. The fact that this young man knew his name indicated he had come specifically for him. 3 years ago, at the entrance of the fire game hall. "Do you remember Chun Jiming?" Chun Jianghe spoke slowly. "Are you here for revenge on behalf of Chun Jiming?" Zhou Ming's eyes hardened as he abruptly flicked open the switchblade. Instead of fleeing, he lunged at Chun Jianghe, aiming a stab at his abdomen. Regardless of whether this youth sought vengeance, he intended to incapacitate him first. Chun Jianghe's eyes grew cold. He sidestepped and landed a punch squarely on Zhou Ming's face. Thud! The sharp edge of the ring on his finger tore into Zhou Ming's skin, leaving a gash that oozed crimson. "Ah!" Zhou Ming screamed in agony as the sharp edge of the ring ripped through his flesh, warm blood splattering onto Chun Jianghe's fist, exposing the bone beneath. Yet, Zhou Ming was no coward. Madness glinted in his eyes as he staggered back a step, swinging the switchblade in a desperate thrust toward Chun Jianghe's abdomen. Chun Jianghe swiftly seized Zhou Ming's wrist, delivering another punch to his face. Teeth mixed with blood flew from Zhou Ming's mouth, and he howled in pain, his body weakening. Chun Jianghe held onto his wrist firmly, pummeling him with several successive blows until Zhou Ming was on the brink of unconsciousness. Afterward, Chun Jianghe cautiously scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was nearby, before dragging Zhou Ming and opening the back of the van, shoving him inside. The van's interior had been prepped with plastic sheeting to guarantee no blood would stain the vehicle. Once Zhou Ming was secured inside, Chun Jianghe closed the back and hastily entered the driver's seat, driving away. After Chun Jianghe had long departed, a young woman emerged from the alley, her face a mask of panic. She gazed at the bloodstains on the ground, trembling with fear, and bit her lip before swiftly departing, vanishing into the night. Unaware of the events that had transpired, she had not dared linger nearby. Knowing that Zhou Ming had certainly encountered trouble, he had left with her, and she did not wish to become embroiled in the chaos. Driving the van at a leisurely pace out of the city, Chun Jianghe soon arrived at the edge of a cliff. Li Jindi and Huang Kuan had both perished here. Zhou Ming would also meet his end in this place. This location was a veritable treasure trove of misfortune, and Chun Jianghe intended for the remaining scoundrels to perish here as well. He parked the van and retrieved a rope, opening the back. As the back swung open, Zhou Ming tumbled out, scrambling to his feet and staggering away into the distance. Chun Jianghe let out a cold laugh and swiftly closed the gap, delivering a punishing kick that sent Zhou Ming sprawling to the ground. He then produced a knife, plunging it mercilessly into Zhou Ming's leg. "Ah, please, don't kill me. I'll pay you. How much do you want? Just tell me." Zhou Ming cried out in agony, collapsing yet still unwilling to surrender, attempting to rise with a wounded leg, limping and desperate to escape. Chun Jianghe struck again, stabbing Zhou Ming's other leg. With both legs injured, realization dawned upon him that there was no escape, and he finally ceased his struggles. "Stop squirming. I'll send you on your way. Let us make this quick." Chun Jianghe looked down at Zhou Ming, grasping his hair and dragging him to the side of a van. He then retrieved a rope, preparing to bind Zhou Ming. The intent behind binding him was to attach stones, ensuring that the body would sink to the depths, preventing the discovery of Zhou Ming's corpse by dawn. Having spent 3 years in prison, Chun Jianghe had a modicum of understanding regarding modern investigative techniques. In these times, the absence of a corpse renders a case a mere missing person report. With the plethora of missing cases, the likelihood of formal investigation was dubious. Even if a case were opened, it often languished in the archives, gathering dust until serendipity led to the discovery of a body, at which point resources would be allocated for investigation. If a body could not be found, the case would remain forever categorized as a missing person report, with the files likely to remain untouched. A homicide necessitates the existence of a body. With current investigative methods, even if a body were discovered 3 to 5 months later, what difference would it make? Moreover, if cast into the sea, the chances of a body resurfacing were slim, unless Zhou Ming and his cohorts were extraordinarily fortunate. If they were indeed fortunate, they wouldn't have ended up as corpses tossed into the ocean. "Brother, who exactly are you? I'll give you money. Is 100,000 enough? You take the money, and we'll pretend this night never happened. I swear I won't pursue you. What do you say? Think it over." Zhou Ming, bloodied and desperate, pleaded with Chun Jianghe. "I am Chun Jianghe. Chun Jiming is my father. When you arrive at the King of Hell's court, mention my name to avoid becoming a wrongful ghost." Chun Jianghe swiftly bound Zhou Ming's hands and began to attach stones to the rope. You are Chun Jianghe?" Zhou Ming's eyes widened in shock. He was well aware that Chun Jiming had a son named Chun Jianghe. Earlier that day, in the arcade, he had overheard conversations mentioning Chun Jianghe, noting that a formidable figure had emerged in the Pingjiang district. Fresh out of prison, he had seized Li Jindi's territory and dealt with Lin Guobin. When he had heard this news, unease had settled over him, yet he rationalized that enough time had passed, and given that Chun Jianghe was developing in the Pingjiang district, it was unlikely he would come to Wanqing district anytime soon. He was unwilling to part with his arcade, reluctant to abandon the joyful life he led, and believed that Chun Jianghe would not be able to find him. Little did he know that Chun Jianghe had tracked him down with alarming speed. "Brother Chun, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. We all navigate this treacherous world for profit. I plead for a little mercy. Allow me to compensate you with 200,000. That amount is all I've earned over these years. Please spare my life. Zhou Ming desperately attempted to rise, his voice a pitiful plea. 200,000. Keep it for your family. Consider it a contribution to their welfare. Chen Jianghe bound 2 hefty stones to Zhou Ming, securing them tightly. Damn you, Chen Jianghe. Zhou Ming's head hung low, but in a sudden surge of fury, he hurled himself upward, striking his head against Chen Jianghe's chin. With an icy gaze, Chen Jianghe stepped back a fraction and swiftly plunged a knife into Zhou Ming's neck. In an instant, it felt as though the strength had been siphoned from Zhou Ming's body, and he crumpled to the ground. Chen Jianghe, with a reverse motion, withdrew his blade and delivered a kick that sent Zhou Ming tumbling over the cliff's edge. The sound of crashing waves against the shore drowned out everything else. As Chen Jianghe observed Zhou Ming's lifeless form plummet, he turned back to meticulously inspect the cliff, ensuring no evidence was left behind before departing in his van. Upon returning to his modest 3-story residence, he parked the vehicle in the yard and set the plastic in the trunk ablaze. After thoroughly cleansing the van inside and out, he opened the door, allowing it to air dry while he retreated indoors to rest. The following morning, Chen Jianghe drove the van back to the fire game hall. Boss. Just as Xiang Fei was about to leave, he spotted Chen Jianghe and quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, Chen Jianghe nodded, seemingly recalling something, and tossed the van keys to Xiang Fei. Today is your sister's surgery, right? Drive there. No need. Boss, I can walk. Xiang Fei hastily declined. It's fine. It'll be more convenient for you to drive, Chen Jianghe insisted, shaking his head as he entered the game hall, holding the keys. Xiang Fei felt a surge of gratitude, believing Chen Jianghe to be a genuinely good leader. However, upon entering the van, his expression shifted as he noted that the vehicle had been meticulously cleaned inside and out. Chapter 66. Payment last night. Chen Jianghe had ventured out alone and returned at dawn, having thoroughly cleaned the van. A Jian, who also operated in this world, immediately began to connect the dots. Yet, he said nothing, merely shifting his expression slightly before silently departing in the van. Today was the day of Xiang Lie's surgery. Chen Jianghe had come through for them at a critical moment. Even if he were aware of Chen Jianghe's actions, he would remain silent. Jianghe, I've heard that Jinhao's game hall is set to open tomorrow. Zhang Peng approached swiftly, a hint of concern in his voice. So soon? Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow, having assumed that the Tianwei electronic world would take another week to open, surprised to learn it was scheduled for tomorrow. Yesterday, they were busy installing machinery, working through the night until this morning. Zhang Peng nodded, surprised by Jinhao's swift actions. This fellow is eager to commence operations and start earning money. There's no need to panic. When soldiers arrive, we shall confront them, and when water comes, we shall cover it with earth. Their opening does not intimidate us. The victor remains uncertain. Chen Jianghe reassured everyone not to worry, as he had alternative strategies. What strategies? Zhang Peng inquired with curiosity. You will know in due time. In short, in the realm of commercial competition, Jinhao is no match for me. Chen Jianghe smiled confidently. Zhang Peng nodded. In business rivalry, they all remained unafraid. What they feared was that Jinhao might resort to underhanded tactics. With Bai Zhang's support, they would likely not stand a chance against him. Jinhao alone was already formidable. Coupled with Bai Zhang, he would be exceedingly difficult to contend with. Chen Jianghe, shortly you must visit the tea house to settle accounts with Bai Yi. Just as he spoke, a man in his 30s, adorned with tattoos, suddenly entered and cast a glance at Chen Jianghe. The last time Chen Jianghe visited the tea house, these middle-aged men had regarded him with disdain. However, this time, that contempt had vanished. The entirety of North Street was now aware that Chen Jianghe had dealt with Lin Guobin. Who would dare to look down upon someone who could handle such a figure? After speaking, the middle-aged man crossed his arms and turned to leave, heading off to notify the next establishment. Each month, on a designated day, merchants on North Street were required to report to Bai Zhang. This had been the practice for years, and while there were those who neglected to pay, the consequence was that their shops would be smashed the following day. In North Street, Bai Zhang was akin to a tiger on the ground. His word was law, and his influence surpassed even that of Tang Aigua. What shall we do? Jianghe? Zhang Peng turned to Chen Jianghe. Take 2,000 yuan. You, a Jian, and I will make a trip. Chen Jianghe took a drag from his cigarette, his expression neutral. 2,000. That may not suffice. Zhang Peng hesitated. Bai Zhang would certainly not be satisfied with such a sum, even without including Lysan's billiard hall. 2,000 yuan would fall short. It must suffice, Chen Jianghe replied calmly. Calculating at 5%, a monthly net profit of 100,000 yuan warrants such a payment. Previously, even under Li Jindi's management, the Lihua Gaming Hall did not yield a net profit of 100,000. At most, it was around 60 to 70,000. Paying 2,000 is already a considerable gesture towards Bai Jiang. Very well then. Zhang Peng gritted his teeth, retrieved 2,000 from the counter, noted it down, and called a Jian over, instructing Zhang Chong and the others to watch the store. Together, the three followed Chen Jianghe towards the tea house. At the tea house, one after another, business owners arrived to settle their accounts. Some paid as little as 200 or 300, while others disbursed 1,000 or 2,000. Throughout North Street, the most prosperous establishments only paid 1,000 or 2,000. Such establishments typically remit a mere 3%, yielding a monthly profit exceeding 100,000. The merchants along North Street number at least in the dozens. When calculations are made, Bai Jiang's protection fees alone accumulate to over 100,000 monthly, translating to more than 1 million annually. At current market rates, this sum could procure 2 residences in the most affluent districts of Pengcheng, merely from collecting protection fees. Bai Jiang has amassed considerable wealth. Furthermore, one must consider the legitimate businesses owned by Bai Jiang, as well as those in which he holds shares. When all these ventures are accounted for, excluding any clandestine operations, Bai Jiang's earnings surpass 200,000 to 300,000 each month. This individual undoubtedly reigns as the wealthiest in North Street. Master Bai, Chen Jianghe has arrived. Today, Li Quan forewent card playing, opting instead to stand with crossed arms behind Bai Jiang. Upon seeing Chen Jianghe, he informed Bai Jiang, Chen Jianghe, I have heard you have been quite notable of late. Bai Jiang cast a glance at Chen Jianghe, casually playing a card. Even Lin Guobin has been outmaneuvered by you, young man. Impressive indeed. Gao Hu, seated opposite Bai Jiang, turned with keen interest towards Chen Jianghe. It is merely luck. Chen Jianghe replied calmly. He scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of the captivating beauty in the Qipao. Fang Qiong. It appears that this enchanting lady does not remain by Bai Jiang's side at all times. Unpretentious and composed, you are indeed a remarkable individual. You surpass your father, and your future accomplishments are boundless. Remarked another of Bai Jiang's card companions with a smile. Let us refrain from excessive flattery. For today's youth are easily swayed. A few compliments may lead them to forget their own identities. Bai Jiang retorted with a scoff, dousing the conversation with a cold reality. Upon hearing this, Zhang Peng's expression darkened, while a Jian sneered, brazenly fixing his gaze on Bai Jiang. What are you staring at, boy? Li Quan's fierce glare fell directly on a Jian. A Jian, with a rebellious glint in his eyes, turned his attention back to Li Quan. You have quite the audacity, little brat. Li Quan frowned, letting out a menacing laugh. Several toughs approached with stern expressions. What is the matter? A Jian boldly reached into his clothing, fingers brushing against a knife. Quan, Bai Jiang called out, and the group of toughs halted immediately. He turned to Chen Jianghe, stating, Chen Jianghe, keep your associates in check. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. Master Bai, I am here to settle accounts, not to create disturbances. Chen Jianghe defiantly tossed 2,000 yuan onto the table, his words smooth, but his demeanor brash. Bai Jiang's brow furrowed as he scrutinized Chen Jianghe. Quan, collect the money. Yes, Master Bai. Li Quan strode forward, swiftly grasping the cash and counting it briefly. Master Bai, there are only 2,000. 2,000. Bai Jiang's hand paused mid-game, his gaze icy as he fixated on Chen Jianghe. Do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving Bai Jiang in North Street? What consequences? Chen Jianghe's expression hardened as he extinguished his cigarette, hands shoved into his pockets. You insolent wretch, it seems you desire rebellion. Li Quan coldly fixed his gaze upon Chen Jianghe, a menacing expression etched across his face. In North Street, to deceive Lord Bai, clearing your establishment and incapacitating your men would be a mere trifling matter. Chapter 67. Youthful ardor, do give it a try. Chen Jianghe met Li Quan's glare without flinching. Zhang Peng and a Jian brandished their daggers, prepared to protect Chen Jianghe and fight back at a moment's notice. Bai Jiang's subordinates pushed back their chairs, brandishing their weapons, and encircled the trio, their eyes filled with predatory intent. Gao Hu and Bai Jiang's other 2 card companions watched Chen Jianghe in astonishment. It had been years since anyone dared to speak to Bai Jiang in such a manner. This lad is truly audacious, the fearless spirit of a young calf. If he can survive for another 2 years, he will undoubtedly become a formidable figure. Bai Jiang's expression darkened, his penetrating gaze fixed on Chun Jianghe. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him in such a way. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. The youth is indeed formidable. Feng Xiong was right. This lad possesses a semblance of the vigor I had in my own youth. Bai Zhang's demeanor softened momentarily as he regarded Chun Jianghe, then erupted into laughter. 2,000 it is, Chun Jianghe. This month, I shall grant you a favor. Thank you, Lord Bai, Chun Jianghe replied, maintaining his composure. However, remember to bring 5,000 next month, and from now on, you are to deliver 5,000 each month. Otherwise, you shall witness Li Quan's methods. Bai Zhang's laughter faded, and he waved his hand dismissively as if shooing away a fly. Chun Jianghe furrowed his brow, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. He said nothing and turned to leave. The roughnecks behind him wore unfriendly expressions, blocking his path. Step aside. Chun Jianghe's gaze turned icy, causing the blocking thug to flinch, instinctively stepping back and clearing the way. Thus, Chun Jianghe and his companions departed unimpeded. Lord Bai, that Chun Jianghe is far too arrogant. If we do not teach him a lesson, he will think himself a person of consequence. Li Quan remarked with displeasure once they had gone. Ah, the youth. Such impetuousness is to be expected. Quan, you and your companions may go and enjoy yourselves. Do not mind us. Lord Bai cheerfully waved his hand, dismissing Li Quan and his men. Brother Bai, the current youth truly are difficult to manage. Their heads seem to have swollen to the heavens. It is indeed time to impose some discipline, lest we raise a tiger to do us harm. One of the card players opined. No matter. Jinhao's gaming hall will be opening tomorrow. This lad, having recently opened a shop, has grown a tad reckless. It is just the opportunity for Chun Jianghe to serve as his whetstone, to temper him. Bai Zhang chuckled. Gao Hu felt a stirring in his heart, cursing inwardly. This old fellow has finally been swayed. For some time now, he had been emphasizing to Bai Zhang that Jinhao's forces were now robust. Surely a matter of concern for Bai Zhang. Bai Zhang retains Chun Jianghe, intending for him to inflict a few bites upon Jinhao. When two tigers clash, one must inevitably be wounded. Once Jinhao is injured, he will have to obediently remain as Bai Zhang's dog, lest he grows increasingly powerful and begins to assert his independence. As for Chun Jianghe, he is certainly no match for Jinhao. It would be preferable for Jinhao to dispose of Chun Jianghe, ideally resulting in mutual destruction, allowing Bai Zhang to pick up the pieces. Oh, how perilous it was just now. It was hardly worth jeopardizing one's standing over a mere 1,000 yuan. Upon exiting the tea house, Zhang Peng remarked with lingering trepidation. Had a confrontation truly erupted, the three of them might not have escaped unscathed. Boss, let me take care of that old man. Though he has many followers now, he will inevitably find himself alone at some point. Given the opportunity, I could eliminate him. A Jian, unfazed, eagerly expressed his desire to rid himself of Bai Zhang. Bai Zhang may be formidable, but he cannot be perpetually surrounded by protectors. As long as the number of Bai Zhang's companions does not exceed 3, he harbored the confidence to take him down. A Jian, navigating the underworld requires cunning. Without intellect, one shall forever remain a mere street thug, devoid of prospects. Chun Jianghe pointed to his own head. Not only is it exceedingly difficult to eliminate Bai Zhang, but even if you succeeded, what would it accomplish? Bai Zhang may perish. Yet his subordinates would remain, as would Jinhao. In that scenario, who could contend with us? The avenger of Bai Zhang would seamlessly take over his business. And Li Quan and Jinhao would pursue us like rabid dogs. We would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such pressure. While Bai Zhang must ultimately be dealt with, it cannot be through such reckless means. Chun Jianghe paused before continuing. My intentions extend beyond a mere 1,000 yuan. I seek to test Bai Zhang's limits. He likely wishes for us to confront Jinhao. Confront Jinhao? But he is his godson. Zhang Peng exclaimed in astonishment. You stated it yourself, a godson. Not a biological son. Chun Jianghe scoffed coldly. Even biological sons have been known to turn against their parents for the sake of wealth and power, let alone a godson. Do you truly believe that as Jinhao grows stronger, he will treat Bai Zhang with reverence? Surely he would seek to usurp Bai Zhang's position, compelling him into retirement. A Jian contemplated aloud. If he could merely facilitate Bai Zhang's retirement, that would be commendable. However, should he be ruthless, he might seize Bai Zhang's enterprises and women. Chun Jianghe chuckled derisively. In the underworld, most individuals are but lowly thugs. To expect them to uphold a high moral standard is a naive folly. Once Jinhao ascends to power, Bai Zhang's days will be numbered. Can Bai Zhang afford to ignore this reality? Now that Jin Hao's Tianwei Electronics World has opened, it is tantamount to him establishing his own dominion. Given a few more years to expand and recruit, Bai Jiang may no longer be able to contain him. Qin Jiang has speculated that Bai Jiang's restraint today likely stemmed from a desire for him to confront Jin Hao, hoping to temper Jin Hao's ambition and compel him to submit as a loyal dog. Bai Jiang, too, is growing old. As the years advance, those of the martial world ought to cleanse their pasts and seek a more legitimate existence, remaining in a state of ambiguity, neither wholly virtuous nor entirely corrupt, renders one susceptible to being a stepping stone for others. Jiang He, I comprehend your intentions. A look of sudden enlightenment crossed Zhang Peng's face, while Jian still seemed somewhat perplexed. Jian, there is no need for excessive contemplation. Simply be assured that Bai Jiang will not take action against us, at least for the time being, declared Chen Jianghe. What about the 5,000 yuan due next month? Jian inquired, his concern palpable. We have not engaged in a destructive conflict with Jin Hao, and let me assure you, even if we fail to deliver the 5,000, Bai Jiang will not turn against us. His true motivations lie beyond such trivial sums. The insistence on Chen Jiang, he paying 5,000 starting next month, was merely a fade, a statement meant for the ears of others. Bai Jiang intended to convey to them that disobedience would incur consequences. However, as long as Chen Jiang he faced off against Jin Hao, without causing a significant uproar or bloodshed, Bai Jiang would not intervene for the sake of this money. Jian gazed at Chen Jiang he with admiration, recognizing his profound insight. Jiang He, are we truly to confront Jin Hao? Zhang Peng asked, his voice laced with worry. Once Tianwei Electronic World opens, even if we do not provoke him, he will inevitably bring trouble upon us. Chen Jiang he responded coldly. Chapter 68. The event. Zhang Peng and Jian nodded silently. Fully convinced by Chen Jiang he's perspective, he possessed a foresight and clarity that surpassed theirs, contemplating matters with greater depth. Boss Chen, I've heard that Tianwei Electronic World is set to launch tomorrow, with a grand opening promotion for 3 days, games for just 1 yuan. Are you planning any promotions at your arcade? An old customer greeted Chen Jiang, he with a smile upon his return to the Fire of Flames arcade. 1 yuan for unlimited play? Exclaimed Zhang Peng and Jian, their expressions shifting in dismay. The audacious Jin Hao was indeed willing to invest significantly. Previously, when the Fire of Flames arcade had reopened, their promotion offered 10 tokens for a yuan, which barely afforded any substantial playtime. This new 1 yuan for unlimited play, whether for a day or just part of it, represented a far greater promotional effort than what they had previously offered. Jin Hao's aggressive strategy was clearly aimed at monopolizing the entire Northern Street's business, leaving no room for competitors. Should we hold a promotion? Whether or not we do, my aim in running this arcade isn't solely for profit. It's to provide a space for everyone to unwind. Chen Jiang he smiled slightly. I appreciate your sentiments, Boss Chen. What are your plans for the promotion? The familiar customer, aware that Chen Jiang he was jesting, nonetheless displayed keen curiosity. The promotion at the Fire of Flames arcade will be launched this afternoon, and everyone shall find out then. Chen Jiang he raised his voice so that all patrons in the arcade could hear, before casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Peng and Jian, signaling them to follow him upstairs. Jiang He, if we also offer unlimited play for 1 yuan, we'll face catastrophic losses. That amount won't even cover the electricity. Zhang Peng followed him upstairs, anxiety etched across his face. The arcade operates on commercial electricity, resulting in significant daily expenses. A 1 yuan unlimited play scheme is not a sustainable strategy. Jin Hao may manage it for only 2 or 3 days. But if he can maintain it for a week, that would truly demonstrate his audacity. Chen Jianghe chuckled coldly. Jian, please make your way to the entrance of Tianwei Electronics World to ascertain the details of their promotional activities. Their grand opening event must have been announced by now. Understood. Jian nodded, turning to descend the stairs towards Tianwei Electronics World. Zhang Peng, I have a concept. Chen Jianghe tossed a cigarette to Zhang Peng, taking one for himself. Zhang Peng produced a lighter, igniting Chen Jianghe's cigarette. I am contemplating a long-term promotional event. As long as our store remains operational, the promotion will remain in effect. What kind of event? Zhang Peng queried, lighting his own cigarette, still visibly apprehensive. A coin recharge promotion. For instance, if one recharges 10 yuan, they receive 15 yuan's worth of coins, recharge 20 yuan, and receive 35 yuan's worth, recharge 100 yuan, and receive 200 yuan's worth. What do you think? Chen Jianghe had heard of such business strategies during his time in prison. The prison housed a diverse array of individuals from various professions. It was a misconception that only criminals resided there. Recharge 10 yuan for 15? Wouldn't that lead to losses? Zhang Peng was somewhat perplexed by the underlying business logic. Not at all. It merely entails a strategy of low margins and high volumes, and it could potentially yield even greater profits. Chen Jianghe replied confidently. So, 10 yuan would provide 75 coins? Zhang Peng, encouraged by Chen Jianghe's confidence, nodded thoughtfully. If implemented, this would make our arcade the cheapest in the entire city of Pengcheng. With Chen Jianghe's rising reputation, it may even position Lihua as one of the most renowned arcades in Pengcheng. 10 yuan for 75 coins. And 100 yuan would yield 1,000 coins. Chen Jianghe asserted. This promotion is quite substantial. Zhang Peng calculated, realizing that 100 yuan would equate to 10 coins per yuan, similar to the initial week of Lihua's reopening. This promotional strength was indeed formidable. However, Chen Jianghe had his reservations. The clientele at the arcade primarily comprised students, unemployed individuals, and petty delinquents. The likelihood of them recharging 100 yuan was minimal. A recharge of 10 or 20 yuan would be commendable. This reflects the rapid economic development of Pengcheng in less prosperous inland cities. Such a promotion would be unattainable due to higher barriers. Boss, at the entrance of Tianwei Electronics World, they have posted red notices detailing the event schedule. Their 1 yuan unlimited play will last for 3 days, starting tomorrow and concluding the day after. A patron must pay 1 yuan to enter and enjoy free play. Should they exit midway, they must pay again to re-enter. At this moment, Ajian returned, promptly relaying the details of Jin Hao's promotional event to Chen Jianghe. Jin Hao truly lacks the audacity. Chen Jianghe let out a cold laugh, pondering that if this event were to last for an entire week, the reputation of Tianwei Electronic World would be firmly established. However, with only 3 days of activities, it lacked ambition. Subsequently, Chen Jianghe conferred with Zhang Peng about the specifics of the membership promotion at the Fire Game Hall. In the afternoon, he instructed Zhang Peng to draft a notice announcing the activities at the Fire Game Hall. The promotion offered coins with a recharge, equivalent to purchasing 75 coins for just 10 yuan, sufficient for a week of play. Yet, this promotion seemed rather meager, especially when compared to Tianwei Electronic World. Indeed, over there, one could play freely with just a yuan. Boss Chun exhibited a lack of sincerity. Guests at the Fire Game Hall congregated around the notice, engaging in animated discussions. Many felt that Chen Jianghe's promotion was too insignificant, particularly in comparison to Tianwei Electronic World, rendering it incomparable. Zhang Peng eagerly awaited throughout the afternoon. Yet very few patrons opted for the membership. Nevertheless, business at the game hall remained fervent, as Tianwei Electronic World had yet to commence operations. That evening, Xiang Fei hurriedly returned. Brother Fei, how did Xiang Li's surgery go? Upon seeing him, Ajian quickly inquired. Chen Jianghe happened to be downstairs and turned to look. The surgery was a success. The doctor said after a few more days of rest, she should be able to be discharged, and if her recovery goes well, she will walk normally again. Xiang Fei, filled with excitement, approached Chen Jianghe and deeply bowed. Boss, thank you. From now on, my life belongs to you. Chen Jianghe had spent 10,000 yuan on Xiang Li's medical expenses. Relying on them to earn money by engaging in violent acts would take an indeterminate amount of time to gather such funds. Xiang Fei, stand up. From now on, we are all in this together. There is no need for such formalities. Chen Jianghe scanned the room and spoke solemnly. As long as you follow me. I cannot promise much, but as long as I, Chen Jianghe, have food to eat, I will ensure no one goes hungry. Boss, we trust you. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing nodded enthusiastically. Despite their brief and perilous time with Chen Jianghe, the money they earned had indeed exceeded their previous earnings significantly. In this line of work, the fear was not in risking one's life for money, but rather in risking one's life without any financial reward. Chapter 69. Grand opening. The next morning, Tianwei Electronic World opened its doors on schedule. Jin Hao prepared firecrackers and arranged for lion dances, creating a lively atmosphere. The sounds of firecrackers and the lion dance resonated precisely at 9 in the morning. Young people from North Street, seeking entertainment, flocked to witness the spectacle. Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei, hearing the commotion, exited the game hall. Jianghe, they have opened. Zhang Peng took a puff of his cigarette, forcefully extinguishing the butt underfoot. Once Tianwei Electronic World commenced operations, the fire game hall became desolate. Whereas previously there had been a dozen patrons in the morning, today there were only 2 or 3. Upon hearing of the opening, even those 2 or 3 departed. The fire game hall stood empty, with only Chen Jianghe and a few others remaining. Qiang, accompany Zhou Bing at the store. We shall take a look. Chen Jianghe, cigarette in hand, strode directly towards the Tianwei Electronics World. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Tianwei Electronics World, Jin Hao, clad in a striking white suit, stood at the arcade's entrance, beaming as he graciously thanked the supportive patrons. Today, Bai Jiang personally made an appearance, bringing with him 2 lavish floral arrangements and a beautifully framed calligraphy piece inscribed with the auspicious characters Kai Yuan Guang Jin, signed by none other than Bai Jiang himself. This calligraphy served as a testament to Bai Jiang's backing of the establishment, signaling to any potential troublemakers among Jianghu friends that they ought to consider the implications of provoking Bai Jiang. Bai Jiang was the first to arrive, reflecting his esteem and support for Jin Hao, followed shortly by Gao Hu, who presented 2 floral arrangements but neglected to offer a red envelope. Congratulations. Such a grand establishment must thrive and prosper, earning riches daily, Gao Hu declared with a broad smile. Thank you, Uncle Gao, Jin Hao replied with a sardonic chuckle, lazily raising his hand. A flicker of coldness crossed Gao Hu's eyes, yet his smile remained unwavering as he entered the office to share tea with Bai Jiang. Subsequently, Bai Jiang's other 2 card-playing companions arrived, also bearing floral arrangements and red envelopes. These 3 companions were brothers from Bai Jiang's past, with Jin Hao being Bai Jiang's godson, while Gao Hu and his companions could be considered Jin Hao's elder generation. Gao Hu, the youngest among Bai Jiang's quartet, was barely under 40. However, his ventures had not fared well in recent years, leading to considerable financial losses. With Bai Jiang's advancing age, he had taken Jin Hao under his wing, aiding in the management of his business. Gao Hu, envious of Jin Hao's success, sought to undermine him and seize control of the business Jin Hao managed, often attempting to sow discord in front of Bai Jiang. Jin Hao had long harbored a disdain for Gao Hu. Following this, Bai Jiang's friends and allies, along with various bosses from North Street, gathered to show their support. This was the display of power, Bai Jiang's power, one that Chen Jianghe and his associates could not contend with directly. After welcoming the guests, Jin Hao invited Bai Jiang to officiate a brief opening ceremony, marking the official inauguration of Tianwei Electronics World. The eager youth could hardly contain themselves, flooding into the arcade, quickly enlivening the atmosphere. Many significant clients ascended to the second floor to indulge in the slot machines, eliciting envy from Zhang Peng and his companions. Such connections had effectively filled Jin Hao's establishment to capacity. Jin Hao regarded Chen Jianghe's arcade with disdain, convinced that with Bai Jiang's support and his own successful endeavors, the Tianwei Electronics World would soon render the Lihua arcade obsolete, monopolizing all business. After mingling in the office above the arcade, Bai Jiang soon departed, just in time to catch a glimpse of Chen Jianghe outside. He cast Chen Jianghe a meaningful smile, then promptly departed with his entourage. As Jin Hao had anticipated, the first 3 days of the event witnessed a remarkable surge in business. The arcade on the lower floor was perpetually bustling with patrons, while the slot machine area upstairs experienced an exceptional start on the first day. However, business dwindled slightly on the second day and further declined on the third. Many of those playing the slot machines were merely indulging in a favor for Bai Jiang. Jin Hao, with his cunning nature, had significantly lowered the payout rates for the machines, resulting in a scenario where for every 100 put in, only 10 would be returned. Seasoned players quickly discerned this pattern and would not return. In contrast, typical establishments would offer a more favorable rate of 20 out of every 100. At Chen Jianghe's venue, the odds were substantially better, with 30 returned for every 100, making it 3 times more generous than Jin Hao's setup. While one could afford to grant a favor once, no one would willingly part with their money repeatedly for such a fade. Consequently, Jin Hao's arcade struggled to gain traction and business swiftly deteriorated. Some slot players fortuitously found their way to Beijia, where they decided to try their luck at the Lihua arcade, discovering its superior odds, which subsequently converted them into loyal customers. Nonetheless, Jin Hao remained unfazed, as the first 3 days of operations at Tianwei Electronic World were indeed profitable. With a 1 yuan entry fee, the gaming area could earn over 1,000 each day, creating quite a lively atmosphere. The slot machines on the second floor were also contributing significantly to his profits. Have you calculated the totals? Jin Hao asked from his office at the back of the second floor, casually smoking and reclining in a relaxed manner. Boss, we earned a total of 3,687 from the arcade area over the past 3 days. And the slot machines have brought in 67,875, reported a bespectacled man in the office. In total, that's approximately 71,000. 71,000 in just 3 days? Quite impressive. Jin Hao exclaimed, elated. At this rate, our arcade could generate around 700,000 in monthly revenue. After deducting costs and profit shares, I should be able to net around 100,000 each month. This arcade not only generates income, but also allows me to support a few staff members. With such a large establishment, maintaining a workforce of 20 should be effortless. Wealth brings strength. Boss, business was good these past 3 days, but today as performance isn't as promising. The bespectacled man quietly noted. Today's business is poor? Jin Hao furrowed his brow, putting out his cigarette and heading downstairs. Upon his arrival, he indeed found the arcade area much quieter than before. Yesterday at this hour, there had been at least 200 patrons, yet now only 20 to 30 were present. Why are there so few people? Jin Hao's expression darkened. Boss, since we stopped the promotions and reverted to normal pricing, the crowd has thinned. A lackluster employee quickly explained. Jin Hao believed that Tianwei Electronic World, being sufficiently spacious with new machines and an inviting environment, should not offer overly cheap tokens. A price of 1 yuan for 3 tokens seemed appropriate. However, reality struck harshly as the moment he set the price at 1 yuan for 3 tokens, business faltered immediately. A group of destitute souls. Jin Hao cursed with indignation. Chapter 70. Competition. Brother Hao, our patrons have all flocked to Chunjiang's establishment. I heard he is conducting some sort of membership recharge promotion. Should we also consider initiating an event? The bespectacled man suggested, following suit. What kind of recharge promotion is he running? Jin Hao furrowed his brow. I'm not entirely certain about the specifics, but Jin Mao, you should visit Chunjiang's gaming hall to ascertain the details of his promotion. The bespectacled man shook his head and then instructed a nearby lackey. The lackey nodded and hastily exited. Brother Peng, Jin Hao's underling has arrived. Xiang Fei, who had been smoking at the entrance, discreetly turned and whispered to Zhang Peng upon noticing the lackey's approach. How many have come? Zhang Peng immediately became alert, reaching for something beneath the counter. Only one. He is surely here to gather intelligence. There's no need to pay him any mind. Zhang Peng finally relaxed. Today, the business at the Fire Gaming Hall was exceptionally thriving, particularly in the arcade section, where the number of players had increased by at least 1/3 compared to usual. With Tianwei Electronic World ceasing its promotional activities, patrons quickly realized that Fire Gaming Hall offered more affordable options. The recharge event and complimentary cigarettes had even drawn in customers from farther afield around North Street. At Fire, no recharge was necessary. One could acquire 5 tokens for just 1 yuan, which was already a bargain, and the added benefit of free cigarettes made it far more enjoyable than other gaming halls. With a recharge of 10 yuan, patrons received 15 yuan's worth of tokens, which could be saved for future use, essentially translating to 7.5 tokens per yuan. Undoubtedly the lowest price in the city. Once the recharge event was launched and free cigarettes distributed, the arcade business at Fire Gaming Hall began to flourish astonishingly. In the preceding 3 days, while Tianwei Electronic World had hosted a 1 yuan unlimited play promotion, no one had recharged at Fire, but by this morning alone, at least 10 individuals had taken advantage of the recharge offer. If this momentum continued, the number of patrons recharging would surely increase exponentially. It wouldn't be long before Fire Gaming Hall's business would reach unprecedented heights. Zhang Peng, with a cigarette clamped between his lips, soon spotted the lackey from Jin Hao's crew. Xiang Fei and Zhang Peng had made it a point to familiarize themselves with Jin Hao's associates, having recognized most of them who worked at the gaming hall. If a confrontation was inevitable, it was essential to be thoroughly prepared. Knowing oneself and one's adversary would significantly enhance the odds of victory. The lackey, oblivious to being noticed, pretended to casually meander through the gaming hall, closely observing the bright red decorations and engaging in conversation with Zhou Bing to glean information before hastily departing. Brother Hao, I've gathered intel. Their promotion involves recharging money for extra tokens. Jin Mao returned and relayed the information he had acquired to Jin Hao. Recharging for extra tokens? Jin Hao frowned, his expression sour. That Chunjiang, that pauper, still harbors ambitions of profiting from the impoverished. In the eyes of Jean Hao, those who indulge in arcade games are merely impoverished ruffians, whereas patrons of slot machines are deemed the true esteemed clientele. While the arcade business may flourish, it only yields modest profits. It is solely the slot machines that can generate substantial wealth. He has witnessed significant patrons lose hundreds of thousands in a single night. How long would it take to amass such fortunes through arcade games? The bespectacled man mused that the money of the impoverished is the easiest to earn, and indeed, they are the most populous in this world. With a vast customer base, accumulating wealth becomes a simpler endeavor. Brother Hao, should we not follow suit? The bespectacled man suggested. I've heard that Chunjiangha's gaming hall distributes free cigarettes, and the youth flock to play there. Free cigarettes? With my extensive operation, I'd have to distribute an enormous amount daily. Jean Hao's expression soured. His large investment was predicated on generating significant profits post-opening. How could he possibly earn substantial sums if he offered free cigarettes and initiated recharge promotions? However, with so many machines, they could not remain idle. Brother Hao, distributing just 2 packs a day amounts to trivial expenses. If we enhance our service, the business will improve, and everything will follow suit. The bespectacled man urged. Very well. But remember to purchase cheap cigarettes. The impoverished cannot discern quality. Jean Hao furrowed his brow in contemplation. As for the gaming tokens, they would be set at 5 tokens for 1 yuan. They would not engage in recharge promotions, for 5 tokens for 1 yuan would be the most economical offering. The bespectacled man nodded in agreement. 5 tokens for 1 yuan was reasonable, especially considering the pleasant environment, new machines, and free cigarettes, which would render them more competitive than ordinary gaming halls. Even if business did not soar to previous heights, it would certainly improve from its current desolation. The primary goal was to leverage the businesses of Jean Hao and Bai Yi to elevate the slot machine venture. Brother Hao, our slot machines have a prohibitively low payout rate. Many business owners who have played are dissatisfied, and some have never returned after their initial visit. The bespectacled man spoke softly. Jean Hao hurried upstairs to survey the situation, only to find that the number of patrons dwindled daily. Among the 100 or so slot machines, merely a dozen individuals were engaged in play. Just yesterday, at this hour, there had been 20 or more. The evening hours were even more disheartening, with attendance capable of fluctuating 2 to 3 times. Brother Hao, even in pig farming, one must fatten the pigs before slaughtering them. Our business has yet to take off. Once it stabilizes, we can adjust the payout rate later. The bespectacled man advised. Damn it, this money is truly hard to come by. Jean Hao cursed before instructing. Adjust the payout rate of the slot machines upwards. To what extent? A payout of 20 for every 100 wagered will suffice. Are we to pay out 30 for every 100? Jean Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Understood, Brother Hao, I will arrange it immediately. The bespectacled man quickly nodded. A payout of 20 for every 100 is standard across most gaming halls. This adjustment would undoubtedly attract a considerable number of customers. After arranging matters, Jean Hao ascended to his office, seizing his mobile phone to initiate a flurry of calls, reaching out to friends and acquaintances, inviting them to engage with the slot machines. This individual, bolstered by the support of Bai Jiang, has thrived remarkably over the past few years, boasting an extensive network. When he makes a call, it is difficult for others to decline. They have no choice but to bring money to participate in the games. Following the adjustment of the slot machines to enhance winning probabilities, a number of patrons, despite their ups and downs, have indeed been lured in. The business of slot machines at Tianwei Electronic World has proven to be significantly superior to that of the Lihua Game Hall, with a steady stream of at least dozens of players daily. A week later, both the Lihua Game Hall and Tianwei Electronic World began to stabilize in terms of business. The arcade operations at Lihua Game Hall thrived, witnessing a bustling crowd every day, while the slot machine business was mediocre, better than during its reopening, yet still not lucrative enough for substantial profits. Conversely, the slot machine business at Tianwei Electronic World flourished, generating daily revenues ranging from a few thousand to several thousand, considerably impacting the slot machine operations at Lihua Game Hall. The competition between the two establishments intensified, with neither able to overpower the other. Chapter 71. The Young Women Under and Yu De Prong. How's business today? A few days later, Xiang Fei's sister, Xiang Li, was discharged from the hospital. However, her leg was still in recovery, rendering her unable to walk. Initially, Chun Jianghe intended for Xiang Li to continue her convalescence, with her salary remaining intact. Yet, having endured a life of hardship alongside Xiang Fei, Xiang Li was reluctant to accept money without contributing. She insisted on assisting at the game hall. Chun Jianghe then instructed Xiang Fei to bring Xiang Li over, arranging a private room for her on the second floor, while designating her as the cashier. Xiang Li would handle the cash, while Zhang Peng maintained the accounts, ensuring a separation of finances. In Zhang Peng's absence, Zhang Chong would oversee the accounting, with reconciliations conducted weekly. This was not a matter of distrust towards Xiang Li. In business, reliance on trust alone is insufficient. Formality is essential, otherwise, when issues arise, both funds and goodwill may dissipate. Chen Jiming had previously advised Chen Jianghe against testing loyalty, and his demise substantiated the notion that human nature is fragile under scrutiny. A more structured approach ultimately benefits everyone. Jianghe, today's business is quite promising, with revenues nearing 3,000. We're not far from achieving a monthly turnover of 100,000. Zhang Peng exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. That is quite commendable. Chen Jianghe mused silently, calculating that with a revenue of 3,000, subtracting costs would leave approximately 2,500. After deducting protection fees and various other expenses, he would be left with a net profit just over 1,000. This amount, in an era where 10,000 yuan households were the norm, represented a substantial income. Earning 30,000 a month was commendable by any standard. Yet, Chen Jianghe desired more than mere figures. By the way, in recent days, Jinhao subordinates have been frequenting our establishment. Xie Gang hasn't brought anyone here for over a week. I heard he was lured away by Jinhao's people. Several of our more affluent clients have been approached by Jinhao's associates. Zhang Peng remarked, his expression turning grave once more. Previously, Xie Gang would frequently bring the boss to indulge in slot machines, and their collaboration was quite fruitful. Now, however, he has been whisked away, severing that connection. Jinhao's underlings have begun to harass other clients of Liehua, evidently attempting to undermine its foundation. It appears that Jinhao is becoming increasingly restless. Since he has chosen to poach our people, we need not maintain our politeness any longer. Dapeng, accompany me outside, Chun Jianghe declared, extinguishing his cigarette with resolute determination. Although his investigation has yet to yield decisive progress, Chun Jianghe is reluctant to engage in direct conflict with Jinhao. Yet Zhang Jun has begun to apply pressure, and Jinhao is once again siphoning off personnel from his establishment. If this continues, should the clientele for the slot machines be lured away, and Jinhao, determined, initiates recharge activities akin to Chen Jianghe's, Liehua may indeed face a slow demise. Chen Jianghe is not the type to remain passive. Since Jinhao has commenced his underhanded tactics, he can hardly fault Chen Jianghe for responding in kind. Jianghe, where are we headed? Zhang Peng inquired as he acknowledged Chen Jianghe, summoning Zhang Chong to accompany them, and they departed in a Santana. The Santana had recently undergone repairs and was now back on the road. To the Sihai Grand Hotel, Zhang Peng drove the Santana, bringing Chun Jianghe directly to their destination, where the hotel was ablaze with lights and bustling with activity both downstairs and upstairs. Chun Jianghe estimated that the behind-the-scenes owner of this establishment could reap substantial profits, easily in the hundreds of thousands each month after distributing shares and settling accounts. As the two entered the Sihai Grand Hotel, they ascended directly to a private room. Pretty boy, is Anyue around? Have her come here, Chen Jianghe declared, tossing a wad of cash onto the table as he addressed the waiter. The amount was modest, merely a few thousand, but sufficient to summon a few companions for entertainment and perhaps take two along afterward. Please hold on, sir, the waiter replied, hesitating to collect the money immediately. Instead, he took their order before departing with the cash. Jianghe, do you need to speak with Anyue? Zhang Peng asked, perplexed in such an unfamiliar environment. He rarely frequented places like this and had only occasionally assisted Lai San, who would treat the pool hall patrons to a night of singing when in high spirits. Having followed Lai San for over 2 years, he had only been here 2 or 3 times. Yes, I have something to discuss with her, Chen Jianghe nodded. After a short wait, fruit platters, beer, and drinks were delivered, and after a brief half-hour, Anyue arrived at the private room, dressed in a short leather skirt and adorned with makeup. Jianghe, what brings you here? Had I known, I would have come directly, Anyue exclaimed with surprise, settling beside Chun Jianghe with a beaming smile. Are you here to support your old classmate's business? Not welcome? Chen Jianghe teased. Of course you're welcome. Zhang Peng, what would you like to drink? I'll give you a discount. Anyue laughed, wrapping her arm around Chen Jianghe's. Turning to Zhang Peng, she added, just beer for me, I'm fine with that. Should I take my leave now? Zhang Peng held his beer glass. Feeling somewhat out of place, he lingered here, and it seemed somewhat inconvenient for Yu and Chun Jianghe to engage freely. De Peng felt a bit solitary. And you? Summon a few of your girls to keep him company for a drink. Chun Jianghe suggested. Is it for him to drink, or for you? And Yu retorted with a slight pout. You men turn wicked when wealth comes your way. Nevertheless, she did not let the mood sour and promptly called over several girls. Each of these young women was more enchanting than the last, clad in attire that accentuated their allure. Hello, Brother Chun. Hello, Brother Peng. They greeted with familiarity as they entered, well acquainted with Chun Jianghe's reputation. They had heard of the altercation between Chun Jianghe and Lin Guobin, where a few had dispatched Lin, a topic of much discussion among patrons at the time. Many in the underworld spoke of a fierce figure emerging from Beijia, Chun Jianghe, as a classmate of Yu. This only piqued their curiosity further. Please, everyone, take a seat. We are all friends here, no need for formality. Chun Jianghe surveyed the girls closely, feeling quite pleased. In recent years, with the economic boom in Pengcheng, countless young women had arrived from all corners of the country seeking work. Many of those unwilling to endure hardship for quick earnings often became regulars at bars, while others became mistresses to wealthy Hong Kong businessmen. In fact, an area had emerged in Pengcheng known for such mistresses, with entire complexes filled with youthful beauty. The girls under an U.S. wing were of particularly high caliber, all in their early 20s, vibrant, and strikingly beautiful. Thank you, Brother Chun. They bowed once more and took their seats. What is so fascinating? Can't you look at me? And Yu playfully pinched Chun Jianghe's waist. He was uncertain if Yu treated others similarly or if there was indeed something different about her demeanor towards him. Nonetheless, he was focused solely on his career aspirations, uninterested in distractions. I have something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? And Yu noticed Chun Jianghe's serious expression and adopted a more earnest demeanor. Just then, a server abruptly pushed the door open, hurriedly approaching Yu to whisper something in her ear. A friend of young Master Hai? And Yu's brows furrowed, and she offered Chun Jianghe an apologetic look. Jianghe, please enjoy yourself. I need to step out for a moment. Chun Jianghe nodded, not insisting she stay. I'll be right back. And Yu stood, leaving a trail of fragrant air as she exited the room. Jianghe, what business do you have with Yu? Once she departed, Zhang Peng, seeking conversation, leaned in closer. Chun Jianghe glanced at him and noted the beads of sweat on Zhang Peng's forehead. He was stiff and unable to meet the eyes of the girls nearby. Having never experienced romance, Zhang Peng was utterly flustered in their presence. It is inconvenient to speak here. I shall discuss it later. I need to step out for a smoke. A sly smile suddenly appeared on Chun Jianghe's face as he stood up and walked toward the exit of the private room. I shall go too. I shall go too. Zhang Peng hurriedly rose to his feet, hastily following Chun Jianghe. Brother Peng, do not leave. We are drinking. A girl seized Zhang Peng's arm, feigning a smile. Brother Peng, please don't go. Brother Peng, shall we play a game together? Several girls surrounded Zhang Peng, preventing his departure. They could tell he was inexperienced. If they encountered a novice, they would not only refrain from charging, but would also offer a red envelope. Observing Zhang Peng's crimson face, they aimed to tease him. No, please. Do not touch me indiscriminately. Zhang Peng's face was as red as blood. He struggled vigorously, as if confronted by a ghost, and hurriedly fled. De Peng, why is your face so flushed? Chun Jianghe stood not far from the door of the private room, smoking, and smiled knowingly as he saw Zhang Peng emerge. It's a bit warm. Zhang Peng awkwardly shielded his face, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. Boss Ma, please stop. I do not wish to go out. Just as he spoke, a shout from a nearby room suddenly pierced the air. It was Yu. Chun Jianghe's brow furrowed, and he immediately walked in that direction. Zhang Peng, hearing the commotion, instinctively reached into his pocket and followed suit. Damn, and you, do you know you're a filthy whore? Why pretend to be a virtuous lady? Inside the room, a man in his 30s, portly and reeking of alcohol, pointed at Yu and hurled abuse at her. A nearby waitress attempted to intervene, but was promptly kicked aside by the man. Accompanied by several friends, he stood arrogantly. Chun Jianghe's expression turned icy as he pushed the door open and entered. Anin, what is happening? It's nothing, Jianghe, just a small misunderstanding. You should return to the room, and we can discuss it later. And Yu forced a smile upon seeing Chun Jianghe approach, hoping to dissuade him from causing trouble. You little brat, what is it to you? Get lost. One of the man's companions reached out to shove Chun Jianghe aside. In a swift motion, Chun Jianghe seized the man's finger, twisting it with force, and with a sharp crack, broke it. The man screamed in agony, clutching his hand as he collapsed to the floor. "Jianghe, do not resort to violence." And Yu cried out, but it was too late to intervene. "Damn you, get him." The portly man, enraged, grabbed a bottle and shouted, while his friends picked up their bottles, charging at Jianghe. "Do not fight. Do not resort to violence." And Yu attempted to intervene, but was roughly shoved aside. Jianghe's gaze turned steely. He suddenly lunged forward and landed a punch on one man's chin, causing him to scream as he was knocked to the ground. The man beside him swung a wine bottle fiercely, aiming for Jianghe's head. Jianghe deftly sidestepped, seizing the man's hair and forcefully slamming his head onto the tempered glass table. Crash! The glass shattered instantly, and the man's skull burst open, rendering him unconscious without so much as a groan. "Damn it!" Almost simultaneously, Zhang Peng lunged at another man, his spring-loaded knife flicking open with a swift motion, plunging into the man's thigh. Blood gushed forth. "Does it hurt, having a knife embedded in you? How many lives do you possess?" Zhang Peng yanked the knife free and kicked the man down. The bloodied blade now pointed menacingly at a portly fellow. The man froze, too terrified to strike back with the wine bottle in his hand. The remaining two men also hesitated, paralyzed by fear. "Why you dare touch me? Do you know who I am?" "Hai Xiao is my friend," the rotund man shouted, his bravado faltering. "Hai Xiao? Never heard of him." Jianghe casually picked up a bottle of foreign liquor and smashed it against the man's forehead with a resounding thud. The man's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground, blood streaming down his face. "Jianghe, is it you again?" At that moment, Zhang Gu arrived in haste with several bodyguards, and upon seeing Jianghe, his expression shifted, revealing a hint of trepidation. The first time he encountered Jianghe, he had thought him a fierce young man, someone who could be useful if recruited. However, he later learned of Jianghe's confrontation with Lin Guobin, realizing that Jianghe was not merely a vicious dog but a starving wolf, or even a ferocious tiger, beyond his control. Manager Zhang understood that his standing in the underworld was akin to Lin Guobin's, primarily because of his connections with the Sihai Grand Hotel, where he thrived. Otherwise, he would scarcely be noticed in front of Lin Guobin. In contrast, Jianghe had dispatched Lin Guobin, making it clear that he was not someone Zhang could provoke. "Manager Zhang, this brat has assaulted my men. Look at what he did to me. You must incapacitate him," the portly man exclaimed upon seeing Zhang go, as if he had spotted a savior. Manager Zhang's brow furrowed deeply. He recognized the man as a small-time leather factory owner who frequented Sihai and was acquainted with Gao Hai, the son of the hotel owner. Recently, for reasons unknown, this man had developed an infatuation with Yu, attempting to take her out. Although Yu worked as a madam with a group of girls under her, she herself did not engage in such activities. She merely toyed with this man, who was likely growing impatient today and sought to forcefully claim her. Such a scene had turned ugly. When you go out, it should be consensual. Turning it into this is quite disgraceful. "He is Jianghe. Do not provoke him," Zhang Gu admonished. "Jianghe? I care not for his name. If you cannot deal with him today, I shall seek out Hai Xiao," the stout man shouted sharply. Chapter 73. How many young ladies does one require? "Do you think I'm a fool, opening a business for Si Xiao? Is it worth my while to go against Jianghe over such trivial matters?" Boss Ma retorted. "If you insist on saying that, Boss Ma, this matter will become problematic." Brother Zhang expressed his growing impatience. A friend of the stout man, seemingly familiar with Jianghe, suddenly reacted with alarm, casting a fearful glance at Jianghe before whispering hurriedly into the stout man's ear. Although Jianghe was not widely known elsewhere, he had garnered a certain reputation in the Pingjiang district. Anyone in the social circles of Pingjiang would have heard of Jianghe's exploits. Lin Guobin had been dealt with by him, and Li Jindi, a notable figure, was said to have returned to his hometown, though who really knew where that was? Li Jindi was nowhere to be found, alive or dead. Lai Sen had his leg broken and had since vanished. Jianghe had only recently emerged, yet had already clashed with three prominent figures. Was this the sort of person that an ordinary small business owner could afford to provoke? Upon hearing his friend's warning, the stout man shivered. As the owner of a small factory, he would rather avoid someone like Jianghe, who now seemed to have actively sought him out. Was he courting death? The Sihai Grand Hotel was merely opening its doors for business. There was no need for him to take on such a burden. Realizing he had messed with the wrong person, the stout man quickly sought help from manager Zhang. "Jianghe, we at Sihai will handle our own affairs. No need for your interference." Don't cause trouble. Just leave. Brother Zhang warned, watching Chun Jianghe warily. Right. Brother Chun, it's all a misunderstanding. I had no idea that An Yue was connected to you. I want to touch her again. The stout man hastily chimed in. What a fool. An Yue muttered under her breath. If Boss Ma had kept his mouth shut, this matter might have simply been brushed aside. Why did he feel the need to complicate things with unnecessary words? Jianghe, it's fine. I'm all right. An Yue quickly intervened, attempting to shield Chun Jianghe. Which hand did you use to touch An Yue? Chun Jianghe coldly fixed his gaze on Boss Ma. What do you mean by that? Boss Ma trembled, realizing he had misspoken. Suddenly, Chun Jianghe stepped forward, producing a spring knife that he plunged forcefully into Boss Ma's right hand, piercing through it completely. Boss Ma stared blankly at his hand, pausing for 2 seconds before the pain registered, eliciting a piercing scream. Brother Zhang flinched, yet did not signal for the security to intervene. One could only blame Boss Ma for his foolishness and poor choice of words. In this day and age, merely glancing at someone else's partner in an ice rink or arcade could lead to violence, let alone touching a leg. Jianghe. An Yue clutched Chun Jianghe tightly, preventing him from escalating the situation. Remember, this is just a minor lesson. Next time, it won't be so simple. Chun Jianghe withdrew the spring knife, ensuring not to leave behind any evidence. Subsequently, he cast a fleeting glance at Brother Zhang and departed with Zhang Peng. Brother Zhang, accompanied by a cadre of security personnel, dared not intervene. The demeanor of Chun Jianghe during his first and second visits was entirely transformed. This young man, without a doubt, possessed remarkable qualities. You shall escort Boss Ma to the hospital, but remember, do not alert the police. Chun Jianghe is but a worthless life, while you all have families and careers. Do not eliminate him in one fell swoop, lest you provoke him. Brother Zhang uttered these words before turning away. To the hospital. Hurry, take me to the hospital. Boss Ma cried out in terror, desperately clutching his wounded hand. His rowdy companions promptly whisked him away to seek medical attention. Brother Zhang was indeed correct, given the circumstances. Even if the authorities were notified and Chun Jianghe were incarcerated, how long could he be confined? Once released, would he spare them? While a man might flee, the establishment could not. Moreover, in these times, those who manage to thrive often possess formidable backing. Perhaps if Chun Jianghe were imprisoned, he could leverage connections and emerge after a mere 10 or 15 days. In that case, upon his return, their plight would be even graver. Jianghe, you are far too impulsive. And you lamented as she settled into the vehicle alongside Chun Jianghe. Such incidents occurred frequently in nightlife, rendering bloodshed unnecessary. Provoking those who were beyond their means could lead to dire consequences. Aren't you working tonight? Chun Jianghe quipped lightly as he instructed Zhang Peng to drive. I am unoccupied this evening. Given the incident, it matters not if I do not attend. What exactly do you require of me? And you shook her head. Do the girls under your supervision work every day? Chun Jianghe pondered for a moment before posing this question. Not quite. They come to work and are expected to drink. If they tire of drinking, they may take a day or two off. Occasionally, they take leave for personal matters, including their menstrual cycles. The management at Sihai is not overly stringent. As long as they achieve a certain sales quota each month, they can continue working on commission. And you clarified. The girls at Sihai appeared glamorous, yet the pursuit of wealth was challenging. They faced an unending flow of alcohol, and only by selling it could they earn their commissions. To earn more money, some turned to offering their services, which proved to be more lucrative. Women, after all, could generate income with little more than a willingness to expose themselves. However, some girls preferred merely selling drinks, hesitant to engage in such transactions. These were often newcomers, clinging to the notion that selling drinks, despite the frequent exploitation they endured, allowed them to maintain a semblance of purity. Yet, over time, amidst the allure of a hedonistic lifestyle, most ultimately succumbed to the prevailing trends. In this line of work, one either earned through hard labor or through their flesh. If they were to offer their services, would Sihai still take a cut? Chun Jianghe inquired, nodding. Indeed, if a girl provides services, I take 10%, and the company takes 20%. If the client is not from the establishment but has requested a girl via phone, the company is responsible for delivering her safely and ensuring her return. And you did not conceal anything from Chun Jianghe. In truth, there are quite a number of young women in Pengcheng. In some areas, companies demand half of their earnings, while Sihai is relatively compassionate. Although there are many young women in Pengcheng, the quality remains in deficit compared to demand. Furthermore, These young women are under an U.S. guidance, rather than being individually recruited by the company, which alters the financial dynamics significantly. Currently, the young women directly hired by Sihai are associated with beverages, and the commission from drink sales is less than that of their services. Consequently, after Gao Hai took over the business, he expressed dissatisfaction with this arrangement. And you? I have an idea, Chen Jiang had declared as he lit a cigarette. Could you arrange for 2 of the young women under your supervision to work at my place each day? I can offer them 100 a day. And if they wish, they can also take on clients there, keeping all their earnings without me taking a single penny. What do you think? Jianghe, what would a gaming hall owner need young women for? And you replied, astonished at Chen Jianghe's proposition. His wages were already generous, and without the need for alcohol. Earning 100 a day was a sum that even some office workers might struggle to achieve. And you simply could not fathom why Chen Jianghe would want young women, or what they could possibly do at his establishment. Chapter 74. Encounter with Chen Gang. To innovate in business, one must be adaptable. Chen Jianghe promptly shared his plan with Yu. Jianghe, you truly have some ideas. Soon, one will be able to find escorts at the gaming hall. And Yu exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. She had never anticipated that Chen Jianghe could conceive such a notion. Who would have thought that a hair salon could offer not only haircuts, but also companionship? Indeed, where there is market demand, there will be business. Those who enjoy playing slot machines often have some disposable income to spend. I will bring some people over tomorrow, Chen Jianghe asserted confidently. And Yu nodded and instructed Zhang Peng to escort her back to the Sihai Grand Hotel. Zhang Peng turned the car around and drove her back, after which he returned to the gaming hall with Chen Jianghe. Jianghe, do you really think this will work? Zhang Peng questioned, harboring doubts about Chen Jianghe's idea. Given the clientele at the gaming hall, even treating a young woman to a bowl of spicy hot pot seemed a stretch. Where would they find the funds for escorts? These young rascals often sought free encounters. The young women under an U.S. management were meant to attract quality clients who played the slot machines, while the younger crowd, merely playing arcade games, were simply there for a glimpse. Just wait and see, Chen Jianghe replied with a calm smile, exuding confidence. This strategy was merely one card in his hand, not the strongest one. If it proved effective, that would be ideal. If not, the impact would be minimal. When the time was right, he would ensure Jin Hao understood the true nature of their world. Zhang Peng, witnessing Chen Jianghe's unwavering confidence, felt a sense of reassurance burgeoning within him. He placed his trust in Chen Jianghe, even more than in himself, particularly in matters of commerce, where Chen Jianghe's intellect far surpassed his own. Whatever Chen Jianghe suggested, he would adhere to without question. As the Santana advanced along the street, rounding a corner, Chen Jianghe flicked the ash from his cigarette out the window, and, almost inadvertently, his gaze swept across the scene, causing his brow to furrow. Stop the car, Chen Jianghe suddenly commanded. What's wrong? Zhang Peng instinctively pressed the brake, bringing the Santana to a halt. Chen Jianghe, still frowning, opened the car door and stepped out, striding purposefully toward the rear. Zhang Peng retrieved a concealed weapon from the glove compartment and discreetly followed him. To his surprise, Chen Jianghe approached a beggar loitering by the roadside. Jianghe, why are you concerned with a mere beggar? Zhang Peng queried, perplexed by Chen Jianghe's intentions. Chen Gang? Chen Jianghe called out as he reached the beggar. The beggar trembled, lowering his head and hastily collecting his belongings, attempting to flee. Chen Gang? How did he end up as a beggar? Zhang Peng exclaimed, astonished, and quickly intercepted the beggar. Move aside, let me go, Chen Gang insisted, pushing against Zhang Peng with all his might. However, Zhang Peng remained steadfast, having rendered Chen Gang's arm useless. Even standing still, he could not be budged. Chen Gang, how did you end up like this? Chen Jianghe furrowed his brow, contemplating how, in such a short span of time, Chen Gang could have squandered the 100,000 yuan he had given him. With no means of escape, Chen Gang collapsed onto the ground, despair evident in his eyes. Chen Jianghe, why do I keep running into you? He muttered, head bowed. Were you swindled out of your money? Chen Jianghe inquired, his brow knitted in concern. Under different circumstances, he would not have bothered to ask, for in the world they inhabited, it was commonplace for the ambitious to rise while the less fortunate languished. One must walk their chosen path, even if it meant crawling on their knees. I, Chen Gang, have wasted half my life, Chen Gang lamented, a bitter smile crossing his lips. I recognized a brother, yet he showed me no loyalty. The moment I became useless, he kicked me aside like refuse, ran off with a woman, and absconded with my money. My life has been a complete failure. As he spoke, Chun Gang suddenly struck himself across the face twice. A gesture of self-recrimination. Indeed, it was true that Chun Gang's funds had been pilfered by the woman he had trusted. Given his current state, one could only speculate whether he might inadvertently disclose information about Li Jindi. The most prudent course of action would be to ensure Chun Gang's silence. Jianghe, what shall we do? Zhang Peng pondered the implications, casting furtive glances around to ascertain if anyone had taken notice of them. If necessary, they might have to eliminate the threat he posed. Nonetheless, the gravity of taking a life weighed heavily on Zhang Peng's conscience, instilling a sense of hesitation within him. Should word of their actions get out, it would spell disaster for them both. Chun Jianghe, likewise frowning, deliberated on the matter at hand. Those aware of the incident involving Li Jindi extend beyond merely Chun Gang. If they were to eliminate Chun Gang outright, Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing would inevitably harbor suspicions. This is one aspect. Furthermore, Chun Jianghe is not a man prone to indiscriminate violence. Those with deep-seated enmity may indeed deserve death, but for those without such grievances, it is unnecessary to eradicate them completely. Da Peng, fetch some money. Chun Jianghe suddenly declared. Certainly. Zhang Peng nodded and turned to retrieve some money from the car. Inside the Santana, Chun Jianghe had placed a modest sum, merely 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Chun Gang, your prospects in Pengcheng are bleak. Take this money and return to your hometown. Chun Jianghe handed the money to Chun Gang. I will have Da Peng escort you to the station. Chun Gang trembled as he accepted the money. Let us go? If there are no trains today, I will arrange for you to stay at a small hotel for the night, and you can leave tomorrow. Zhang Peng lifted Chun Gang and ushered him into the car. Jianghe, I will first take you back to the arcade, then I will accompany him to the train station. Zhang Peng informed Chun Jianghe. Understood. Chun Jianghe signaled Zhang Peng, who nodded in understanding. Chun Jianghe intended for Zhang Peng to keep an eye on Chun Gang that evening. If no train was available, he should ensure Chun Gang stayed at a hotel, allowing him to freshen up. And Zhang Peng should not leave until he saw Chun Gang safely on the train the following day. I do not wish to return to my hometown. Chun Gang suddenly voiced from the car. What do you desire instead? A flicker of menace flashed in Chun Jianghe's eyes. In this day and age, causing a person to vanish is alarmingly simple. Over 100,000 individuals go missing annually in the country, with less than half ever found. He had no intention of killing Chun Gang, but if Chun Gang were to pursue his own demise, that would be beyond his responsibility. I am already ruined. I cannot even cultivate land back home. This money is insufficient for me to start a small business. Chun Gang forced a bitter smile. Chun Gang, what do you imply? Eliminate Li Jindi, and Jianghe has already promised you 100,000 yuan. That money is your responsibility to safeguard. It has no bearing on us. We cannot possibly offer you such a sum again. A few thousand is already generous. Zhang Peng retorted angrily. I understand. We are square regarding that matter. I do not seek money, merely a job. I can repair arcade machines and possess extensive knowledge about the affairs on Beijia. If you intend to contend with Jin Hao, you will find my assistance invaluable. Chun Gang asserted through gritted teeth. How do you know we plan to confront Jin Hao? A glimmer of insight lit Chun Jianghe's gaze. In truth, prior to your arrangement with Li Jindi, Jin Hao had approached him, expressing interest in investing in the arcade. At that time, Li Jindi, fearing the introduction of a wolf into the fold, promptly declined. Subsequently, Jin Hao conceived the idea of establishing his own arcade. Tianwei Electronic World is his creation. A fact I have long been aware of. Chun Gang recounted. Before Li Jindi ventured to North Street, Chun Gang had already been mingling there. It was only after Li Jindi's arrival that Chun Gang started to follow him. When it comes to an understanding of North Street, Chun Gang possesses greater insight than Li Jindi. I am well acquainted with the affairs of North Street, the intricacies of Jin Hao, and the nuances surrounding Bai Jiang. If you wish to topple Jin Hao, or even Bai Yi, it will not be an easy task. I am certain you will find my assistance invaluable. Concerned about his leverage, Chun Gang continued. We merely aspire to establish a foothold on North Street. We have no intention of overthrowing Jin Hao, or even Bai Yi. You are overthinking it. Chun Jianghe chuckled in response. Boss Chun, I am aware of your ambitions. You are no ordinary individual. And you exhibit a camaraderie far superior to that of Li Jindi. I genuinely wish to align myself with you. If you harbor doubts, I can swear an oath to the heavens that I shall never betray you. Should I, Chun Gang, ever turn against you, let me meet a dire fate, and let my entire family perish. Chun Gang clenched his teeth and issued a grave vow. In the realm of the underworld, one must heed actions over words. Such oaths may hold weight for some, while for others, they are akin to mere gas. Chun Jianghe, unfamiliar with Qin Gang, could not ascertain which category he fell into. Thus, he hesitated to place his trust in this vow. Nevertheless, Chun Gang's words did indeed bear some significance for Chun Jianghe. Yet, Chun Jianghe harbored his own reservations. After all, Chun Gang was the one he had injured, and such matters are not so easily overlooked. Chun Gang, I shall not shy away from the truth. I do not trust you. I fear you may betray me, given that I am the one who harmed you. It would be best for you to return to your hometown to spare us all from discomfort. Chun Jianghe took a drag from his cigarette, speaking in a grave tone. The injury had been inflicted, the animosity had been established. Such matters are not easily resolved. Chun Gang, Jianghe's suggestion for you to return home is for the benefit of us all. Do not push us. Zhang Peng interjected with a stern expression. Chun Gang, with his teeth clenched and his countenance fluctuating, took a considerable time before he resolved to speak again. Boss Chun, if I were to claim that I harbor no hatred towards you, you would surely not believe me. However, in this world, one must conduct business for profit. Throughout my time in this life, I have faced numerous adversaries. If I were to hold a grudge against each one, my list of enemies would be endless. In this life, one cannot expect to be the only one wielding a blade without facing one in return. The path I have chosen in this underworld is mine to bear, and I accept my fate. I know you may find it hard to believe, but time will reveal my truth to you. Chun Gang, I am willing to share a secret with you, one I have never disclosed to anyone. A secret I have kept buried in my heart. Yet, I am prepared to reveal it to you in exchange for a chance. Chun Gang, resolute, looked straight at Chun Jianghe. Throughout his life, he had dealt with many adversaries, and when he was once incapacitated by Chun Jianghe, he felt immense hatred towards him. However, in the tumultuous world they inhabit, one cannot escape the blade. His misfortunes were his own doing. He reserved his deepest resentment for Li Jindi, the woman who had absconded with his money. What secret? Chun Jianghe, holding a cigarette, inquired. Is it true that Fang Qiong, the woman of Baijiang, has a lover? Indeed, she does, Chun Gang replied in a low voice. What sort of man is this lover? How did you come by such critical information? Chun Jianghe straightened up. His interest piqued. This could be a significant story to exploit. It's a pretty boy, not very old, probably around Fang Qiong's age. One night, while I was out drinking, I happened to pass by the park and saw Fang Qiong on a date with this young man, Chun Gang explained. After witnessing this, I didn't dare to look further or tell anyone. If I were to speak out, Baijiang would certainly not spare me. Chun Gang added with a bitter smile. Baijiang was ruthless, and if Chun Gang revealed this information, not only would Fang Qiong be doomed, but he would surely face dire consequences as well. Exposing such a scandal would undoubtedly bring Baijiang's wrath upon him. As for the identity of this pretty boy, I have no knowledge. I never saw him again. But I can assure you, he doesn't belong to the circles around North Street, Chun Gang continued. Chun Gang, are you sure you're not deceiving us? With Baijiang's considerable influence, would his woman dare to keep a lover? Zhang Peng expressed his skepticism. Baijiang is indeed merciless, and if he discovers this, he would surely drown the pair of illicit lovers in the river. I find it hard to believe Fang Qiong would have such audacity. Moreover, with Baijiang providing wealth and power, would she risk everything for a fling? I have heard that Fang Qiong was originally taken from someone else by Baijiang. She was still a university student when he swept her away. Baijiang could almost be her father. Who knows what Fang Qiong truly desires? Perhaps that pretty boy is her genuine love, Chun Gang speculated. Zhang Peng listened, still somewhat unconvinced. Recalling his previous encounter with Fang Qiong at the tea house, Chun Jianghe noted her aloof demeanor, his expression growing contemplative. If you see that pretty boy again, would you be able to recognize him? He suddenly asked. I should be able to. Chun Gang hesitated before nodding. De Peng, take him to find a lodge nearby. Let him freshen up and rest. Chun Jianghe instructed Zhang Peng. Understood, Zhang Peng replied, preparing to locate a small inn in the vicinity of North Street to settle Chun Gang. Boss Chun, I have divulged to you the greatest secret I know. I merely wish to follow you for a living. Please grant me this opportunity. Chun Gang implored, gazing earnestly at Chun Jianghe. Rest assured, since you trust me, I will undoubtedly provide you with this chance. For now, stay comfortably at the inn, recuperate your health, and I will make arrangements for you. Chun Jianghe reassured him with a smile. Boss Chun, I believe in you. Chun Gang nodded, realizing that apart from trusting Chun Jianghe, he had no other options. This was his only lifeline to a better future. In the evening, Zhang Peng escorted Chun Jianghe back to the fire game hall, and then took Chen Gang to a modest inn nearby on North Street, where they charged 30 yuan for a night. He purchased a meal for Chen Gang and left him some money before hastily returning to the game hall. Jianghe, we have a history with Chen Gang, and I remain skeptical of him. Upon his return, Zhang Peng confided in Chen Jianghe. I share your doubts, rest assured. I am well aware and will not hastily assign him to the game hall. However, for now, he is indeed of use to us. Chen Jianghe maintained a calm demeanor, as he was not easily swayed by Chen Gang. Yet, he found himself in need of Chen Gang's assistance. Chapter 76. Pleasant collaboration at this moment. The focus was not on Chen Gang, but rather on Fang Qiong's paramour. I have a premonition that this paramour of Fang Qiong is the key to dealing with Bai Jiang. Chen Jianghe stated slowly. A pretty boy can handle Bai Jiang? Zhang Peng was perplexed. We must first uncover the identity of this pretty boy. Chen Jianghe extinguished his cigarette and quietly instructed, tomorrow, go to Huiqiangbai and purchase a simple camera. Give it to Amin and have him temporarily halt the investigation on Li Quan. He must keep a close watch on Fang Qiong and capture photographs of her rendezvousing with the pretty boy. Since Fang Qiong has a lover, they must meet at least once or twice a month. Understood. I will take care of it first thing in the morning. Zhang Peng nodded, withdrawing a small amount of money from the account. The following morning, he set out in a van. At the fire game hall, they deliberately orchestrated a lively atmosphere, with firecrackers exploding. And you brought along 8 young women who positioned themselves at the entrance, instantly creating a striking scene. These young ladies were vibrant and tall. And as per Chen Jianghe's request, they all donned short skirts and stockings, their skirts even shorter than those typically worn by girls on the street. The hemline reached mid-thigh, complemented by black stockings, making them exceptionally eye-catching. A group of truant youths, idle young men, and delinquents had never encountered such a spectacle. The arrival of these beauties instantly animated the vicinity of the fire game hall. The young onlookers whispered among themselves, their gazes fervent, fixated on the girls brought by Yu. They were puzzled over the purpose of such a gathering at the fire game hall. Why has the fire game hall summoned so many beauties? Surely they aren't transitioning to a karaoke venue? That's impossible. The arcade machines remain untouched. So it cannot be a shift to karaoke. If they aren't switching to karaoke, then what is the purpose of hiring so many beautiful women? Surely they aren't employed here? Wow, these girls are truly stunning, surpassing the usual quality of hostesses. The crowd continued to swell, encircling the fire game hall in layers, with even those indifferent to the beauties drawn in by the excitement. No one could fathom Chen Jianghe's intent in gathering such a multitude of stunning women. Jianghe, you truly possess a business acumen. Where there is flair, there is fame, and with fame comes commerce. And you gazed at the bustling crowd outside the arcade, her beautiful eyes shimmering with excitement. She had never realized before that Chen Jianghe possessed such a keen business acumen. It was astonishing how much one could learn even within the confines of a prison. Chen Jianghe smiled, noticing that the onlookers had been captivated. He stepped out of the arcade, microphone in hand, and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, starting today, our Flame Arcade will introduce beautiful waitresses to serve you. These enchanting ladies will provide tea and water, as well as companionship while you play. Our service at Flame Arcade will continuously improve, yet our prices will remain unchanged." The mention of beautiful companionship piqued the crowd's curiosity. Chen, what exactly does this companionship entail? If we hit it off, can we take the ladies out for a bit of fun? A young man with disheveled hair boldly inquired. Our waitresses are quite free. Whether you can take them out depends on your own charm. Chen Jianghe replied with a grin. The prospect of taking the ladies out ignited excitement among the younger crowd. If things went well, they might not only enjoy the games, but also the company of beautiful women, an enticing offer for many single men. The crowd erupted in enthusiasm. For ordinary folks, beautiful women have always been a scarce resource. And you mused that this marketing strategy would remain timeless for decades to come. The allure of attractive service personnel would always find its market. After Chen Jianghe finished speaking, he exchanged a knowing glance with Yu, who then called out, prompting 8 tall, stunning women to enter the arcade. The throng of spectators surged into the venue, quickly realizing that the lovely ladies were primarily attending to the patrons at the slot machines. Some, eager to experience the thrill of beautiful service, resolved to try their luck at the slots, knowing that even a modest wager of $5 or $10 could yield a refreshing drink and delightful companionship. By midday, Flame Arcade was bustling with patrons, not only at the arcade games, but also at nearly all 30 slot machines, which were filled to capacity. News of the high-quality service spread like wildfire, attracting even discerning customers from nearby gaming establishments. Guests from Tianwei Electronic World found themselves irresistibly drawn to Flame Arcade. After all, playing was playing, and with such exceptional service, why not indulge? With this initiative, Chunjiang's enterprise gained increasing renown. And you, will bringing so many ladies here stir any discontent over at Sihai? In his office above, Chunjiang prepared a cup of tea for Yu. We primarily work at Sihai in the evenings. It's not working hours now, so they won't mind too much. And Yu shook her head. Besides, I can't arrange for so many ladies to come over every day. I can manage just 2 a day. Chunjiang had joked. The fire game hall, though spacious, pales in comparison to the Tianwei Electronic World. Here, Chunjiang's collection of slot machines amounts to merely 20 or 30, rendering an excess of young women unnecessary. 8 women a day would cost 800, which is exorbitant. Rest assured, today is merely a show of support, and there will be no charges. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for the women to commence their official duties, with a daily allocation of 2 individuals. As Anya spoke, she shot Chunjiang a playful glance. After all, they were old classmates, and addressing each other by name felt overly formal. Simply calling her Anyun would suffice. All right, Anyun, may our collaboration be fruitful. Chunjiang extended his hand, and Anya reciprocated the gesture. The women under Anyu's supervision were quite pleased to work at the game hall. While earning 100 a day may not be as lucrative as other ventures, it spared them the need for excessive drinking. Moreover, Chunjiang had assured them that if they wished to offer their services outside, they could do so freely, without any coercion. And if they opted to engage in such activities, he would not take a single cut. In contrast, at the Four Seas establishment, they were required to pay a 20% commission. Here, Chunjiang took no commission whatsoever, allowing for a relaxed and liberating environment. At Four Seas, the fee for services rendered in a single night hovered around 500 yuan, a sum that was quite significant. In comparison, streetwalkers charged 50 or 100 yuan, albeit with lower quality and older women. 500 was substantial. However, from that amount, one had to relinquish 100 to the company and 50 to Anya. At Chunjiang's establishment, aside from a 10% share for Anya, the remainder belonged entirely to the women. Chapter 77. Stealing business. Working here did not require drinking, and Chunjiang took no cuts from their earnings. Their primary task was to keep the major clients satisfied, a skill in which these women excelled, particularly when dealing with seasoned players. As for those newcomers with a bit of money, they were easily managed. Over the course of 3 consecutive days, the business at the Fire Game Hall thrived remarkably. Not only was the arcade area bustling with patrons daily, but even the slot machine section witnessed a steady influx of visitors. Spending 10 or 8 yuan afforded one the attentive service of beautiful young women, who would not be delighted by such an experience. The Fire Game Hall had not only established a reputation in the vicinity of North Street, but was also gaining recognition throughout the entire Pingjiang district. Some high-profile clients had begun to frequent the establishment. Within just a few days, the business had regained its former glory, reminiscent of when Li Jindi was at the helm. At Fire, the arcade area offered complimentary cigarettes and visually appealing young women in alluring black stockings and short skirts. In the slot machine section, patrons enjoyed free cigarettes and beverages, accompanied by charming service, all while boasting higher winning odds than other establishments. Winnings could be taken directly, with no unnecessary remarks from the owner, thereby enhancing the Fire Game Hall's reputation. Why venture elsewhere when one can enjoy superior service and gratifying entertainment right here? Winning money while engaging in delightful conversations with the young women could lead to outings costing 300 or 500. Most enticingly, these women frequently changed, providing a refreshing sense of novelty. As for the young women under Yu's command, they seemed to find joy in their work, enjoying their days without the necessity of consuming alcohol, while still earning a substantial income. Hundreds to even thousands of yuan are casually spent on slot machines, and they hardly mind parting with 300 or 500 for the company of an attractive lady. After all, the caliber of these women is genuinely impressive, and their prices are quite reasonable. And Yu's Prot GS tailor their services to the clientele. For a youthful and somewhat handsome individual, 300 yuan suffices, while those older and less appealing might command 500 to 600. For them, business is favorable, money is easy to earn, and Chunjiang ensures their safety. From Chunjiang's perspective, the arrival of these women has elevated the service level at the Fiery Flames arcade, creating a stark contrast that leaves other establishments in the dust. It is a quintessential win-win situation. However, as business flourishes at Fiery Flames, the fortunes of the Tianwei electronic world decline precipitously. Damn it! Why are there so few people today? After a night of revelry, Jinhao arrived the following morning to find the Tianwei electronic world eerily quiet. Among the 200 to 300 machines, only 3 or 5 patrons were engaged in play, and not a single soul occupied the upstairs slot machines. With such meager attendance, even the day's electricity costs would not be covered. This is losing money day by day. How go? Our business has been dwindling these past few days. Customers have flocked to Fiery Flames. That scoundrel Xinjianghe has hired a few attractive girls who prance around in their miniskirts, drawing all the patrons away. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, visibly agitated. Then why don't you bring in a few girls as well? Jinhao retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Isn't it just about hiring girls? I could easily call in 10 or 8 without issue. How go? The women Xinjianghe has hired are exceptional. The ones we could summon simply pale in comparison. The bespectacled man offered a rueful smile. While it was not difficult to invite women, those they could procure were either of mediocre quality or rough around the edges, mere fillers that could not uphold the grandeur of the Tianwei electronic world. Where on earth did he find those exceptional women? Jinhao's expression darkened as he cursed the scoundrel Xinjianghe. This arcade isn't a brothel. Having not frequented the arcade in recent days, Jinhao was oblivious to the developments on Xinjianghe's side. He was taken aback by the rapid decline in business at the Tianwei electronic world within just 2 or 3 days. The bespectacled man recounted the information he had gathered, astonished at how Xinjianghe's mere arrangement of a few women could wield such a significant impact on the arcade's business. Particularly on this day, the situation was dire. Typically, the arcade would be bustling, yielding 3 to 4 times the usual income, but today as performance was abysmally poor. The slot machine business, which Jinhao prized most, was non-existent, as patrons had been lured away to Fiery Flames. Where did those women of Xinjianghe come from? Jinhao questioned, his face betraying his discontent. I sent someone to inquire, and it turns out a woman named in Yu was behind it. She seems to be a madam from the Four Seas. The bespectacled man said. Is she affiliated with Gao Hai? Jinhao's expression shifted. Gao Hai is the son of Gao Xingqiang, the proprietor of the Four Seas Grand Hotel. Gao Xingqiang is on par with Bai Jiang, but the dynamics between a biological son and a godson are entirely different. Jinhao knows Gao Hai and maintains a reasonably amicable relationship, but he cannot afford to offend him. If Gao Hai intends to venture into the arcade industry, it could spell trouble. I cannot say for certain, but I suspect that woman is taking on private jobs, the bespectacled man remarked. Private jobs? Jinhao scoffed, his eyes flickering momentarily. He then produced his mobile phone and made a call. Before long, he was chuckling. Hi Xiao, it's me, Jinhao. There's something I need to discuss. Yes, the woman named in you. She has quite a few exceptional girls with her at the Fire Arcade. All right, I understand. Let's have a couple of drinks tonight. Jinhao forced a feigned smile as he dialed Gao Hai. You think you can compete with me, you little brat? I'll show you what true strength is. After hanging up, a sinister expression crept across Jinhao's face. What did Gao Hai say? The bespectacled man inquired eagerly. What else could he say? He'll investigate first. Jinhao replied with a cold chuckle. After a moment of contemplation, he gestured for the bespectacled man to lean in. Arrange for a few people to handle this. Brother Hao, that's brilliant. The bespectacled man exclaimed, eager to flatter. The girls from the Four Seas are known for their high quality. To attract similar talent, one would need to offer at least 3,000 to 5,000 a month. That little brat, Xinjianghe, believes he can succeed in business through quality service. I'll show him who truly holds the power on North Street. Jinhao sneered. The Fire Arcade may not be as expansive as the Tianwei electronic world, and at Fire, the arcade and slot machines are located on the first floor. It suffices to place 2 high-quality girls in the slot machine area. However, Tianwei electronic world is a different matter, with so many machines to boost business. At least 4 girls are needed on the upper level and at least 2 on the lower level. Such quality would demand a monthly expenditure of over 3,000 per girl, totaling around 20,000 for 6 girls. With that kind of money, Jinhao has ample means to deal with Xinjianghe. Chapter 78. Gao Hai at the Four Seas Grand Hotel. Gao Hai ended the call and instructed his secretary to summon manager Zhang. Young master, Zhang, please have a seat. Gao Hai, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, appeared genteel and amiable. But Zhang understood that the staff at the Four Seas privately referred to Gao Hai as the Smiling Tiger. When it comes to generating profit for the company, Gao Hai typically presents an affable demeanor. However, should someone err and jeopardize the company's earnings, Gao Hai is more ruthless than anyone else. Last month, a young lady from our vicinity was lured away by a fellow townsman to work elsewhere. Within 3 days, she was tragically attacked with sulfuric acid, rendering her incapacitated. Although the incident has not been openly discussed, whispers within the company suggest that it was orchestrated by Gao Hai. During Gao Shengqiang's tenure in management, while he was indeed ruthless, he never resorted to such extreme measures to drive someone to despair. There were instances of ladies changing jobs then. They could either negotiate with Gao Shengqiang for a settlement or return with his endorsement. Unlike Gao Hai, who resorted directly to such a vicious act. This method is exceedingly cruel. Even Zhang Ge feels it is improper. "Young master, what brings you to me?" Zhang Ge inquired politely as he sat across from Gao Hai. "Do you know that Anyue has taken some of our girls to earn money elsewhere?" Gao Hai asked, interlocking his fingers beneath his nose, gazing intently at manager Zhang. "Earning money? Which one?" Zhang Ji's expression shifted slightly as he straightened in his seat. "No, it's from the game hall on North Street, Chunjiangha's place." Gao Hai explained. "What would a game hall need our girls for?" Zhang Ge pondered, confused. Can they not find waitresses? They could also engage in other services if necessary. Gao Hai's expression remained inscrutable as he relaxed into his office chair. "That doesn't affect us significantly." Zhang Ge scrutinized Gao Hai's demeanor, carefully measuring his words. "Anyue and her group of girls hold a unique position within our company. Technically, they maintain a collaborative relationship with us rather than being our employees. If they accept private assignments, I believe it's not something we should overly concern ourselves with. Uncle Zhang, our strength at Sihai lies in our collective efforts." Gao Hai opened a cigar box, gesturing towards manager Zhang, who politely declined, unable to appreciate the taste of cigars. Gao Hai proceeded to cut a cigar for himself and lit it with a windproof lighter. "Anyue and her group are indeed special within our company. Our management over them has been relatively lenient, and they earn quite well. Many within the company harbor discontent regarding this." "What do you mean, young master?" Zhang Ge inquired, looking at Gao Hai. "My intention is to have them sign a new contract, establishing that they are all part of Sihai henceforth, rather than continuing this cooperative arrangement." Gao Hai declared, "Young master, the quality of the girls under Anyue is exceptionally high, and many establishments are eager to entice her away. This approach may drive them away." Zhang Ge sighed inwardly, realizing the youth's naivety in seeking to monopolize all profits. He failed to grasp a fundamental truth. When everyone has the opportunity to earn, the profits multiply. If one individual exhausts all the wealth, who would still wish to collaborate and assist in generating income? Is Sihai a place where one can come and go at will? Gao Hai scoffed. "What would you have me do?" Zhang Ge asked. Zhang Ge found himself with no alternative but to inquire. Gao Hai presented a valid point. Anyue, being a woman, could not stir up much trouble. Under her supervision were more than a dozen young ladies, who collectively accounted for over half of the monthly beverage sales at Sihai. Their earnings from commissions and the fees for their services amounted to substantial sums, with each girl making between 200,000 to 300,000 on a modest month, and 400,000 to 500,000 during peak times. If their commissions could be reduced and the fees increased, Sihai could potentially gain an additional 100,000 or so monthly. Over the year, that would total more than 1 million, a significant figure. Speak to Anyue's girls and see if they are willing to renegotiate their contracts with the company. Gao Hai suggested. "All right, young master, I shall have a word with them." Zhang Ge understood Gao Hai's intent. In essence, it was a subtle threat aimed at ensuring compliance from the girls, with the implication that disobedience would come at a steep price. However, with so many girls involved, Sihai would not act rashly. They were essentially the cash cows of the establishment, and any drastic action could lead to mutual ruin. "You may proceed with your tasks." Gao Hai nodded, dismissing Zhang Ge. "Then, I shall take my leave." Zhang Ge nodded back and exited the office, gently closing the door behind him. In their conversation, neither had mentioned Chunjiangha. Such a significant matter left no room for his involvement. Compared to Sihai, Chunjiangha was nothing more than a petty street hustler. He might be afforded some respect during tranquil times, but when matters grew serious, he was utterly insignificant. While he could intimidate lesser figures like Lin Guobin, he posed no threat to Sihai. Once Zhang Ge departed, Gao Hai, contemplatively puffing on his cigar, decided to call Anyue's residence. Though she did not possess a mobile phone, Her family's circumstances had improved over the years, allowing them to install a landline. In this day and age, not many households had such a luxury. After ringing for a while, the call was finally answered. "Hello, this is Anya speaking," came her drowsy voice. "Unan, are you still waking up?" Gao Hai's gentle tone resonated. "Young Master Hai, you know how it is. We're all night owls, staying up late and rising late." Anya, recognizing his voice, became a little more alert. It was unusual for Gao Hai to call at this hour, indicating that there was surely a matter at hand. Indeed, Gao Hai replied nonchalantly. "I've heard that you've been assisting the girls with private jobs over on North Street. Is that true?" Anyua's charming face slightly altered, and after a moment of silence to measure her words, she responded, "Young Master Hai, it's merely a favor for friends and does not interfere with the company's business. If you disapprove, I will instruct them to return." "Huh, it's merely a trivial matter. As long as it does not affect Sihai's business, I would not dream of making things difficult for you," Gao Hai replied, momentarily taken aback by Anyua's assertiveness. He initially intended to manipulate Yu regarding this matter, yet he soon realized that Yu, having navigated society for quite some time, was not so easily swayed. As soon as Gao Hai spoke, she discerned his intentions. "Thank you, young Master Hai, for your understanding. The purpose of my call is primarily to inquire about Anan's opinion. The company wishes to renegotiate a contract with you and the ladies under your supervision. Let us discuss this matter. Rest assured, your benefits will undoubtedly be the finest," Gao Hai remarked with a smile, causing a sinking feeling in Yu's heart. Chapter 79. Brother Hao wishes to meet you, young Master Hai. This decision cannot rest solely upon my agreement, but I will certainly support your choice. I must first confer with the ladies. Would that be acceptable? And Yu responded, aligning with Gao Hai's words, albeit without assenting outright. "Anan, we have known each other for several years. There is no need for circumlocution." Gao Hai gently furrowed his brow. "Young master, you flatter me. I am not employing any evasive language. This matter involves a dozen or so individuals, and my immediate acquiescence would be of little utility, would it not?" And Yu's brows knitted tightly, though her tone betrayed no hint of displeasure. "Very well, please discuss it with them first." Gao Hai replied nonchalantly. "Understood. I will respond to you in a couple of days." And Yu said with a smile, "Indeed, that shall suffice." With that, Gao Hai concluded the call, sighing. And Yu listened to the busy tone on the line, helplessly rubbing her temples. What a day! Must we exhaust all our earnings before anything can be done? Renegotiating a contract with Sihai essentially meant a reduction in the commission from beverage sales, with the company intending to take half of the fees for the ladies in the future. For those young women under her charge, their monthly income would not merely be halved, but at the very least diminished by a third. Consequently, those ladies would effectively become company assets. And you could no longer derive a commission from the stage fees, resulting in a significant loss of income. Gao Hai's words were eloquent. Yet no one is a fool. However, Gao Hai was ruthless, and Yu did not dare to refuse outright. Who knew what actions he might take otherwise? Mishandling this matter could lead to considerable trouble. The fire game hall. The business at the gaming hall had been booming recently, and it was quite late when Chun Jianghe finally descended from the upper floor, not until noon. Even though it was still early, the arcade was bustling, with at least 80% of the machines occupied. Even at the slot machines, out of over 30 units, more than 10 were in use. Two tall young women, adorned in high heels, black stockings, and ultra-short skirts, were seated beside a major client, providing attentive service. Occasionally, they engaged in slight physical contact, igniting the guests' excitement and enhancing their gaming experience. The arcade's business was evidently thriving more than ever. "Jianghe, you are awake," Zhang Peng exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Chun Jianghe. "Today's business seems even better than yesterday. There haven't been any disturbances, have there?" Chun Jianghe glanced around. Who would dare to cause trouble in this place? Everyone knows the name of Iron Fist Chun. Zhang Peng, brimming with excitement, pulled Chun Jianghe toward the front desk. "Iron Fist Chun." Chun Jianghe looked puzzled. "It's because you favor using brass knuckles and wield no knife when dealing with others. Hence this nickname was bestowed upon you. I believe it suits you quite well." Zhang Peng lowered his voice. "Jianghe, do you have any idea how much our arcade has earned in the past 3 days? Business has been booming for the past few days. We haven't even closed the accounts for 2 days." Just this morning, Zhang Peng and Xiang Li finally tallied the figures. The average must surely be above 4,000 or 5,000. Chun Jianghe chuckled, not particularly concerned about his moniker. In the underworld, those with names typically have nicknames. and he was no exception. Iron Fist Chun, indeed, was quite a fitting title. However, such trivialities held no weight for him. Without power or influence, one cannot thrive. A grandiose nickname means little. As for the recent business, Chun Jianghe estimated that it had returned to the levels seen during Li Jindi's management of the arcade. Not merely 4,000 or 5,000, but the average had surpassed 6,000. According to the account books left by Li Jindi, the current performance was slightly better than during his tenure. If this trend continues, the business would undoubtedly surpass what it was before. Zhang Peng, with a hushed yet exhilarated tone, spoke fervently. During the peak of Li Jindi's management, the arcade's daily turnover averaged around 5,000, yielding about 150,000 monthly. After settling various expenses and protection fees, the net profit was estimated to be around 50,000 to 60,000, categorizing them within a high-income bracket. Zhang Peng and the others were astonished that Chun Jianghe had managed to exceed Li Jindi's turnover in such a short span since taking over the arcade. His business acumen was indeed remarkable. Xiang Fei and Jian felt equally invigorated. Although they were all entrenched in the underworld, who wouldn't desire a promising future? Following a capable leader like Chun Jianghe was surely preferable to being tethered to a layabout. Well then, if we all work diligently and business goes smoothly this month, I'll treat everyone to a generous bonus. Chun Jianghe nodded in affirmation. Thank you, boss. The group's eyes sparkled with excitement. A daily turnover exceeding 6,000 equated to half a year's salary for a worker, which stirred a sense of exhilaration within Chun Jianghe. Yet, his ambitions reached far beyond this. He was determined to rise above all, not to prove anything, but to show those who had forsaken him that they had made a grave mistake. By the way, Jianghe, Chen Gang has been staying at the small inn for several days now. He keeps saying he wants to come and assist you. Zhang Peng recalled, noting that arrangements for Chen Gang were still pending. Chen Gang had been remarkably obedient these past few days. When Chun Jianghe instructed him to stay at the inn, he complied without venturing to North Street. Upon encountering Zhang Peng, he immediately requested that he relay a message to Chun Jianghe, expressing his desire to assist Chun and not merely partake in idle leisure. Chun Jianghe lit a cigarette, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Chen Gang still held some utility. Leaving him in the lurch was not a viable option. Tonight, inform him to exercise patience for another 2 days. Lysan's billiard hall is soon to be transformed into an internet CAF, at which point I shall send him over, Chun Jianghe instructed. Understood. I shall convey the message tonight. Zhang Peng nodded, pleased with the plan that not only assigned Chen Gang a task, but also kept him away from the game hall, mitigating the risk of any potential treachery. This arrangement seemed most prudent. As they conversed, a young man with yellow hair entered from outside. Hello. Are you here to play games? We currently have a recharge and bonus coin promotion. Xiang Li greeted the newcomer enthusiastically. Her recovery from surgery had progressed well, allowing her to walk with the aid of a cane. Chun Jianghe, our boss house seeks you. The young man with the blonde hair declared boldly, disregarding Xiang Li. Zhang Chong and Zhou Bing immediately encircled him, their expressions menacing as they scrutinized the intruder. It was common knowledge in North Street that Jin Hao and Chun Jianghe were rivals, and there was no need to show deference to Jin Hao's subordinate. What do you intend to do? This is North Street, the territory of Bai Yi. The blonde youth retorted, his bravado faltering as he stepped back in fear. You are aware that North Street belongs to Bai Jiang, not Jin Hao. What? Is Jin Hao so eager to usurp Bai Jiang? Chun Jianghe stepped forward, towering over the blonde youth. The latter, intimidated by Chun Jianghe's formidable presence, instinctively retreated a couple of paces. Why, you're mistaken, Chun Jianghe. Boss Hao has no such intentions. The blonde youth stammered, hastily denying the implication, aware that such words could sow discord. Should this reach Bai Ye's ears, it would spell trouble. Boss Hao has requested a meeting at the tea house. I'm merely the messenger. This has nothing to do with me. With that, the youth turned and fled. Boss, Jin Hao's visit surely bodes ill. Xiang Fei approached, concern etched on his face. Jianghe, we've nearly monopolized Tianwei's business. I fear Jin Hao's intention in seeking you out may be to set a trap. Zhang Peng concurred, nodding gravely. Jin Hao's pursuit of Chun Jianghe could not possibly herald good news. Bai Jiang, though cunning and ruthless, was aging. Jin Hao, deceitful and treacherous, lacked the courage to act decisively, particularly in broad daylight on North Street. Chun Jianghe understood Zhang Peng and the others' apprehensions. However, given the bustling activity of the day, should a violent incident occur, even Jin Hao's connections would struggle to suppress it. unless Bai Jiang intervened. Yet, Bai Jiang, preferring to observe the conflict from afar, would not lend aid to Jin Hao so soon. In another instance, Jin Hao's grand electronic entertainment world has just opened. Given the substantial investment, he would undoubtedly wish to avoid any turmoil that could lead to the closure of his establishment. Chen Jianghe is acutely aware that the likelihood of Jin Hao taking action at this moment is rather low. However, in the tumultuous realm of the underworld, one must never be overly confident. Many influential figures have exhibited unwavering self-assurance, believing that others would not dare to challenge them, only to find themselves in dire situations. Thus, Chen Jianghe has made meticulous arrangements. He instructed Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei to accompany him, while Jian and Zhang Chong await at the tea house below to provide support, leaving Zhou Bing in the gaming hall to assist Xiang Li in managing the shop. With 5 individuals by his side, Chen Jianghe feels confident that even if surrounded by a dozen thugs, they could carve their way out. This preparation is merely a precaution. He does not anticipate any confrontation today. Jin Hao's approach is likely a blend of coercion and temptation, aiming to prompt him to concede. Let us go see what Jin Hao intends, Chen Jianghe declared as he led Zhang Peng and the others toward the tea house. At the tea house, 5 or 6 of Jin Hao's henchmen stood guard, and upon spotting Chen Jianghe's arrival, they immediately rose, casting hostile glares in his direction. Chen Jianghe, cigarette in mouth, paid them no heed and strode directly toward the entrance. These thugs, with stern expressions, showed no inclination to step aside. As Chen Jianghe passed, Xiang Fei suddenly advanced a few paces and delivered a swift kick that sent one of the obstructive ruffians tumbling to the ground. "You bastard!" The remaining thugs, enraged, charged forward to confront him. In an instant, Xiang Fei produced a machete, positioning it against one of the thugs' necks, the cold blade sending chills down his spine, causing goosebumps to erupt. "Who dares to make a move?" Xiang Fei's icy glare swept across the group, inducing a palpable trepidation among them, compelling them to instinctively halt their advance. They sensed that Xiang Fei was indeed capable of slashing their comrade's throat. "Chen Jianghe, do you dare to commit murder in broad daylight?" The thug with the blade at his neck shouted, a mix of disbelief and fury in his voice. "Dare? Why not give it a try?" Chen Jianghe retorted, extinguishing his cigarette and fixing a piercing gaze upon the thug, who, feeling a chill run down his spine, fell silent. "Chen Jianghe, do not trouble yourself with the young ones. Come up, and let us discuss matters." At that moment, Jin Hao's figure appeared on the second floor, calling down to Chen Jianghe. "Let us ascend," Chen Jianghe commanded casually, as Xiang Fei sheathed his knife with an impassive expression. Following Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng up the stairs, Jian and Zhang Chong remained below, confronting Jin Hao's ruffians, though outnumbered. Their presence exuded a defiance that rivaled that of the thugs. On the upper floor, Bai Jiang was absent today, as were Li Quan and the others. The few timid patrons in the tea house had long been frightened by the tense atmosphere. A scant number of guests remained, primarily those who had navigated the underworld, familiar with either Jin Hao or Bai Jiang, and thus unafraid of any trouble Jin Hao might bring upon them. In the tea house, within the private room previously occupied by Bai Jiang, Jin Hao sat there with an imposing demeanor. Upon noticing Chen Jianghe's arrival, he showed no intention of standing. Chen Jianghe observed his demeanor, further confirming his earlier suspicion that Jin Hao harbored ambitions to usurp Bai Jiang's position. The fact that he chose to occupy Bai Jiang's usual seat served as undeniable proof of this intent. "Brother Hao, Chen Jianghe has arrived." Inside and outside the room, a group of around 10 ruffians stood, clearly Jin Hao's trusted subordinates. They glared menacingly, exuding an intimidating aura far beyond that of ordinary players from internet cafes or gaming halls. Jin Hao's expression darkened as he was secretly astonished. He had not anticipated that Chen Jianghe would be even younger than he had imagined. "Stop! Surrender your weapons and leave them outside." Just as Chen Jianghe and his 2 companions were about to enter the private room, one of Jin Hao's men suddenly reached out to block their path, intending to search them. "Get lost." Naturally, Chen Jianghe and his companions would not allow Jin Hao's men to search them. With a rough shove, Xiang Fei pushed aside the obstructing thug. With a clatter, Jin Hao's other subordinates immediately reached into their jackets, encircling them. "Jin Hao, you summoned me for a discussion and brought so many people. Are you afraid of just 3 of us? If you lack this little courage, perhaps you should find a factory job and work honestly." Chen Jianghe mockingly taunted. "Chen Jianghe, are you provoking me?" Jin Hao sneered, waving his hand with an unfriendly expression. "With just a few of you, Do you think I fear any storm you might stir up? Let them in. There were other patrons in the tea house. And Jin Hao certainly did not want to be the subject of ridicule. He was well-armed and robust. If he were to fear just 3 of Chen Jiang's crew, it would be a joke that would spread far and wide. Despite his men's reluctance, they dared not impede their leader's orders and could only watch as Chen Jianghe, with an air of calmness, walked inside. Xiang Fei and Zhang Peng discreetly gripped their weapons, ready to spring into action should the situation take a turn for the worse. Capturing the leader first was their strategy. Chen Jianghe, you have gained quite a reputation recently. Indeed, you are a figure of some note. Jin Hao coldly scrutinized Chen Jianghe and stated, however, you are gravely mistaken if you think you can challenge me. In North Street, there can only be one gaming hall. And it will not be your Fire of Fury, but Mai Qianwei Electronic World. Is that so? Since when do you have the authority to dictate the terms on North Street? Does Bai Jiang concur with this? Chen Jianghe retorted with a sardonic smile, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Jin Hao, showing no signs of retreat. Humph. My godfather naturally supports me. Jin Hao's expression changed, and he snorted coldly. Although not particularly astute, he was not foolish. He clearly understood Bai Jiang's current plans. Nevertheless, he did not regard Chen Jianghe as a significant threat. While Chen Jianghe had a few loyal followers in the gaming hall, Jin Hao could easily summon 2 or 3 dozen brave brothers with a mere phone call. What could Chen Jianghe possibly use to contend with him? Jin Hao was well aware of Chen Jianghe's formidable reputation. His subordinates were audacious enough to risk their lives. He had no desire to engage in a confrontation with Chen Jianghe, fearing the potential loss of men and the accompanying financial repercussions. If he were to be significantly weakened, it would be akin to the situation with Bai Jiang. Chen Jianghe was not his target. His ambition was to usurp Bai Jiang. However, to achieve such an objective, one must possess adequate strength. If that is the case, let Bai Jiang come out and discuss this with me, Chen Jianghe declared, sitting confidently across from Jin Hao. His tone laced with disdain. Jin Hao's expression darkened slightly. Chen Jianghe was indeed audacious, not easily swayed by mere words. My godfather has a multitude of responsibilities and lacks the time to engage in idle chatter with you. Jin Hao retorted coldly, asserting, do not overestimate your worth, for you will not stir up a storm in Beijing. Nonetheless, I, Jin Hao, am magnanimous. Seeing your youth, I shall not take advantage of you. I am prepared to purchase your fire game hall. Take the money and vacate Beijing. This unexpected proposition took Chen Jianghe by surprise. He had not anticipated Jin Hao attempting to reason with him. Indeed, the adage holds true. Rules are established upon the foundation of strength. The same applies to reason. Were Chen Jianghe a mere petty criminal, Jin Hao would likely not even entertain the thought of meeting him, let alone purchasing his game hall. Jin Hao's willingness to negotiate stemmed from his desire to avoid a direct confrontation. You wish to buy fire? Chen Jianghe inquired. Indeed, I will offer you 300,000. Take the money and get as far away as you can, Jin Hao declared, waving his hand. One of his lackeys promptly placed a box on the table, opening it to reveal stacks of $100 bills, exactly 30 stacks, amounting to 300,000. Jin Hao, you grossly underestimate me, Chen Jianghe remarked, casting a glance at the money. Instead of taking it, he extended his hand and overturned the box, allowing the bills to cascade to the floor in a chaotic scatter. Damn you, Chen Jianghe. What do you mean by this? Jin Hao's anger flared as he slammed his hand on the table and stood up. His subordinates swiftly drew their weapons, brandishing machetes, ready for action. Xiang Fei and Zhang Peng did not hesitate. Xiang Fei wielded a machete in one hand and a military dagger in the other, while Zhang Peng swiftly turned to shield Chen Jianghe with his machete. Facing off against Jin Hao's men, with his hands in his pockets, Chen Jianghe donned a finger tiger and regarded the furious Jin Hao with indifference. Meanwhile, downstairs, Jian and Zhang Chong sprang into action, kicking open the door guarded by lackeys, brandishing their weapons as they charged in, blocking the entrance to the private room. 5 against 11. The odds were not necessarily unfavorable. 300,000. Are you trying to insult me? The machines and fire alone are worth more than that. If you truly wish to buy fire, I shall grant you a concession. Bring 3 million, and I will sell it to you, Chen Jianghe said, narrowing his eyes. If Jin Hao were genuinely willing to part with 3 million, Chen Jianghe might seriously consider selling fire to him. The current monthly net profit of Liahua reaches 50,000, a sum that Chen Jianghe has in hand. Over the course of a year, this amounts to 600,000, and in 5 years, 3 million can be regained. Furthermore, with the addition of machinery and property, Liehua truly holds this value. To speak bluntly, Pengcheng is now a land of opportunity, teeming with golden prospects. With this capital, Qin Jianghe could follow the path of Li Shuwen, investing 2 million into smuggling, while the remaining 1 million could be utilized alongside Zhang Jun to establish an internet CAF, which undoubtedly holds more promise than merely managing a gaming hall. Li Shuwen has already infiltrated the customs. There are connections to be made within the customs. And forging relationships is not a challenging task. Nowadays, no one refuses payment. Without money, one is relegated to the sidelines, quickly replaced. What Xinjiang currently lacks is the initial capital. 200,000 to 300,000 would barely suffice for smuggling and to pave the way for establishing connections. 3 million? How audacious! Jin Hao gritted his teeth, casting a fleeting glance at Xinjiang's companions, inadvertently locking eyes with Xiang Fei. A sudden chill ran through him. Xiang Fei's gaze was fixed on his throat, and if provoked, this young man could very well be a threat to his life. No wonder Xinjiang, without hesitation, dared to overturn the table. He harbored no fear of confronting Jin Hao. After all, Jin Hao is not Baijiang. When faced with Baijiang, Xinjiang would refrain from making drastic moves unless absolutely necessary. But Jin Hao is different. He lacks the strength and status that would instill deep respect in Xinjiang. Whether or not it is unreasonable to demand such a price is for you to ponder. Liehua is worth this value. If you provide the funds, we can negotiate. If not, there is no need for further discussion. Xinjiang stated coldly. Jin Hao's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and frustration. 3 million was certainly beyond his means. Previously, to establish Tianwei Electronic World, he had already invested 1 to 2 million, nearly depleting his entire fortune. How could he possibly afford to procure Liehua for another 3 million? Moreover, securing Xinjiang's cooperation would likely not require such a sum. Perhaps 30,000 would suffice. Xinjiang, are you implying that negotiations are off the table? Jin Hao had initially intended to intimidate Xinjiang, offering 30,000 to extort Liehua. However, he was wary of Xinjiang's resilience, hoping to extract some funds while also scaring Xinjiang away from North Street. He did not anticipate that Xinjiang would be unfazed by such tactics. Even invoking Baiye's name failed to intimidate him. Now that Xinjiang is undeterred, the situation has become precarious. 30,000 is non-negotiable. Xinjiang stated flatly. Very well. Xinjiang, you possess courage. Today, I am extending you the courtesy of offering 30,000. After today, you will be fortunate to see even that amount. Just wait. If I do not bring about your downfall, my name is not Jin Hao. Jin Hao said through clenched teeth. I await your efforts. Xinjiang's gaze was sharp as he fixed it on Jin Hao, enunciating each word deliberately before turning to leave. Depart. Xinjiang turned and walked away, while Jin Hao's subordinates glanced at him, hesitating to obstruct Xinjiang and his companions as they departed. They could only watch helplessly as Xinjiang and his group exited. Soon, the sound of shattered teacups echoed behind them. Xinjiang smirked disdainfully. This was merely the impotent rage of the incompetent. His true target had never been Jin Hao, but Baijiang. If Baijiang sought to impede his legitimate business endeavors, he should not be surprised when Xinjiang sought to topple him. Brother Hao, this kid Xinjiang is truly brazen, but his men are all ruthless characters. We need not confront him head-on, said a bespectacled man as he emerged from the private room. I understand. We shall proceed as planned. I want Xinjiang to realize who truly holds dominion over North Street. Chapter 82. Snatching people. Xinjiang and his companions returned to the gaming hall. With today's negotiation having failed, their relationship with Jin Hao had irrevocably soured. Everyone must exercise caution over the next few days and be prepared. Jin Hao may come to cause trouble. Xinjiang instructed in a hushed tone. Boss, should we call back Aiming and the others? Xiao Fei suggested quietly, nodding towards his companions. With only 6 of them in the gaming hall, if Jin Hao decided to make a move, they would be short-handed. Bringing Aiming and his crew back would bolster their numbers significantly. Not for now. Their task is more crucial. Xinjiang had calculated the time. Aiming and his group had been tailing Fang Qiong for about a week. For over a week, Fang Qiong had not met with her lover. The next few days would be pivotal. It was highly likely she would rendezvous with him. This was the optimal moment to capture photographic evidence. If this opportunity were missed, who knew how long they would have to wait for another chance? They absolutely could not afford to let this slip by. A week or two without a meeting rendered the notion of a lover futile. it was better to rely on one's own capabilities. Capturing photographs was indeed vital. Yet arrangements at the gaming hall also required attention. Everyone, let's endure a bit over the next few days. Wear your vests, especially after dark. And always be on guard for Jin Hao's potential incursion. Additionally, Zhang Peng should drive the Santana over to Aming and his crew tonight. If anything arises at the venue, have Xiang Li page Aming and the others for reinforcements immediately. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Chun Jianghe made careful arrangements. To facilitate Aming and his group in monitoring Fang Qiong, he sent over the second-hand motorcycle he had previously asked Zhang Peng to procure. He also temporarily gave them the Santana, ensuring they would be able to respond swiftly should an incident occur at the gaming hall. Alright. Fang Qiong mainly operates in the vicinity of North Street. Aming and his crew are often around. With just a page, they can quickly come to our aid. Xiao Fei nodded in agreement. With this arrangement, Aming and his companions would form a mobile force, greatly enhancing their chances if they encountered Jin Hao's men causing trouble. Once Chun Jianghe concluded his arrangements, he ascended the stairs. Throughout the afternoon, there was no sign of activity from Jin Hao's men. As night fell and darkness began to envelop the surroundings, Zhang Jun once again sought out Chun Jianghe. Boss Chun, let's head to Old Li's for dinner and share a drink. Zhang Jun greeted with a smile upon his arrival. Brother Zhang, as for dining, I must decline. There are some matters at the gaming hall that require my attention, making it inconvenient for me to go out. Chun Jianghe replied with a chuckle. Indeed. I've heard whispers about it. The North Street is rather small, and it cannot accommodate two large gaming halls. Zhang Jun nodded, a hint of hesitation crossing his face, as if grappling with an internal conflict. Brother Zhang, as partners, you should feel free to speak your mind. Chun Jianghe personally prepared a cup of tea for Zhang Jun, gesturing for him to sit and converse. Boss Chun, I submitted the design plans for the Internet CAF to you 3 or 4 days ago. I understand you are facing some difficulties, but we cannot let this Internet CAF project languish indefinitely without progress. Currently, there aren't many Internet CAFs in Pengcheng, and this is an opportune moment to seize market share. I predict that in the next 2 to 3 years, the number of Internet CAFs in Pengcheng will experience explosive growth. We must capitalize on this trend and take action soon. Zhang Jun expressed, a sense of urgency in his tone. Opening an Internet CAF requires substantial investment, often starting from hundreds of thousands. Zhang Jun had limited options for partners, and he was reluctant to let go of any potential collaborators. Not to mention, Chun Jianghe was sharp-minded and possessed a keen business acumen. He had managed to undermine Jin Hao's vast gaming hall in no time. The concept of a unified branding and design for the Internet CAF struck Zhang Jun as exceptionally clever. He was reluctant to lose such a valuable partner. However, it was evident that Chun Jianghe was not particularly invested in the CAF venture at present, and progress had stalled. Brother Zhang, a simple phone call would suffice for such matters. There was no need to make a special trip. Chun Jianghe chuckled. As for the Internet CAF, you can arrange for the construction workers, and they can commence work tomorrow. I will have Qin Gang assist you. Really? Zhang Jun exclaimed with delight. Yet his expression soon turned quizzical. Are you referring to Qin Gang? There have been rumors on North Street that he was the one who had his hands severed by you. Previously, with Li Jindi's disappearance, Qin Gang had also been absent. Zhang Jun had assumed Qin Gang was either dead or had retreated from the scene to return home. Now, it appeared that Qin Gang was working for Chun Jianghe. Yes, Qin Gang. I will have him come over now. For the renovations of the Internet CAF, you can coordinate with him. Once the renovations are complete, we can discuss the equipment, Chun Jianghe instructed, sending Zhang Peng out to summon Qin Gang. Zhang Jun was taken aback to discover that Qin Gang was indeed working for Qin Jianghe. It seemed that Qin Jianghe had resolved the situation with Li Jindi, but many secrets remained. Qin Gang, you will be in charge of the renovations for Lai San's billiard hall. I plan to set up an Internet CAF there, so please collaborate with Brother Zhang. If any issues arise, you can reach out to me. Qin Jianghe directly handed the keys to Lai San's gaming hall to Qin Gang. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I will certainly do my utmost. Qin Gang expressed his profound gratitude while holding the keys. In the past week, Qin Gang resided in a modest inn, plagued by sleepless nights. The absence of tasks from Qin Jianghe signified an impending dismissal, leaving him restless. Only when assigned duties did he find solace. Brother Zhang, do you think this arrangement is feasible? Qin Jianghe nodded and replied with a smile. Indeed. I will keep in touch with Qin Gang, and we shall discuss matters once the renovations are complete. Zhang Jun was equally satisfied. as the progress of the Internet CAF began to advance. Subsequently, Zhang Jun and Chun Gang conferred before departing. Chun Gang, holding the key, guided Zhang Jun to Lai San's billiard hall, where all the equipment remained intact. Pool tables and various billiard accessories were still in place. All these items required removal. Zhang Jun decided to summon help, arranging for people to come that evening to transport the items away. He contacted individuals to sell them as second-hand goods. The proceeds from the sale were entrusted to Chun Gang, who in turn handed the money over to Chun Jianghe. The following day, the arcade business at Liehua continued to thrive, particularly in the evening when throngs of people filled the gaming hall, smoking, playing games, and admiring beautiful women. The establishment was bustling with patrons. However, the slot machine business had waned compared to previous days. By the third day, the decline became even more pronounced. Only a handful of players remained at the slot machines by nightfall, and the prominent clients from earlier days had vanished. Chun Jianghe quickly grasped that something was amiss. He instructed Zhang Peng to investigate the situation. Jianghe, I found out that Jin Hao has stationed people at the entrance of North Street, specifically monitoring those high-stakes slot machine players. As soon as they arrive, they are whisked away by Jin Hao's men. That scoundrel is outright snatching our customers. Zhang Peng returned in haste, seething with anger. Boss, let me and Ajian handle this. We'll deal with Jin Hao's men, Xiang Fei impulsively suggested. Chun Jianghe, taking a drag from his cigarette, responded coldly. Taking down those ruffians is easy, but will that truly bring our customers back? If we confront Jin Hao now, we will only frighten away our clientele, including those playing arcade games. Given that Jin Hao had deployed surveillance, it was certain that he had eyes on the arcade as well. The high-stakes slot machine players would inevitably be approached by Jin Hao's associates. They would either flock to Jin Hao's establishment or simply refrain from visiting North Street altogether. Even if Chun Jianghe's venue possessed unparalleled allure, recent events would deter them from coming. This reluctance stemmed from Jin Hao's powerful influence on North Street, as they would not risk incurring his wrath. The potential loss of not only the game, but also facing retribution was too daunting. Furthermore, engaging in direct conflict now would undoubtedly lead to a drastic decline in Liehua's business, possibly even forcing its closure. The silver lining was that Jin Hao had only intercepted the high-stakes slot machine players, leaving the smaller clientele unmonitored and the arcade patrons unscathed. With the presence of these arcade customers, Liehua continued to turn a profit. Boss, are we simply going to allow them to bully us? Xiang Fei protested defiantly. I have long asserted that one must employ intellect to navigate the world. Otherwise, one remains a mere street urchin. Can you not think? Chun Jianghe pointed a finger, expressing disappointment. Xiang Fei and Zhang Peng hung their heads, for had they possessed the capacity for thought, they would not find themselves in such a predicament. Ah Fei. Chun Jianghe shook his head and gestured for Xiang Fei to approach. He whispered a few words into Xiang Fei's ear, who, upon hearing them, brightened with understanding. Boss, I comprehend. Xiang Fei nodded, retrieving his device to send a message to Ming. 20 minutes later, Ming found a public phone and dialed into Chun Jianghe's office. After a brief exchange of instructions, Chun Jianghe ended the call. That evening, Ming and Yao transformed their appearance and made their way to Tianwei Electronic World. Boss, welcome. The receptionist greeted them warmly as they entered. Jin Hao noted the effectiveness of Chun Jianghe's strategy involving attractive women. Although he hesitated to hire the most exquisite hostesses, he could at least spruce up a few of the lesser girls. Standing in the arcade, they managed to create a semblance of allure. Unfortunately, these girls lacked a solid foundation and did not possess impressive figures, merely serving to distract those who had long been deprived of female companionship. Let us have 200 points. Ming slammed 200 yuan on the table. The young hostess quickly summoned assistance, leading the pair upstairs to credit their accounts. Ming and Yao engaged with the slot machines, all the while observing their surroundings. Ever since Jin Hao instructed his subordinates to intercept patrons, many players had been ushered in, and with Jin Hao leveraging his connections through calls and personal visits, 2 more hostesses were assigned to the slot machine area, significantly improving business. As they discreetly observed, Ming and Yao noted that nearly 100 machines were in operation, with about 20 players engaged. Focusing on Fang Qiong's crew, they saw only Guang remaining. Fang Qiong was currently at the tea house across the street, spending time with Bai Jiang, thus requiring fewer eyes on her. While keeping a watchful eye and indulging in their games, they noticed that Tianwei Electronic World appeared to house a dozen or so individuals. with Jin Hao having stationed many of his subordinates there. As the night progressed, the business at Tianwei Electronic World began to flourish. Though the clientele at Lihua was bustling, the limited number of machines meant that those unable or unwilling to squeeze in found solace at this venue. As darkness enveloped the first floor's arcade area, approximately 30 to 40 players began to emerge. With the combined presence of patrons upstairs and downstairs, the atmosphere buzzed with life. Ming and Yao blended seamlessly, undetected in the throng. Not far away, in the tea house, the night had just begun to settle. Fang Qiong's strikingly beautiful face quickly blossomed into a smile, and with a cool demeanor, she gathered her belongings, exchanged pleasantries with Bai Jiang, and prepared to descend. I am heading home. Be cautious on your way. I shall send someone to pick you up shortly. Bai Jiang, engaged in a game of cards, cast a casual glance at Li Quan, who understood the unspoken cue and nodded slightly. Lao Wu, accompany Jiang and see off to Sa, Li Quan instructed. Of course. Brother Quan. Two younger associates promptly approached, offering to carry Fang Qiong's bag as they escorted her downstairs, subsequently entering the Audi 100 parked below. This vehicle had been purchased by Bai Jiang specifically for Fang Qiong. Li Quan had arranged for two subordinates to accompany her, fearing that sending just one could lead to complications, given the potential for impropriety between a lone man and woman. After all, Bai Jiang was approaching 50, while Fang Qiong was merely in her early 20s, brimming with youthful vigor. The risk of loneliness leading to mischief was a concern, hence, sending two individuals would likely mitigate such issues. Nearby, in a secluded corner outside the tea house, a Guang smoked a cigarette, and upon seeing Fang Qiong emerge, quickly hurried to a public phone to whisper a few words. Beep, beep. Ming and Yao were engrossed in their game when suddenly, Ming's device, hanging at his waist, emitted a series of beeps. Glancing at the screen, his expression shifted. She has left. Go find a Guang and keep an eye on her. I'll remain here to handle matters, a Guang swiftly instructed Yao. Nodding in agreement, Yao grabbed a complimentary drink and hastily descended the stairs to exit. Once outside, he accelerated his pace, while a Guang, clad in a helmet and riding a motorcycle, awaited not far off. Let us go. The Audi 100 carrying Fang Qiong was already making its way out of Bay Street. As soon as Yao hopped onto the bike, a Guang revved the engine and pursued. Bai Jiang's subordinates were entirely oblivious to the fact that someone was tailing Fang Qiong. They drove the Audi 100 out of Bay Street at a leisurely pace towards Fang Qiong's residence. Typically, Fang Qiong resided with Bai Jiang, yet she returned home once or twice a month to dine with her parents. The age difference between Bai Jiang and Fang Qiong's parents often led to awkward encounters. Thus, she usually made the trip alone to spend time with them. Bai Jiang could not possibly deny her the right to visit her family. Sister-in-law, we shall wait for you here. The two subordinates parked the Audi 100 outside the family compound without venturing inside. Fang Qiong's parents still valued their reputation and wished to avoid gossip among neighbors regarding their daughter's choice of an older partner. Bai Jiang's subordinates were perceptive and generally refrained from entering the residential area. Fang Qiong responded curtly, grasping her bag and a few items as she disembarked and headed towards the family compound. She has exited the vehicle. I will follow. A Guang and Yao parked their motorcycle at a distance, and Yao swiftly crossed the street, feigning the demeanor of a resident as he entered the compound ahead of Fang Qiong. As night fell, the family compound was devoid of any watchman. Fang Qiong, unaware of Yao's presence, ascended the stairs, burdened by her belongings. Yao dared not follow too closely. The residential complex consisted of stairwell apartments, making it easy to be discovered. He watched Fang Qiong ascend the stairs and found a corner to conceal himself while smoking. Originally, Chen Zhanghe had assigned them another task for the evening, but now only Ming remained at Tianwei, leaving uncertainty about the task's completion. Yao pondered this, but showed no inclination to leave. It was rare for Fang Qiong to be away from Bai Jiang, and if she indeed had a lover, tonight would surely present an excellent opportunity, unless Chen Gang had deceived them, and Fang Qiong had no such affair. As Yao contemplated, a small red light flickered intermittently in the darkness. Suddenly, Fang Qiong hurriedly descended the stairs, standing alertly at the doorway to survey her surroundings. Yao quickly extinguished his cigarette and concealed himself deeper in the shadows, his heart racing with excitement. Fang Qiong's demeanor suggested something amiss. She surveyed the area by the doorway before stealthily making her way to the front gate of the compound. From a distance, she spotted two of Bai Jiang's subordinates lounging in an Audi 100, oblivious to her presence. Cautiously, she retreated and hurried toward the back gate of the compound. The compound had both a front and a back gate, though the latter was seldom used. Nearby was a small park. Once outside the back gate, Fang Qiong, seeing no suspicious figures, hurried toward the park. A Yao, unable to inform a Guang in time, quickly retrieved his disposable camera and followed her. Upon entering the park, he noticed a Santana parked in a corner, occupied by a young man. Fang Qiong approached, opened the car door, and took a seat inside. They then embraced passionately. It appeared that Fang Qiong indeed had a lover. A Yao promptly took out his camera, capturing the scene. He waited until Fang Qiong and her companion finished their kiss and made sure to snap a photo of the man as well. As the man drove away in the Santana with Fang Qiong, it was too late for them to follow. However, having obtained the photographs, the mission could be deemed successful. With the photos in hand, he thought, let us find a place to develop them. A Yao stowed the camera and quickly exited the compound, mounting his motorcycle. Hold on tight. A Guang revved the throttle, and the motorcycle roared away swiftly. The two subordinates in the Audi 100 remained completely unaware of any unusual activity. Shortly thereafter, Chen Jianghe, seated in his office, received a phone call. Boss, we've got the photos. Excellent work. Chen Jianghe exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. After such a long period of surveillance, they finally had results. I'll deliver the photos to a Yao shortly. A Guang whispered. You come quietly and give the photos to Xiangli. The three of you must remain concealed for the time being. You are still a vital asset at a crucial moment. Chen Jianghe pondered for a moment and decided against having a Guang, and a Yao returned directly. They could not risk exposure just yet. Amin, A Guang, and Io had never before visited the arcade, and no one was aware that they were also affiliated with Chen Jianghe. Jin Hao was only cognizant of the fact that Chen Jianghe's group comprised a total of 6 individuals, and any confrontation with them would undoubtedly be assessed in the context of 6. Thus, Amin and his companions could potentially serve as a surprising advantage. They could be considered a hidden asset for Chen Jianghe. A Guang held a profound admiration for Chen Jianghe, who had managed to subdue Li Jindi, handle Lai San, vanquish Lin Guobin, and even usurp the business from Tianwei Electronic World. Such accomplishments speak volumes of one's capability. A person of true ability garners respect wherever they go. When Tianwei Electronic World first opened its doors, no one on North Street believed that Chen Jianghe's Lihu Arcade could sustain itself. Yet the truth was that not only did Lihu remain unscathed, but its business flourished, leaving Tianwei Electronic World at a disadvantage. Before long, A Guang discreetly arrived at Lihu, blending in as an ordinary patron, exchanging a few coins with Xiang Li for some game tokens, with a photograph hidden beneath the coins. Upon receiving the photograph, Xiang Li quietly placed it in the ledger and handed it to Zhang Peng for delivery upstairs. Zhang He was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chun Gang's words were indeed true. Fang Qiong truly had a paramour, and this dapper young man was rather handsome. Zhang Peng presented the ledger to Chun Jianghe, leaning in to catch a glimpse of the photograph. Fetch Chun Gang. Chun Jianghe commanded, glancing at the image, which depicted a man of similar age to Fang Qiong, possessing a refined appearance akin to a scholarly gentleman. Undeniably, he was strikingly handsome. Chun Jianghe harbored doubts, suspecting that this man was not merely Fang Qiong's lover, but her genuine boyfriend. It seemed that once Fang Qiong caught by Zhang's eye, she had no choice but to align herself with him. Otherwise, given by Zhang's influence and methods, the sudden disappearance of this young man would hardly be surprising. Zhang Peng nodded and promptly descended to summon Chen Gang. Soon, he returned with him in tow. Chen Jianghe handed the photograph to Chen Gang. Take a look. Is this him? Chen Jianghe inquired. Yes, that's him. I recognized him immediately. Chen Gang exclaimed upon seeing the photograph. This was indeed the same young man he had encountered previously. Chen Gang was taken aback, realizing Chun Jianghe's resourcefulness in obtaining this photograph. He could intuit the underlying motives behind Chun Jianghe's efforts. If that were the case, it could only suggest that Chun Jianghe harbored considerable ambition and capability. His loss to Li Jindi was not without justification. Indeed, the world of Jianghu is such that the waves of the Yangtze River push the former waves forward. Do you have any recollection of this man? Chen Jianghe inquired, nodding slightly. Boss, I truly have no recollection whatsoever. I am certain I have never seen this man before. Chen Gang scrutinized the photograph, pondering for a long while before shaking his head. Well, if you haven't seen him, then carry on with your duties. Chen Jianghe waved his hand dismissively. My apologies, boss, for not being of assistance. I shall take my leave for the billiards hall. Chen Gang nodded, then acknowledged Zhang Peng with a slight gesture before preparing to turn and leave. As for the photographs, keep them to yourself. No one should utter a word. Chen Jianghe suddenly interjected. Boss, I understand. Rest assured, this matter will remain confidential. Chen Gang replied, and only then did he depart. Jianghe, what shall we do now? Should we disseminate the photographs to Vex by Jiang? Zhang Peng inquired after escorting Chen Gang outside. Have I exerted such effort solely to irritate Bai Jiang? Chen Jianghe shot him a glare, glanced at his watch, and replied in a low tone, Have a Guang and a Jian continue to monitor Fang Qiong. She won't be gone for long and will surely return soon. Once that man returns her, let them observe him closely and ascertain where he resides. It was evident that Fang Qiong would return shortly after her rendezvous to avoid raising Bai Jiang's suspicions. It wouldn't take much time. Chapter 85. Framing Understood. Zhang Peng picked up the phone and made a call to the paging station, communicating in coded phrases, instructing them to relay the information to a Guang's pager. The boss wants us to investigate that man move. A Guang's pager vibrated a few times. He glanced at the screen and signaled a Yao to resume waiting for Fang Qiong. But what about a Ming? I still need to assist him. A Yao expressed hesitation. This evening, Chen Jianghe had assigned additional tasks to both a Yao and a Ming, and with only a Ming remaining at Tianwei, it was likely the task would not be accomplished. I left a Ming a message. That task doesn't have to be completed tonight. Investigating this man is of greater importance. If we miss this opportunity, who knows how long it will be before we get another chance. We must prioritize this matter. A Guang asserted decisively. Very well, then. Let us go. A Yao nodded, mounting his motorcycle. The bike sped through the night, quickly vanishing from sight. In less than 15 minutes, the two returned to the residential compound. This time, a Yao instructed a Guang to park the motorcycle in a small park across from the back gate of the compound, where they concealed themselves in the shadows, waiting. After less than half an hour, the Santana that had picked up Fang Qiong reappeared. Fang Qiong and the man in the car embraced passionately before she adjusted her attire and exited the vehicle, hastily crossing the road. Bai Jiang, such a prominent figure, has become a cuckold. A Yao scoffed quietly. Enough chatter, let us follow. A Guang extinguished his cigarette, and as the Santana departed the park, he immediately revved the motorcycle and pursued. Meanwhile, in a different narrative, while a Guang and a Yao trailed Fang Qiong's lover, a Ming was at Tianwei Electronic World, rapidly losing his share. The slot machines at Tianwei were currently set to devour 100 and return only 20, with the majority of players facing losses. Yet, there were always a few fortunate souls who managed to win, sometimes pocketing small amounts, and on occasion, substantial sums. Today, luck favored someone who won quite a bit. The train is rolling. Another train has started. Suddenly, a jubilant cheer erupted from a group of people gathered around a nearby slot machine. As a patron struck a significant win, having wagered 1,000, they secured nearly 3,000 in return. Coupled with previous victories, the total winnings for the night approached 5,000. While this sum paled in comparison to the high rollers who gambled tens of thousands in a single evening, it was nonetheless an enviable amount for the average individual. Especially in these times when most earn less than 1,000 in a month. The allure of such winnings drew a crowd, with some feeling the itch to join in and try their luck. Boss, payout. I'm done playing, shouted a customer, prompting many to glance at the bespectacled man nearby. This man was the right-hand associate of Jin Hao, tasked with managing the operations of the gaming hall. Half of those playing the slot machines had been coerced into it by Jin Hao's associates, with only a handful genuinely eager to partake. If they truly wished to gamble, why not venture to the nearby fire establishment, which not only offered beautiful attendance, but also seemed to yield a higher success rate, with a portion of patrons winning daily? In contrast, the number of winners at Tianwei was considerably lower. Payout, hand over the cash. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. Fully aware that Tianwei needed to dispense the money, he secretly hoped for more daily winners, facilitating a smooth cash-out process. Without a long-term strategy, how could one hope to reel in the big catches? The more winners there were, the more players would be drawn in, and as more players joined, the number of winners would inevitably increase, creating a positive feedback loop that would bolster the business further. The gaming hall would never incur losses. Even if it paid out 20 for every 100, it could not fail. The money won by patrons was never the hall's own, but rather the funds of other customers. The hall's greatest fear lay in a dwindling clientele. The fewer the patrons, the lesser the winnings, and the fewer the players, leading to a detrimental cycle. This principle mirrored that of casinos, What mattered was not the winners, but the ongoing play. Before long, a junior staff member returned with 5,000 in cash. "Brother Foam. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner later." The customer, clutching a hefty bundle of 100 yuan bills, acknowledged the bespectacled man before departing with 2 friends. Others, witnessing the successful cash-out, felt a sense of reassurance. It was far better to be able to withdraw winnings than to endure the plight of unscrupulous gaming halls, where only small wins could be cashed out, while larger ones were withheld, often favoring certain players over others. "Damn it, I'm broke." Just then, Ming had lost his last bit of credits, angrily pushing away from the slot machine as he stood up. "Hey, want to play a bit longer?" The bespectacled man offered, producing a box of fine cigarettes and extending one. "I'm done for tonight. I'll come back tomorrow." Ming feigned anger, taking a cigarette and departing in frustration. The bespectacled man chuckled, dismissing the matter as he continued to circulate among the patrons, offering cigarettes and engaging with customers. After leaving the Tianwei electronic world, Ming immediately fixated on a person who had just departed, accompanied by 2 friends, heading towards the northern street. The night had deepened, and aside from the gaming halls, internet cafes, skating rinks, billiard halls, and street food stalls, there were scarcely any souls to be found on this side of North Street. Beyond the street, the absence of people was even more pronounced. With the current state of public safety deteriorating, most individuals refrained from venturing out after dark. "Come on. We won some money today. Let us indulge ourselves at Sihai and invite a few ladies to join us," boasted one of the patrons, waving his hand flamboyantly as he prepared to hail a taxi to Sihai. The women at Sihai were renowned for their quality, a celebrated aspect of the Pingjiang district. "What a pity we can't go to Liehua. Otherwise, the ladies there are even cheaper. One could take them out for just 300 to 400, remarked another man nearby. Indeed, the same women at Sihai would cost at least 500, plus the exorbitant drink prices. What could be settled for 1,000 at Liehua would easily double at Sihai, chimed in another companion. "Huh, you speak of Liehua, but I doubt it will last much longer. In no time, Hauge will take care of that little brat, Chen Jianghe," sneered the patron with a hint of jealousy. Chen Jianghe, despite his youth, had made a name for himself, causing Liehua to thrive, which undoubtedly sparked envy among many, including this man. True enough, Hauge has Bai Yi backing him, while Chen Jianghe is merely a novice. How could he possibly contend? Concurred his 2 friends, nodding in agreement, finding the reasoning quite sound. Having won their money, they were poised to revel in their fortune when one of them waved at a passing taxi. Just as it seemed to be approaching, a shadow suddenly sprang forth from behind. The figure swiftly kicked one man to the ground and, without hesitation, struck another on the head with a blade, gripping him firmly. "Hand over the money." Chapter 86. Investigating individuals. The taxi, sensing the impending danger, hastily accelerated away. What do you want?" the victim stammered, clutching his money-filled bag tightly. "Give me the money." The masked assailant, blood dripping from the blade, fixed a fierce gaze upon him and reached directly for the bag. Yet, the man not only held on tightly, but also called out for help from his friend. "Lao Qin, help!" Just as the toppled Lao Qin attempted to rise and assist, the masked figure's eyes hardened, and he delivered a vicious slash across the man's face, the blade tearing through flesh as warm blood gushed forth. "Ah!" The man screamed in agony, his grip loosening as the masked assailant seized the bag. With the bag in hand, the assailant turned and fled. "Damn it, stop right there." Lao Qin, upon seeing the gruesome wound on his friend's face, felt his legs weaken, pretending to have been heavily kicked and unable to rise. It was only after the masked figure had sprinted a considerable distance that he leapt to his feet, shouting at the fleeing figure. In the blink of an eye, the masked assailant vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. Half an hour later, a police car arrived belatedly, discovering that the injuries of the 3 individuals were minor. After a brief inquiry, they were promptly sent to the hospital, and no further action was taken. In this era, in Pingcheng, such incidents are hardly noteworthy. Even when female workers from nearby factories are abducted and assaulted by passing vehicles at night, it hardly raises an eyebrow. Factory owners often urge these women not to report such incidents to avoid complications that might affect their profits. Soon after, a call came through to the Lihua game hall. "Boss, it's done." Ming's voice resonated over the line. "Proceed as planned." A cold smirk appeared on Chun Jianghe's face. "Understood," Ming replied before hanging up. "Jinhao, let's see whose tricks are superior." Chun Jianghe lit a cigarette and took a drag, speaking to himself as he sat in the office, gradually exuding the aura of a formidable figure. The next morning, Chun Jianghe picked up the photographs and stuffed 20,000 yuan into a brown paper envelope before heading downstairs. Stopping, accompany me on an outing. Chun Jianghe called out to Zhang Peng. All right, Qiang, you handle the accounts. Zhang Peng responded and summoned Zhang Chong. Jianghe, where to? Zhang Peng inquired once they boarded the van. To Tang Aigua's place, Chun Jianghe replied. Going to deliver him money again? These fellows are like vampires. Zhang Peng grumbled as he started the van. For now, we cannot afford to sever ties with these vampires. Without them, if Jin Hao looks for someone and the police make a call, our game hall would be shut down. Chun Jianghe remarked casually. Those who navigate the underworld are, in fact, in a symbiotic relationship with these vampires. When the vampires cease their blood-sucking, it signifies the end of good times for them as well. I understand, but I refuse to accept it. Zhang Peng remained silent for a moment, driving away from North Street. Refusing to accept it means striving relentlessly to climb higher, until we reach a point where even Tang Aigua must greet us with a smile. Then the frustration will dissipate. Chun Jianghe lit another cigarette and inhaled deeply. Before long, the van arrived outside the residential compound of Tang Aigua. Today, he was not at work, as Chun Jianghe had confirmed over the phone prior to coming. You stay here. No need to get out. Chun Jianghe instructed, taking his belongings and walking towards the compound. He soon reached Tang Aigua's door and knocked. With a creak, the door swung open. Ah, Xiaochen has arrived. Come in, come in. Have a seat. Auntie will brew you some tea. Aigua, Xiaochen is here. Zhang Xuemei, Tang Aigua's wife, exclaimed with enthusiasm upon seeing Chun Jianghe. Since Tang Aigua became the chief of the police station, the number of people bringing him gifts had increased. Yet few, if any, matched the regularity and generosity of Chun Jianghe's offerings. Jianghe, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. Have you eaten? If not, let us share a meal. I shall ask Xuemei to go out and buy something. Tang Aigua emerged from the room, a warm smile adorning his face. Uncle Tang, I was in a hurry this morning. I intended to finish my business here and dine later. Chun Jianghe replied politely. Oh, no need for that. Let us casually enjoy a meal together. Xuemei, could you step out and fetch some breakfast for us? I shall dine with Jianghe. Tang Aigua waved his hand. Addressing Zhang Xuemei. Very well, you two chat. I shall return shortly. Zhang Xuemei responded cheerfully and left. She understood the unspoken intention of Tang Aigua and Chun Jianghe. They sought a reason to send her away, as their discussion required privacy. Uncle, here is this month's dividend. The business of Lihua is currently thriving, and your share amounts to 20%, which is 20,000. Indeed, as soon as she left, Chun Jianghe produced a thick leather envelope. Jianghe, we are all like family. You are being overly courteous. The business of Lihua has just begun to recover, and this is the time when you need funds the most. There is no rush for this money. Please take it back and utilize it first. Tang Aigua feigned reluctance. Uncle, Lihua's funds are sufficient. Please accept this money. I have another matter to discuss. Chun Jiang, he pushed the money back and produced a photograph. Placing it before Tang Aigua. I would like to investigate this individual. The more detailed the information, the better. What do you need to know about him? Tang Aigua glanced at the photograph, which depicted a young man alongside a woman whose face had been deliberately erased. There is a minor conflict involving him, but I am unaware of his background. I wish to ascertain his details. Chun Jiang, he fabricated a story, as his relationship with Tang Aigua was merely one of collaboration, and he did not wish for Tang Aigua to uncover his true intentions. It is rather difficult to investigate with just a photograph. Tang Aigua pondered for a moment, looking somewhat troubled. His address is here. Chun Jiang, he produced another slip of paper, inscribed with the man's residence. The very place where Fang Qiong had been rendezvousing with this young man. All right, having an address simplifies things. By the way, I have heard that Lai San's billiard hall has recently commenced construction. Tang Aigua suddenly remarked. Indeed, I am collaborating with Zhang Jun to establish an internet CAF. A spark of excitement flickered in Chun Jianghe's eyes. The billiard hall had just begun construction yesterday, yet Tang Aigua was already informed. His sources were impressively astute. Opening an internet CAF sounds promising. I have heard that it will be a lucrative venture in the future. I would also like to invest. Would you mind? Tang Aigua directly pushed the leather envelope towards Chun Jianghe, smiling as he said, Consider this money as my investment. Uncle, you are too kind. When there is a good business opportunity, I shall certainly include you as a partner. Then I shall accept this money. Chun Jiang, he gladly accepted the leather envelope and gazed at the photograph. What about this individual? Within 3 days, I shall provide you with a definitive answer. Chapter 87. The Layout Uncle. I shall take my leave now. Having concluded their discussion, Chun Jiang he prepared to depart. Alas, Jiang, why are you leaving so early? Have a meal before you go. Tang Igua feigned a reluctant invitation. Uncle, the shop is busy. I won't stay. Qin Jianghe politely replied before departing. Just as he left, Zhang Xuemei returned. She hadn't gone to buy breakfast at all. She had merely strolled downstairs. Upon seeing Chun Jianghe descend, she promptly turned back. How much money did Qin Jianghe give this time? Zhang Xuemei inquired eagerly the moment she entered. Money, money, money. All you think about is money. You'll eventually fall into the abyss of greed and ruin me. Tang Igua retorted impatiently. What? Am I the only one who loves money? You don't. Everything revolves around money now, so what is wrong with loving it? Who doesn't love money? Zhang Xuemei sneered, hastily searching but finding nothing. Enough of your searching. I didn't take the money. I invested it into Chun Jianghe's internet CAF. Tang Igua said dismissively. Invest in an internet CAF? You refuse to accept money handed to you? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Xuemei raised her voice, her tone sharp. With long hair and short sight, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Tang Igua turned and slammed the door shut. Outside, Zhang Xuemei's voice echoed with insults. Back in the day, Tang Igua could enter the police station thanks to his father-in-law, but now, his father-in-law had long since retired. Consequently, he no longer had to care about Zhang Xuemei's opinions. Meanwhile, Chun Jianghe climbed into a van holding a brown paper bag. Jianghe, didn't he take the money? Zhang Peng asked in astonishment. He didn't. Consider it an investment in the internet CAF, Chun Jianghe replied coolly. Damn, that scoundrel is pulling a fast one. Zhang Peng exclaimed indignantly. Let us not dwell on such trifles. It's a mere pittance. We'll need his assistance now, Chun Jianghe remarked nonchalantly. Currently, he and Tang Igua were engaged in a mutually beneficial arrangement. It was only natural for Tang Igua to seek additional funds. As long as he could deal with Bai Jiang, this sum was insignificant. Upon returning to the fire game hall, Chun Jianghe checked the time. It was time to execute the next phase of his plan. In the afternoon, several customers arrived at the Tianwei Electronic World to play games. Those who couldn't find space at fire had essentially migrated to Tianwei. Despite the absence of attractive young women, the air conditioning was pleasant, and smoking while playing was comfortable. There were about 30 to 40 individuals scattered among the 200 to 300 arcade machines. By evening, the crowd would swell even more. Upstairs, numerous patrons were engaged with the slot machines. Essentially, all of Fire's major clients had been diverted here by Jin Hao's subordinates. Jin Hao had observed for several days and, seeing Chun Jianghe's lack of action, assumed that Chun Jianghe was too intimidated to confront him. That day, a Yao and a Guang entered, exchanged some coins, and deliberately sat near a subordinate tasked with monitoring the area. Have you heard? Last night someone was robbed on North Street. A Guang intentionally made sure the nearby subordinate could hear. Who? How did they get robbed? In the present moment, the thought of engaging in robbery seems rather futile. A Yao interjected, harmonizing with A Guang. However, you may be mistaken. Last night, a substantial amount was stolen, $5,000 in total. A Guang whispered conspiratorially. The young subordinate was, indeed, intrigued. My friend, who exactly was robbed of $5,000? He inquired, handing over a cigarette, unable to contain his curiosity. What? Are you all unaware? The victim was one of the winners from your establishment last night. He won $5,000, and shortly after stepping outside, he was robbed. A Guang feigned astonishment as he spoke. What do you mean by that? We at Tianwei would never engage in such activities. That amount is trivial for Brother Hao. The young subordinate hastily retorted. I never claimed it was you. But if it were, what could be done? No one would catch you anyway. A Guang replied, subsequently disregarding the subordinate and concentrating on his game. The subordinate, however, wore a contemplative expression. In the days that followed, anyone who had won a significant amount at Tianwei was subsequently robbed upon leaving. This instigated a wave of unease within the Tianwei gaming hall, leading to a decline in patrons once more. The neighborhood buzzed with speculation, with numerous theories circulating. Some asserted that this was undoubtedly the work of Chun Jianghe, aimed at tarnishing the reputation of Tianwei Electronic World, dissuading slot machine enthusiasts from returning. Others suggested that Jin Hao himself orchestrated the incidents, attempting to reclaim his losses. A common practice in many casinos. It is often easy to lose money at a casino, but withdrawing substantial winnings proves far more challenging. Additionally, some claimed that these individuals were specifically targeted, with criminals lying in wait for them to win before striking. Regardless of the myriad of theories, the outcome remained the same. The slot machine business at Tianwei Electronic World began to deteriorate once more. How? There's trouble at the gaming hall. On this day, Jingzi urgently sought out Jin Hao after gathering information. Jin Hao was relishing a massage at a club, attended by a voluptuous and alluring woman clad in revealing attire, who was kneeling before him. As he enjoyed the moment, he casually caressed her smooth, fair thigh. What has happened? Jin Hao asked languidly. Guests who have been winning at our gaming hall have been robbed for 3 consecutive nights now. Many are claiming that we are behind this, suggesting that Tianwei Electronic World cannot withstand the losses, leading to a further decline in the slot machine business. Jingzi reported, his expression grim. Damn, this must be the doing of Chun Jianghe. That bastard is playing dirty. Upon hearing this, Jin Hao abruptly sat up, startling the woman behind him, who tumbled to the ground in a chaotic manner. Jingzi quickly glanced, secretly admiring her figure, noting the dramatic impact of her fall. Brother Hao, I too harbor suspicions that this matter is the doing of Chun Jianghe, the glasses wearer quickly remarked. I have heard that the infamous Beng Yaju from Aoqing once employed this very tactic to usurp his rival's business. Pingqing is not far from Aoqing, and as the renowned leader of Aoqing, Beng Yaju's reputation is formidable. Many tales of his exploits have reached the underworld of Pingqing. In his quest to seize business, Beng Yaju dispatched his underlings to surveil the rival's casino, and whenever someone emerged victorious, they would ambush them. Gradually, patrons ceased to frequent the rival's establishment. Chun Jianghe has resorted to the same underhanded strategy against them. This scoundrel is truly insidious. No wonder they have been sending people to snatch away their associates, while there has been no movement from Chun Jianghe's side. Brother Hao, what shall we do now? Perhaps we should eliminate Chun Jianghe outright, the glasses wearer said with a fierce tone. Do it, do it, do it. You think it's that simple to dispose of him? That scoundrel hides away in the arcade every day. If we fail even once, he might set fire to my arcade, and you would bear the loss. Jin Hao retorted vehemently, jabbing his finger at the glasses wearer. The glasses wearer lowered his head, hastily evading his ire. Though he was Jin Hao's right-hand man, he was not spared from Jin Hao's wrath. His countenance turned grim as he pondered the precariousness of their situation. Brother Hao, what shall we do then? He retreated slightly, asking helplessly. He understood Jin Hao far better than Chun Jianghe. Jin Hao lacked Chun Jianghe's decisiveness, ruthlessness, and audacity. Yet, if Jin Hao possessed the ambition and capability of Chun Jianghe, Bai Jiang would not have chosen him to elevate. After all, nurturing a tiger invites peril. Bai Jiang is no fool. Chun Jianghe's actions are an assault on our reputation, a blow to Bay Street's standing, once we gather evidence. Bai Jiang would not let him off the hook. Jin Hao gritted his teeth, declaring, Isn't he snatching people? Let him continue. We shall catch him in the act. Once we have him, I will see if there remains a refuge for him in Bay Street. Brother Hao, that plan is excellent. The glasses wearer feigned admiration, though he secretly thought otherwise. Jin Hao, this fellow, cowers before the strong and bullies the weak. When confronted with a formidable opponent, he falters. Yet he dreams of usurping Bai Jiang's position. How naive. Previously, while managing Bai Jiang's affairs, he had not encountered anyone formidable. Even when issues arose, most would overlook them out of respect for Bai Jiang. Now, faced with the fierce Chun Jianghe, Jin Hao's true colors have emerged. He is merely a fortunate fool, a good-for-nothing. The glasses wearer mused that had he been Bai Jiang's adopted son, he would surely fare better than Jin Hao. To this day, Jin Hao still clings to Bai Jiang's influence. Lacking the courage to take a risk against Chun Jianghe, he is truly incompetent. Jin Hao stroked his chin, growing increasingly convinced of the brilliance of his scheme. It was indeed a stroke of genius. Since he is able to accurately ascertain who wins in our gaming hall each day, it is evident that he has informants within. I will assign a few individuals to handle this matter, ensuring they are not affiliated with the gaming hall and that no information is leaked, lest some fool inadvertently disclose it and allow Chun Jianghe to be forewarned. Jin Hao contemplated before speaking. Understood, Brother Hao. The bespectacled man nodded, reflecting that this plan was indeed sound. After all, once we have the evidence, Bai Jiang cannot possibly allow Chun Jianghe to remain in North Street. However, Jin Hao found himself in a bind. He relied on Bai Jiang, wondering when he could supplant him and rise to prominence as well. Go ahead. I will arrange for someone to find you shortly. Jin Hao waved his hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Finally, he could deal with Chun Jianghe, a truly formidable opponent. Despite having taken care of Li Jindi, Lai San, and Lin Guobin, what did it matter if he was still set to fall into Lai San's hands? Yes, brother Hao. The bespectacled man nodded, casting a swift glance at a stunningly attractive woman before turning to leave. Subsequently, Jin Hao resumed his enjoyment. In the afternoon at the Lihua Gaming Hall, the phone in Chun Jianghe's office rang. Hello, this is Chun Jianghe. He answered the call. Jianghe, I have located what you requested. I will have Xiao Zhang deliver it to you shortly. The voice of Tang Igua resonated through the line. Thank you, Uncle Tang, I appreciate it. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Chun Jianghe's eyes. Jianghe, allow me to offer you a word of caution before you proceed. Think carefully and avoid provoking those you cannot afford to anger, lest you find yourself in irretrievable peril, losing even your current good fortune. Tang Igua was subtly advised. Rest assured, Uncle, I am well aware of my circumstances. I have only just emerged and have not yet enjoyed a few peaceful days, so I will not act recklessly. Chun Jianghe responded with a thoughtful smile. Hee, with your assurance, I can rest easy. Tang Igua chuckled before ending the call. It seems this young man's identity is not trivial, for even Tang Igua has taken the time to warn me. After hanging up, Chun Jianghe tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, deep in thought. Either this young man possesses a significant identity, or his connections implicate certain individuals, alerting Tang Igua to a hint of danger. Otherwise, why would Tang Igua have spoken such words? However, if this young man truly had an extraordinary background, how could he have been so easily overshadowed by Bai Jiang when it came to romantic pursuits? Although Bai Jiang is well regarded and possesses notable skills, it is unlikely he would foolishly vie for women against the likes of those privileged young men. As for a typical wealthy heir, Tang Igua would not have cautioned Chun Jianghe in such a manner. This leads me to consider that Fang Qiong's companion may indeed be entangled with certain influential figures, thereby raising Tang Igua's vigilance. Chun Jianghe mused, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Zhang Peng approached, carrying an envelope. Jianghe, someone came earlier, claiming to have what you requested. Zhang Peng handed the file bag to Chun Jianghe, inquiring with curiosity, Jianghe, what is this? The information on that young man, Chun Jianghe replied as he opened the file, revealing indeed a collection of data on Fang Qiong's paramour. The young man's name was Zhang Wenli, a student at Guomao Technology, having graduated from Pengqing University. As Chun Jianghe perused the documents, he remarked, I recall Chun Gang mentioning that Fang Qiong was also a university student, correct? It seems so, Zhang Peng pondered. It is quite possible that she and Zhang Wenli were classmates and lovers, which would explain why Fang Qiong is willing to take such great risks to remain with him. Suddenly, Chun Jianghe scoffed, recalling Ling Shui. Fang Qiong would rather face immense danger than part ways with her lover. Yet Ling Shui, despite having a wealthy fiancé, still ended up spending a night with me, effectively ending her engagement. Women, indeed, are complex creatures. Is that fellow just an ordinary university student? Zhang Peng frowned, feeling somewhat disheartened. In that case, he seems to hold little value for us. Not quite. He is actually the younger brother of Li Quan. Chun Jianghe, initially disappointed, felt a jolt of surprise as he glimpsed the copy of Zhang Wenli's household registration. He stood abruptly. He is Li Quan's biological brother? Then, why does he bear the surname Zhang? Zhang Peng was equally astonished, swiftly turning to close the office door. Li Quan takes his father's surname, while Zhang Wenli follows his mother's. They are full brothers. How audacious of Li Quan to allow his own brother to betray him. Chun Jianghe finally understood why Tang Igua had been on high alert. He must be aware of who Li Quan is. He feared that Chun Jianghe might be reckless enough to confront Bai Jiang. Chapter 89. The Trap. Jianghe. This information is immensely significant. Zhang Peng was exceedingly excited. Although not particularly astute, he recognized the importance of this revelation in their dealings with Bai Jiang. Just imagine, if Bai Jiang were to discover this. Could he continue to trust Li Quan? And once Li Quan learns of this leak, what would he do? He would either have to silence someone, or, well, Dapeng, keep this news to yourself for the time being. Recall Amin and the others. Let them stay at a small hotel near Beijia and wait for further instructions. There is no need to keep an eye on Fang Qiong anymore. Chun Jianghe contemplated for a moment before speaking deliberately. We must prepare to strike back. And what of the actions over there? Zhang Peng nodded, inquiring further. The operations there will continue. However, there is no need to monitor Fang Qiong, Chun Jianghe stated. Understood. Zhang Peng picked up the phone and called the dispatch station. Soon, Amin and his team received a message, brief and to the point. Disregard Fang. Continue with other matters. Jiang He, what are your plans now? Zhang Peng inquired after finishing his call. First, I shall wield another's weapon to eliminate Jin Hao, and subsequently deal with Bai Jiang. From henceforth, the North Street shall no longer be under Bai Jiang's dominion, Jiang He replied coldly. In the afternoon, a young woman from Yu's team arrived at work. Jiang He handed her a compact tape recorder, instructing her to return it to Yu. He had already clarified its usage with Yu over the phone the previous night. It appeared Yu was facing some difficulties. Though the specifics remained undisclosed to Jiang He, he intended to resolve matters with Jin Hao before inquiring further about the situation. As night fell, a gentle breeze swept through the air. At the Fire Game Hall, the arcade section was bustling with activity, teeming with patrons every evening. However, the slot machines saw a decline in business, attracting only those who spent small sums to enjoy the company of beautiful attendants. Yet, Jiang He remained unfazed by the transient fluctuations in commerce. Once he dealt with Jin Hao, the business at Fire would thrive once more. De Peng, accompany me on an outing. Shortly after darkness enveloped the city, Jiang He instructed Zhang Peng to drive them away from Fire. The van navigated the streets, swiftly shaking off any pursuers. Brother Hao, Jiang He has ventured out with a subordinate. The bespectacled informant quickly relayed the news to Jin Hao. This little brat seeks to employ the same tactics again. Prepare accordingly. We shall execute our plan tonight. I intend to entertain a few friends, so ensure the operation is executed flawlessly. I await your good news. Jin Hao sneered, glancing at the time before departing from the Tianwei electronic world with his own underlings. More than 2 hours passed, and the night deepened. The streets of North were considerably less populated. Only a few game halls and internet cafes remained open, while the skating rink was brightly lit. 2 men exited Tianwei, having won over 3,000 yuan, their fortunes shining brightly as they left with a mere 500 yuan stake. Brother Air, let us take a taxi. I've heard there have been reports of robberies on North Street, targeting those who have won money, remarked the tall, slender youth upon exiting Tianwei. Rest assured, I am aware of the situation. Come, let us get a cab. The man, referred to as Brother Air, glanced back, signaling the tall youth to refrain from further comments. Once they entered the taxi, Brother Air whispered, I have also heard whispers about the thieves. They are said to be dispatched by Jin Hao, seeking to seize winnings from Tianwei, but it won't be so simple. Have you just left Tianwei? The taxi driver inquired mysteriously while driving towards North Street. I've heard that several individuals who won money at Tianwei have been robbed shortly after leaving, some even attacked with knives. You didn't happen to win, did you? No, we don't play the slot machines. How could we win any money? Brother Air swiftly gestured to the tall youth, denying the driver's insinuation. It is best not to win at all. If I may offer my opinion, one should indulge in the slot machines at Fire, where not only is the rate of winning remarkably high, but there are also stunning women. I have heard that the ladies at Fire are exceptionally beautiful. Should one happen to win some money, they might even take a lovely companion out for a delightful evening. Unfortunately, the folks from Golden Prosperity blockade the entrance on North Street daily, preventing anyone from enjoying the slots at Fire. The taxi driver glanced at the rearview mirror and remarked, Is Golden Prosperity not concerned about Fire's response? Inquired second brother, intrigued. Who knows? In my opinion, Chun Jianghe from Fire is nothing but a coward, too afraid to confront Golden Prosperity head-on. Had it been someone else, they would have surely fought back. The taxi driver scoffed. That is not entirely accurate. I have heard that Chun Jianghe is no ordinary character. Even Lin Guobin is not his equal. Second brother countered. There are many boastful tales in the world of the underbelly. Who can truly ascertain whether Chun Jianghe is a hero or a fool? But watch out. There is someone ahead. The taxi driver was speaking when suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them, startling second brother into a loud shout. The driver instinctively slammed on the brakes and, fortunately, the car was moving at a slow pace, averting a major disaster. Good heavens, we've hit someone, the taxi driver exclaimed, hastily parking the vehicle, flinging open the door, and rushing out. Second brother and his companions instinctively followed suit, eager to witness the commotion. To their astonishment, as they stepped out, a tall, slender young man was kicked to the ground by 2 figures emerging from the shadows. Hand over the money. Before second brother could comprehend the situation, a cold blade was pressed against his neck. I have no money, he stammered instinctively. Curse you, hand it over. The masked assailant's fury escalated, and without warning, he raised his knife, striking second brother's forehead with a brutal blow. With a scream, second brother collapsed onto the ground. Yet he clutched his money tightly, grappling with the assailant. Meanwhile, from the darkness across the street, Ming swiftly turned and dashed towards North Street. Upon reaching North Street, he burst into the Fire Gaming Hall, exclaiming, "There has been a robbery outside. The winners of Tianwei have been attacked. Everyone, come quick." As Ming shouted, chaos erupted within Fire, with patrons rushing out in a frenzy after him. Almost simultaneously, outside on North Street, several figures armed with weapons charged forward from the vicinity. "Do not let them escape," Glasses shouted triumphantly, directing his men to pursue the two masked assailants. "Run!" The two masked individuals, sensing the danger, suddenly realized they had walked into a trap and hurriedly turned to flee. Chapter 90. The people of Tianwei, damn it. You think you can get away? Glasses commanded from the rear, urging his men forward. One of the thugs delivered a powerful kick to the lower back of one masked man, sending him crashing to the ground with a cry of despair. Subsequently, he was subdued. Another masked figure, trembling in fear, hastily quickened his pace in an attempt to flee. However, he did not escape far before being caught up with a vicious blade striking his back. Please don't hit me. I promise I won't do it again." The masked man cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground and clutching his head in terror. "Brother Feng, we've got him," a thug shouted, as this small trio was completely restrained. Meanwhile, Ming, blending into the crowd, happened to arrive just in time. Seeing so many people approaching, the bespectacled man gleefully shouted, "Chen Jianghe, you filthy thief, robbing our Tianwei's clients with your underhanded methods. Today, I finally have you red-handed. Let's see how you deny it. Everyone, take a good look. The one who has been robbing our Tianwei clients these past few days is Chen Jianghe," he bellowed, yanking off the mask from the fallen man. Yet, beneath the mask was not Chen Jianghe's face at all. "Liangzai, why is it you?" The bespectacled man gasped in astonishment, quickly realizing something was amiss. This masked figure was, in fact, Su Liang, a subordinate arranged by Jin Hao at the arcade. "Brother Feng, please forgive me. I was momentarily bewitched. I only robbed this once. The previous 2 times were not me," Su Liang explained in terror. But the bespectacled man felt as if icy water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. They had been deceived. This was indeed a trap orchestrated by Chen Jianghe. Damn it, the robbers were from Tianwei. That's Jin Hao's subordinate, Su Liang. I recognize him. The arcade patrons erupted in chaos. "It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. We've made an error." The bespectacled man hurriedly attempted to quell the uproar. "An error? After being so brutally attacked, you dare claim it was a mistake?" Brother Air clutched his head, blood streaming down. "Don't call the police. Please, brothers, give us some face. It's all a misunderstanding. Don't escalate this too much." The bespectacled man, sensing the situation spiraling, tried to negotiate calmly with Brother Air. "Misunderstanding my foot. Can your Tianwei not afford to lose? Is it just a few thousand yuan you can't bear to part with? And yet you dare run an arcade?" Brother Air angrily shoved the bespectacled man aside, snatching the bag of money from Su Liang's hands. "Return the money to me." The robbers were Jin Hao's men, and those apprehending them were also Jin Hao's. Even if this incident wasn't orchestrated by Jin Hao, he could not be absolved of responsibility. Regardless, this blame was firmly placed upon Tianwei Electronic World. "Dapeng, call the police for this brother. In our North Street business, reputation is paramount. We cannot allow anyone to eat and then smash the pot." At that moment, Chen Jianghe and Zhang Peng also emerged from the crowd. "All right, I'll call the police," Dapeng declared, pulling out his mobile phone to report the incident. "Chen Jianghe, you have truly betrayed us." The man with glasses glared fiercely at Chen Jianghe, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Brother Feng, I too have been wronged. I incurred debts from usury and thought, if others could rob, why could I not? It was a moment of madness that led me to this decision. It must be Chen Jianghe who has caused my downfall." Su Liang quickly chimed in, realizing the gravity of the situation. In recent days, patrons had incessantly whispered in Su Liang's ear about the ease of robbery, claiming that no one cared to intervene, and that those who were robbed simply had to accept their misfortune. Pressured by the usurers, he had enlisted 2 friends to partake in a robbery. Little did he know that on their very first attempt, they would be apprehended by the man with glasses. Chen Jianghe, smoking nonchalantly, wore a cold expression. In the past 3 days, the previous 2 robberies had indeed been orchestrated by him through Ming. Afterward, he had deliberately spread the news to Su Liang. Knowing he was in debt, the temptation of quick money was too great for someone so desperate. Human nature is inherently greedy. When tested, it often falters. Indeed, Su Liang had succumbed to temptation and taken action. Are you implying that this fool is my pawn, or that I bribed him to commit robbery? Chen Jianghe sneered. The man with glasses paled, for he had no evidence to support his claims. To assert such a thing would only be seen as shirking responsibility. Moreover, with Chen Jianghe having called the police, it further indicated his disconnection from the incident. No matter how hard the man with glasses tried, he could not cast the blame onto Chen Jianghe. In desperation, he signaled to his subordinates to release Su Liang. If Su Liang could escape without alarming the police, there would still be a chance for damage control. At the very least, Tianwei Electronics World would not have to shut its doors. Slot machines were illegal, yet as long as there were no incidents, they could conveniently turn a blind eye, provided the protection fees were paid. However, should an incident occur, they would have to take some action, even if it meant closing for a few days. With a mere glance, the man with glasses associates loosened their grip, urging Su Liang to flee, but Zhang Peng and his crew had already closed in. What? You wish to let him go? Zhang Peng scoffed, encircling Su Liang and his companions. Chen Jianghe, do not push your luck. Annihilating everyone benefits no one. The man with glasses hissed through clenched teeth. Do not speak of excess. When Jin Hao robbed the guests at Fireblaze, did he consider moderation? Chen Jianghe retorted coolly. The man with glasses fell silent, his face ashen. In the world of crime, where one fights for business, one cannot expect mercy from others. As he surveyed the room, he noticed the patrons of the gaming hall casting wary glances at them. With traders within Tianwei, the reputation of their establishment was now irrevocably tarnished after today's events. In the future, some guests may prefer to avoid North Street altogether and refrain from visiting Jin Hao's gaming hall. Quickly notify Brother Hao and urge him to devise a solution. The glasses-wearing man, his expression grim, hastened to instruct his subordinates to contact Jin Hao and ascertain if he could concoct a plan. Meanwhile, Chen Jianghe had already reached out to Tang Aigua. With a single phone call, Tang Aigua promptly arranged for personnel to escort Su Liang and his companions away, with the glasses-wearing man and his associates also taken along to assist in the investigation. Given that Tang Aigua had received a payment, it was only natural that he would fulfill his obligations. In Chapter 91, regarding Fang Qiong, Su Liang and the others were ultimately escorted away by the police in plain sight. Concurrently, in Sihai, Jin Hao was entertaining guests. The attendees varied in age, with the younger ones in their late 20s and the older ones surpassing 30. After consuming copious amounts of alcohol, the atmosphere in the private room grew lively. 7 or 8 alluring and voluptuous young women accompanied them. Amidst the revelry, the conversation shifted to Bai Zhang's woman, Fang Qiong. Ah how, Bai Yi is indeed fortunate. He savored everything in his youth and now, in his advanced years, has found such a captivating woman. The age difference between Bai Yi and Fang Qiong must be nearly 30 years, remarked a man in his late 20s, adorned with a gold chain around his neck. I heard she is a university student. I wonder if Bai Yi can satisfy her. Another man interjected with a mischievous grin. If Bai Yi cannot, isn't there still our brother Hao? Once Bai Yi steps back, Fang Qiong will be ripe for the taking, ready for our brother Hao's enjoyment. Huh? Several men, emboldened by alcohol, engaged in reckless banter. Ah Hao, why are you silent? One of them glanced at Jin Hao. What is there to say? Words are futile now. The real thrill will be revealed when we truly indulge. A glimmer of lewdness flashed in Jin Hao's eyes, emboldened by his inebriation, rendering him unconcerned about discretion. Jin Hao had always harbored ambition, yearning to usurp Bai Jiang's position, wealth, and influence, as well as his women. Especially whenever he beheld Fang Qiong's aloof and haughty demeanor, he longed to conquer her and demonstrate his prowess. Ah Hao, you wouldn't truly be involved with Fang Qiong, would you? After all, Bai Yi is over 50, while you are still in your prime. What woman wouldn't prefer youth? The man with the gold chain said conspiratorially. Just as Jin Hao was about to respond, a figure burst into the private room, breathless and frantic, exclaiming, Brother Hao, it's bad. Something has happened. Calm down. Can't you see I'm entertaining guests? Is it Li Feng and the others who have detained Chen Jianghe? Jin Hao's spirits lifted as he immediately inquired. No. It was just now that Brother Feng and his associates apprehended those who have been robbing money these past few days. Yes, it was Su Liang's doing. The police have taken Su Liang and Brother Feng away, stating that our gaming hall is involved in the case and is operating illegal gambling machines, ordering us to cease operations for rectification, exclaimed a young subordinate in haste. Su Liang. Jin Hao, upon hearing this, rose abruptly, exclaiming, Damn it. This scoundrel, who feeds off my earnings, dares to tarnish my reputation. Without a moment's hesitation for his guests, Jin Hao hurriedly gathered his men and rushed back to the Tianwei electronic world, which at that moment was dark and desolate, its operations halted. In the private room, with Jin Hao's departure, the guests lost their appetite for drinks and soon dispersed, with several young women making their way outside. "Ollie, where are you headed?" one of them inquired. "I've had a bit too much to drink and am feeling unwell. I'm going to inform Sister In and leave work early." After exchanging a few words, one of the girls ascended to the second floor to find Yu, who was busy arranging private rooms for the guests. In recent days, Yu had not sought out Gao Hai, nor had he approached her, as if their previous conversation had never transpired. Ollie cast a glance at Yu and, seizing a moment of distraction, discreetly slipped a small recording device into Yu's hand. Yu accepted the device and naturally placed it into her bag. "Sister In, I'm feeling a bit unwell from drinking and wish to return home early." Ollie feigned discomfort as she spoke. "All right, take care on your way back." Yu nodded in agreement. Ollie acknowledged her and began to gather her belongings, changing her clothes before leaving. With a sigh of relief, Yu dealt with the remaining guests and shortly thereafter departed from Sihai to return home. Upon arriving, she promptly called Chen Jianghe. "Jianghe, the items have arrived. I listened to them, and they should be of some use to you." Yu spoke softly into the phone. Previously, Chen Jianghe had learned that Jin Hao and Gao Hai were acquaintances who frequently patronized Sihai, so he had provided Yu with a small recording device, requesting her assistance in capturing Jin Hao's conversations during his visits. When one is intoxicated and the atmosphere becomes lively, they are prone to uttering things they typically would not dare to say. Such revelations could indeed prove valuable. However, Yu did not anticipate Jin Hao's swift arrival and his subsequent utterance of indiscreet remarks. "Anin, thank you. I'll send someone over to retrieve the items." Chen Jianghe replied, a glint of excitement in his eyes. "Simply saying thank you isn't enough. You must treat me to a meal." Yu jested. "Absolutely. Once I'm done with my current affairs, I'll take you out." Chen Jianghe responded with a smile, then recalled something. "Anin, is there any trouble on your end?" Yu furrowed her brow, hesitating before finally replying in a cheerful tone, "What trouble could I possibly have? I'm eating well and sleeping soundly. Everything is just fine." "Very well, let us discuss it when we meet next." Chen Jianghe noted her reluctance to elaborate and refrained from further inquiries. "All right," Yu replied, ending the call. Not long after, Zhang Peng arrived in a van to retrieve the recorder. He brought the device back to the fiery locale and handed it over to Chen Jianghe, who immediately listened to the contents of the recording. "Jianghe, Jin Hao actually harbors intentions towards the women of Bijiang. This lad is indeed quite ambitious." Zhang Peng exclaimed in astonishment. "He not only covets Bijiang's women but also his wealth, assets, and power. However, this is precisely what we can exploit." After a moment's contemplation, Chen Jianghe beckoned Zhang Peng over and whispered a few words in his ear. "Jianghe, your strategy of using others to eliminate your enemies is truly formidable." Zhang Peng responded with a thumbs up. "Go ahead and summon Xiang Fei and Xiang Li." Chen Jianghe instructed. "Understood." Zhang Peng hurried downstairs, calling for Xiang Fei and Xiang Li to join them. Fei, there is something I wish for Li to handle." Upon their arrival, Chen Jianghe stated directly, "Boss, is there danger involved? My sister's leg is not convenient. I can take care of it." Xiang Fei's face turned tense, revealing his concern. Fei, rest assured. This task is not dangerous at all, and it is far more suitable for Xiang Li to undertake. I do not trust anyone else. Chen Jianghe wrote a note with a phone number on it, adding a name at the end, Zhang Wenli, the paramour of Fang Qiong. "Xiang Li, I need you to deliver this note to Fang Qiong." Chapter 92. Is it you? "Boss, is there danger?" Xiang Fei asked hesitantly, though he would unhesitatingly take risks himself. He felt uneasy about his sister doing so. "Brother, how dangerous can delivering a note be?" "Boss, I will go." Xiang Li carefully folded the note, testing its concealment in her hand, ensuring it was entirely undetectable. Chen Jianghe instructed her on how to deliver the note, and she nodded, limping slowly down the stairs. After her surgery, Xiang Li had been recuperating for nearly half a month and had managed to walk without crutches for a couple of days. However, she could not walk for extended periods and had a slight limp. The hospital advised her to continue her recovery for better results, although returning to a completely normal state would be challenging. Nevertheless, it was a significant improvement from being confined to a wheelchair. Fei, if you're worried, follow along and have a Jin accompany you." Chen Jianghe tossed a cigarette to the anxious Xiang Fei. Thank you, boss. Xiang Fei gratefully nodded and hurried downstairs, summoning a Jian to follow behind Xiang Li. By 9 o'clock in the evening at the tea house, Fang Qiong, with a frosty expression, had played cards with Bai Jiang for a while, but finally decided she could not wait any longer. I shall take my leave, she announced, gathering her bag. All right. You all see the eldest sister back? Bai Jiang casually instructed. Li Quan waved his hand, signaling the two subordinates who regularly escorted Fang Qiong to take her home. Bai Jiang, fond of playing cards, often indulged until the late hours, despite his advancing age. Young as she was, Fang Qiong had no desire to stay up late with him and typically returned home around 9 o'clock. Bai Jiang's villa was staffed with 3 maids, one responsible for cooking and the other 2 for cleaning and laundry, who served as his eyes and ears, ensuring Fang Qiong's early departures would not lead to indiscretions. Bai Jiang kept a close watch on the young woman, but little did he know that if a woman truly wished to stray, it would not be easily prevented. As Fang Qiong descended the stairs with her 2 subordinates, they were about to exit when a figure suddenly appeared, colliding with Fang Qiong. Are you blind? Can't you see? One of the subordinates exclaimed in anger. I'm so sorry. I didn't notice. Xiang Li quickly apologized. Forget it, let's go. Fang Qiong glanced curiously at Xiang Li, but chose not to pursue the matter further. The 2 subordinates, seeing that Xiang Li was a woman, refrained from pressing the issue, merely casting a warning glare before following Fang Qiong to the car that would take her home. Xiang Li lowered her head, hurriedly turning away, drawing no attention from anyone. Not far behind, Xiang Fei and a Jian breathed a sigh of relief and followed suit. The task assigned to Xiang Li by Chen Jianghe was indeed low risk. It was simply Xiang Fei's concern that lingered. Shortly thereafter, Fang Qiong's Audi 100 arrived at Bai Jiang's villa, which was situated not too far from North Street, in a spacious area near the outskirts of Pingjiang district. When Bai Jiang was home, the villa housed 8 subordinates for his protection. In his absence, only the 2 who had escorted Fang Qiong remained. Mrs. Back, a maid hurried out to greet her upon her arrival. Luani, if there's nothing to do tonight, you may rest, Fang Qiong said politely to the staff. Very well, miss, then I shall retire, the maid replied promptly. Fang Qiong waved her hand dismissively, and after ushering her inside, the maid departed. The 2 subordinates who had accompanied Fang Qiong did not enter. Nearby, a small house served as quarters for the bodyguards. When not engaged in work, they, like Li Quan, would enjoy meals and card games with Bai Jiang, who paid their salaries punctually each month. Ascending the stairs alone, Fang Qiong furrowed her brow once she was alone. She opened her bag, revealing a neatly folded note inside. This note had been discreetly slipped into her hand by the woman who had bumped into her earlier, although Fang Qiong was unaware of its contents. Her cleverness led her to keep it secret, tucking the note away until she returned home, where she finally took it out. When Fang Qiong beheld the words written on the note, it felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over her in the depths of winter, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, her delicate face paling to an ashen hue. The note bore the name Zhang Wenli. Who could have discovered her connection to him? Fang Qiong understood all too well that if Bai Jiang were to learn of this, he would not spare her, nor would he show mercy to Zhang Wenli. Even Li Quan would likely fall victim to Bai Jiang's quiet machinations. At that moment, it seemed that their fates were irrevocably entwined in disaster. In a state of panic, Fang Qiong instinctively reached for her phone to call Zhang Wenli, only to realize that such an action would be futile. Zhang Wenli was merely a recent university graduate, entirely unprepared to navigate such treacherous waters. She considered calling Li Quan, but he was presently at Bai Jiang's side. Should she suddenly reach out to him, it could arouse Bai Jiang's suspicions. Fang Qiong felt like an ant on a hot pan, frantically searching for a solution. It was then that she scrutinized the note more closely and noticed a phone number inscribed beside Zhang Wenli's name. After much hesitation, she quietly made her way to the corridor, straining to listen for any signs of life below. Confirming that the 3 servants on the first floor were likely asleep, she cautiously returned to her room, closed the bedroom door, and, after considerable deliberation, dialed the number on the note. Hello, who are you? She inquired, biting her lip and lowering her voice as the call connected. Miss Fang, it's Chen Jianghe. Have you forgotten me so soon? Came the voice from the other end of the line. It's you? Fang Qiong gasped, springing to her feet in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the caller was Chen Jianghe. Chen Jianghe, we have no quarrel. Why would you treat me this way? She questioned. her fear momentarily yielding to indignation. Miss Fong, in this world of intrigue, one is often compelled to act against their will. I would prefer to remain uninvolved in the affairs of others, yet some matters leave me no choice. Chen Jianghe replied with a wry laugh. I have never wronged you. Fong Qiong retorted angrily. If we are discussing grievances, it was Bai Jiang who demanded 10% of the profits, and you are to blame for that, Miss Fong. Chen Jianghe responded coolly. Previously, when Chen Jianghe had met Bai Jiang, Fong Qiong had deliberately engaged him in conversation, feigning interest to provoke Bai Jiang's ire, and thus inciting his unreasonable demands. Having been by Bai Jiang's side for years, she was well aware of his temperament and the potential consequences of her actions. Nonetheless, she had chosen to proceed regardless, fully aware of the provocation she was instigating. Chen Jianghe, however, did not harbor the confidence that Fong Qiong had taken a liking to him. She was no fool. Had she truly been enamored, she would not have been so overtly expressive in Bai Jiang's presence. Fong Qiong's actions that day had indeed been intentional. I did not mean it that day. Chen Jianghe, please forgive me just this once. Fong Qiong lowered her voice and lamented, Miss Fong, there is no need for such trivialities at this moment. I require your assistance with a particular task. Chen Jianghe replied coolly. What is it? Just tell me. Fong Qiong gritted her teeth, reluctantly acquiescing. Minutes later, Chen Jianghe ended the call, exhaling smoke as a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. After a while, Zhang Peng hurried back. Jianghe, the task has been completed. The items have been delivered to Gao Hu. Zhang Peng announced. Gao Hu did not see you, did he? Chen Jianghe inquired. No, I left the items at his doorstep, knocked forcefully, and then concealed myself. I saw someone open the door and take the items inside before I departed. He did not see me. Zhang Peng shook his head. Then everything is in place. A glint of determination sparkled in Chen Jianghe's eyes. The pit for Jin Hao had already been dug. Whether he could bury Jin Hao depended on his resilience. First, they would deal with Jin Hao, eliminating one of Bai Jiang's key supporters, and then turn their attention to Bai Jiang himself. If Bai Jiang had made his life difficult, then he would ensure Bai Jiang faced the same fate. The following morning, Bay Street remained unchanged, except for the closure of Tianwei Electronics World. Su Liang and others were still confined within, and Jin Hao's subordinates had diminished by a third. Early in the day, even Jin Hao was summoned for questioning. However, with his connections and Bai Jiang's protection, he was merely asked a few questions before being released. Upon his release, Jin Hao hurried back to the tea house on Bay Street to seek Bai Jiang's assistance. Godfather, that Chen Jianghe is crossing the line. You must help me deal with him. Jin Hao rushed upstairs with several companions, gritting his teeth as he spoke to Bai Jiang. What happened? You cannot handle a mere Chen Jianghe? Bai Jiang chuckled knowingly. Given the significant events of the previous night, including the closure of Tianwei Electronics World, it was impossible for Bai Jiang to be unaware. He had even stationed spies among Jin Hao's subordinates. Godfather, Chen Jianghe is plotting against me. Even Tianwei has been shut down. He is too arrogant. You must help me. Jin Hao hastily summarized the situation. It seems that Chen Jianghe indeed possesses some capability. Bai Jiang smiled, diminishing his regard for Jin Hao. Tianwei had fallen victim to Chen Jianghe's schemes, and yet Jin Hao was not pursuing vengeance. Such cowardice was disheartening. His earlier concerns about Jin Hao's ambition to usurp him were unfounded. Jin Hao lacked both the courage and the capability, with only ambition and no strength. One was merely courting disaster. Jin Hao's expression darkened. Chen Jianghe was undeniably formidable. Otherwise, he would have dealt with him long ago. Chen Jianghe not only had intellect, but also commanded a formidable entourage, making him a hard adversary to confront. Jin Hao has his own considerations. If he were to confront Chen Jianghe head-on, even if he succeeded in eliminating him, he would undoubtedly suffer substantial losses and would be relegated to continuing his servitude under Bai Jiang. It is precisely this aversion to remaining in Bai Jiang's service, coupled with a fear of incurring significant losses, that has dissuaded him from plotting Chen Jianghe's downfall, unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, he would prefer not to gamble his life against Chen Jianghe's. While Chen Jianghe may have a reckless disregard for his own life, Jin Hao does not share that sentiment. How? In that case, the business along North Street can be considered mine. I cannot turn a blind eye if a conflict arises between you and Chen Jianghe. Quan, send someone to Li Hua to invite Chen Jianghe over. Seeing that Jin Hao was unable to stir up any significant trouble, Bai Jiang glanced at Li Quan, instructing him to send someone to summon Chen Jianghe. Haizi, go and invite Chen Jianghe. Li Quan directly addressed a robust man in his 30s. Understood, Brother Quan. Haizi nodded and promptly departed. Be courteous, Li Quan added as a reminder. Respect among those in the underworld is earned through strength. Chun Jianghe's South ability to close Tianwei's doors, regardless of the methods employed, indicates that he possesses considerable power. Naturally, one with strength commands respect. Upon exiting the tea house, Haizi made his way directly to Li Hua. Where's your boss? He inquired of the receptionist, Xiang Li. Brother, he.s. looking for the boss. Xiang Li called out to the game hall upon spotting the imposing man, noting that Li Hua was particularly bustling that day. With an increase in patrons not only playing arcade games, but also those trying their luck at the slot machines. With Tianwei's reputation in tatters and its closure, customers from the vicinity naturally flocked to Li Hua. What does he want with our boss? Xiang Fei approached quickly, a note of caution in his tone. He recognized this man as one of Bai Zhang's associates. Bai Yi wishes to see him. Please relay the message, Haizi stated. All right, wait here. Xiang Fei responded before hastily heading upstairs to inform Chun Jianghe of the situation. Jin Hao is truly inept, too afraid to confront us directly. Instead, opting to seek Bai Zhang's aid. Zhang Peng remarked dismissively upon hearing the news. Do not underestimate anyone. Jin Hao merely seeks to preserve his strength. If he were truly worthless, he would not be able to keep Li Quan and Gao Hu in check. Chun Jianghe replied, rising to don his leather jacket, checking his weapon with a serious demeanor. Prepare yourselves, just in case. Understood. Zhang Peng and the others swiftly began their preparations, each slipping into leather jackets and concealing their weapons beneath their clothing. The shop was left under the watch of Zhou Bing, while everyone else accompanied Chun Jianghe towards the tea house. Even Ming, Guang, and Yao received the alert, driving their unlicensed Santana discreetly to North Street. Lying in wait near the tea house, ready to rush in at the first sign of trouble to support Chun Jianghe and his crew. As Chun Jianghe and his companions arrived at the tea house, they ascended directly to the second floor. Outside the spacious private room at the innermost part of the second floor, Bai Zhang's loyal subordinates emerged, evidently armed. Chun Jianghe remained vigilant against Bai Jiang and Jin Hao, who were equally wary of others, not solely of Chun Jianghe. Bai Jiang had arranged for people to be present daily, with several concealed weapons strategically placed on the second floor. Should any trouble arise, they would be ready to act swiftly. Stop. Show your weapons. Just as Chun Jianghe and his group approached, Haizi stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. What? With just as few, Bai Yi still doesn't feel secure? It seems age has made Bai Yi more cautious. The longer one navigates the underworld, the more timid they become. Chun Jianghe scoffed, showing no intention of surrendering his weapon. What did you say? Haizi's expression darkened, and a group of burly men behind him glared menacingly. Haizi, be polite. Chun Jianghe is currently the most renowned boss of our North Street. What would that be called in Hong Kong? Bai Jiang turned to Li Quan. A red stick. Li Quan replied. Indeed, a red stick. Chun Jianghe is now the red stick of our North Street. Quite impressive. Please, show them some courtesy and let them in. It was evident that Bai Jiang was in a good mood today, cheerfully instructing Chun Jianghe to bring his men inside. Although Chun Jianghe had only a few companions, Bai Jiang was surrounded by fierce fighters, not intimidated by Chun Jianghe's presence. As Chun Jianghe entered the private room, he exchanged a glance with Fang Qiong, who quickly averted her gaze and resumed preparing tea, avoiding further eye contact. Chun Jianghe, how dare you betray me? Jin Hao yelled, glaring at Chun Jianghe. Jin Hao, from where do you derive such accusations? You orchestrated a robbery of clients and then sent people to apprehend your own subordinates. This maneuver is truly beyond my comprehension. Chun Jianghe remarked with a cold smirk, laced with sarcasm. Chun Jianghe, I will destroy you. Jin Hao's face flushed with rage as he shouted and lunged at Chun Jianghe, only to be firmly restrained by Bai Zhang's men. Enough, cease this commotion. Bai Jiang furrowed his brow and scolded, then turned to Chun Jianghe with a smile. Chun Jianghe, I must admit, you possess far more wit than your father. Had he been as astute as you, he would likely still be thriving. Jin Hao's plight is merely a reflection of his own lack of intelligence. He has no one to blame but himself. Bai Yi, if you have matters to discuss, speak plainly and refrain from mentioning my father. Chun Jianghe replied coolly. Very well. I shall be direct. Bai Jiang chuckled. Our North Street is becoming increasingly vibrant, and business is flourishing, thanks to numerous bosses prioritizing commerce over conflict. As for the enmity between you and Jin Hao, I do not wish to delve into it. Allow me to express a fair judgment. From this day forth, you two must cease hostilities. By ye, I operate my gaming hall solely for business and harbor no desire for violence. As long as you maintain fairness, I have no objections. Chun Jianghe replied with great candor. All right, the young man knows when to advance and retreat. Quite commendable. Bai Jiang nodded appreciatively. Having initially thought that Chun Jianghe, after suppressing Jin Hao, might become overly arrogant and lose sight of his own identity. To his surprise, this young man demonstrated a remarkable sense of self-awareness. Aha, what say you? Bai Jiang turned his gaze toward Jin Hao. Godfather, I shall heed your words. Jin Hao gritted his teeth as he spoke. Now that the matter was laid bare, with Chun Jianghe showing respect to Bai Jiang, it would be rather ungracious for him to nitpick further. Very well, allow me to propose a solution for your consideration, Bai Jiang said casually, as if dealing with a trivial matter. From this day forth, Tianwei shall continue its operations, as will Lihua. The business belongs to all of us, not to any single individual. I cannot simply allow Chun Jianghe to shut his doors, can I? If he were to do so, would we leave him to fend for himself? Bai Jiang's words subtly conveyed that he had no intention of completely annihilating Chun Jianghe. If he wished to eliminate him entirely, he would have to take decisive action against Chun Jianghe. Yet he found no justification for sacrificing Chun Jianghe on behalf of Jin Hao. Jin Hao did not possess the gravitas to warrant such a drastic measure. Should Bai Jiang refrain from eliminating Chun Jianghe while still wishing to exert control, there remained the risk that Chun Jianghe and his entourage of 5 or 6 individuals might retaliate, potentially plotting against Bai Jiang. Moreover, with the existing conflict between Chun Jianghe and Jin Hao, as long as Chun Jianghe remained a thorn in Jin Hao's side, the latter would be compelled to continue serving him faithfully, unable to stir up any significant turmoil. Godfather, what do you mean by that? Jin Hao could no longer contain his anger and asked through gritted teeth. What I mean is that Lihua may continue its operations, but henceforth, you shall only engage in arcade business. The business of slot machines shall no longer be yours. All dealings with slot machines will belong to Tianwei. The slot machines from Lihua shall be sold to Tianwei. How does this proposal sit with you? Bai Jiang stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy appeared on Jin Hao's face. Bai Jiang indeed seemed to favor him. The slot machines belonging to Chun Jianghe could be sold to him, and he could manage the mere 20 or 30 machines without difficulty. However, the arcade business of Tianwei would not be transferred to Chun Jianghe, for he could not possibly handle the 200 or 300 machines involved. By acquiring Chun Jianghe's slot machines, Jin Hao would still be able to operate in that domain while maintaining his hold on the arcade business. Conversely, should Chun Jianghe sell his slot machines, he would be left with no opportunity to engage in that business, leaving Jin Hao as the sole proprietor of all slot machine dealings in Beijia. Jin Hao was elated, while Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei, standing behind Chun Jianghe, wore expressions of fury. The inability to engage in the slot machine business would mean that Lihua's monthly profits would diminish by at least 2/3. Just as Zhang Peng and Xiang Fei were about to voice their objections, Chun Jianghe raised a hand and calmly stated, "Very well, I accept." Jianghe, Zhang Peng exclaimed in urgency, wanting to interject, but Chun Jianghe gestured for silence, compelling him to swallow his remaining words. Ha ha ha, Chun Jianghe. You are a forthright individual, and I hold great expectations for you. In the latter half of this year, you need not worry about the debts of the fire. Consider it my compensation to you. Bai Jiang laughed heartily, feeling that the entire North Street was still under his control. He did not nod, believing that even this rising star, Chun Jianghe, must obediently submit to him. Come, you two, drink this cup of tea. From now on, we shall be friends. Please, enjoy the tea. Fang Qiong poured 2 cups of tea, her face coolly impassive as she presented them. Jin Hao, brimming with pride, tilted his chin toward Chun Jianghe and downed his cup in one gulp. Chun Jianghe also lifted his cup, smiling at Jin Hao, leisurely sipping his tea. Jin Hao furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing something amiss. He felt as though Chun Jianghe's smile concealed something deeper. This lad, could he be harboring some ulterior motive? All right, Hao, go check the slot machines at Fire and ascertain the value of Chun Jianghe's machines. Ensure that he receives every cent owed to him. And do not stir up any more trouble. Off you go. Once they finished their tea, Bai Jiang waved his hand dismissively. Yes, Godfather. Jin Hao suppressed his unease and prepared to leave. However, he noticed that Chun Jianghe had no intention of departing. What tricks is this fellow up to? Just as Jin Hao was about to speak, a figure suddenly entered from outside, whispering a few words into Bai Zhang's ear. Bai Zhang's gaze sharpened, and his expression toward Jin Hao changed in an instant. "Ahu, is what you said true?" Bai Zhang inquired, his tone icy and severe. "Brother, what I said is undoubtedly true, and I possess evidence." The newcomer was none other than Gao Hu.